Yin traversed into the world of Naruto, binding himself to the celestial canopy system, initiating a live QA session that left the entire ninja realm in awe. I am broadcasting the dark history of Naruto to the entire ninja world. Senju Hashirama wept in apology. Uchiha Madara furiously pursued Kaguya, while Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo hastily deflected blame. When all secrets are unveiled and all fates are foretold, will this ninja world continue to follow its original course? Chapter 1. The emergence of the celestial canopy live system. Under a clear blue sky, sudden thunder rumbled ominously, reverberating through the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. As the thunder echoed, a colossal white screen manifested in the skies above every ninja village and feudal lord's estate, stirring the very fabric of reality. In Konohagakure, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed skyward, directing countless ninjas to investigate. Unsure of the safety of this celestial apparition, the third Hokage resolved to eliminate it. Thus, some attempted to detonate the massive screen with explosive tags. Yet no matter their efforts, the ethereal screen remained suspended in the sky. At that moment, a young man stood atop a cliff, his cloak billowing in the wind, a serene expression gracing his brow. Finally, it begins. He hailed from the modern world, named Yin, well-versed in the storylines of Naruto and Boruto. Upon witnessing the familiar sights of Konoha and reflecting on the frustrating developments in Boruto, Yin vowed to alter every narrative. He would eliminate the incompetent proxy writer of Boruto, rectify the distorted plot, vanquish the Otsutsuki clan intent on obliterating Earth, and save the entire ninja realm. Having just crossed over to the year Naruto turned 13, the binding of the celestial canopy system erupted, causing an unprecedented shockwave. Though he had taken residence in the body of an obscure wandering ninja, it would not deter his destined path. The immense screen loomed in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunderous roars. Then came another resounding boom, compelling all to gaze upwards at the colossal screen. Suddenly, the screen flickered to life, displaying the message. This group invites all from the ninja world, pure lands, and realms of cultivation, including all beings entailed. Beasts, to join. The celestial canopy live system was officially initiated. Simultaneously, Yin Yi beheld the system's backend unfold in his mind. Congratulations, host, on binding and successfully activating the system. This system is a live QA platform. The content can be freely determined by the system or the host at their discretion, yet must pertain to the narratives of Naruto and Boruto. The host can earn rewards based on the shock value generated by the live content, which encompasses emotions such as astonishment, fear, and excitement. Rewards can be exchanged for items in the backend store. Furthermore, the host is entitled to respond to live questions and receive rewards from the system, as well as initiate QA sessions on behalf of the system, granting rewards to group members. As Yin Yi absorbed the system's details, the Celestial Canopy Live group began to gather participants. Senju Hashirama joined the group, followed by Senju, Tobarama, Uchiha, Uzumaki Mito, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, entered, as did the fourth Raikage, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, the fifth Mizukage, Meitarumi, the fourth Katakage, Raza, and the legendary Sanin Jiraiya. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi, Sakura, Narashikamaru. As names flashed across the screen, the entire ninja realm was left in stunned silence. At that moment, various ninja villages had employed numerous tactics, whether through Inoki's ultra-lightweight rock jutsu or the lightning release techniques of Kimobikure. None could disperse the colossal screen. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of every ninja village gazed anxiously at the sky. Within a live chat group, Uchiha Madara spoke up. "What is happening? Is that you, Hashirama?" "I cannot believe my eyes, my dear friend," exclaimed Senju Hashirama, overwhelmed with emotion. "Brother, maintain your composure," admonished Senju Tobarama. "Huh? Step up if you dare. No need for insults," Madara retorted. "Why would I insult you? I'm thrilled to see you, my friend." "Ha!" Hashirama laughed heartily. "Yet you still insult me. How about a duel? I want to challenge Hashirama to 300 rounds. I refuse to believe I have endured your insults my entire life without reclaiming my honor. Had it not been for your constant jibes, would I have left Konoha? I knew you didn't intend to leave Konoha, my friend. I'm truly sorry for this. It's all my fault. Keep talking, and I'll end you," Madara threatened. As these three titans exchanged words, the group remained silent, filled with questions yet too intimidated to speak. On the ground, many stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding above. Oh my, is that the first Hokage and second Hokage, along with Uchiha Madara? What am I witnessing? This is a grand spectacle in the ninja world. Indeed, it is beyond imagination. With each utterance from Madara and Hashirama, alongside the astonishment reflected in the eyes of those below, the system's live group points began to accumulate. Shock value increased 1, 2, 3. Only Yin Yi, as the group leader and host of the live system, could perceive this shock value. At that moment, all beings from the ninja realm, tailed beasts, summoning beasts, and the departed from Pure Lands had entered the chat group. While Madara and Hashirama continued their banter, an announcement appeared. Ninja Realm Live QA System Announcement. Attention all members. This system will conduct periodic live QAs based on all events in the Ninja Realm, past, present, and future. Correct answers will yield rewards, including ninjutsu, chakra, elixirs, items, and other rewards, while incorrect answers will result in penalties, encompassing ninjutsu, chakra, life, items, and other repercussions. As the system elucidated, comprehension dawned upon all. Simultaneously, the system interface shifted and the screen displayed a message. The live QA is officially commencing. Please observe the big screen. As this proclamation echoed, every creature across the ninja realm beheld an image on the screen. 5 boys, around 12 or 13 years old, appeared in the dimly lit area, their expressions tense. The question arose, who are the children depicted on screen, and whose child are they attempting to rescue? Whose child is going to rescue whose child? As this question emerged, confusion enveloped the crowd. What kind of question is this? Who could possibly know? Grumbled one individual beneath the celestial canopy. Isn't the very uncertainty the reason for the QA? You dolt, another retorted. Though the presence of esteemed individuals in the group stifled open discourse, beneath the celestial canopy, the assembly engaged in fervent discussions. Exchanging thoughts one after another, this moment. Sartobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, stood by the window of his office, gazing intently at the sky, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. He turned slightly to his side, glancing at Nara Shikaku, and murmured, "It appears that this celestial veil is destined to remain, and as stated, those who provide correct answers may be rewarded. Perhaps this is not an entirely unfavorable circumstance." Shikaku, what do you surmise is the answer to this conundrum? Nara Shikaku replied, "My lord, that young boy, while resembling Shikamaru, is evidently not him. This live broadcast may very well depict a scene from the future, leading me to speculate that it might be my second child." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage nodded slightly, for their forehead protectors clearly denoted them as Leaf Village ninjas. That possibility is indeed substantial. What the other four? Then, the chubby girl beside him must be the second child of the Akimichi clan. It's surprising that they had a daughter. How imbibit. The other, though not quite resembling the traditional trio of Inoshikacho, bears some resemblance, and by customary deduction, the one accompanying them must surely be the second child of the Yamanaka clan. Initially, Shikaku harbored doubts about his conclusion, yet the more he pondered, the more convinced he became. It seemed that in the days to come, the other two companions would be blessed with children, while he would only have 2 sons. And what of the remaining 2? Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's eagerness was palpable, as the genetic resemblances were indisputable. One of them bears a striking resemblance to the 4th Hokage's child. Could he be an illegitimate offspring? Nara Shikaku, upon uttering this thought, widened his eyes in shock, quickly covering his mouth. "Forgive me, my lord, I misspoke. That is highly plausible. I recall that during Kushina's pregnancy, the 4th Hokage frequently ventured out, possibly having had an affair during that time. I never anticipated that Minato would be such a Minato, yet the timeline seems inconsistent. Then whose child could it be?" The two conversed by the office window, their exchange remaining unheard in the group. The members of the group, though many shared Shikaku's thoughts, hesitated to answer, for the reasons were clear. While the 3 children who bore resemblance were somewhat easier to guess, the identities of the remaining 2, a girl with a pineapple hairstyle and another with glasses, remained enshrouded in mystery that I cannot deduce the last one. I truly cannot fathom who she resembles. Although Nara Shikaku had noticed certain details, he was reluctant to trust his own speculation. The attire of the girl bore the Uchiha clan emblem. How could this be? Years prior, the Uchiha had been annihilated, leaving only Sasuke as the last survivor. How could there possibly be another descendant of the Uchiha clan? Could someone have escaped the massacre? He dared not voice this thought, as he sensed that while this matter pertained to the future, revealing it now might not bode well for that child. As for whom they might rescue, that question was even more perplexing than on the grand screen in the sky. The image had frozen, and the crowd below engaged in animated discussion. Senju Hashirama remarked, "How fascinating. That girl appears to be garbed in the attire of your Uchiha clan. Could she be your descendant?" Uchiha Madara retorted, "Get lost. What cabbage could possibly be worthy of my illustrious Uchiha name? I will forever remain a legend unattainable by their women." Uzumaki Mito interjected, a super single narcissist. Uchiha Madara shot back, "Mito, whom are you insulting?" Uzumaki Mito replied, "Insulting you?" Uchiha Madara scoffed, "PFF, blood spewed." At that very moment, the entirety of the world contemplated this question. Simultaneously, Hashirama Danzo stood upon a cliff, observing the grand screen, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Just then, a member of the Umbu stealthily approached, presenting a note before him. "My lord, this is the dialogue between Nara Shikaku and the third Hokage for your perusal." Danzo opened the note, sneering, "I knew it. The third Hokage would not let such an opportunity slip by. My suspicions were correct. However, while he plays the mantis, I shall be the cicada behind him." With that, he abruptly entered the chat group, pressing the buzzer to answer. Simultaneously, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, pressed the buzzer as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen has appeared? Senju Tobarama, upon seeing the third Hokage's avatar, felt a twitch of his handsome face. "How do you age so? And Danzo, why do you look increasingly sinister?" Danzo's eyes twitched, while Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared demure. "Greetings, teacher." The two bowed respectfully in the group before commencing their responses. Hashirama Danzo has secured the first opportunity to answer. Please respond. The system announced, while the chat headline on the celestial screen was claimed by the respondent. All other voices were relegated to the background. Danzo laughed heartily, answering, "The individuals depicted are Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and the second child of the Akimichi clan. That blonde with the pineapple hairstyle is the illegitimate child of the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, while the other is the illegitimate daughter of Uchiha Fugaku." Answer complete. Upon finishing, Yamanaka Inoichi expressed his surprise. "Huh." Akimichi Choji, along with his mother, echoed, "Huh." Meanwhile, Nara Shikamaru, witnessing the scene, could only shake his head slightly. "I knew it. Trouble awaits." On the other side, the late Namake's Minato, known for his gentle demeanor, found himself unable to maintain composure at that moment, glancing back at the fiery-eyed Kushina. She erupted, "Minato, how dare you deceive me? Speak, whose child is it?" "Whose? It's not mine, I swear to the heavens. If I have wronged you, may I suffer a terrible fate. You have already met a terrible fate, so it has come to pass. No, if it were mine, I would never attain rebirth." Namake's Minato swore once more. Kushina, though somewhat calmed, continued to fiercely interrogate Minato within the group. Chapter 3. The Wanderer Ninja named on a high mountain. At this very moment, Uchiha Itachi, who was on a mission with Kisame Hashigaki, gazed at the sky, witnessing an answer that made his lips curl into a smirk while a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. Could that be his sister? It seemed almost inconceivable. Uchiha Mikoto interjected, "But wait, if it were someone else's second child, how could we, the Uchiha, and Minato Namake's illegitimate child, fit into this timeline? After all, we have been deceased for many years. It is impossible to have an illegitimate child during the time you all had a second child." Uchiha Fugaku nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed. My dear wife, your thoughts are meticulous, leaving no detail unexamined." Kushina Uzumaki suddenly realized, right. So, did Danzo misinterpret the question? As the crowd continued to comment in astonishment, Hashirama Danzo revealed the final answer. "They are not here to rescue anyone. From my perspective, the blonde pineapple-headed individual bears a white snake. So I am certain they are seeking Orochimaru, the rogue ninja of Konoha." Answer complete. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru, currently in Sunagakure, wore a frosty expression. "A few little brats dare to come after me? Come then, I shall turn them all into test subjects." "Haha," Jiraiya remarked. "Orochimaru, you are in this group too? Why wouldn't I be? Not only am I present, but I shall remain here forever." Orochimaru's chilling words carried an unsettling undertone. The system announced its judgment. Shimura Danzo's answer is incorrect. One item is to be revoked from him. One Sharingan. This revelation left everyone in shock. He possesses a Sharingan. How could that be? Where did his Sharingan come from? Doubts spread among the onlookers. Even Uchiha Sasuke furrowed his brow, casting a curious glance at the sky. His parents were also in the group. If this sky remained, would he have a chance to converse with them? At this moment, as the system announced the presence of a Sharingan on Danzo, Sasuke's suspicion shifted towards him. Truly, in Konoha, even Danzo has a Sharingan. The other villagers felt a pang of envy. Everyone knew that acquiring even a Byakugan required a significant price, yet Danzo, simply due to his high status in Konoha, seemed to possess a Sharingan with ease. Please, the next participant, Sarutobi Hizashi, provide your answer. The system prompted. Sarutobi Hizashi felt a surge of anxiety as he glanced at Nara Shikaku beside him. Danzo's response had been precisely what they intended to answer. Now that Danzo had taken the fall for an incorrect answer, what were they to do? The system declared, incorrect answer. Punishment. Sarutobi Hizashi loses half of his 5 elemental chakra. This announcement left everyone speechless. The third Hokage possessed chakra of all 5 natures, able to utilize ninjutsu of each type, earning the title of ninjutsu doctor in the ninja world. Now, to have half of his elemental chakra stripped away? It seemed that this live broadcast could not be answered casually. Sometimes, the price of a wrong answer was beyond what ordinary beings could endure. Hizashi felt wronged. He had only uttered 5 words, and yet he was deprived of half his chakra? It was utterly unjust. Senju Hashirama quipped, "Third, did you answer merely for the sake of it? Tobirama, your disciple seems a bit senile." Senju Tobirama retorted, "Monkey, what is wrong with you? If you do not know the answer, why attempt to answer, deliberately sacrificing your chakra? Ha ha ha. Deliberately sacrificing chakra, Konoha truly is extravagant," remarked the 4th Raikage, A. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. "Tobirama, this is your disciple, surpassing you in every way." Senju Tobirama replied, "I never give away anything for free. Even-tailed beasts must be exchanged for money. Monkey, you have greatly disappointed me." Hizashi felt a cloud of despair. How could anyone predict this? It was neither a second child nor an illegitimate one, yet they bore the Konoha headband and were here to rescue someone. With 5 individuals, it was already challenging enough to guess. Who they were saving was even more of a mystery. At that moment, the large screen displayed a countdown. From now on, if no one answers within 10 seconds, the system will automatically select a participant to respond. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please, the Wanderer Ninja Hikari, respond. This announcement left everyone stunned. Up to this point, everyone who had spoken in the group were renowned figures in the ninja world, and now, suddenly, the system called upon the Wanderer Ninja Hikari. The crowd was curious, wondering from where this ninja had emerged to receive such misfortune from the system. Who could possibly answer such a question? The 5 individuals in the image were completely unfamiliar, and what person were they trying to save? Meanwhile, Hikari, atop the mountain, wore a broad smile. In less than 20 minutes, he had accumulated an astonishing amount of astonishment points from the live broadcast. Especially when Danzo mentioned the illegitimate child of Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha, the shock value provided by the ninja world was immeasurable. Notably, Uchiha Itachi alone contributed 30,000 astonishment points, indicating the immense impact of the revelation on him. Hikari began typing in the group chat. Since both previous respondents answered incorrectly, I shall take a wild guess. Based on the appearances of the 5 individuals, and considering their ages and apparent camaraderie, I speculate that they are Naruto Uzumaki, Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Sasuke Uchiha's child. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, particularly the 12 young ninjas watching the unfolding events on the screen. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, my child. This Hikari is too amusing. I am still just a child myself. Ha ha, you fool, that is a future scene." Sakura punched Naruto on the head and anxiously stared at the large screen. Uchiha Sasuke remained silent, yet disbelief was etched across his face. How could this be? How could he possibly have a child? And if so, who was the mother? This query echoed in the minds of all the girls of the same age. Sakura blushed as she gazed at the girl in the sky, increasingly convinced that she resembled herself, her heart fluttering with joy. She shyly nudged Sasuke, who stiffened and instinctively recoiled. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, on his mission, watched the response on the large screen, his heart filled with astonishment. His gaze fixated on Uchiha Sarada. Could she truly be Sasuke's child? Chapter 4. I must find him for reasons unknown. The mere thought of it stirred excitement within him. He had long since mapped out his life, including how to confront his younger brother, Sasuke. Yet at this moment, a flicker of hope ignited within him. If this child were indeed Sasuke's, might the future unfold differently? In the live broadcast, Hikari continued. Given that there is a white snake in the image, and they seem to harbor a positive relationship with it, I conjecture that the person they are rescuing is Orochimaru's son. Orochimaru's son? This statement left not only Tsunade, who was in a casino, and Jiraiya, who was traveling, utterly astonished, but even Orochimaru himself nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. The shock value on the live broadcast system surged once more, numbers climbing rapidly. My son. How could that be? Orochimaru, lack the capability. No, my abilities are strong, but I simply cannot fathom how I could have a son. And one who has such close ties to those of Konoha? This defies logic. In the village of Shine, Orochimaru, engaged in negotiations with the fourth Kazekage, could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed at the heavens. Meanwhile, the third Kazekage, Raza, furrowed his brow, questioning the validity of the revelation before him. Was it not inconceivable that Orochimaru, having defected from Konoha, would return his own son? As doubts loomed over them, the system's response materialized. Congratulations to the wandering ninja, Hani, for answering correctly. You have been awarded a Sharingan and half of the third Hokage's 5 elemental chakra. On the mountaintop, the host of the celestial broadcast system, Hani, felt a surge of warmth as the 5 elemental chakras surged into his being, propelling him from the chakra levels of a Chunin to that of a Jonin. Simultaneously, a sharp pain coursed through one of his eyes as the Sharingan was successfully transplanted, transforming his vision into an entirely new realm. The Sharingan granted him clarity and foresight, enabling him to manipulate the nerves of his opponents and cast illusions. In the distance, a bird flew by, glancing at him before succumbing to his Jinjutsu, landing effortlessly upon his shoulder. As the pain in his eye intensified, the Tomo began to swirl, revealing the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan, an unexpected consequence of the transplant. Elsewhere, atop the cliffs of Konoha, Shimura Danzo caressed his right eye, seething with rage as he realized that the Sharingan he cherished had been stolen. Summoning his Umbu, he whispered instructions. Mobilize all resources to locate the wandering ninja Hani. Employ any means necessary to retrieve my Sharingan. Simultaneously, the offices of the Hokage, Raikage, Mizukage, Tsuchikage, and Kazekage echoed with similar fervor. Find Hani. We must see him alive or dead. They each sought to extend invitations to this rogue ninja, promising the finest accommodations in exchange for his allegiance. The allure of the Sharingan was too valuable to overlook. Meanwhile, in the village of Amigakure, Pain stood in the rain, observing Hani's name on the celestial screen. With half of the third Hokage's elemental chakra and a Sharingan, such a talent should serve our Akatsuki well. Conan, you shall personally undertake this mission. Draped in a red cloud-patterned cloak, Conan nodded softly before vanishing into the mist. Unbeknownst to the others, the avatars on the celestial broadcast were either genuine or masked identities, with Hani's avatar curiously depicting a cartoon image of Chopper, obscuring his true appearance. Naturally, some attempted to search for the deer-like figure, as the consensus in the celestial group held that Hani must resemble that character. As the chaos unfolded, a new question emerged on the celestial screen. Who is the mother of Orochimaru's child? A. By Nyangzi. B. Hallucian snake spirit. C. One snake. D. Himself. The crowd was taken aback. Was the question implying that Orochimaru's wife was indeed the mother? Why inquire about the mother rather than his spouse or girlfriend? The options bewildered many. One snake exclaimed, "What connection do I have with this question?" Jiraiya quipped, "Orochimaru, are you involved with One Snake? I misjudged you. I did not expect you to be that depraved." Orochimaru retorted, "I am innocent in this matter." Senju Hashirama questioned, "Who exactly is this Orochimaru? Is he truly formidable? Why does every inquiry revolve around him?" Orochimaru replied, "First Hokage, I can utilize the Edo Tensei." Senju Tobarama interjected, "Orochimaru, I heard someone claim in the group that you were the third's disciple. As his master, you ought to refer to me as your elder." Orochimaru shot back, "Second Hokage, I can also perform Edo Tensei." Saratobi Hiruzen warned, Orochimaru, do not become overconfident. Return to the village and surrender. I might still grant you a chance. But if my men find you first, do not blame me for being merciless. Orochimaru smirked. Third Hokage, I can summon both the first and second Hokage with Edo Tensei. Your defeat will be effortless. The first and second Hokage nearly choked, realizing the implications of Orochimaru's words. They decided to maintain silence while he was present, lest he utilize Edo Tensei against Konoha. Hiruzen's heart raced at the thought. If Orochimaru could indeed summon the first and second Hokage, his demise would be inevitable. Raza's eyes gleamed with ambition as he queried Orochimaru. Do you truly believe you can conquer Konoha? If so, I am willing to lend my forces. With a cold smile, Orochimaru glanced at the sky and replied, Of course, do not forget, I can use Edo Tensei. A pact was forged between them, and Raza's fate was soon to be sealed, for Orochimaru's plans for Konoha's downfall were already in motion. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen urged, Do not bicker with this rebellious disciple. Focus on answering the question, who is the mother of Orochimaru's child? In the other major ninja villages, urgency prevailed. After the first question yielded a Sharingan for the correct answer, the anticipation for the next prize was palpable. However, many were unfamiliar with the identities of Banyangzi and the Halushan snake spirit, leading to speculation that Wan Snake was the most likely candidate. In a swift response, Terumi may press the buzzer. Orochimaru's child's mother is Wan Snake. Wait, I'm male. Wan Snake protested, incensed by the misidentification. The answer was incorrect, resulting in a penalty for Terumi May. Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed his buzzer, confident in his answer. It should be himself. Gasps filled the air. What? Himself? The astonishment rippled through the crowd, as everyone pondered the absurdity of a person procreating with themselves. Some shook their heads in disbelief, while others attempted the shadow clone technique, only to be repulsed by their own reflection. Orochimaru, bewildered, questioned how such a scenario could occur. Had he discovered a new method of reproduction in the future? The thought thrilled him. Rather than seeking vessels, why not create more of himself for a more intriguing existence? The celestial system announced, Congratulations to Sarutobi Hiruzen for answering correctly. You have received a pair of Terumi May's undergarments. Hiruzen's joy was short-lived as the celestial system presented him with the unwelcome prize. His face flushed as the fabric landed across his visage, resulting in an embarrassing display of bloodshed. This fleeting moment, though brief, was witnessed by all, prompting reactions from the audience. Hiruzen, you are bleeding? I've long heard that you are the most notorious pervert in the ninja world. I never believed it until now. Remarked Inoki. Third Hokage, I never imagined you to be such a character, Hashirama added. Shameless old man. How could you be so brazen? Tobirama chimed in. I'm afraid you have lost your sense of propriety. I have finally come to understand why you cherish your crystal ball so dearly. It allows you to observe women in their most private moments, does it not? Tell me, after all these years of my demise, have you remained idle? It is well known that Sarutobi Hiruzen's crystal ball can reveal any corner of the village, and with knowledge of someone's chakra nature, it can even track them. It was through the crystal ball that many fortuitous encounters between Sarutobi Bawako and Hiruzen led to their blossoming romance. Now, 13 years have passed since Bawako's departure from this world, yet the old man still bleeds at the sight of undergarments, revealing how deeply repressed his desires are. Tsunade Bawako, do not jump to conclusions. The third Hokage holds unwavering affection for you, as the sun and moon bear witness. Sarutobi Bawako ba? You spend all day in the sleeping quarters. Who knows what you are up to? Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, enough of this. This is a gift from the heavens, bestowed upon me. It is not my fault. Bah. This undergarment is clearly lacking in form, unlike that of my late spouse. After uttering these words, the third Hokage carelessly tossed Tsunade's undergarment onto the floor. Tsunade, had I known the outcome would be this, I would have preferred to crash into a wall rather than answer questions. Just look at the third Hokage, old, unattractive, and withered. It is utterly repulsive. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade. If you are dissatisfied, come at me. Sarutobi Bawako, you old lecher. What intentions do you harbor? Do you think I am a mere ghost? Uzumaki Mito, you are indeed a ghost. Sarutobi Bawako, alas. I can no longer endure this. Uzumaki Naruto, transformation technique. Who could have imagined that, at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto would suddenly appear on the live broadcast screen, followed by his hearty laughter? This time, not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but even Kakashi, Jiraiya, and numerous ninjas watching the broadcast were left gushing blood. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a state of utter chaos. Senju Hashirama stared blankly, while Senju Tobarama delivered a punch to his elder brother's head. Inoki's mouth hung wide open, and the fourth Kazekage, Gaara, was lost in thought, only to be swiftly eliminated by Orochimaru, who assumed his appearance, preparing to lead the lower ninjas of the Sand Village to Konoha for the Chunin exams. Tsunade shook her head slightly, lamenting her own inadequacies. Then, Sakura delivered a punch to Naruto's head, finally dispelling the S-transformation technique. Although the live broadcast lasted a mere 10 seconds, it stirred a tempest within the ninja world. Is Naruto truly my son? Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed in the group chat upon witnessing the broadcast. Minato also appeared deeply moved. That was their son, all grown up. Yet, they could not shake the feeling that their son had strayed from the path. Naruto, who taught you this jutsu? Minato inquired. Uzumaki Naruto. In response to the fourth Hokage, this technique is primarily to deal with Grandpa Third. If he ever catches me, I can use this S-transformation technique, and he surely won't pursue my faults. Haha, S-transformation technique. With that, he transformed once more, this time even more alluring, shrouded in mystery and evoking fantastical imaginations. Under the heavenly broadcast, chaos ensued once again. Some began shielding their children's eyes, others stared blankly, and many voiced their curses. Others could not help but exclaim, indeed, if the third is referred to as the second S-Wolf in the ninja world, no one dares claim the first. Fourth Raikage A. Children do not lie. This time, it is indisputable. The third is indeed a lecher. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobarama, Shimura Danzo's heart, support. Naruto, my Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed with fervor. My son, are you doing well? Uzumaki Naruto, astonished, asked. You just referred to me as your son. Who are you? Who are you calling son? Are you my son? Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed, nearly reviving with excitement. Had it not been for the heavenly barrier, she would have rushed forward to embrace Naruto. Minato, Naruto, you do not mean you are unaware that you are my son, do you? What son? What is happening today? One moment I am your father, and the next, I am someone else's. Suddenly, Naruto froze, turning to glance in the direction of Hokage Rock, recalling the pineapple-headed figure from the heavenly broadcast. It was as though something flashed in his mind. The three of them truly resembled one another. Chapter 6. Unmasking the facade of hypocrisy. My father is the fourth Hokage? He uttered in disbelief within the group chat. At present, Naruto was not particularly renowned in the village. A mere teenager, he was not held in high regard. As he posed this question, outsiders were unaware, and the village's authorities remained silent, prompting some villagers to respond. How can you possibly be the fourth son? They must have mistaken you. You are the Nine-Tails, a scourge upon the village. The Nine-Tails is merely the Nine-Tails. How could he be the fourth son? Fourth Hokage. You must have made a mistake. It is impossible. The third Hokage is kind-hearted, which is why he allowed this aberration to remain. Otherwise, he would have been expelled from the village long ago. Yes, expelled from the village. Indeed, he is the Nine-Tails. Comments flooded in, with various opinions expressed. Yet not a single person acknowledged Uzumaki Naruto as the son of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Kushina had already sent a barrage of furious emojis. Third Hokage. No wonder the third Hokage's wife berated you. You are indeed hypocritical. Please provide me with an explanation. Namikaze Minato, third Hokage. You have never informed Naruto of his true identity, have you? In the live broadcast, an immediate silence fell. Those who had been shouting Nine-Tails were now hushed. All eyes turned towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's avatar. At that moment, in the Hokage's office, cold sweat trickled down Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. He glanced back at Narashikaku, who said nothing. In that instant, he would not come to his aid. After all, regarding Naruto, it was all up to him. There was no need for his strategist to devise plans. Everyone, be silent. Do not speak further. This is a village secret, and I do not wish to provide explanations. Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to assert his authority as the third Hokage. Inoki, a secret? What secret? Is it about Uzumaki Naruto being the Nine-Tails? Fourth Raikage, isn't he merely a Jinchuriki? The entire village is aware. What secret are you discussing? Do you think everyone is a fool, or are you the fool? Tsunade, I believe he is the fool. When unable to explain, he resorts to invoking secrets, which is merely self-deception. Orochimaru, Minato. Now you understand what kind of person the third is, right? Clearly the son of a hero, yet he is vilified because of the third's actions. It is disheartening. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, do not slander. When Naruto was born, the Ninetales incident had just erupted, coupled with the whisker marks on his face. It was only natural for people to associate him with that event. As Hokage, how could I fabricate his origins? Uzumaki Kushina, if you did not fabricate, how could the villagers know he is a Jinchuriki? I gave birth to him outside the village. Very few were present at the time. For the sake of the village's safety, both Minato and I sacrificed ourselves. I never expected you would treat my child this way. Namikaze Minato, Naruto, are you eating well? Are you living comfortably? Do you have friends? Compared to the mutual accusations of others, Minato was more concerned about his son's current situation. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes gleamed with emotion, and his heart was tumultuous. Could it be that he was truly the son of the fourth Hokage? He gazed excitedly at the father figure addressing him from the heavenly broadcast and trembled as he replied, "Father, are you truly my father? I am well, I live alone, undisturbed, and I have plenty of instant noodles at home." Tsunade, haha, plenty of instant noodles? Little one, how long have you been living alone? Naruto, with a dazed expression, reflected, since I can remember, I've been alone. The third Hokage treated me kindly and occasionally invited me for ramen at Ichiraku. Inoki chuckled, occasionally? How many times has that been? You must be around 12 or 13 now. Over the years, how often has he treated you? Naruto scratched his head and glanced at Sasuke and Sakura, both of whom were visibly shocked. They had never imagined that the outcast, often called a demon fox, was the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He was not a monster, but the child of a hero. In that moment, Sasuke felt an uncanny sense of identification, as if a hidden truth was dawning upon him. He looked up at the live broadcast group, where his parents were present, yearning to understand why Itachi had annihilated their clan. He had always firmly believed that Itachi was a remorseless villain, but now, seeing his parents in the live group, a glimmer of hope sparked within him, the hope of uncovering the truth. Naruto sent a voice message in the chat. I remember it was maybe once or twice. But perhaps I was just dreaming, he laughed while scratching his head. The group fell silent. A child might not grasp the gravity of the situation, especially someone as carefree as Naruto, but the adults understood the deeper implications. A 13-year-old who had only been treated to ramen once in his life and had been isolated and ridiculed for years, yet he still insisted the third Hokage meant no harm? It was clear that he was merely trying to justify the unjustifiable. Orochimaru remarked, impressive. The third Hokage is truly remarkable. His own family is shielded by layers of protection. Yet he has turned the only child of the fourth Hokage into a pariah of the village. Quite the feat. The second Mizukage, Meitarumi, exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. I will destroy Konoha. Gather the shinobi. I will take down that old fool, the third Hokage. Inoki replied, indeed, what cunning. Even at this stage, the child still speaks kindly of him, while the Hokage has dealt countless blows to him. Kushina Uzumaki declared, I will return. The third Hokage must pay the price for daring to treat my son this way. I once looked up to you as a senior, only to discover you are such a person. Hiruzen Sarutobi interjected, everyone, please remain calm. There are reasons behind this. As a Jinchuriki, the younger one is less able to control the tailed beast within. I once discussed this with Danzo. He believed that despite being the fourth Hokage's son, it was best for Naruto to have minimal contact with others to prevent any triggering of the beast. We left him to live alone for the sake of the village. Everything we did was for Konoha. I had to find a balance between the village and Naruto, hence this unfortunate decision. Minato Namikaze asked, third Hokage, are you admitting to this? Hiruzen replied, all for the sake of the village. Danzo feared Naruto could pose a danger to Konoha. Isn't that right, Danzo? Chapter 7. A duet of masks. Danzo Shimura understood Hiruzen's mindset all too well. From youth to the present, he had always recognized his identity and role. In a village where leaves flutter, the roots must also exist. Danzo sighed, contemplating, what difference does it make if I admit it? Several of our elders have already perished, including the fourth Hokage and his wife. Even if I confess, what can others do? Yes, I acknowledge it was my idea. I fear no accusations or slander. But I desire one thing, the safety of Konoha. I want Konoha to thrive, Danzo proclaimed, embodying a spirit of fearless resolve. The villagers, upon hearing this, began to respect Danzo, and some Konoha shinobi also started to agree with their actions. In the live broadcast group, Meitarumi remarked, I can't stand it. One plays the role of the virtuous, while the other feigns honesty, all the while using the village's greater good to mask their own failures. I will return and rally the shinobi to destroy Konoha. The third Raikage, added, Konoha has always treated others as fools. The second Tsuchikage, Anoki, commented, I usually refrain from speaking unless provoked, but the third Hokage and Danzo, with their cunning tricks, still wish to deceive. Mei retorted, You're quiet because your mouth is bound by bandages, not because you're modest. Come if you dare. Kurenai Yuhi interjected, Have you all noticed? In Konoha, aside from Tsunade, there are no other Senju clan members left? Is it mere coincidence? Upon hearing this, not only the Konoha shinobi, but everyone in the group began to check the member list. Indeed, there were no members of the Senju clan present. Hiruzen Sarutobi stated, They sacrificed themselves for the village. We all did it for Konoha. I promise to treat Naruto well from now on. I did not know who leaked his information. But now that it has come to this, we will rectify our mistakes. I hope everyone will not spread false rumors. The third Hokage realized that if he did not clear things up soon, he would only be further vilified, as more issues would arise, and he might become the target of public ire. Hashirama Senju exclaimed, Oh, my dear student. Tobirama Senju asserted, Orochimaru, perform the reanimation jutsu. I shall personally eliminate this wayward disciple. Orochimaru responded, Uchiha Madara. Congratulations to the second Hokage. It seems that the Senju clan, who have always regarded my Uchiha as a dire threat, has now dwindled to just Tsunade in Konoha. Haha. Tobirama retorted, Don't celebrate too soon. Look at the member list. Your clan members are also absent from Konoha. Madara replied, I noticed long ago. I am certain this is the plot of your two esteemed disciples. Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged glances, while Hiruzen and Danzo exclaimed in unison, You speak baseless accusations. Fugaku Uchiha declared, awakened to reality. Mikoto Uchiha added, intriguing. Tobirama insisted, perform the reanimation jutsu. Madara proclaimed, I will eliminate him. Upon reading this, Sasuke Uchiha turned his gaze toward the third Hokage in the group, his eyes brimming with suspicion. Indeed, the Senju and Uchiha clans were the founding families of Konoha. How could two such powerful clans be reduced to just one member, while others thrived? Was this mere coincidence? The thought was chilling. Sasuke wished to investigate the entire affair, but with his current strength, he found it impossible. He needed to grow safely and become stronger, formidable enough to prevent any opposition, to unveil all the mysteries. Yet, with so many in Konoha eyeing the Uchiha with hostility, and with Danzo's Sharingan and the third Hokage's sinister intentions, would he truly be able to grow up safely? What if he couldn't? He must devise a contingency plan for himself. Meanwhile, Danzo, accustomed to bearing the blame, observed the chat with newfound caution. If Tobirama truly returned through the reanimation jutsu, he absolutely could not be present. Otherwise, this time, the blame would not be a mere insult. It could cost him his life. As the air thickened with uncertainty, the live broadcast suddenly flickered to life, revealing Naruto Uzumaki. He used the shadow clone technique, summoning hundreds of clones, forming a human chain as they leaped toward the sky. Uda-san, Okaya-san. Tears welled in Naruto's eyes as he charged toward the heavens, yearning to see his parents, to truly behold their faces. Everyone was stunned by this spectacle. Was this child a fool? Many formidable shinobi had failed to breach the heavens. Who did he think he was to rush forth like this? Kushina. Minato's face mirrored his concern, but alas, they were separated by realms. Naruto was overcome with tears, while Sasuke, equally stirred, rushed forward to halt him, yearning to charge ahead, heedlessly, just like Naruto. Yet, he understood that it was merely a celestial veil, one that would reconstitute once breached, existing in a realm of illusion. Naruto, please calm down, calm down. Sasuke grasped him tightly. Everyone present was deeply moved by this scene. Even the villagers of Konoha who had once ostracized Naruto felt a pang of guilt for their past actions. After all, he was the son of the fourth Hokage. Naruto swayed, and dozens of shadow clones reappeared, rushing towards Sasuke, who stood in their way. Sasuke released his grip and swiftly formed hand seals, great fireball technique. A massive flame surged forth, incinerating the clones that charged at him. While the shadow clones engaged Sasuke, the real Naruto Uzumaki soared once more into the sky, a Rasengan forming in his hand as he shouted, Return my Uru-san, Oka-san. The ethereal veil shattered under the force of the Rasengan, only to reassemble again. Naruto, no? Thankfully, we have this celestial veil. It allows us to see you. Kushina Uzumaki cried out. Upon hearing her words, the real Naruto, poised to charge again, suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, kneeling on the ground and weeping loudly. His cries, filled with loneliness and despair, pierced the hearts of those who heard them. The boy, who had once masked his pain with laughter, randomness, and strength, shed all pretense at this moment, yearning only to meet his parents. The sight moved everyone deeply. Hashirama Senju exclaimed, I can't hold back anymore. Sob, I truly can't. Give me Edo Tensei. I will annihilate the third Hokage. Tobarama Senju lamented, you have truly disappointed me. Monkey, this situation is riddled with flaws. Does your apology even matter now? Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, added, Third, I have always respected you. Yet I never imagined you would stoop so low, manipulating a child, your own descendant. How could you protect yours so thoroughly while mine was branded as the village's demon? I will not forget this. Kushina echoed, Third, I too shall not forgive you. In that moment, not only those within the celestial veil were touched. Even the ordinary citizens watching the live broadcast were moved. The third Hokage's actions were appalling. Reflecting on the suffering the child endured was heart-wrenching. There were rumors that he had transformed into the Nine-Tails upon birth, causing many deaths. Yet throughout the years, aside from some mischief, he had never harmed anyone. Conversely, we treated him as a pariah. How tragic for the son of a hero to be condemned as a monster by the third. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, implored everyone. Please remain calm. I have stated that this was Danzo's intention. Rest assured, I will ensure Danzo apologizes. Here and now, I sincerely apologize for not safeguarding the fourth son. Naruto Uzumaki. Die, die. In an instant, the celestial veil's chat erupted with curses, some even wishing to breach the veil to exact vengeance upon him. Even those with modest abilities felt a surge of righteous indignation. How could the third Hokage be so brazen, calculating against a mere child? It was absurd that he could ascend to Hokage while plotting against a child. Kushina urged, Naruto, do not be disheartened. At least we have this live chat. We can converse more often from now on. Don't cry, be strong. Minato reassured, Son, do not be sad. We understand what you have endured. We believe you will prevail. Keep fighting. Naruto, gazing at the messages from his parents in the celestial chat, nodded earnestly. Udu-san, Oka-san, I will grow up well. You can trust me. He restrained his tears, looking up at the sky, his heart tumultuous. At least now, he could frequently talk with his parents. A far cry from the days when he did not even know who they were. Suddenly, the celestial screen trembled, dividing into 9 segments, each displaying a different scene. There were images of Sakura beating Naruto, Hinata shyly gazing at him, and interactions between Naruto and Shiro. Among them was a particularly striking scene, Sasuke and Naruto kissing, not once, but twice. In one instance, while Naruto provocatively perched on a desk in the classroom, an accidental nudge sent him colliding into Sasuke's lips, eliciting screams from the nearby girls. In another, desperate to break free from their entangled hands, they inadvertently found themselves kissing once more after a series of attempts. The 9 scenes repeated incessantly, each featuring Naruto Uzumaki. The celestial live broadcast posed a question. Those who answer correctly will receive a rebirth elixir, granting them a chance at reincarnation. Incorrect answers will incur penalties. The question read, in these 9 scenes, who does the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, marry? Please answer quickly. The 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. Minato, as a spirit, was initially more concerned about his son's status than his own revival. Kushina proudly declared, as expected of my son, you are amazing. Naruto, you are strong. Despite Naruto's sorrow, upon witnessing the scene and hearing the question, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. He swiftly wiped his tears and broke into a smile, excitement radiating from him. I will become Hokage, the 7th Hokage. Oh my, I really will be Hokage. I am the strongest. Father, mother, can you see this? The celestial veil does not deceive. I will be Hokage. Minato beamed with pride. Yes, my son. I believe that. Despite any challenges, you will persevere and excel. Kushina added, Naruto, you are the best. In the meantime, Kiba Inuzuka clenched his fists. Of course, the underdog cannot become Hokage. Thus, the future Hokage must be me. If Naruto is the 7th, then I am surely the 6th. Rock Lee proclaimed, the position of Hokage belongs to me. Only a passionate individual like myself is fit for such a role. Might Guy affirmed, indeed, youth must be fueled by passion. It is this very fervor that qualifies one to be Hokage. The third Hokage's melancholic demeanor led him to resort to crystal ball spying as a means of coping. Kakashi Hatake interjected, "Guy, mind your words." Guy promptly responded, "Yes." Hiruzen Sarutobi internally lamented, "Whom have I wronged?" Yet he dared not speak, knowing that silence still drew attention to him, and any further remarks could hasten his demise. At this moment, the living remained oblivious to the significance of the live broadcast question, while the deceased recognized a treasure trove. Although those within the Pure Land were momentarily speechless, each harbored tumultuous thoughts. Madara Uchiha, in particular, felt urgency regarding the rebirth elixir. Possessing it would eliminate the need for waiting for Nagato to capture the tailed beasts before employing the rebirth technique. With that elixir, his plans could potentially advance by several years. Orochimaru, upon hearing the elixir's name, could not help but lick his lips. If he possessed such a concoction, he could save himself from death in future encounters. At this very moment, he had assumed the form of Rasha, leading the lower ninjas of the sand-hidden village towards Konoha as the Chunin exams were about to commence. His plan to dismantle Konoha was on the verge of initiation. "Sandaime, this time, I will surely eliminate you." The other inhabitants of the Pure Land gazed on with longing, although they remained silent. Their minds were fervently contemplating the matter at hand. Chapter 9. The Habits of Uchiha. Who do you think will marry the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki? When Hashirama Senju posed this question, Minato Namikaze, Fugaku Uchiha, Kushina Uzumaki, and Mikoto Uchiha suddenly discerned the crux of the issue as they witnessed a particular scene unfold. What is the meaning of this fifth scene? Naruto, explain yourself. Kushina could not contain her curiosity. Although Mikoto had been quiet until now, her expression mirrored a sense of tension upon witnessing the unfolding events. How could this be? Sasuke? Surely, Sasuke cannot be. Moreover, when Naruto had charged towards the celestial screen in a frenzy moments ago, only Sasuke had intervened to halt him. Could it be that the two harbored an unspeakable secret? Izuna Uchiha remarked, "Wow, one of our Uchiha has turned out to be so passionate. Remarkable indeed." Upon hearing this, Madara Uchiha could not help but respond, "Oh, Izuna, you have appeared. I didn't expect to see you here." Izuna replied, "Nisan, I have indeed been watching your conversation all along. Only now do I speak." Fugaku Uchiha nearly choked in disbelief and directly inquired, "Sasuke, what is going on? What is the situation regarding your video?" Sasuke's face flushed with embarrassment. His fists clenched tightly as he turned to Naruto and angrily declared, "Ask him." This statement, however, led many to misinterpret the nature of their relationship. If their bond were straightforward, why would they be so evasive in their responses? The answers given during the live Q&A had been anything but conventional. How could the descendants of Konoha come to the aid of Orochimaru's offspring? Given Orochimaru's treachery and the countless lives he had taken, it was unfathomable that Konoha's people would rescue his progeny. Yet, the answer proved to be correct. Furthermore, when Orochimaru sought a mother for his child, amidst countless options, one would expect the choice of a snake, yet the answer revealed was himself. Who in this world could possibly conceive a child with themselves? The notion was beyond comprehension. Yet again, the answer was accurate. Among the 9 images, 8 featured young women, while one evoked a plethora of thoughts and appeared rather unusual. Could this be the true answer? It is known that in this Q&A, providing the correct answer would yield a resurrection elixir, a rarity that could defy death itself. Unattainable elsewhere in the ninja world, only accessible through such a divine live Q&A. Who would not desire it? Unbeknownst to all, this resurrection elixir was produced by the celestial host, Hanyue, who had just exchanged the astonishment points provided by the audience for a vial in the system's backend. While this elixir could indeed revive the deceased, it came with a caveat. Any individual resurrected by its power would be compelled to obey the commands of Hanyue, an unavoidable condition. The live broadcast continued to replay. Hinata saw her image and blushed, her face resembling a ripe apple. Meanwhile, Sakura rolled her eyes and, noticing Sasuke's awkward expression, quickly clarified, "Sasuke, I will never marry Naruto. You must believe me." Sasuke merely scoffed, while Naruto, hearing her words, shot an unhappy glance at Sasuke. "What? Is it impossible for Sakura to marry me? Sakura, tell me, do you fancy what it means to be gay? Let us duel. The victor shall lead, and the loser will marry Sakura." Sakura's forehead twitched in confusion. "What do you mean? Why must the loser marry me? Naruto, do you wish for a beating?" "Naruto, What exactly is going on between you and Sasuke? Kushina exclaimed in frustration, her anger palpable even through her typed words. Naruto, startled, turned to the celestial screen and exclaimed, Okayasan, Sasuke cannot bear children. I am already a father. But you could adopt or find another to bear children, a voice chimed in from the group. Others nodded in agreement, including the second Tsuchikage, Inoki. In the future, I too will have a daughter. Sasuke lamented. At this, the group recalled the initial question from the celestial QA, which had indeed specified Naruto's son and Sasuke's daughter. His fatherhood implied he was not gay. Sasuke, I believe in you, Mikoto declared. However, according to Uchiha tradition, they tend to prefer solitude. Is there not a reason for this? Hashirama pondered aloud. We are not traditionally solitary. We are accustomed to it. Came the retorts from various Uchiha. Do not explain. An explanation only implies you are gay, interjected Mito Uzumaki. As Naruto observed the situation spiraling out of control, he seized Sasuke's arm and demanded, What does it mean to be gay? Do enlighten me. Sasuke retaliated with a punch. But Naruto evaded, both of their eyes sparking with determination. What does it mean to be gay? Call me Sasuke. The two resumed their brawl, with the celestial broadcast focusing on them, while the 9 recurring images were relegated to the corner of the screen. Oh no, they are fighting. Are they not best friends? Fighting is akin to love. You know nothing. Naruto and Sasuke stood opposed, one unleashing a great fireball technique, while the other executed shadow clone jutsu, dodging and dismantling clones before leaping into action, summoning Chidori, crackling with electric energy, aimed directly at Naruto. Meanwhile, Sakura stood between them, bewildered by the sudden conflict. Please, do not fight over me. Had they not been so resolute in their duel, they might have redirected their attacks toward her. At that moment, Kakashi Hatake descended from above and interjected, Stop. Your parents are watching. Upon hearing this, both fighters hesitated, but the Chidori still created a crater in the ground, and the Rasengan soared far, disappearing from sight. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the village, a water tank atop a high building was struck by the Rasengan, releasing a torrent of water akin to a waterfall. Ding! Madara Uchiha has successfully buzzed in. Please respond. At that moment, a voice emerged from the celestial broadcast, revealing that Madara had buzzed in. Chapter 10. The Will of Stone. I believe the correct answer is that the one to marry Naruto Uzumaki is what is gay. Upon this proclamation, silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixated on the celestial broadcast. The previous battle between Naruto and Sasuke had vanished, and the large screen continued to replay the 9 images. The system began its evaluation, and everyone held their breath. Meanwhile, Inoki's eyes darted as he whispered to those behind him. Go fetch some death row inmates to answer the questions. There are only 9 answers. If it is not this one, it will be that one. Using death row inmates for answers, even if it is a punishment that takes lives, we shall not incur losses. Those nearby heeded his command and departed. Inoki had a hunch that Madara had answered incorrectly. Although Inoki felt this way, others held a different opinion, with many believing he had answered correctly. What to do? Madara had seized the initiative. Could it be that the two of them were truly getting married? Even if there were hidden circumstances, it couldn't be made public, could it? Let us not forget that Naruto Uzumaki would eventually become the 7th Hokage. As the Hokage, he could accomplish anything. Kushina Uzumaki interjected, Everyone be quiet. My son cannot possibly be gay. Mikoto Uchiha chimed in. Indeed, my son cannot be gay either. What is this gay you speak of? Please, enlighten us. Sasuke Uchiha meanwhile had had enough, while Naruto inquired, What is gay? Please explain. Sasuke, in a fit of frustration, punched Naruto in the face, exclaiming, Are we done here? What else do you want to know about being gay? As time passed, the system evaluation concluded, and a voice announced, Madara Uchiha answered incorrectly. Punishment: confiscation of the Uchiha fan. The Uchiha fan, a family treasure crafted from a part of the divine tree, possessed the ability to deflect all attacks. It was a vital emblem of Madara Uchiha. Because Obito Uchiha wore Madara's mask and wielded this fan, members of the Akatsuki believed Madara was still alive, unaware that this was part of Obito and Madara's plan. At that moment, the fan was not beside the deceased Madara, but rather with Obito. Upon hearing the punishment, Obito felt a surge of joy. Since the fan was not with him, perhaps the broadcast would fail to locate it and dispense a different punishment? Losing 1 or 2 jutsu was trivial for him. After all, as long as he was willing to train, he could regain them even if lost. However, he could not have anticipated that, as the voice of the system faded, the fan by Obito's side would suddenly vanish, and they had not escaped calamity. Obito cursed in anger, astounded by the system's intelligence. Nothing could evade its gaze. Not Sasuke, nor the question of what game meant. Who was it then? Naruto Uzumaki, Kushina Uzumaki, and the Uchiha couple all sighed in relief. Since witnessing the ambiguous scene between the two, they had been unable to find peace. Now, at last, they could let go. They then turned their thoughts to their grandchildren, nearly wanting to announce their joy to the world. Kushina exclaimed, "I told you it was impossible." Haha. Mikoto added, "Haha, but if Naruto were a girl, Sasuke wouldn't he mind?" Kushina replied, "If Sasuke were a girl, perhaps Naruto would consider it." Though their eyes sparkled with mischief, they maintained their smiles. Just then, a chime echoed. A member from a Wagakure named Sabaku hastily answered. Naruto Uzumaki is marrying a girl named Sakura. This Sabaku was, in fact, a death row inmate whom Inoki had summoned to obtain the resurrection potion. Possessing that elixir would undoubtedly benefit a Wagakure immensely. Madara, still reeling from the loss of the Uchiha fan and unable to comprehend the situation, anxiously stared at the broadcast screen, wondering whether this answer could be correct. It seemed plausible, given that both Sasuke and Naruto had mentioned Sakura's name several times. Could it truly be her? If so, he must ensure that Obito and the Akatsuki retrieve that resurrection potion. It could only belong to him. Sakura Haruno vehemently protested. "No way. I could never marry Naruto. I don't like him at all." Meanwhile, the large screen displayed the relentless loop of Sakura delivering a beating to Naruto, over and over again. Madarumi, the fourth Raikage, and the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi all looked on in shock. Who was this Sabaku? And did he even know who Sakura was to dare answer such a question? Yet, perhaps his answer was indeed correct, after all. The saying goes that to hit is to love, and watching Sakura pummel Naruto while he appeared to enjoy it might just mean they could end up together after all. As the system evaluation time drew to a close, Inoki's beard bristled with tension. Sabaku answered incorrectly due to being a proxy, punishment, the forfeiture of Sabaku's life, along with the revocation of all of Inoki's bloodline limit techniques. This announcement left the entire shinobi world in shock. Before anyone could voice their questions, Inoki, in a frenzy, shouted, "Why should I be punished for Sabaku's answer? That was a bloodline limit technique." Although it was merely the loss of jutsu rather than the bloodline itself. Given his age, if he had to retrain, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to recover. Suddenly, the broadcast summoned lightning, striking a Wagakure with a thunderous roar that split the Tsuchikage's office in two. Inoki, terrified, quickly retreated, and alarms blared throughout the village. Everyone nervously watched the screen. Some fled while others braced themselves. Previously, those who attempted to destroy the broadcast faced no punishment. Yet Inoki's mere inquiry about the punishment for his bloodline limit techniques had resulted in a near-death experience. After the lightning struck, the broadcast displayed a message. This system knows all that has transpired in the past, present, and future. Inoki sought a proxy for the system's question. Thus, the punishment falls upon the proxy's life and Inoki's bloodline limit techniques. If you disagree, you may exchange your life for your jutsu. Upon hearing this, Inoki wilted, silenced by the weight of his predicament. To continue resisting would mean forfeiting his life. Despite his age, he was not ready to die. Others in the room suddenly understood. Inoki had attempted to take a shortcut, and it was no wonder the system had punished him. Moreover, this seemingly simple question was far from trivial. Answering incorrectly could lead to the dire risk of being erased by the system. Madara chuckled. "Ah, this old man is quite cunning." Chapter 11. Inoki's determination. Inoki retorted. "Madara Uchiha, you may be older than I, but you too covet that resurrection potion, do you not? I admit my mistake and accept the punishment. From now on, I shall answer personally." Mei replied, "That is only because the system caught you in the act. Otherwise, you would have continued to have others answer for you." Mito Uzumaki added, "Third Tsuchikage, you are cheating." Danzo Shimura remarked, "Inoki is indeed a stubborn old rock, hard and odorous, but I admire that. Yes, you should answer yourself. Now, the remaining opportunity to answer belongs to you. Out of the 7 remaining images, who is the one marrying Naruto Uzumaki?" Kushina interjected, "Danzo, how dare you speak? Please explain our Naruto's situation." Danzo replied, "I have long known I am the scapegoat for Konoha. For the sake of Konoha, I have nothing to say." Kushina shouted, "You are utterly shameless." Mei urged, "Let us not digress. Inoki, tell us who is marrying Naruto." The second Tsuchikage remarked, Inoki, your resolve is indeed formidable. You've grown even stronger. The second Mizukage, Kage Bunshin, added, yes, you've leveled up to an indomitable resolve. Determined to the end. Determined to the end. Determined to the end. Suddenly, many notable figures in the chat began to cheer, with Hashirama Senju being the loudest. For him, resurrection was but a fleeting thought. Nothing compared to the joy of lively conversation in the group. Inoki snorted in embarrassment, glancing helplessly at the sky. He knew he could no longer evade this. Somehow, he must provide an answer. Who could it be? A correct answer would grant him the resurrection potion, a chance to save himself when his time came. An incorrect answer would squander this opportunity, eliminating a potential choice for others and possibly costing him his life to the system. Who could it be? Inoki did not recognize the remaining 7 figures in the images, nor did he comprehend why the celestial screen focused on Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke, and Orochimaru. However, he had an inkling that this celestial phenomenon was far more intricate than mere broadcasting. Judging by the reward of the rebirth elixir, it was evident that this celestial screen was an entity beyond the understanding of the ninja world. Clenching his fists tightly, he suspended in the air, his gaze fixed intently on the 7 remaining scenes within the celestial screen. From a certain perspective, the 4th image appeared to depict a more intimate moment. It seemed to portray a future version of Naruto, tall and holding a breathtaking woman, whose gaze upon him was as tender as flowing water, while he, with a resolute expression, looked down at her. This woman was none other than the priestess Cheyenne, a vision of the future. At that very moment, in the land of demons, Priestess Cheyenne sat on the floor, a blush adorning her cheeks as she gazed at the young man opposite her. Brother Hikari, please don't misunderstand. That is a matter of the future, and I am unaware of what will transpire. However, I assure you, I have no relationship with that boy. Hikari remained silent, a smile playing on his lips, intrigued by the celestial display. How would Inoki respond? Surely, he must be in a state of frantic anxiety. Indeed, beads of cold sweat began to form on Inoki's forehead. If he answered incorrectly, would the celestial screen obliterate him? The earlier condemned prisoner had lost all signs of life in an instant. If it were to be his demise, what would become of Awagakure? Would other villages seize the opportunity to invade the land of Earth? Countless thoughts raced through his mind as the phrase stubbornly persevere flooded the chat. Resolutely, he pressed the buzzer. Ding. The 3rd Tsuchikage of Awagakure, Inoki, has successfully buzzed in. Please respond to the text that appeared in the celestial screen. It is the woman in the 4th image. Although I do not know her name, their expressions suggest a romantic relationship. 13-year-old Naruto was equally perplexed, as he did not recognize Cheyenne from the land of demons. This girl is truly beautiful. I wonder where she is from? In the chat, Kushina Uzumaki had already summoned the individuals from the video. Meanwhile, Cheyenne, enjoying tea with Hikari in the land of demons, interjected directly in the chat. Everyone, rest assured. I could never marry that Naruto, for I have someone I adore. Upon hearing this, the others realized that Inoki had answered incorrectly, while he stared wide-eyed at the celestial screen, hoping for a miracle. The celestial screen was now reviewing the question, and as time passed, a line of text appeared. Inoki's answer is incorrect. 10 years of his lifespan have been revoked. Uft. Inoki nearly spat blood upon hearing this. Seeing his distress, Akatsuchi attempted to console him. Do not worry, father, at least this punishment is not death. That is better than anything. Indeed, Inoki nodded repeatedly. The chat buzzed with renewed discussions. Oh dear, that isn't the girl. Which one could possibly be my daughter-in-law? I am truly curious. Naruto, who do you actually like? At that moment, Naruto was equally bewildered, glancing at Sakura, who was focused on Sasuke. I do not know either, mother. Uchiha Obito, feeling the weight in his heart, sighed in relief as he observed the profile of Uchiha Itachi, who had remained silent in the chat. He wished to speak with him, yet he could not reveal the existence of the Akatsuki just yet. The organization must grow stronger before presenting itself to the world. For now, he needed to exercise patience. However, he could communicate discreetly, understanding that in the ninja world, both the pure and the living were present in this chat. Fortunately, the chat did not display markers indicating who was alive and who was dead. Otherwise, if Pain were to discover that Obito was the false Uchiha, they would surely become suspicious. Indeed, the rebirth elixir is of utmost importance, which explains Inoki's tenacity, Obito mused. This time, he hoped Obito would comprehend his underlying intentions. Yet, what could he do? Finding someone to answer on his behalf was impossible without the celestial screen noticing. Was he to take the stage himself? With his current state, he had not even made a move before losing a fan. If he acted, he might risk losing his Sharingan as well. Obito chose silence, pretending not to notice. Once again, the phrase stubbornly persevere ignited the chat. Chapter 12. The representatives of the three great immortal realms make their entrance the third Tsuchikage, stubbornly persevering. Stubbornly persevering. Stubbornly persevering. In the chat, whether they were significant figures or commoners, ninjas or civilians, everyone began to voice their opinions. Seeing this, Inoki swiftly retreated to his office, preferring to escape the chaos. If he were to embody the will of stone and stubbornly persevere, he feared he would meet his end. 10 years of life. Who could bear to lose that? Just as he left, Akatsuchi quickly attempted to shift the topic in the chat. Could it be the second girl? Or the ninth? He then recruited several Water Army members to continuously comment, trying to steer the conversation away from the current topic. I feel it might be the fifth. Or perhaps the eighth. But is Naruto really that fickle? So many girls. The Water Army was inevitably a minority, and even their comments were swiftly drowned out. Thus, for the next half hour, the chat was dominated by the phrase stubbornly persevere. Eventually, as time wore on, the crowd gradually settled down. Inoki had become a turtle retreating into its shell. There was no rousing a person who feigned sleep. Mizukage Gamakichi of Myobokuzen remarked. Could it be the person in the 8th video? Wetbone Forest Slug Clone replied. Perhaps the third one. Dragonland Caves deity, Tianshin, stated. I believe it is the 7th. The representatives of the three great immortal realms spoke, and the others fell silent, staring blankly. That snake is the 8th one, and she is more beautiful. The toad is 1,000 times more beautiful. Just one glance, and I know she cannot be the leading lady. Slug Clone, everyone, please refrain from arguing. Peace is paramount. If not, just buzz in. Gamakichi, why don't you buzz in? Always advocating for peace. Are you afraid I'll devour you? Slug Clone, Tianshin, you foul toad, flaunting in front of me. You are merely a small dish. Come here, and see how I consume you. Slug Clone, my acidic corrosion can ensnare snakes, and snakes eat frogs. What do you say? Who is more formidable? Gamakichi, why don't you say that I'll eat you instead? Slug Clone, you cannot consume me, which will infuriate you. At that moment, Gamakichi's wife, Sage Jiraiya, pressed the buzzer, followed closely by Tianshin pressing her buzzer. Ding! Sage Jiraiya of Myobokuzen has successfully buzzed in. Dragonland Caves Tianshin ranks second. Please let the first respond. Sage Jiraiya began typing. Enough with the nonsense. Such matters are merely a matter of luck. After all, we know nothing of the future. I choose the 8th. Indeed. The couple shared the same thoughts. The woman in that image was Kazemaru, with scenes continuously replaying Naruto's mischievous actions. Such images were indeed misleading. After the system's review, the response was immediate. Incorrect answer. Sage Jiraiya's sage techniques are revoked. Gugwa what? How dare you revoke my sage techniques? I do not consent. Meanwhile, within Myobokuzen, Sage Jiraiya sought a place to hide while protesting. A beam of light descended from the sky, stripping her of all her sage powers. And should she wish to regain them, she would have to start her training anew. At this very moment, Jiraiya had arrived at Myoboku Mountain and chanced upon a rather amusing scene. He pointed at Fukasaku and laughed heartily. You are far too impulsive. You have completely lost your sage-like demeanor and resemble nothing more than a desiccated old frog. Enraged by these words, Fukasaku shot a furious glare at Jiraiya and the sky above before retreating into his abode. Now, let the second dragon cave respond. There was a response. My answer is the 7th. Incorrect. As punishment, the sage art of the snake shall be revoked. The exquisite Tenkai, upon hearing this, swiftly transformed into a large serpent, poised to flee, but no matter where it sought refuge, it could not escape the retribution of the heavens. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. So many had answered, yet none had succeeded. Fukasaku's expression turned grave as he regarded the sky, then turned to the recently arrived Jiraiya and inquired, surely you did not come here merely to mock that old woman? He understood that the celestial curtain, which knew the past, present, and future, would alter the entire shinobi world. Jiraiya, suppressing his mirth, adopted a serious demeanor and nodded. Indeed, I wish to meet the great sage Fukasaku. The two made their way to the back mountain, where the great sage sat in the frog palace. Adorned with a doctoral cap, His eyes narrowed to slits, heavy bags resting beneath them. After a moment of silence, the great sage finally spoke. Have you come seeking me? At last, you have arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time. With that enigmatic statement, the great sage suddenly closed his eyes and fell silent, remaining seated upon his throne, while the summoning scrolls behind him unraveled, narrating the storied history of Mayaboku Mountain. As Jiraiya prepared to break the awkward silence, the great sage spoke again. Who approaches? Both Jiraiya and Fukasaku nearly fell to their knees. It is I, Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Ah, it is Jiraiya. How you have grown. Your hair is remarkably long. Save for your appearance and stature, you resemble a maiden. The great sage erupted into laughter, yet throughout this exchange, his eyes remained shut. Feeling his face twitch in embarrassment, Jiraiya couldn't help but protest. My physique and appearance do not resemble that of a woman. Where else could I possibly resemble one? Without a moment's pause, he knelt before the great sage and implored, O great sage, I trust you are aware of the Celestial Curtains broadcast? Might I inquire how it came to be? Why has it appeared? What dangers does it pose to Konoha and the shinobi world? Pray enlighten us. He bowed his head slightly in a gesture of respect. The great sage nodded slightly. I was just about to discuss this matter with you. Currently, I do not comprehend the reason for the curtain's existence, but I am certain that it reveals all things, and those are events that have transpired. What? Events that have already occurred? How can that be? For instance, the broadcast mentions Naruto's descendants, yet that future has yet to unfold. At that moment, Jiraiya felt as though his mind was struggling to grasp the concept. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. Who can ascertain that my present is not a remnant of my past, and your present is not a glimpse of your future? The sage's implication suggested that the Celestial Curtains broadcast originated from the future, causing Jiraiya's eyes to widen in disbelief. Could it be that the curtain is a harbinger of the future? No, it heralds the future, present, and past. Jiraiya appeared to grasp a fragment of understanding. Yet he still felt uncertain. So, the content it broadcasts will indeed come to pass. However, great sage, have you discerned any other peculiarities? This broadcast seems rather strange. He sensed that the broadcast system harbored an oddity, thus seeking the great sage's wisdom. I just dozed off momentarily and dreamt of a young lad who could see beyond the celestial curtain, the great sage cryptically remarked. A boy? Behind? What does that mean? Please clarify, great sage. Jiraiya urged, his anxiety palpable. Go with the flow, the great sage concluded, and soon after, the hall was filled with the sound of snoring. He had fallen asleep. Fukasaku subtly shook his head at Jiraiya. If you press further, you shall receive no different answers. Do not worry. Thus far, the curtain has not harmed anyone. Indeed, Jiraiya nodded solemnly. Although the answers were not entirely clear, they sufficed for now. A boy who could see beyond the curtain was vital information for Konoha. He needed to return immediately to inform the third Hokage. Meanwhile, within the Celestial Broadcast Group, chaos ensued. The characters from the first, fourth, sixth, seventh, and eighth scenes had all been answered incorrectly. Thus, among the remaining second, third, fifth, and ninth, at least one held the correct answer, granting the responder a resurrection elixir. From the Whetbone Forest, a slug clone eagerly interjected, I believe it is the third. The female character depicted in the third scene was Mizuki Bai. Though male, his appearance and attire closely resembled that of a female. The system announced, incorrect. All sage medical ninjutsu of the slug clone shall be revoked. Upon hearing this, the slug sage inwardly sighed, grateful it was but a clone. Otherwise, the entirety of Whetbone Forest sage arts would have been obliterated, leaving the frogs to gloat. Thank goodness. Now only 3 answers remained. The fourth Raikage, A, clenched his fist in excitement, glancing at those around him. Hurry, who will answer? That elixir is at stake. Who among the remaining 3 was Naruto's future spouse? Others were equally unsure. The Mizukage, Terumi Mei, wore a tense expression as she looked at Ao and Chojuro beside her. Who do you think it could be? Even Orochimaru, leading a team of Sand Village genin to Konoha for the Chunin exams, was sweating nervously, pondering. Who could it be? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, declared, I shall answer. All these events unfolded in the blink of an eye. Ding! Just as everyone prepared to respond, a clear sound echoed through the group. In mere moments, a flurry of notifications appeared. The group erupted into a frenzy, nearly everyone attempting to respond simultaneously. However, only 3 answers remained, with but one being correct. the first to answer would undoubtedly hold the most influence. Congratulations to Hinata Hyuga for successfully answering. Terumi Mei claims the second position, Uchiha Madara takes third, and fourth Raikage A also secures third place. Hinata, please respond. Hinata's face flushed crimson, her cheeks radiating warmth as she shyly took a step back, murmuring, Could it be that? Could it be me? Sakura, upon hearing this, clenched her fists and shouted, Hinata, don't hesitate. Go for it. Despite Hinata's gentle and timid demeanor, her inner strength was formidable. After all, she had rushed to defend Naruto when pain attacked him. From the outset, she had sensed that she might be the one to marry Naruto in the future, yet she had remained silent until there were only 3 answers left. With newfound courage, she was the first to press the answer button. A girl like her, will she even be able to answer? Fourth Raikage scoffed, if you can't. Go back to school for 2 years. Exactly, stuttering like that is hardly befitting, Inoki added. Is Konoha producing stutterers now? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, Inoki, you've awakened from your slumber. Let's battle to the bitter end. Even if this problem resolves, there will always be another. You must embody the spirit of perseverance and fight until the end. Inoki, Sarutobi, you old lecher, you rank first among the masochists of the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen, if you're not convinced, let's settle it one-on-one. Your bloodline techniques have been penalized and eliminated. What will you use to contend with me? Inoki, you speak as if you are superior to me. Haven't you also lost half of your chakra of all 5 attributes due to penalties? So let us get to it. Who is afraid of whom? Sarutobi Hiruzen, you stubborn old man, let us fight now. As they exchanged words, a quarrel was about to erupt in the group chat. However, the group system chimed, providing an answer. Congratulations to Hinata Hyuga for answering correctly and receiving a rebirth resurrection pill. In the future, the one who will marry Uzumaki Naruto is indeed Hinata Hyuga. Upon hearing this, Naruto widened his eyes in astonishment, while Kushina nodded repeatedly. This little girl is quite charming. I like her. Minato Namikaze, wow. I'm so excited I don't know what to say. Hiashi Hyuga, 4th Hokage, let us discuss the betrothal gifts. Ha ha ha, the future 7th Hokage. So my daughter will be the 7th Hokage's wife, huh? Hinata felt her heart racing upon seeing that message. Oh my, could it be true? I will marry Naruto in the future? Oh my goodness. She then fainted. It turned out that in her stammering, she had inadvertently answered with the word I. At the same time, a pill appeared in her palm, the rebirth resurrection pill awarded by the system. Meanwhile, Hinata lay unconscious in a secluded area of the park, while Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo Shimura in the Hokage office dispatched personnel to search for Hinata. No matter what, they must secure that resurrection pill. After his initial joy, Hiashi Hyuga calmed down and called out, Hinata, please go find the young lady and ensure her safe return. Understood, replied the attendant as he vanished from the Hyuga compound. Naruto watched the live broadcast, astonished by the content and the answers while stepping away from Sasuke and Sakura. The person he would marry in the future is Hinata? Therefore, their child will also be born from Hinata? Chapter 14. Here rests the dagger for you. As he approached the park, he caught a glimpse of a purple figure among the trees. He drew closer and discovered it was his future wife, unconscious. Thinking about their future marriage, Naruto felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks. He rushed to support her and asked, Hinata, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Hinata, feeling a bit unwell due to her racing heart, suddenly found solace upon seeing Naruto, as if she had taken a calming remedy. Here is the dagger for you. Your parents must be eager to see you. That was the resurrection pill. Naruto gazed at Hinata in disbelief. Are you truly willing to give me this? Hinata nodded earnestly. In that moment, Naruto felt an overwhelming wave of emotion. He looked up at the live broadcast. His parents were still present in the group, and he longed to see them. However, there was only one pill. Whom should he give it to? Just as he hesitated, Hinata's veins bulged, her Byakugan activated. She spoke. Naruto, I leave this to you. I have to go home now. With that, she leaped away, disappearing from sight, while members of the Umbu appeared in the distance. As Hinata barely arrived home, the Umbu had already pursued her. Hinata Hyuga, where is the resurrection pill? Please hand it over for the sake of the village. At that moment, Hiashi stood protectively in front of his daughter, simultaneously typing in the group chat to use public outrage to shield her. You may be from the Root or the 3rd Hokage's faction, but what do you intend to do by seizing my daughter's resurrection pill? Upon these words, the chat exploded. What is happening? Hiashi is speaking. Isn't he Hinata's father? Is someone trying to snatch the resurrection pill? The Umbu? From Konoha? Kurenai Yuhi angrily exclaimed, "What a shock! So Konoha is so corrupt. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you have no shame? This is blatant robbery." Anoki, requesting a live broadcast of the scene. This statement set the entire group ablaze with excitement. Second Mizukage, Yagura, requesting a live broadcast of the scene. Second Tsuchikage, Anoki, requesting a live broadcast of the scene. Uchiha Madara, requesting a live broadcast of the scene. Madara desperately wanted that pill. He would even wage war for it. Unfortunately, he was currently deceased. Otherwise, he would likely charge back to Konoha immediately. As requests multiplied, the system sensed the fervor and inquired of the host, Hikari. Could they broadcast everything happening at the Hyuga clan? Having just departed from the land of demons, Hikari nodded. Of course, it must be fulfilled. The collective will must be satisfied. After all, his shock value depended on the contributions of all ninja world inhabitants. Furthermore, who knows how much shock value this broadcast could yield? Perhaps he could even exchange it for another resurrection pill? Unbeknownst to him, how would Naruto choose? The live broadcast transitioned, responding to the overwhelming requests from the ninja world, showcasing the scene unfolding at the Hyuga estate. In the footage, several masked Umbu surrounded Hayashi, Hanabi, and Hinata. The leader spoke, "Hinata Hyuga, where is the resurrection pill? For the sake of the village, please hand it over." Hayashi shielded his daughters, declaring, "This is a reward earned by my daughter. Are you truly going to take it from her? All for the village. Please, clan head, consider the greater good." The group erupted in outrage. Kurenai yelled, "I could vomit." Hashirama Senju, "I anticipated that some would lack shame, but I never expected such disgraceful individuals in my Konoha." Tobirama Senju, "Monkey, come out and explain this situation." Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Master, please do not concern yourself with this matter. I must obtain the resurrection pill to revive you and the first Hokage. This is for the sake of Konoha." Anoki, "How shameless. You use Konoha as a shield for your vile actions. This is the epitome of disgrace." Fourth Raikage, I will attack Konoha. Who will join me?" Kurenai, "Count me in." Sarutobi Hiruzen, "You old lecher, must be held accountable." Not only the prominent figures, but even ninjas from other villages were outraged. What kind of Hokage would seize another's possessions? That was a reward from the live broadcast, and while it was invaluable, it should never be taken in the name of the village. If this act had occurred in the shadows, it might have gone unnoticed, but the live broadcast exposed it. When the first and second Hokage spoke up, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen remained obstinate, it revealed his true character. First Raikage, Hashirama, Tobirama, why do you remain silent? Are you awaiting resurrection? How utterly disgraceful. First Mizukage, Kurenai, I've lived long enough to witness many things, but I never imagined Konoha would harbor such individuals. Utterly shameless. First Wind Daimyo, the character of Konoha's Hokage knows no bounds. It can only sink lower. First Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, if the first Hokage and second Hokage cannot uphold justice in death, then I shall speak out. Iwagakure's ninjas, heed my command. If Konoha acts unjustly today, we have the right to retaliate. The words of these four legendary figures elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. I am astonished, esteemed first-generation shinobi. The third Hokage is indeed formidable, capable of compelling the other four legendary figures to emerge. This is indicative of the impending eruption of the Fourth Great Ninja War. All three ninja villages have expressed their intent to annihilate the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This conflict is not merely a matter of village friction, but solely because of the actions of the third Hokage. The other small ninja villages, witnessing this turmoil, began to chatter excitedly about the Fourth Great Ninja War. The third Hokage is truly remarkable. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, quickly made their stance known. The second Hokage declared, "We have no intention of being resurrected at this time. Even if we were to return, it should be done with honor. Why should we seize the fruits of another's labor? Hiruzen, whether for the village or for yourself, I hereby command you to cease your actions immediately. Furthermore, your position as Hokage has been revoked. From this moment forth, you are no longer the Hokage of Konoha." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage appeared bewildered. "My lord, the title of Hokage is rightfully mine. Konoha is in a phase of reconstruction, and who else could possibly fulfill the role of Hokage but me? Thus, the esteemed predecessors in the Pure Land need not worry. I assure you, I will make Konoha flourish." Chapter 15. The hypocrisy draws public wrath. This statement is quite clear. It implies that you have already passed on. So take your rest, and do not concern yourself with whether he remains Hokage. He will not step down. Hashirama smirked coldly. Ah, Tobirama, you have trained quite the disciple. Tobirama replied, do the deceased have no voice? If that were the case, why would the heavens summon us here? Since we are here, we are entitled to speak. Hashirama Danzo interjected, my lord, I could also serve as Hokage. After all these years, while I may not have great accomplishments, I have certainly endured hardships. Should I be appointed, I will undoubtedly develop Konoha into the finest ninja village. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, ah, you have committed countless misdeeds, and yet dare to speak so brazenly. Danzo, be silent. Danzo smirked. I wonder for whom I have been taking the blame all this time. Without the tacit approval of certain individuals, could I have succeeded in my endeavors? Nara Shikaku, observing the conversation, urged, my lord, it would be best to refrain from further comments and promptly withdraw the Umbu from the Hyuga clan. Surely, you do not wish to see the fourth great ninja war ignited because of you? All three major ninja villages are now poised against you. Hiruzen, losing his grip on reason, suddenly found clarity upon hearing Shikaku's words. What was happening? Why was he so agitated, ready to confront everyone? Did he truly care so much for the title of Hokage? Upon reevaluating himself, he concluded affirmatively. If he did not care for the title, why would he have returned to it after the death of the fourth Hokage, especially given the immense skepticism from the daimyo and the outside world? Yet, the resurrection elixir was crucial. In comparison, he desired it even more. It is advisable to disregard that title and focus on recalling our people, Shikaku suggested. After considerable contemplation, Hiruzen nodded slightly and addressed the group. Since the second Hokage does not wish to be resurrected, I shall not trouble the Hyuga clan further. I will order the Umbu to withdraw. This is all for the sake of Konoha. Bah! Disgusting! Exclaimed Terumi Mei. Hypocritical! Shouted the fourth Raikage. Pretentious! Echoed Inoki. At that moment, the Umbu were still at the Hyuga residence, preparing to invite Hinata Hyuga to the headquarters. Fortunately, the third Hokage's command arrived just in time, ordering everyone to retreat. While the Umbu withdrew, the root members remained. Hinata, where is that elixir? If you do not hand it over today, you may find yourself in great peril. Of course, we Konoha ninjas will not harm you, as you are one of us. But the other villages might not be so forgiving. I hope you will consider this carefully. The psychological pressure weighed heavily on Hyuga Hizashi's heart. He looked down at his daughter and asked, Hinata, where is the elixir? Hinata bit her lip, remaining silent, exuding a sense of defiance. Just then, a voice from the wall called out, the elixir is with me. I have decided to give it to my parents. You can decide who should use it. The speaker was Naruto Uzumaki, who rushed over upon seeing the Hyuga clan surrounded by the Umbu during the live broadcast. Though he was impulsive, he was not foolish. This was Hinata's sacrifice for him, and he could not let her down while also delivering an explanation to the entire ninja world. Thus, this scene unfolded. Along the way, he had hesitated whether to save his father or mother, but ultimately decided to leave the difficult decision to them. He trusted that they would arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Mom, Dad, catch. Upon uttering these words, Naruto tossed the pill into the air. Everyone was stunned. What was this audacious act? Was it necessary to use the resurrection elixir in such a manner? Meanwhile, the Umbu members surged forward, utilizing ninjutsu in an attempt to seize the elixir. However, as it ascended into the sky, it vanished from sight. When it reappeared, it was already in the hands of Minato Namikaze in the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara, witnessing this, felt a surge of excitement and yearned to know Minato's location in the Pure Land, for that would allow him to snatch the precious elixir. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a slight sigh. Though he often considered Konoha's welfare, he selfishly wished to retain the elixir for himself. Alas, the opportunity had slipped away. After acquiring the elixir, Minato turned to find Kushina Uzumaki, only to have the elixir snatched from him by her. I was just about to give it to you, she said. I know you will prioritize my resurrection. You love me most and will leave the opportunity for me, won't you? Kushina stepped closer, gazing up at him, her eyes shimmering with tears. Of course, Minato replied, his gaze filled with affection. Suddenly, taking advantage of Minato's momentary distraction, Kushina swiftly covered his mouth. Forcing the pill into his mouth, he attempted to retaliate, only to be met with a powerful punch to the abdomen from Kushina. That punch was indeed formidable. Minato gasped, swallowing the pill. Kushina, he shouted angrily. Kushina embraced him tightly. When we return to the ninja world, take good care of our son. Our family will reunite. Tears streamed down Minato's face as he held Kushina tightly. This opportunity should have been yours. Don't worry, we will meet again, Kushina replied lightly. Next time there is a resurrection elixir, I will strive with all my might to obtain it. Kushina, wait for me. As his form gradually faded away, Minato's spirit departed the Pure Land. In the next moment, a voice echoed in his mind. All who consume the resurrection elixir rewarded by the heavens must obey the commands of the host of the heavenly broadcast. Are you sure you wish to consume this resurrection elixir? A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Upon hearing this, Minato's heart tightened. If he declined, would the elixir revert to its original state? If that were the case, he would rather refuse the elixir and offer it to Kushina. Chapter 16. The arrival of Minato Namikaze with a heavy heart. Minato Namikaze realized that he had no option but to comply. This opportunity had been crafted by his son, daughter-in-law, and wife. How could he possibly forsake it? Very well. I am willing to heed the call of the host of the Heavenly Canopy livestream and consume this resurrection elixir. As his words faded, the elixir activated within him, enveloping his being in a radiant glow as his physical form underwent a metamorphosis. Upon reappearing, he found himself in a valley, with a city visible at the far end. Beneath a towering tree stood a young man with ebony hair and an imposing stature, emanating an aura of celestial grace. A distinctive yellow mark, elongated like a strand of hair, adorned the corner of his eye, and he radiated a potent chakra energy. The sage techniques once belonging to Jiraiya had now manifested in him. He had just been practicing, a Uchiha fan thrust into the ground behind him. At the sight of this scene, Minato's heart raced. Was this young man the host of the Heavenly Canopy livestream? Could he freely utilize the items and jutsu penalized by the canopy? As this thought emerged in his mind, a wave of submissive emotion surged within him. Was this sensation the effect of the resurrection elixir? My lord. He bowed his head slightly. Yin-Yi nodded in affirmation. I have a task for you. I need you to investigate an organization. Understood, Minato replied, nodding slightly. The organization is called Shell, and there is an individual named Cicn. I require all information on them. Report back immediately upon acquiring any news, Yin-Yi instructed softly. Yes. Minato nodded again before vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Xiaonan concealed herself, pondering the identity of the young man who had directed Minato to investigate an organization. She initially assumed it to be the Akatsuki, only to realize it was a different faction altogether. Who was this individual? Why did he possess the Uchiha fan? She recalled that the fan had been confiscated by the Heavenly Canopy. How could it be in his possession? A multitude of questions flooded her mind. But she chose to set them aside, focusing instead on her mission to recruit Yin-Yi. Are you interested in joining us in the Akatsuki? A cold, emotionless voice resonated through the night. Beneath the dark clouds, two massive wings unfurled like angels of the night. Yin-Yi turned his gaze to the sky. Although he had just acquired the jutsu from the Heavenly Canopy system, he was not hindered in their application. What benefits would joining the Akatsuki confer? He inquired. As you wish, create a world devoid of suffering through pain. Xiaonan replied, soaring above with an air of superiority. Her voice frigid and her eyes filled with lethal intent. Yin-Yi chuckled, rubbing his fingers together. I have come here to lead others. Thus I shall not submit to another's leadership. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan exerted force, her wings seemingly transforming, doubling in size with an overwhelming aura of pressure born from her paper jutsu. Then prepare to wager your life. With a fierce thrust, her wings unleashed countless paper blades, launching towards Yin-Yi below. Underneath the ominous clouds, the white paper glowed with a ghostly light, resembling streaks of lightning as they descended upon him. One of Yin-Yi's eyes shimmered with the red hue of the Sharingan, the wind rustling through his attire with a distinctive sound. He spread his legs, adopting a stance, and with a deft motion, grasped the Uchiha fan, channeling chakra as he fanned it outward. The gust generated by the fan collided with the myriad of paper blades, causing them to crash to the ground. In an instant, the paper seemed to come alive, reshaping itself. Half transformed into shuriken, while the other half coalesced into a massive double-bladed shuriken, propelled by chakra, once again aimed at Yin-Yi. Unperturbed, Yin-Yi's form shifted as he soared upward, charging towards Xiaonan in the sky. Xiaonan was taken aback. How could he ascend without any external aid? What jutsu was this? Suddenly, she recalled details from the Akatsuki's investigations into prominent ninja figures, remembering how the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, was noted for his ability to float using the particle style technique. Had that jutsu somehow transferred to this man? Her doubts multiplied upon observing his Uchiha fan. Yin had begun to harness fire release, unleashing a torrent of flames that incinerated the surrounding paper attacks, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. Wielding a colossal earth attribute hammer formed from chakra, capable of obliterating a building. Xiaonan had initially planned to subdue him through force, compelling him to kneel and beg for entry into the Akatsuki. However, it was evident that such a strategy was futile. He possessed a Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uchiha fan, and a significant portion of the third Hokage's 5 elemental chakra, alongside Inoki's particle techniques. She was no match for him. Feigning an attack, Xiaonan quickly evaded his fire release. He had only utilized 2 jutsu thus far. Prolonging the confrontation would likely spell her doom. With this thought, she swiftly turned, enveloping herself in a cocoon of countless paper sheets. In the darkness, the floating paper transformed into a large sphere resembling a colossal chrysalis. Just as Yin Yi approached with lethal intent, a tremendous explosion erupted. The blast illuminated the heavens, and paper ignited, cascading down from the sky. Xiaonan had vanished without a trace, while the explosion's force activated Yin Ye's Susanoo, enveloping him in its protective embrace. Xiaonan had escaped, and Yin Yi made no attempt to pursue her. The night's livestream had concluded, and many events were quietly unfolding. Having recently acquired numerous jutsu, Yin Yi required time to hone his skills. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya had arrived at the Hokage's office. This is what the Sage of the Toads conveyed. He reiterated the information received from Mount Mayaboku. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. A youth? Able to perceive the truth behind the heavenly canopy? What does that imply? Jiraiya shook his head, inhaling deeply as he anxiously regarded the third Hokage, tentatively asking, Sir, do you think the hidden cloud, mist, and rock villages truly intend to wage war against us in the leaf? Chapter 17. Where is the mysterious figure? This was the concern that weighed heavily on Jiraiya's mind. The Leaf Village had enjoyed peace for over a decade, and a resurgence of ninja warfare would spell disaster for the realm. Sarutobi sighed softly. It is all due to the heavenly canopy. Otherwise, many matters would remain obscured from the public eye. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's gaze flickered. The third Hokage was adept at deflecting blame. Did he truly believe that his actions would remain forever concealed? He recalled the incident involving the crystal ball used to spy on women bathing. A transgression he had contemplated in his youth before being warned by the third Hokage to cease. Such matters had merely gone unspoken until the heavenly canopy exposed them. Jiraiya took his leave from the leaf, setting out to find the youth mentioned by the Sage of the Toads, hopeful that discovering him would unveil the secrets of the heavenly canopy. In the land of lightning, within the village of Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage, stood atop a rocky outcrop, gazing at the celestial screen above. The night had enveloped the sky, and the day's live broadcast had concluded. Yet the chat group remained abuzz with activity. According to the celestial announcements, between 8 in the evening and 8 in the morning, the screen would be closed to group discussions, with the live footage replaying the events of the day. From 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening, it would be a time for questions and answers, with each video presenting different queries, thereby varying the response times. At that moment, merely 5 minutes remained before the closure, and the chat group was lively, resembling a grand reunion. Despite the multitude of voices, it was evident that the participants were thrilled to share a few words with their loved ones. Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke, are you doing well? Uchiha Makoto. Are you eating regularly? Is everyone in the village treating you kindly? Having heard about Naruto's situation, they feared their son might also be ostracized, thus inflicting further harm upon Sasuke. Amidst the heartfelt exchanges, Uchiha Sasuke sensed his parents' concern. Stirred by a torrent of emotions, he trembled as he typed, Mom, Dad, I am fine, please do not worry. The three exchanged glances across the distance. Kakashi Hitaki. Shikaku, why have you been silent in the group? Have you settled down and started a family? Kakashi Hitaki, I'm still single, Dad. Shikaku Nara, what? You're still single? Hurry and find a girlfriend to marry. My son is not unattractive, so why remain alone? Might die. Might Guy, what about you? Have you started a family? Might Guy. Father, many admire my spirited youth. I am loved by all. Might Die. Oh, you boast too much. I can see through your lies. The truth is, you are quite alone. Alas, I regret allowing you to choose those tight pants. Had I known, I would have forbidden you from wearing such attire. Might die why? I find them comfortable and convenient. Might die because certain areas are too revealing. It can lead to misunderstandings with girls. As the participants reveled in the final 5 minutes of the celestial broadcast, a figure named Masaki entered the Raikage's office, clutching a folder. Fourth Raikage, the individuals you requested are prepared and await your command to journey to Kirigakure to discuss the campaign against the Land of Fire. When shall they depart? Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage gazed skyward, his mind tumultuous. He turned slightly to Masaki and inquired, "Do you believe this is the opportune moment?" Masaki shook his head gently. "No, Lord Raikage. If we instigate war now, not only will we invite public scorn, but we may not even prevail against Konoha." "How so?" The Raikage, while already possessing the answer, sought confirmation from another. "Firstly, the existence of this live broadcast system poses a significant obstacle. Today's content revolved around Konoha, amplifying their flaws and the shortcomings of the third Hokage. Should we provoke war, the celestial screen would turn its gaze upon Kumogakure, revealing our deeds to the world. In such a scenario, how could we justify allying with others against Konoha? I fear that both Kirigakure and Iwagakure may swiftly turn against us, placing us in peril. Indeed, Kumogakure harbored numerous clandestine affairs, and if exposed by the celestial screen, it would surely incite animosity against us. Furthermore, the resurrection potion had fallen into the hands of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and it remained uncertain who would be revived. If it were the fourth Hokage himself, even if we amassed shinobi and declared war, victory would elude us. Moreover, let us not forget the Edo Tensei. Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke upon the fourth Raikage's back. How could he have overlooked such a critical point? The celestial broadcast could indeed link the living and the deceased. If the second Hokage imparted the Edo Tensei to Konoha shinobi, in the event of war, they could resurrect the first and second Hokage, and we would be doomed. The fourth Raikage gestured slightly, declaring, "Now is not the time. Dismiss the Umbu, we shall discuss this matter later." "Understood," Masaki replied, bowing as he exited the Raikage's office. Simultaneously, in Iwagakure and Kirigakure, urgent meetings were convened. Their discussions were not about war, but rather strategies to maximize their responses to the celestial broadcast questions, aiming to secure greater rewards. If either village were to obtain the resurrection potion, their strength would significantly increase. The tension among the major villages was palpable, particularly as Naruto had entrusted the potion to Minato, rendering Konoha seemingly unassailable. In the Rain Village, Konan, nursing an injured shoulder, appeared before Nagato, who looked gaunt with worry. "What happened? How were you injured?" he asked, surprised, as he believed no one could harm Konan. "I was slow to escape during the explosion and got caught by the enemy's Susanoo, but I am fine," Konan replied. "Was it that fellow Hikari?" Nagato inquired. Konan nodded slightly. "I failed my mission. Do not fret, I will send someone else." "You should rest," Nagato said, his Rinnegan reflecting his concern. He could visualize the entirety of the Rain Village through the eyes of the other 6 Paths of Pain, who were currently surveying the village. Chapter 18. The arrival of the golden and silver horns. By the way, Nagato, I was thinking of having the villagers participate in tomorrow's live QA. I envy the rewards that Hikari received. You wouldn't believe it. He now possesses an Uchiha fan and can utilize the bloodline of the third Tsuchikage. "What?" Nagato exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. "He has the Uchiha fan. How?" He recalled that during the inquiry about who would marry Naruto, Hikari had not answered. How did he acquire those items? As dawn broke, the shinobi world welcomed a new day. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke, having spent the night awake, sat upon the iron railings of a park in Konoha. Last night, he had exchanged brief words with his parents. Although they resided in the Pure Land, they were deeply concerned for their youngest son, repeatedly urging him to take care of himself. Despite the mundane nature of their conversation, Sasuke could sense the profound worry in their words. What were they truly anxious about? Was it Konoha? As he looked up at the sky, the clock struck 8, and the repetitive footage of the previous night vanished from the celestial broadcast, allowing everyone to converse once more. "Isn't this broadcast a bit stifling?" Hashirama Senju remarked. "I had so much to say last night, but I was muted all evening." "Tobarama, what did you wish to express?" "I forget. I thought about it for a long time yesterday, but it has slipped my mind." "Did you eat breakfast?" As Uchiha Madara logged in, he immediately noted Hashirama's comment. "Did you forget? The deceased do not eat." Anoki, good morning, everyone. Koyuki-me, it brings me joy to see everyone so lively in the group this morning. I will seize the opportunity to answer questions diligently today. Let the celestial broadcast commence. Before the live broadcast commenced, everyone engaged in casual conversation, some continuing last night's discussions while searching for their loved ones. Others eagerly anticipating their turn to answer questions. The allure of the rewards from the quiz was undeniable. The resurrection elixir alone had many participants itching to compete. Today, if that resurrection potion reappears, my brother and I will stop at nothing to obtain it, declared Goldhorn. How dare you show your faces again, you insolent fools. You still wish to resurrect? I, Senju Tobarama, will be the first to oppose, retorted Senju Tobarama. Defeated foes dare to challenge us? Do not forget how you met your demise at our hands, Goldhorn shot back. Do not forget how you fell before me either. That battle, where so many of you faced just one of me, is hardly a testament to your skill. Let us settle this one-on-one, Tobarama demanded. Having died, you still refuse to accept your fate? Silverhorn mocked. Huh, these two are still around? No need for the second Hokage. I alone can eradicate them, scoffed Shimura Danzo. Goldhorn and Silverhorn had resolved to answer questions diligently from that day forth. Meanwhile, other major ninja villages and members of the Akatsuki organization were also monitoring the group's dynamics. Last night, White Setsu had informed all Akatsuki members that, starting today, they must strive to answer questions posed during the Timiko live broadcast to reap the rewards. The primary motivation was the considerable prizes offered. Aside from the unexpected revelation regarding Meiterumi's undergarments, other rewards, such as the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and half of the third Hokage's chakra, were highly coveted. As discussions among the group escalated, the Timiko broadcast flickered to life, showcasing scenes of Boruto Uzumaki and Naruto Uzumaki. The first image depicted Boruto walking alone down the street, disdainfully muttering about his father. Despite enjoying a life of comfort, friendships, and the presence of both parents, his father being the seventh Hokage and his mother gentle and caring, he still chose to don the guise of a rebellious teen, brimming with discontent. The subsequent images mirrored this sentiment. One showed him toppling a cake, another illustrated his disdain for Naruto's position as Hokage, and yet another depicted a family gathering where he visibly resisted participation. There were countless moments captured, including his attempts to cheat during exams. Even the Timiko broadcast displayed 12 such scenes, highlighting their prevalence. Following the display, the quiz question emerged. What type of behavior do these images collectively represent? This open-ended question lacked a definitive answer, leaving the audience scratching their heads. Those who had previously clamored to respond fell silent. Is this truly Naruto's child? He seems more like Naruto's adversary, remarked Meiterumi. Seeing this, I have resolved to remain childless, Boruto declared. Alas, this is my failure. I did not raise my child properly, lamented Hinata Hyuga. Do not be disheartened, my son and daughter-in-law. Every child must go through a process of growth, and rebellion is a possibility. Kushina Uzumaki encouraged. Upon hearing this, Naruto excitedly exclaimed, Mother, I gave that resurrection elixir to father. Didn't he come to see you? No. Kushina replied. Do not worry. I believe he will visit you when the time is right. Minato Namikaze interjected. The revelation sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world. Uchiha Obito nearly leaped in disbelief, while Senju Tobarama could scarcely comprehend the implications. The Timiko broadcast, it seemed, was showcasing future events. Though it claimed to know past, present, and future, Tobarama had always questioned the authenticity of its content. However, hearing Minato's confirmation forced him to reconsider. If even the resurrection elixir was genuine, then perhaps the future scenes displayed were as well. I must answer this question. What is the behavior of that boy? Goldhorn exclaimed, pressing the buzzer eagerly. It's the looking for trouble type. Incorrect. You lose your banishing fan, the system declared. Silverhorn, fearing he might miss his opportunity, hastily pressed the buzzer. The bully with power type. What do you mean by that, Silverhorn? You dare call my grandson a bully? Kushina retorted. Silverhorn scoffed. Isn't it true? If Boruto weren't the seventh Hokage's son, would he be the center of attention in this quiz? I suspect someone has given him a protagonist's halo. 2 questions have already revolved around him. If his parents' marriage is included, that makes 3. That kid is living in the future. If it were a few decades earlier, I would have wiped him out for his pretentiousness. Kushina was so incensed by his remarks that she nearly spat blood. What is wrong with this child? Why does he always act so discontented? Children should be joyful. Why does he seem perpetually troubled? Incorrect. You lose your all-fire release techniques. The system continued, swiftly stripping them of their treasures. As the minutes ticked by, Goldhorn and Silverhorn had already lost several prized possessions to the system. Could it be the overly dramatic type? That doesn't quite fit, Guy mused. No, it seems rather that he is simply looking for trouble, Lee suggested. From the looks of it. I feel like I am more passionate about using the restroom than they are about anything, Guy remarked. Teacher, do you have hemorrhoids? You shouldn't eat spicy food, Lee replied. Indeed, the future seems devoid of fervor. I feel as if my grandmother brushing her dentures is more spirited than these youngsters, Lee added. Wait, you have a grandmother? Niji Hyuga asked in disbelief. Of course. My grandmother is an expert at brushing her teeth. She can spark a fire. Your grandmother is impressive, Niji exclaimed. Incorrect. My answer is the delusional type, Uchiha Fugaka declared. As soon as he spoke, a vision of Sasuke flashed through Boruto's mind. Kakashi's eyebrow twitched. Incorrect. You lose all fire release techniques. The system announced once more. Other nations had prepared their brightest minds for the quiz, yet silence reigned as they contemplated the question. However, given the open-ended nature of the query, lacking a fixed answer and requiring the Tenmaku's approval for the most fitting descriptor, it demanded time to deliberate. How about the melodramatic type? Goldhorn suggested. Incorrect. You lose your red gourd. Goldhorn felt a pang in his chest. In less than 3 minutes, they had lost 3 precious items. Those were relics of the Sage of Six Paths. How could they be so easily taken by the Tenmaku live broadcast? Silverhorn attempted to buzz in again, but Goldhorn restrained him. Brother, do not act impulsively. We still have 2 treasures left. If we lose them all to the Tenmaku, we are finished. Fear not. We still possess the power of the 9 tails. Silverhorn replied defiantly. In the present era of the ninja world, all capable elders have passed away. The 3rd Hokage has lost half of his 5 elemental chakra, and Inoki's bloodline techniques have been eradicated. The recently resurrected 4th Hokage, I suspect, possesses no remarkable abilities. If my brother and I were to be revived, we would certainly reign supreme over the ninja world, striding forth with an air of invincibility, with no one daring to utter a word against us. Upon our resurrection, we would dominate the ninja realm, compelling the 5 great ninja villages to bow in submission. Wouldn't that be a most delightful existence? The 2 brothers, brimming with arrogance, felt as if they stood atop the pinnacle of the ninja world. The prospect of resurrection had become their obsession. Jin Jiao erupted in laughter. Then answer me this. Ding, ordinary char siu bun. Yin Jiao replied in the group chat. At that moment, the entire group fell into a stunned silence. Senju Tobarama exclaimed, "Ha! You two are quite amusing. Haven't the treasures left by the Sage of Six Paths been stripped away?" To blurt out such a response is to invite ridicule. This is undoubtedly incorrect. Uchiha Madara added, without the sage's divine tools, these 2 would be as inconsequential as an ordinary char siu bun. Uzumaki Naruto interjected, I love hitting sandbags. Perhaps I could use char siu buns as well. Maybe these 2 could serve as a source of amusement. Uzumaki Kushina laughed. Well said, son. Ding. The announcement from the system echoed. Incorrect answer. Silverhorn has been stripped of his 7-star sword. Tobarama roared with laughter upon hearing this. The 4th Raikage, clenched his fists in anger. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were the notorious culprits behind the demise of the 2nd Raikage, branded as severe criminals in Kimogakure. Even though they were deceased, they seethed at the audacity of their revival. Shouldn't they be banished to oblivion? Despite his resentment, they remained silent upon their emergence, illustrating the formidable status these 2 held in the hearts of many. Since their comments, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Terumi Mei, Inoki, and the 4th Raikage had all refrained from speaking, seemingly fearful of the repercussions should the 2 seek retribution from the various ninja villages. Now, as Naruto confronted Yin Jiao, several elite figures in the live stream applauded. Well said. Brilliantly articulated. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao retorted, Uzumaki Naruto, with such a disrespectful son, perhaps you should reconsider marriage. Giving birth to such a rebellious child is truly your failure. Uzumaki Naruto declared, I will marry and have children, not just 1, but 2. Right, Hinata? At home, Hinata's face flushed crimson upon seeing the live stream's comments, and after a prolonged moment, she nodded vigorously, though she dared not speak in the group. Visions of a future with Naruto and 2 children danced in her mind. Jiraiya exclaimed, Goodness, Naruto, you have no idea how to refrain from crushing someone's spirit. Have a taste of the single life for a change. Tsunade interjected. Ugh, Uzumaki Naruto, if we ever meet, I will surely give you a sound beating. Terumi Mei's face contorted with disbelief. Single life, marriage, second child. Why is a mere teenager preoccupied with such matters while I have missed my optimal chance to wed? Chapter 20. The arrogant duo. As the treasures of the Sage of Six Paths vanished from Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, they gradually regained their composure. After surviving for 2 weeks on the flesh and blood of the Nine Tails, and ultimately perishing in battle, they had always been a force of annihilation, their victories rendering them as uncontrollable as monsters without restraint. Even in death, they refused to concede defeat. However, in this moment, looking at the solitary amber jar beside them, an eerie chill crept down their spines. If heaven seeks to destroy me, then I shall destroy heaven. Suddenly, Yin Jiao bellowed. Jin Jiao, inspired by this sentiment, echoed, if heaven seeks to destroy me, then I shall destroy heaven. He then produced the amber jar, aimed it at the sky, and shouted into the group. Oh, so-called heavens, I call upon you, dare you respond? He truly wished to seize this heavenly broadcast. The system, in tandem with the Boruto livestream, created a small space for the duo, showcasing their current state in the Pure Land. All members of the group were left dumbfounded, astonished by this unexpected turn of events. Were they truly attempting to seize control of the heavenly broadcast? The various ninja villages had exhausted all means to eliminate this divine presence, yet here they were, undeterred. Senju Hashirama mused, they call me the fool, yet I feel these two are even more foolish. Uzumaki Mito remarked, Hashirama, I must concede. You possess a far superior intellect compared to them. Uchiha Madara reassured, fear not, Hashirama, they are indeed more foolish. Senju Tobarama cautioned, while I sense that our juniors wish to avoid provoking these two anomalies, I must assert that, stripped of their divine tools, they are as malleable as an ordinary Charsuban. Tobarama's words served as a reminder that these two were not to be feared. If heaven seeks to destroy me, then I shall destroy heaven. Oh, so-called heavens, I call upon you. Dare you respond? Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, undeterred by the group chat's commentary, once again challenged the heavens. The heavenly broadcast appeared to ignore them, continuing to showcase Boruto's bewilderment at Naruto, which only served to heighten the frustration of onlookers. Even as their segment occupied a mere corner of the screen, their presence was undeniable. Cowardly heavens, have you gone mute? I knew it. You're just a coward hiding in the sky, seizing others' treasures in this manner. Should I seek to obliterate you, you would meekly accept your demise. The heavenly broadcast was merely a system, devoid of life, yet its host, Yin Yi, observed this spectacle with a glint of malice in his eyes. If these raucous rascals were not dealt with, they might disrupt the morale of the group. The system indeed possessed the capability to claim lives and extinguish souls, but such actions would only manifest after a question had been answered or if there was a violation of the system's rules. However, at this moment, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were not answering questions, but directly challenging the system, rendering it incapable of punishing them. Yin Yi had to intervene. He gazed at the backstage with a murderous intent, effortlessly adjusting the settings. The heavenly broadcast transitioned, amplifying the raucous display of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao while shrinking Boruto's antics to a corner. The live question and answer segment retained the previous question, introducing a new one. Who can replace the heavenly broadcast and eliminate these two? The reward from the heavens, by Uchiha fan. Upon hearing this, the entire ninja world was thrown into uproar. Could this system possibly be sentient? Inoki gazed at the sky in terror. He had presumed that Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's outburst would bear no consequence. He had thought that this entity, seemingly omniscient, would not engage in personal conflict. Yet he was astonished to find that the heavenly broadcast had once again reshaped his understanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen, drenched in cold sweat, turned to the side to glance at Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito, saying, last night, Jiraiya mentioned that a certain youth could see behind the heavenly broadcast. Do you think this youth might have the power to influence its content? The two exchanged worried glances. What? Someone can see behind the heavenly broadcast? If true, it is quite possible, for the questions posed by the heavens seem to emerge from an emotional source. If the previous content pertained to the future, then this question is undoubtedly tied to emotions. From their observations since yesterday, they had concluded that although the heavens informed all, the rewards and penalties were inexorably linked to the questions posed. In this live QA, the previous question was retained as a new one emerged. Who could replace the celestial curtain to extinguish the two adversaries? The celestial curtain offered a reward, a fan of the Uchiha clan. This statement seemed to provoke a reaction akin to anger. Is this statement related to the individual who can perceive what lies behind the celestial curtain? Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. In the live chat, excitement erupted. Oh, the celestial curtain has been provoked. I had thought it would maintain its composure, yet it displays emotions. Remarkable. This celestial curtain is truly extraordinary. Openly recruiting ninjas to eliminate the duo of Kin and Jin, but what fate awaits them if they are slain? Naturally, their souls would scatter. The crowd buzzed with chatter. But Senju Tobarama was the first to hit the buzzer. Ding. I am willing to join the battle. That is indeed the Uchiha fan, which Senju Tobarama had long coveted. And additionally, avenging his grievances was a long-held desire. Miraculously, Uchiha Madara remained silent. After all, that weapon belonged to him. Tobarama was unaware of Madara's past exploits in the ninja world, nor did he know of the Akatsuki's existence. The reason for Madara's silence was to prevent Pain and others from discovering that he was in the Pure Land. At that moment, Obito was still in disguise. If Pain and the others were to learn that Uchiha Madara active within the Akatsuki was an impostor, it would surely invite unnecessary trouble. Thus, even though the celestial curtain offered the Uchiha fan as a reward, Madara refrained from buzzing in. Ding. Contestant Senju Tobarama, please provide your answer. The so-called answer refers to the outcome. Yenue had privately sent the location information of Kin and Jin in the Pure Land to Senju Tobarama, who, upon turning, vanished into the Pure Land. He reappeared amidst a vast expanse, while the two monsters continued to roar. What a pathetic celestial curtain, merely a deceiver. Why don't you dare to respond? Are you afraid of my amber bottle? You seek to eliminate us. Who can defeat us? If heaven seeks to extinguish me, then I shall extinguish heaven. Celestial curtain live. I call out to you. Do you dare to respond? Once more, the two began to shout. Chapter 21, Senju Tobarama vs. Kin and Jin, your grandfather, have consented. Suddenly, a voice called out from across the way. Through the mist, Senju Tobarama's figure gradually became clearer. He was icy cold, with snow-white hair, clad in a deep blue battle robe that accentuated his imposing presence. This scene was broadcasted live by the celestial curtain. In the chat, everyone was left in awe, and excitement quickly erupted, raising the shock value once more. Second Hokage, eliminate them. Annihilate these two. They are far too arrogant. Is this truly the second Hokage? His aura is so powerful, and the one opposite him is Kin and Jin? My heavens, we are witnessing a battle for the ages. Once, they only heard of famous battles from others, but today, all ninja villages, feudal lords, and indeed everyone in the ninja world became witnesses to this moment. Uzumaki Naruto was so thrilled he nearly fell from his branch, while Uchiha Sasuke furrowed his brow, fixated on the celestial curtain. Hatake Kakashi almost removed his forehead protector to see better, but reconsidered, choosing not to do so under the watchful gaze of Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. Kin and Jin transformed into their tailed beast forms and charged at Senju Tobarama. Both sides exchanged no words. Senju Tobarama focused his chakra. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A massive water dragon coalesced in the sky, rushing toward the opponents, while the winds howled ominously. The water dragon descended like a torrential downpour, with streams of water resembling blades colliding with the two's nine-tailed forms. They unleashed 6 tails, their crimson beast chakra colliding violently with the water dragon, creating an enormous uproar. Spray flying in all directions. However, in the next moment, before either could regain their senses, a blast rang out from behind. Senju Tobarama had executed the flying thunder god slash. A colossal wind release blade appeared behind the two like a pair of sharp blades. With a swift thrust, they were immediately reverted to their original forms. The power of the tailed beast was effortlessly extinguished by the second Hokage. How could this be? Impossible? How could it not be? Did you not witness it? Those two, Kin and Jin, were sent back to their original state in just 2 moves. Not merely 2 moves, but 2 ninjutsu techniques. Extraordinary. Second Hokage. Ninjas in the group began to express their excitement. Everyone in the ninja world was fervently watching the celestial curtains broadcast, as this was a once-in-a-century battle. Truly remarkable. Senju Hashirama remarked, in my day, I single-handedly subdued 9-tailed beasts, huh? As my brother, how could you lack methods to slay tailed beasts, huh? Uchiha Madara retorted, come on, have some dignity. Do you dare claim it was solely your effort? Senju Hashirama replied. Of course, I had some help from you. While my wood release could suppress tailed beasts, your Sharingan could mesmerize them, huh? Speaking of which, where's your fan? He was opening old wounds. Uchiha Madara chose to remain silent, withdrawing from the discussion. Yet, Senju Hashirama persisted in teasing him relentlessly. Meanwhile, everyone's focus remained on the Celestial Curtains broadcast, where Senju Tobarama battled Kin and Jin, a clash no one wished to miss. All ninjas from various villages, officials from feudal lords, common folk, and even the serpents, frogs, and slugs from the sacred realm of immortals gathered beneath their respective celestial curtains, eagerly watching the live broadcast. This is the power of a ninja. This is the capability of the second Hokage. Truly formidable. Everyone marveled. In the live footage, bolts of lightning surged from the heavens. The massive water dragon continued to swirl. And Kin and Jin retreated step by step, the sky drenched in rain, while a blue lightning bolt sped by. Senju Tobarama's mastery of the flying thunder god technique was unparalleled. If the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was known as the Yellow Flash, then from this day forth, the second Hokage would earn the title of the Blue Flash. Suddenly, two divine legs emerged from an unknown place, sending the already disoriented Kin and Jin flying dozens of meters away, enveloping the pure land in a dense cloud of smoke. Without the six-paths sentence tools, they were like fish on a chopping board. Those who once boasted of their might now lost all advantages without their tools. Kin flipped over, raising the amber bottle in hand, and called out, Senju Tobarama, I call to you. Do you dare to respond? Senju Tobarama, I call to you. Do you dare to respond? Senju Tobarama, I call to you. Do you dare to respond? Kin and Jin, like lunatics, clung tightly to the amber bottle, repeatedly calling out to the blue lightning across from them. Beads of cold sweat dotted their foreheads, though they were already dead. If Senju Tobarama were to annihilate them, their souls would scatter, leaving no trace of their existence. In that moment, their gazes wavered, brows knitted low, their bodies trembling. They were afraid. Their words trembled as they spoke. Kill them, kill them. In the ninja world, everyone shouted, their voices rising in fervor. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Curtains live video, Senju Tobarama suddenly vanished. Kin and Jin, still trembling, clung to the amber bottle, anxiously scanning their surroundings, repeating, I call to you. Do you dare to respond? Just when the two were on edge, a figure flashed past, and before they could react, they felt an emptiness in their embrace. The amber bottle was gone. Haha. In the hands of the second Hokage? The eyes of the masses are keenly perceptive. Some have already noticed the figure of Senju Tobarama standing behind the two, clutching an amber vase. Jin Jiao, Yin Jiao? If I call your names, will you dare to respond? The two were momentarily taken aback, turning to exclaim in confusion. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared. Their forms twisted amidst cries of despair as they were drawn into the amber vase, marking a resounding victory for Senju Tobarama. A notification chimed. Congratulations, Senju Tobarama. Your answer is correct. Reward, a Uchiha fan. The live combat footage vanished, replaced by a line of text on the screen. The crowd erupted in cheers as children in the streets joyfully chanted, If I call your name, will you dare to respond? From this day forth, this phrase would become a popular saying within the ninja world, while Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao would ultimately be remembered as failures. Chapter 22. You wish to be my second grandmother? Senju Tobarama gazed at the Uchiha fan that had materialized before him, then glanced at the amber vase in his other hand, laughing heartily, overwhelmed with an indescribable sense of exhilaration. The group chat was abuzz, everyone collectively typing the name, Senju Tobarama, Senju Tobarama. While many were unaware of the malevolence displayed by Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, their arrogant demeanor left a lasting negative impression, leading to a lack of sympathy for their plight. Fourth Raikage A. Grateful to the second Hokage for eliminating these traitors. Senju Tobarama, a trivial task. Kahakume, did not expect the second Hokage to possess such formidable abilities. I am impressed. Tsunade, wait, Kahakume. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to entice my grandfather? I consider you a sister. Do not think of becoming my second grandmother. Kahakume, Tsunade, has your mind gone awry? You don't think I would marry a corpse, do you? Senju Tobarama, ahem, Kahakume, who knows, I might be revived. Kahakume, Tsunade, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lord, please, you cannot. Your image as a lifelong bachelor is deeply ingrained. You must maintain it. Senju Tobarama, Shimura Danzo, you can perish. Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Mido, younger brother, we support you. Uchiha Madara, speechless. Senju Hashirama, Danzo, you've returned. Haha, has your pride been wounded? Don't be hurt. If there is a suitable match, I shall introduce you to escape the curse of perpetual bachelorhood. Uchiha Madara, I have no need for that. Matters of the heart are as trivial as dust to me. What I seek is a future that you will never comprehend. Uzumaki Mido, Madara, you are dead. What future do you speak of? Uchiha Madara, silence. The chat continued with the esteemed figures chiming in until 5 minutes later. The live footage reappeared, once again showcasing the scenes of Uzumaki Boruto and his father Uzumaki Naruto. Continuing with the previous question, what is the collective term for these scenes? The question remained as challenging as before, yet the absence of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's impatient behavior rendered the atmosphere in the group much more harmonious. Ding. Rebellious behavior. Incorrect. Ding. Complete childhood forging type. Incorrect. Ding. Seeking pain and moaning type. Incorrect. Everyone answered incorrectly, facing various penalties. Some lost a specific jutsu, others half of their chakra, while some civilians lost monetary possessions. Despite the open-ended nature of the question, arriving at the correct answer proved exceedingly difficult. At that moment, a certain individual, engrossed in a ninja novel by the roadside, could not resist blurting out an answer. Ding. Screenwriter seeking pain type. Due to the widespread nature of incorrect responses, this answer from the individual went largely unnoticed until the system chimed, and a bold message appeared on the screen. Congratulations to the respondent, Tion, for answering correctly. Reward. 6 pads Sage S tools, red gourd, gold string, banana fan, 7-star sword. Perhaps the question was too daunting, and the wait for a correct answer had been prolonged, as the screen erupted in a cascade of fireworks upon the announcement. A splendid sight indeed. Tion, who had been reading the novel, was taken aback, having provided a casual response merely to jest about the author's work, yet she had struck gold with her answer. Moreover, she received 5 rewards? The entire ninja world was left in astonishment. Screenwriter seeking pain type? How absurdly whimsical. Tion stood frozen, as the 4 ninja tools appeared before her. Her cheeks flushed, her body radiated warmth, her breath became labored, and her heart raced uncontrollably. What was this sensation? Surely, it was a feeling unmatched even in the presence of a first love? Is this truly the 6 paths Sage's arsenal? How extravagant. With a laugh, she reached out to touch each item, tears of excitement welling in her eyes. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, hastily stowing the tools into her scroll. She had witnessed the Umbu's raid on the Hyuga clan for the resurrection pills just the day before. She hoped these tools would not attract the Umbu's attention, for they were earned through her correct answer. Filled with joy, her exhilaration was palpable as she clutched her scroll and leapt away, vanishing from sight, determined to find a secret place to study her newfound treasures. Meanwhile, the chat in the live group was flooded with expressions of envy. No wonder the questions were of such high difficulty. The rewards are astonishing. It is well known that Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao wreaked havoc in the ninja world thanks to these tools. Without them, how could they ever hope to defeat the second Hokage? Indeed, I never expected such a myriad of answers, and yet screenwriter seeking pain type was the correct one. But I do not comprehend why it would be termed the screenwriter's self-destructive type. As soon as this question was posed, everyone fell into deep contemplation. Anoki, isn't a screenwriter someone who writes scripts? How could the scenes be scripted by a screenwriter? Fourth Raikage, how could that be? The future scenes cannot simply be a screenwriter's script. I believe someone in those scenes must be named screenwriter, who has previously encouraged Naruto's son to oppose his father, only to be later defeated by the 7th Hokage. Thus, these scenes depict the misunderstandings between Naruto and his son and serve as the reason for Naruto's triumph over the screenwriter. Kakume, that possibility is quite high. I know someone named Kisame the screenwriter. It must be a coincidence. The conversation continued, flowing seamlessly among the distinguished figures. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had arrived at the Konoha village reception area, where the 4th Kazekage Raza from Sunagakure and the participating genin from Sunagakure had also arrived. Additionally, ninjas from Kusagakure, Amigakure, Takigakure, and other hidden villages were present. This Chunin exam would host over 150 participants, including all of Konoha's 12 young powers. The official commencement of the Chunin exam was set for tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the sky, silently hoping for a smooth examination ahead. Chapter 23. Is this the Otsutsuki clan? For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling sensation deep within. Orochimaru, having transformed into the fourth Kazekage Raza, observed his former teacher standing before him, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips as the plan to collapse Konoha was officially set into motion. Behind him, numerous genin were engaged in discussions about the upcoming Chunin exam. The opponent this time is undoubtedly from Konoha, particularly that dangerous individual, Tintin. It is said that she is also on the list for the Chunin exams and wields the formidable blades of the golden and silver horns. Everyone must exercise caution. The leader of the Grass Ninja Village stated. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are also forces to be reckoned with. After all, Naruto is destined to become the 7th Hokage, which surely speaks to his incredible abilities. Yes, if we face those two, we must unite, especially if it's not an individual match. Agreed, unity is key. The lower ninjas from various villages gathered together, whispering amongst themselves. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, the live broadcast displayed the 5 great ninja villages Kage and notable figures from the ninja world discussing the origins of the script. As time passed, the 15-minute break came to an end. A new scene emerged, showcasing the two protagonists, a glimpse into the future once more. In the footage, Uzumaki Naruto seized Boruto's wrist, causing a scientific blade to fall from his grasp. Following this, Naruto announced the revocation of Boruto's qualification for the Chunin exams, marking a moment of social demise for Boruto. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the sky, one a robust man clad in white, carrying another long-haired man with white eyes, also dressed in white. Haha, I finally found you. The diminutive figure sneered. The floating duo instantly captured everyone's attention, prompting someone to shout, "What is that? Are you from the Otsutsuki clan?" The 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, inquired. Humph. There are indeed many lowly beings, Otsutsuki Kinshiki scoffed. His companion, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, asked, "Shall we eliminate them all?" They appeared utterly dismissive of Naruto's presence. At this moment, not only were the characters in the live broadcast astonished, but the elite viewers of the ninja world watching the stream wore expressions of bewilderment. Is that the Byakugan? The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? Terumi may question curiously. What is happening? It seems to be the Chunin exams. I just saw Gaara. That was indeed Gaara. The deceased 4th Kazekage Raza finally spoke after being silenced since his demise at the hands of Orochimaru. When Gaara appeared on the live broadcast, he could no longer maintain his composure. In his mind, Gaara had always viewed himself as a volatile and merciless monster, one that could never return to his humanity. Yet, he was astonished to see that such a being had become Kazekage in the future. That is Chojuro, he is here too, Terumi May exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the individuals seated at the podium. And Darui? He is the future Raikage? My granddaughter, Kuratsuchi. Ha. My granddaughter Kuratsuchi has become Tsuchikage in the future. She is quite beautiful. The current Kage of the 5 great ninja villages were all taken aback by the future scene. What is this spectacle? They are all able to sit together? It was clear from Naruto's words that this was indeed the Chunin exams, and it appeared that Naruto's son had cheated. Just then, an unexpected twist transpired. 2 peculiar individuals appeared. Otsutsuki clan? What clan is that? I've never heard of it. Uchiha Madara mused. Indeed, they seem capable of flight and refer to ninjas as lowly beings. Senju Hashirama commented. No one considers you mute if you remain silent. Everyone has witnessed this. The chat among viewers continued as the live broadcast persisted. The battle commenced as Otsutsuki Kinshiki struck down with a punch, his fingers glowing crimson, sending a massive chakra shockwave that hurled numerous ninjas away. Uzumaki Naruto shielded his son, glaring furiously at the opposition. Despite using merely 5 fingers, the destructive force was astonishing. The entire viewing area was fractured, towering structures collapsing in an instant, and the audience fled in panic amidst cries and chaos. The Konoha ninjas hurried to rescue the onlookers. The Chunin exams had been utterly obliterated. The 5 Kage sprang into action. Gaara utilized sand to protect the populace. Chojuro employed water release to intercept falling debris. Kuratsuchi used earth release to shield the ruined buildings from collapsing on the crowds, while Darui unleashed lightning release to shatter the descending rocks. In the midst of this turmoil, the grown-up Uchiha Sasuke engaged in combat with Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who wielded an axe radiating crimson chakra, delivering powerful blows. Sasuke swiftly evaded the strikes, igniting a fierce tug-of-war. On the other side, the 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, glared angrily at Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who, rather than attacking, wore a chilling smile. At that moment, Boruto turned to Naruto, asking, "What is happening?" Naruto responded urgently, "Get out of the way, it's dangerous here." In an instant, Naruto was sent flying by a kick from Otsutsuki Momoshiki. "Wow, Naruto, how did you become Hokage?" Inuzuka Kiba, training with his dog, watched the live broadcast with clenched fists, incensed. Is the Hokage's strength so feeble? Even now? Naruto shouldn't he be sent flying just for speaking? Though Kiba felt a sense of discontent, the live broadcast continued unabated. The Otsutsuki Momoshiki, wearing wooden clogs, walked past the fallen Boruto and headed straight for Naruto. The chat group buzzed once more. "This person is strange. He was teleporting effortlessly just moments ago. And now he is walking?" Senju Tobarama commented. "Though the battle has only just begun, something feels off," he added, as spectators voiced their critiques. Boruto began to challenge Otsutsuki Momoshiki, forming hand seals and declaring, "I'm out of chakra." He then unleashed scientific blades, summoning techniques like water release, fire release, and lightning release, all of which Momoshiki effortlessly absorbed. Uchiha Madara sighed slightly, pondering, who are these individuals? Are they villains? They don't seem like it. They're actually playing with a child? Chapter 24. The 7th Hokage is sent flying. Senju Tobarama suddenly grasped why the previous answer was deemed a scriptwriter's folly. This scenario defies logic. What is this operation? No wonder it's considered absurd. About half a minute passed, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki continued to absorb Boruto's ninjutsu with ease. Unable to watch any longer, someone in the audience shouted, "What is going on? Our 7th Hokage was just kicked away, and his son has been sitting on the ground for half a minute? Do they think we're fools? Is this all fake content being broadcasted?" Amidst the uproar, the live broadcast accelerated, erasing the dialogue between the two parties. Another member of the Otsutsuki clan appeared. This one adorned with a red glowing fishing basket at his waist and a red glowing fishing rod slung over his shoulder, resembling a fisherman. This was Otsutsuki Urashiki. Outside the examination venue, Otsutsuki Urashiki swung his fishing rod, the crimson fishing line darting towards the opponents like a phantom. Gaara's sand barrier materialized, erecting a defense before him. Although this sand barrier could withstand all attacks, even massive explosions, the red fishing line effortlessly pierced through the barrier, penetrating Gaara's body. Chojuro rushed in with his long blade, which, though not a twin-bladed weapon, was undoubtedly a fine sword. However, after colliding with the opponent's crimson fishing line, it was abruptly severed into two pieces, the blade falling away, leaving only the hilt grasped tightly in Chojuro's palm. The two then transformed into their respective weapons once more, Gaara's sand and Chojuro's water-style blade, and the battle resumed. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki was engaged in combat with Kagaya Otsutsuki's descendants, Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Momoshiki floated into the sky, swallowing a red pill, his palm outstretched. As he opened his hand, a crimson Rinnegan materialized in his palm, immense chakra coalescing rapidly into a colossal black sphere. This was Momoshiki's Daikokutten, a rebound attack formed by the absorption of various elemental chakra. The Daikokutten grew larger, and with a triumphant smile, Momoshiki swung his arm, launching the massive assault toward Konohagakure. Naruto, enveloped in a golden aura, surged with energy. Blocking the majority of Momoshiki's onslaught, he was determined to protect his village. The gigantic wave of yellow light collided with the attacking Daikokutten, producing a thunderous explosion. At that moment, the scene froze, and the first question arose. What mode is Naruto Uzumaki currently using? The image displayed, and beneath the celestial canopy, Naruto was on the verge of jumping with excitement, while Kakashi stood in astonishment, realizing just how powerful the future Naruto had become. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara and the members of the Akatsuki observed this scene with grave tension. Was this truly the Jinchuriki they sought to capture? Would they succeed in their endeavor? At this moment, Uchiha Obito, positioned in the Rain Village, remarked, "It seems that the future Naruto Uzumaki's abilities have surpassed our expectations. Thus, it is prudent to act swiftly." Pain nodded slightly. "Very well, I will dispatch someone to seize the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, leaving him no room for growth. This task shall be entrusted to Itachi and Kisame." Upon these words, Black Zetsu vanished into the rain to deliver the message. Across the 5 great ninja villages, every individual anxiously gazed at the sky. Although Naruto's current mode appeared formidable, could it truly overpower that floating monstrosity? Previously, the other village leaders had been relieved that these events unfolded in Konohagakure. But upon witnessing the future, where their own leaders would recklessly converge upon Konoha, they realized that numerous events must have transpired to bring everyone together. What could it possibly be? No one knew, and they could only glean insights from the celestial broadcast. What mode was Naruto Uzumaki utilizing during the live broadcast? This should not be an open-ended question. It seemed there was a definitive answer. Senju Tobirama stated, from the expression on his face, it resembles Sage Mode. Yet it seems different. Uchiha Madara interjected, ding. Sage Mode. Senju Hashirama exclaimed, what the hell? You cannot simply answer without allowing others a chance. This is my hypothesis. Uchiha Madara retorted, there is only one answer. You've been hesitating from the moment the celestial broadcast began, while I simply answered. Sage Mode. Senju Hashirama countered. But Sage Mode does not exhibit such colors. You are being rash. If you continue this way, you will find yourself stripped of everything. Just as those words escaped his lips, the system concluded its assessment. Ding. Uchiha Madara's answer is incorrect. You are now punished by losing 1 Sharingan. What? Upon hearing this punishment, Uchiha Madara leaped up, shouting in outrage, why a Sharingan? However, before he could continue his outburst, he realized one of his eyes had vanished. Senju Hashirama remarked, see? I told you to remain calm, yet you wouldn't listen. And now, look what has happened. You've lost an eye. How tragic. Uchiha Madara snapped back, Hashirama, your incessant chatter is pointless. If you have the courage, come and face me. You've lost your fan. Your eye. Are you still not afraid of me? You clearly haven't learned the meaning of calm. Suddenly, Senju Hashirama's tone shifted to one of earnestness. Meanwhile, the various ninja villages and the Akatsuki remained tense, fixated on the video replay. What mode could it be? Surely the answer lay within the visuals. Much like the previous queries, which had provided some clues. For instance, Naruto's son had captured a snake to rescue Orochimaru's child. Naruto's son was merely fidgeting, seeking trouble, just a typical narrative trope. Although some answers were not readily apparent, they were undoubtedly connected to the video. Ding. At that moment, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, pressed the buzzer. My answer is Nine-Tails Sage Mode. Naruto, currently training, was taken aback by this declaration. When Uchiha Madara had claimed he was in Sage Mode, Naruto had been envious. He had resolved to learn Sage techniques when the opportunity arose. Now, with the 3rd Hokage proclaiming Nine-Tails Sage Mode, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, although he occasionally utilized the Nine-Tails chakra and sometimes struggled to control it, why couldn't he befriend the Nine-Tails? If they became allies, they could enter Sage Mode together, significantly enhancing their offensive capabilities, just as seen in the broadcast, where their chakra radiated magnificently. Everyone watched the celestial livestream, anticipating the answer. Ding. Incorrect answer. The 3rd Hokage loses the ability to glimpse through the crystal ball. The announcement of this penalty elicited a chorus of murmurs. Senju Hashirama remarked, speaking of that crystal ball, I almost forgot about this fellow's misdeeds. He once said that if we died, we should do so without meddling in his affairs. Tobirama, you see what he means, right? Senju Tobirama replied, Uzumaki Mito, yes. Kurenai Yuhi, yes. Anoki, yes. 4th Raikage, yes. Orochimaru, yes. Kushina Uzumaki, yes. Hiruzen Sarutobi, well, I was a bit impulsive. I acted for the sake of Konoha. He realized that some matters should remain unspoken. Speaking out often led to backlash. As soon as he uttered a word, everyone recalled his past actions, and of all possible punishments, it was his crystal ball that was targeted. Uchiha Madara shouted, beat him up. Hiruzen Sarutobi, nonplussed, fell silent, opting to withdraw from the conversation, no matter how others scolded him. His crystal ball, used for spying on others, had vanished without a trace. Jiraiya, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of excitement. Ding. He pressed the buzzer, declaring, my answer is Nine-Tails Mode. Clenching his fists, he anxiously gazed at the sky, determined to answer correctly and reclaim the crystal ball for his own convenience, chuckling to himself. Of course, all of this was for the sake of his writing. To gather material, Jiraiya's eyes gleamed with mischief, as if beautiful women were present within the celestial canopy. Ding. Jiraiya's answer is incorrect. You lose sage techniques. How could this be? Jiraiya nearly spat blood as Fukasaku, the toad sage, appeared beside him. Witnessing the loss of his sage techniques, and delivering a swift kick. Little Jiraiya, how could you be so careless? I knew that once the third Hokage's crystal ball appeared on the big screen, you would rush to answer. Now, you're done for. Jiraiya felt tears welling up as Fukasaku seized his ear, stating, "Come on, stop investigating the celestial display. Let us return to Mount Myaboku for further training." With Jiraiya's wrong answer, the crowd grew even more perplexed. Kurenai Yuhi pondered, what could the answer possibly be? We've covered everything. Could there be another answer? In the vast expanse of the arena, Ohayaki mused, it appears there is indeed an answer, yet why does no one dare to respond? The fourth Raikage, A remarked. After preparing all morning and attempting 3 times, all to no avail, who would still venture to try? The crowd exchanged murmurs, yet silence enveloped the query posed. Suddenly, a chime resonated from the screen, drawing every gaze upward. When the list of respondents was revealed, jaws dropped in astonishment. The answer had come from none other than the Nine Tails, sealed within Naruto Uzumaki. Is it the QB mode? Upon hearing this, Naruto leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "Ah, it's the Nine Tails! It's the Nine Tails!" In a moment of exhilaration, he composed himself and queried, "Why did you answer QB mode?" Upon finishing his question, the Nine Tails turned away, shutting its eyes, refusing to even glance at him. Naruto felt belittled. Could a tailed beast speak? How could it participate in a quiz? This defied all logic. The crowd gazed in disbelief at the words displayed on the screen, as the Nine Tails' utterance shattered preconceived notions about tailed beasts, long considered harbingers of calamity throughout history. Even now, the villages utilized Jinchuriki to seal these beasts, merely to harness their power for their own ends. Should the beast within a Jinchuriki rage, only the village would suffer. Yet, in this moment, the Nine Tails revealed a glimpse of its humanity. Ding! Congratulations to QB for the correct answer. Reward: the crystal ball of the third Hokage and the sage technique from Mount Myaboku. The announcement sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Naruto suddenly experienced a revelation, glancing inward to see the Nine Tails confined within its cage. Joyfully, he exclaimed, "I understand now. Your name is QB, isn't it? Known for his incessant chatter." Naruto continued to press for answers, only to irritate the Nine Tails, which charged at him, growling, "Do you seek death?" The formidable seal contained its menace, safeguarding Naruto. "Let us be friends. You shall be my QB, and I, your Naruto Uzumaki," he declared, radiating optimism as he faced the beast. Previously regarded as a terrifying entity, Naruto now sought a different rapport with it. "Get lost." The roar reverberated, creating a tempest that sent Naruto tumbling. In that instant, 2 items materialized beside him, the crystal ball of the third Hokage and the sage technique, shimmering with a golden hue atop the water's surface. Naruto reached out, saying, "QB, your sage technique." Before he could finish, his finger touched the radiant orb, enveloping him in a luminous aura as the technique surged into his being. He gasped, emerging from the seal, astonished by the changes coursing through him. At that moment, Jiraiya and Fukasaku appeared, whisking him away from Konoha to Mount Myaboku. "Naruto, focus and train," Fukasaku urged. Jiraiya, having returned with Fukasaku to the mountain, realized that the Nine Tails, by answering the question, had inadvertently claimed the sage technique. Understanding the Nine Tails' temperament, Jiraiya feared both the crystal ball and the technique might end up with Naruto. Thus, he hurried back to Konoha, employing reverse summoning to return to Mount Myaboku. Chapter 26. Jiraiya's heart's desire. Naruto had acquired the sage technique, yet had never trained in it. The technique was a double-edged sword. If mastered, it allowed one to harness natural chakra for personal use, but mishandled, it could consume the practitioner, leaving them as mere stone. Though he had obtained the technique, he needed to stabilize himself through rigorous training. Much like Hikari, who struggled after gaining the bloodline elimination and sage technique. Naruto recognized the gravity of the situation and swiftly centered his mind to begin training. As moments passed, he achieved the sage visage within 10 minutes, stabilizing his mastery of the technique. Meanwhile, Jiraiya clutched Naruto's crystal ball, drooling with excitement, completely neglecting his own training. Were it not for Fukasaku's timely intervention, he would have remained lost in his daydreams. After a brief intermission, the live broadcast resumed. Naruto, utilizing QB mode, stood firm against Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who unleashed a torrent of ninjutsu: wind, fire, lightning, water, earth, each wave more ferocious than the last. Kinshiki, without the need for hand seals, summoned immense power, akin to a dragon. Within his targeted range, the earth trembled with the cacophony of explosions as Sasuke activated Susanoo to shield Naruto in QB mode, amplifying his chakra to withstand the onslaught. The villagers of Konoha were left breathless as Kinshiki successfully occupied Gaara and Chojuro, escaping through the underworld as they regained their composure. In the midst of the Chunin exams, the relentless barrage continued, the sky filled with explosive sounds. Naruto, enveloped in Susanoo while in QB mode, faced off against his adversary. The Nine Tails gathered chakra but refrained from unleashing it. Boruto, witnessing this, queried aloud, "Father, why do you not attack?" If Naruto so chose, he could easily repel the assault. Yet the resulting clash would lay Konoha to waste, Sasuke interjected. As a colossal explosion erupted, Naruto forwent retaliation, channeling all his chakra to counter the overwhelming force of Kinshiki's ultimate technique. When the dark sphere descended, the entirety of Konoha held its breath for Naruto's fate. And ultimately, as the dust settled, all seemed lost. The scene faded, and beneath the celestial dome, gasps resonated throughout the shinobi world as they beheld the brilliant golden light. In Konoha, a young boy clenched his fists in rage, turning to his ninja father, imploring, "Dad, why doesn't he fight back? Should he retaliate?" The collision of energies would obliterate Konoha. As shinobi, they understood the rationale behind the seventh Hokage's restraint. A collective lament echoed across the shinobi realm, all seemingly mourning what they believed to be Naruto's sacrifice. How could he ascend to Hokage? How could the villagers adore him? Even Sasuke, willing to support him. Wasn't he, Uchiha Sasuke, the destined protagonist? Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. Shouts erupted as the crowd rallied behind him. Amidst the celestial display, a question arose regarding the forthcoming rewards, to be determined by votes among the members present. Select the reward you desire by number. The option with the most votes will become the next prize for the correct answer. 1. Resurrection Elixir. 2. The true purpose of the Otsutsuki clan in the Shinobi World. 3. 1 Sharingan from Uchiha Madara. 4. 10 photographs of the most beautiful women in the Shinobi world. Make your choice. What madness is this? Such rewards exist? It's outrageous. Far away, Tsunade witnessed the final announcement and nearly choked in disbelief. How could it be that I, the most beautiful kunoichi in the ninja world, was to be photographed by the celestial realm? This is utterly outrageous. Kagura May exclaimed, "My heavens, my photo is to be used as a reward by the celestial realm? As the most beautiful woman in the ninja world, I find this quite embarrassing." Sakura Haruno chuckled, "Speaking of beauty, I believe I am not lacking either. Many pursue me, including the future 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, who seems to have an interest in me. However, my heart belongs to Sasuke." "Sasuke, would you like my photo?" Uchiha Sasuke retorted, "Naruto Uzumaki, let us duel. The victor shall become Hokage, while the loser must marry Sakura." Ino Yamanaka chimed in, "Hey, forehead, have you been drinking? You should look in a mirror." Little did they know, in the back end of the celestial live broadcast, a collection of photographs of Kaguya Otsutsuki, the most beautiful woman in the ninja world, was stored within a redemption box. The host of the celestial system, Hikanai, stood in the background, observing these images. Who would have anticipated that the system deemed Kaguya Otsutsuki the most beautiful woman in the ninja world? At this moment, across the ninja world, the gazes of Hashirama Senju, Jiraiya, Kakashi, the 4th Raikage A, Inoki, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, and countless other ninjas were fixated on the final reward. I choose the last one. I too select the last one, the photograph of the most beautiful kunoichi. Just thinking about it makes my blood rush. Oh yes, I want the last one. Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru, Tobirama Senju, and the 2nd Mizukage and 2nd Tsuchikage were all awaiting the first reward, the resurrection elixir. I choose the first. The chatter within the group escalated, and the scrolling comments obscured everyone's selections. Naruto Uzumaki, having mastered Sage Mode, returned to Konoha, where the large screen repeatedly showed his demise. He truly wished to know if he was killed by a member of the Otsutsuki clan in the future, and right in front of his son. Thus, he wrote in the group that the ninja world would face a significant trial, hoping everyone understood that this challenge was not solely aimed at Konoha. The presence of numbers scrolling through the group lent weight to his statement. The leaders of the 5 great ninja villages noticed this and observed the recurring scenes in the sky. They understood that the safety of the entire ninja world was far more critical than resurrecting a single individual. If a member of the Otsutsuki clan could destroy a village, could any other ninja village escape unscathed? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Chapter 27. The strongest labor organization. Kagura May looked at the elders before her and spoke. Shall we choose option 2? I am quite curious about the Otsutsuki clan's plans. The elders nodded gravely and instructed all the citizens and ninjas of the water country to select option 2. In the Cloud Village, the fourth Raikage also nodded slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, they needed to think about the future. There was only one resurrection elixir, and the future of the ninja world was indeed limitless. For the sake of countless lives in the ninja world, I choose option 2, to uncover the true purpose of the Otsutsuki clan's arrival. The fourth Raikage took the lead, and all Cloud Village ninjas followed suit. Thus, facing the larger picture, all major ninja villages, feudal lords, and citizens opted for option 2. Of course, there were a few who disregarded the safety of the ninja world, focusing solely on their desires, choosing options 1 and 4. However, these choices were insignificant compared to the overwhelming preference for option 2. As the last half-minute approached, the system confirmed the selections and placed the second reward at the top of the chat group. Meanwhile, Hikanai, who was tirelessly training atop a mountain, nodded in approval upon witnessing this development. The live chat group reopened, and everyone fixated on the large screen, awaiting the question to appear. The Otsutsuki clan hails from another world. May I ask which organization currently serves the Otsutsuki clan in the ninja world? Wait, what does this mean? In an instant, everyone was bewildered. Uchiha Madara was particularly perplexed. Aliens? I thought only the Hyuga clan possessed the Byakugan. I was considering that a Hyuga might have betrayed and changed their name to Otsutsuki. In the repeated video, both the preceding and following segments contained sound, allowing everyone to hear the conversation between Naruto and his opponent, thus recognizing the latter's identity. However, the middle segment was devoid of sound, filled only with fierce battles, suggesting that the celestial broadcast had concealed the most crucial chat content. What they did not expect was that this peculiar individual, possessing the Byakugan, levitating, and wielding a crimson rinnegan, was an extraterrestrial being. Hashirama Senju remarked, "Come on, your imagination is quite vivid. Do you know the answer?" Tobirama Senju replied, "We have been dead for many years, so we certainly do not know the current situation in the ninja world, nor do we know which organization serves the Otsutsuki clan. This question tests the information-gathering capabilities of the major ninja villages." Indeed, at this moment, the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages furrowed their brows. Gazing at the text in the sky, it was clear that the 3 individuals clad in white with Byakugan were extraterrestrial beings. And the phrase "at this moment in the ninja world" confirmed that someone was indeed serving the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki clan. But who could it be? Not only the 5 great ninja villages, but also members of the Akatsuki, including Pain, Conan, and Obito, were equally perplexed. Their information networks were no less formidable than those of the 5 great ninja villages, yet there was an organization they were unaware of that served the Otsutsuki clan. Who would be foolish enough to serve aliens? Haven't they repeatedly called us inferior beings? The fourth Raikage's temper flared as he began to curse in the group. Exactly. Who is so foolish as to work for aliens? What benefits could compel them to betray the ninja world? I deem their organization the fool's organization. The group erupted into a flurry of comments, the language becoming increasingly harsh. Even Deidara could not restrain himself. Though I am not a righteous person and prioritize art over life, an organization that works for aliens is simply foolish. At the same time, Sasori of the Red Sand also expressed his agreement. For the first time, the entire ninja world united against a common enemy, and even Pain, who had remained silent, issued a new command. White Zetsu, Black Zetsu, swiftly investigate which foolish organization is serving the Otsutsuki clan and report back immediately upon discovering any leads. White Zetsu vanished, while Black Zetsu trembled, nervously glancing at the celestial broadcast above, internally pleading, "I beg you, do not continue the broadcast. My plans are at risk of being exposed." He initially thought the celestial broadcast question pertained to the Otsutsuki siblings, Kagaya and Momoshiki, but was taken aback when the inquiry shifted toward the Akatsuki organization, while its members remained oblivious to the underlying truth. If they were to learn the answer, he was certain they would defect. No, he must find a way to turn the tide. Black Zetsu devised a plan, while Uchiha Madara had already passed away. For now, He could only stabilize Obito Uchiha. He appeared beside Obito and whispered, "Lord Madara, have you heard of Hikari?" Obito turned in surprise. "Hikari? Isn't he the one Pain attempted to recruit previously but failed? This individual is no simpleton. I have witnessed him wielding the Uchiha fan, and the items punished by the celestial broadcast appear in his possession. Thus, Lord Madara, I believe we should recruit him into the Akatsuki. Regardless, we must plan for our future." Obito, cold and masked, nodded slightly at this suggestion. Soon, his single red eye illuminated as his Sharingan manifested, and he vanished from view. At this moment, Yin Yi stood atop the cliff, observing the back end of the sky screen system. Just moments ago, he had accumulated quite a substantial amount of shock value. Among the surrounding woods, his black and white duality doppelgangers were secretly monitoring him. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and Uchiha Obito materialized before him. "You are Yin Yi. Without further ado, I present you with two choices. Either submit to the Akatsuki organization or face death," Obito proclaimed with an air of arrogance and coldness. "I demand your submission." Yin Yi retorted. "What did you say?" Obito questioned, believing he had misheard. "I said, you shall submit to me," Yin Yi reiterated deliberately. "Oh, it seems you have chosen death." With that, Obito charged forward, unleashing fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. The clash of fire and water produced a thunderous sound, as steam enveloped the area. This was intentional, as it allowed him to utilize the water release, mist technique, granting him a strategic advantage in his divine powers. Fire release, stormy dance, wood release, cutting technique. Almost immediately, within the mist, Obito unleashed two ninjutsu simultaneously. The flames swirled like a colossal fire dragon, overwhelming and vast, while the cutting technique spread like blossoms, threatening to ensnare Yin Yi. If his movements faltered even slightly, he would surely be left battered by the wood techniques. Fortunately, Yin Yi was swift, or else he would have become a mere bed of saplings. Chapter 28. Uchiha Obito reports dust release, limit removal technique. Yin Yi leapt into the air, not descending but instead shifting his position, his fingers tracing a frame as he employed the dust release to pursue Uchiha Obito. Removal technique, 1, 2, 3. 3 simultaneous removal techniques manifested, finally cornering the evasive Obito within a transparent cube of glass dust. With a cold smirk, he twisted the air, creating a vortex, and vanished using his divine powers. At the same time, several shurikens imbued with divine energy emerged behind Yin Yi, hurtling toward him. Susanoo. After revealing his basic Susanoo the previous day, Yin Yi had continuously strengthened it, and with the abundant chakra he had exchanged for in the sky screen system, he was now capable of utilizing the third stage of Susanoo. Moreover, he had discovered the innate abilities of his Sharingan, an exceptionally potent illusion. Could it be that this Sharingan originated from Uchiha Shursui? Although the answer remained unknown, this eye, once developed, not only possessed formidable illusionary powers, but also heightened perception. Yin Yi's second stage Susanoo emerged, providing a 360-degree shield against Obito's attacks. With this thought, Yin Yi acted decisively. As Obito reappeared, his Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life. Obito was taken aback by Yin Yi's Susanoo, and in a fleeting moment of distraction, he fell into Yin Yi's illusionary realm. Do you wish to create a world with Rin? I tell you, you shall never realize that dream, unless you follow me and serve my cause. Perhaps I can assist you in fulfilling your wish, for I possess the rebirth elixir. In a mere half a second, Obito felt as if he had been hypnotized for over a decade, the image of Rin's death replaying incessantly in his mind, with a voice echoing. Do you wish to create a world with Rin? I tell you, you shall never realize that dream. This phrase cut into him like a blade, tormenting his soul. Suddenly, chakra from his wood release surged within him, and he regained his composure in an instant. Yin Yi was equally startled. He had not anticipated that the wood release chakra could protect its wielder from hypnosis in such a brief span. Indeed, it lived up to its reputation. Unbeknownst to him, Obito was so astonished that he nearly forgot to attack. Ever since he had transplanted Hashirama's cells, he had never fallen victim to an illusion. What had just transpired? He gazed at Yin Yi in terror, activating his divine powers once more to vanish, preparing for a guerrilla assault. Yin Yi stood within Susanoo, one hand covering his normal eye, employing his Sharingan to scrutinize his surroundings. The perception ability awakened, and all images around him materialized in his mind. In the distance, his black and white duality was preparing for an assassination, while at that moment, Uchiha Obito was absent from this space. To his left, just as he was about to reassess everything, a void appeared in his mind, the telltale sign of Obito's divine powers. Kamui. Yen Yi pivoted, his speed astonishing, and seized Obito's wrist just as it materialized. Lightning release. Thunderclap technique. One of the third Hokage's 5 elemental jutsu could adjust its attack potency based on the user's chakra levels. Now that Yen Yi could utilize the second stage of Susanoo, his chakra reserves were substantial. Gripping Obito's wrist, he unleashed a bolt of lightning, severing his arm. Yet the opponent did not reappear. After a few shurikens infused with divine energy, he vanished without a trace. 30 kilometers away, Uchiha Obito reappeared amidst the dense forest, his severed arm swiftly regenerating, a product of the white Zetsu. A wave of discomfort washed over him, blood seeping from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Would he truly fail? Could he not create a world with Rin? He re-evaluated, recalling Yen Ye's mention of the rebirth elixir, and remembered that the sky screen had been operational for 2 days. Yet Rin had not uttered a single word in the live chat. Distress settled in his heart. Rin. He clenched his fists, a hoarse whisper escaping his lips. The black and white Zetsu appeared. My lord, are you all right? In their eyes, though Yen Yi appeared to be at a disadvantage, it was Obito who had fled. I'm fine. Get us out of here, he commanded, vanishing with divine powers. For reasons unknown, at that moment, he felt a conflict within. He could still fight. He could pursue a relentless battle with Yen Yi, yet thoughts of the rebirth elixir clouded his mind. Considering the Akatsuki's suspicions, did this individual truly have a unique connection to the sky screen? If so, who in the ninja world could stand against him? Atop the cliff, tranquility finally descended. Meanwhile, in the sky screen live chat, discussions continued, yet no one dared to address the pressing questions. In this current ninja world, who truly constituted the strongest foolish organization serving the Otsutsuki clan? This question proved exceedingly perplexing. Ding. At last, someone could no longer contain themselves. Haydn interjected. Could it be the evil god organization? Though he regarded the ex-god as enigmatic and sacrosanct, who knew whom this organization truly served? The Otsutsuki seemed sinister. It was plausible they worshipped a deity from their clan. Ding. Haydn's answer was incorrect, resulting in a life forfeiture. The statement left everyone stunned. Was the penalty truly that severe? At that moment, Haydn, who had been executing money-making tasks alongside Kakuzu, suddenly showed no signs of life. Kakuzu, witnessing this, approached and kicked him twice. Quit pretending. The sky screen just stated that a life forfeiture means you still have many lives left. If you keep feigning death, I wouldn't hesitate to use your corpse as a bargaining chip for my bounty. Haydn took a deep breath, rising to his feet. Fortunately, when I heard they were going to take my life, I performed a blood ritual and used a backup blood bag. Otherwise, I would have been done for. Haydn clutched his heart, gazing skyward, shaking his head internally. Pain still urges us to answer questions. A whole day has passed, and besides Lord Madara's 2 responses, who else has spoken? I finally stood up and almost lost my life. It appeared that their ex-god sect was not merely a front for the Otsutsuki clan. So who could it truly be? Everyone fell silent at this revelation, with only a few prominent figures continuing to converse in the chat. Senju Hashirama. Has that individual perished? This punishment seems rather harsh. Terumi Mei. What organization is serving the extraterrestrials? Anoki. Perhaps we, the 5 great ninja villages, should share the intelligence we have regarding the secret organizations within the ninja world, as this matter pertains to the future of each of our villages. 4th Raikage A agreed. Chapter 29. The mysterious organizations of the entire ninja world have emerged. Terumi Mei. I concur. After the 2 spoke, they surveyed the group, only to find that no one else dared to voice an opinion. What is happening with the 4th Raikage A? Has the Hokage and Kazekage declined to share information? Do you have answers? The crowd was unaware that at this very moment, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was preoccupied with the Chunin exams taking place in the village. With the official examination set for the following day, he had to balance the live broadcast, village security, and various other affairs related to the exams. It wasn't until Nara Shikaku reminded him that he glanced at the sky, contemplating the future, and nodded slightly. Very well. At the same time, the deceased 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure, Raza, also expressed his approval. His reluctance to expose Orochimaru stemmed from a desire to see whether Orochimaru could truly eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen. and because Gaara had given him immense hope that their village wouldn't falter due to his sacrifice. Gaara was the future of Sunagakure. All current Kage of the 5 great ninja villages unified, subsequently revealing all organizations they had investigated in their respective villages in the chat group. Hikaria seized this opportunity to scrutinize whether any information regarding the Kara organization was present in the investigations of the various villages. Soon, a list of organizations appeared in the group chat. The Umbu of Kirigakure, Humogakure, Sunagakure, Konohagakure, Iwagakure, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the circus of Qing, the weather merchants, and the wandering ninja of the 3 destructions. Before long, an array of ninja organizations and groups emerged in the chat, ranging from the elite Umbu of major ninja villages to small civilian performance troops, with renowned factions from various cities being unveiled. Wow, that organization called Silent Flowing Sand is from our desolate city, and the weather merchants. Our village has used their services before. They are truly remarkable. The Dumpling Society is a culinary research organization that recently opened a branch in our city. The chat buzzed with excitement, astonished that the Umbu of the 5 great ninja villages possessed such comprehensive knowledge of various organizations within the ninja world. Business ventures, culinary arts, and civilian-developed ninja tools were all included. However, could these organizations be serving the Otsutsuki? Yet, Hikaria found no mention of Kara among the numerous listings. How could this be? Though the name Rasha's hand felt somewhat reminiscent. Senju Tobarama interjected in the chat. At that moment, a woman named Rasha spoke up. That is the name of my handmade workshop. I have a group focused on crafting clothes, and we are not even ninjas. Everyone had speculated for so long without arriving at a credible conclusion. The live broadcast continued to loop, and the question hung prominently on the homepage. As time passed, they had wasted over half an hour on this matter. A countdown appeared on the live broadcast. If no one answered within 10 seconds, the system would randomly select an individual to answer the question. The countdown began, and tension filled the air as everyone feared being chosen and answering incorrectly, which could lead to dire consequences. Just then, someone pressed the buzzer. Ding! Congratulations to Hatake Kakashi for successfully buzzing in. Please respond to your question. I believe it is the Akatsuki, Kakashi stated calmly and gravely. Jiraiya, my guy, what is small? Small what? Pain. Conan. Uchiha Obito's mind was racing. Kurizetsu's face twisted in anger. Uchiha Itachi, what a foolish statement. How could we possibly serve the Otsutsuki? We fight for our ideals. Haiden. Haha, what nonsense. Senju Hashirama. Who is this Kakashi? Uzumaki Naruto. He is my teacher, the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi. Ding. The system confirmed. Hatake Kakashi answered correctly. Gasp. What is going on? Within the Akatsuki, everyone was taken aback. Pain furrowed his brow. Conan looked incredulous, and even the usually stoic Zetsu let out a scoff. Surely the broadcast had made an error. They were striving for their own ideals. How could they be working for the Otsutsuki clan? Absolutely not. At that moment, Nagato, atop a high building in Amigakure, coughed slightly and called out loudly. His gaunt face lacked any color, and his Rinnegan stood out starkly in his hollow eye sockets. Conan stepped forward to comfort him. Do not worry. I will investigate this matter. On the live broadcast, the rewards had appeared. Congratulations to Hatake Kakashi for gaining the right to know the true intentions of the Otsutsuki clan in the ninja world. Would you prefer to broadcast this publicly or transmit it secretly? Publicly, everyone in the ninja world would see, or secretly, only he would know. Upon hearing this, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately dispatched someone to inform Kakashi. It must be a secret transmission. He did not wish for others from different villages to learn of this secret. However, Kakashi's perspective was broader. He understood that the future danger to the ninja world did not lie in the conflicts and animosities between villages, but in the threat posed by extraterrestrial beings. Everyone must unite without reservation to eliminate this external peril. I choose public broadcast, Kakashi declared decisively. The live broadcast, upon receiving his response, promptly began to replay the previous footage, but this time the content was accompanied by sound and slowed down, particularly the segment in the middle. Within the footage, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki appeared, while Inoki diverted Kazekage Gaara and Mizukage Chojuro. In the Chunin venue, an attack erupted, shattering the ground, and the venue was filled with cries, explosions, and screams. Just then, Uchiha Sasuke appeared, saving Sarada from the onslaught. The two stood beside Naruto. Upon seeing him, Naruto inquired, "Is it these individuals?" The scroll of Kaguya foretold their arrival. Kaguya created the white Zetsu to prevent them, right? Indeed. They seek the chakra fruit, which is the tailed beast chakra within you. Sasuke replied, how do you know so much? Otsutsuki Momoshiki snorted. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Otsutsuki Momoshiki, of the same lineage as Kaguya. A burly figure landed and introduced himself. I am Otsutsuki Kinshiki, his guardian. What is your objective? Naruto asked. Chapter 30. The objectives of the Otsutsuki clan. It is you. You possess the strongest chakra within this seedbed. Once you are harvested, we can replant the god tree. My mission is to restore Kaguya's work, collecting the scattered chakra fruits to enable the god tree to regenerate. The god tree? The source of power for our ninja ancestors, as legend states, Sasuke remarked. Sarada continued. It is said that Kaguya obtained the chakra fruit from the god tree, from which people received chakra and evolved into ninjas, thereby forever losing that tree. As a member of the Uchiha clan, she understood far more than an ordinary ninja. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Sasuke confirmed. He then turned his gaze to the two before him and inquired, what is your reason for awakening the god tree, Otsutsuki? Is that even a question? Of course. It is to refine chakra into pills, achieving immortality and supernatural strength. With the pills, one can attain such power. Otsutsuki Momoshiki responded candidly, without any concealment. Something akin to pills? Naruto asked. Surely, you can appreciate the magnificence of this elixir. For possessing it grants one the effortless acquisition of true power, remarked Otsutsuki Momoshiki, his eyes brimming with longing. It is akin to the use of performance-enhancing drugs, a despicable method, gritted Uzumaki Naruto through clenched teeth. Haha, they are merely inferior beings. Mere sustenance for our Otsutsuki clan. Come forth, Kinshiki, the seedbed must be purged anyway, so let us take care of it. With an arrogant tone and a disdainful gaze, Otsutsuki Momoshiki ascended into the sky. The battle commenced anew, unfolding scenes that had been repetitively witnessed by all. The previously concealed video and audio represented the segment with the most substantial information within the entire display. At this moment, the live broadcast group erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. What does this mean? What is the divine tree? And what of immortality? What is the Kaguya scroll? Who are the white Zetsu forces? Everyone engaged in fervent discussion, and indeed, this unveiled truth shocked the ninja world. Uchiha Madara felt a wave of confusion wash over him. No, this cannot be right. Were they not gathering the tailed beasts to cultivate the divine tree and initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, allowing humanity to reside in a realm devoid of suffering and war? How has this devolved into a matter concerning the Otsutsuki clan's elixir? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. While Uchiha Madara did not doubt the information presented in the footage, his arrogant disposition led him to believe that the Otsutsuki clan must have employed some peculiar maneuver to alter the nature of the divine tree. Nevertheless, those were visions of the future. If he exerted himself, he could undoubtedly change the present to reshape the future. The infinite Tsukuyomi must be activated. He continuously reassured himself of this certainty. Simultaneously, Black Zetsu conveyed similar sentiments to Uchiha Obito. I am but a manifestation of Madara's consciousness. While the information in the live broadcast may be accurate, the Otsutsuki clan cannot possibly manipulate us. I assure you, our infinite Tsukuyomi will undoubtedly benefit the ninja world. Obito, you must have faith in Madara. Uchiha Obito bore a look of skepticism, though his mask concealed his expression. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I care not for the Otsutsuki. I desire only what I wish. What he sought was simply a world where Rin existed. It mattered not whether it involved extraterrestrial beings or the ninja realm. Even if it meant merely catching a glimpse of Rin, he would not hesitate. After observing the live broadcast, Nagato turned to Konan. Prepare some individuals to investigate everything concerning the Otsutsuki. Also, he glanced around, noting the absence of white Zetsu and black Zetsu, and continued, look into those two peculiar entities. I wish to ascertain their origins. Understood. The same imagery and sounds persisted. The interpretations differed, yielding varied conclusions. Within the live broadcast group, today's QA session concluded, with half an hour remaining before the group's closure. At this juncture, senior figures from various villages commenced discussions. Kuratsuchi stated, in light of all future events, we must engage in early planning. Presently, while the broadcast was directed solely at Uzumaki Naruto, Let us not forget their mention of tailed beasts. Each of our villages possesses one. Anoki concurred, indeed. The Sky broadcast has only emerged for 2 days, and the future footage consists of mere fragments. We cannot grasp the entire truth. Who knows if the Otsutsuki clan will assault other villages? The fourth Raikage, boldly declared, what is there to fear? Should they come, we will annihilate them all. One by one, we shall defeat them. Do we fear these extraterrestrial beings? The fourth Kazekage, Raza, affirmed, indeed. In that moment, he remained enraptured by the thought of Gaara becoming the future Kazekage. Not only was Raza lost in this notion, but many villagers from Sunagakure and shinobi from the Land of Wind were equally astonished. The future holds a monster as Kazekage, not just the shinobi from the Land of Wind. Even Gaara, currently preparing for the Chunin exams in Konoha, wore an expression of disbelief. Kankuro and Temari regarded their younger brother with concern, yet since learning he would become the future Kazekage, their hearts swelled with joy. This signified that in the future, he would earn the approval of all, and he was certainly not the same as he was now. We must also investigate the Akatsuki, Kuratsuchi continued. Indeed, this organization that betrays humanity to serve extraterrestrials must be eradicated. What a disgraceful organization, unable to discern friend from foe, working for the Otsutsuki clan without knowing what benefits they received. Far away in the village hidden in the rain, Nagato felt as though countless blades of derision pierced his heart, each one a reminder of his perceived folly. We shall never become the pawns of the Otsutsuki. We must hold steadfast to our ideals. These individuals stand tall, speaking without concern for their own pain. Do they understand the suffering of our small nation? With merely AQA, they dare to malign our organization. I shall make them all aware of who truly claims victory in this world. Nagato's eyes burned with fury. Disseminate the order. None among the Akatsuki shall allow the sky's inquiries to sway their resolve. We shall forever uphold our righteousness. For all our actions are for the sake of peace in the ninja world. Only through enduring pain and despair can one comprehend the true essence of peace. We do not serve anyone. We exist solely for the peace of the ninja world. Nagato proclaimed vehemently. Conan, with determination, leaped from the high tower to relay Pain's command. Chapter 31. Naruto's status transformed. The live chat group remained vibrant and bustling. Various villages had begun preparations to investigate the Akatsuki and discern their true motives, questioning whether they shared the same goals as the Otsutsuki, seeking immortality. Anoki inquired, Third Hokage, since this answer was revealed through Kakashi from your village, surely he must know the whereabouts of the Akatsuki? The fourth Raikage, asserted, indeed, we shall gather shinobi to confront them. I refuse to believe that the combined strength of the 5 great shinobi villages cannot defeat the Akatsuki. Kuratsuchi remarked. We should eliminate them now to prevent any potential collusion with the Otsutsuki. The Land of Iron's Mifune exclaimed. How delightful it is to witness the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages united. Senju Hashirama expressed his feelings. I am so moved. Sob. Senju Tobarama chided. Brother, mind your image. Uzumaki Mito coughed. Ahem. I must point out that there are matters that should not be discussed in this group, as individuals from all corners of the ninja world are present here. Who knows if the Akatsuki members are currently observing your statements? As they are a secretive organization, they would not openly reveal their intent to eliminate you. Thus, your brazen discussions of plans may alert them. The fourth Raikage, defiantly responded. Do I fear a mere Akatsuki? Fool. Anoki retorted. Kuratsuchi mused. I find myself in agreement with the first Hokage's wife. Senju Tobarama remarked, strange. I haven't seen the third Hokage all night. As soon as these words were spoken, a message in the group announced that the chat session had concluded for a break. Subsequently, the Sky chat group closed, while the live broadcast remained suspended, continuously replaying the previous scenes, albeit without sound. Since the advent of the Sky broadcast, the nightlife of the ninja world had transformed dramatically. Konoha was ablaze with light, bustling with activity as the day of the Chunin exams approached. With the Fire Country's daimyo and officials from various states having arrived in Konoha, the tickets for the Chunin exam venue had skyrocketed in price, becoming exceedingly rare. Everyone was exhilarated at the prospect of witnessing ninja battles firsthand. Today's Sky broadcast had indeed been thrilling. Previously, it showcased the battle between Senju Tobarama and the Gold and Silver brothers. Though brief, it was exhilarating. Following that, it depicted the 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, clashing against the Otsutsuki clan, a confrontation that, though fraught with emotion, was undeniably poignant. Indeed, my previous misunderstandings regarding Naruto Uzumaki were profound. Ever since I witnessed the celestial broadcast, I have come to realize the folly of my prior judgments. How could I have viewed the scion of a hero through such a distorted lens? Absolutely, we must henceforth treat Naruto Uzumaki with greater kindness. In the bustling streets, numerous individuals were engaged in discussions about the celestial broadcast. At that moment, Naruto strolled by, and today, Sasuke seemed unusually preoccupied, as though he bore a weighty concern. He kicked at the stones beneath his feet while an elderly lady approached him, thrusting a basket of fruit into his hands. "Seventh Hokage, please keep this for yourself. I packed it myself, and it's all been washed." With that, she turned and hurried away. Naruto, taken aback, suddenly found 3 complimentary vouchers thrust into his hands. "Naruto, these are free tasting vouchers for Ichiraku ramen. I owe you an apology for my past behavior." The burly man bowed deeply before Naruto, showing his respect. Naruto blinked in surprise and broke into a wide grin. "Ha, it's nothing, truly. That was all in the past. Thank you for the vouchers." Soon, a crowd gathered around him, some offering to make him clothes, others inviting him to meals, while many expressed their apologies and concern for his well-being. Kakashi stood at a distance, observing the scene with a narrowing of his eyes. He had never ceased his endeavors. Whether striving for the acknowledgement of others or enhancing his own abilities, he remained steadfast and diligent. Unable to contain his pride, he smiled faintly, revealing a yellow-covered novel in his hand, which he began to read with interest as he walked. That night, an undercurrent of anticipation swept through the Hidden Leaf Village, as the grass, sand, and sound shinobi engaged in their clandestine schemes. Yet, the mastermind behind it all, Orochimaru, paid no heed to the celestial broadcast. He believed only in his own convictions and pursued his desires without restraint, regardless of how much information the celestial broadcast might reveal. He was resolute in executing his plan to bring about the downfall of the Hidden Leaf. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke, and the 153 students deemed qualified for the Chunin exams were all in position. Following a brief opening ceremony, they were assigned to various classrooms. The first examination commenced, coinciding with the official start of the celestial broadcast. In the Hidden Leaf Village, many stood in the streets, captivated by the celestial imagery. The repeated broadcasts from the previous night had vanished, and through tireless research by the information departments of various villages, it was discovered that the Otsutsuki clan members sometimes possessed the power to send the 7th Hokage flying, while at other times, they could scarcely withstand a mere genin for half a minute. Their hubris was matched only by their recklessness. They desired the tailed beasts of the shinobi world to cultivate the divine tree, a process shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, through the incessant replaying of footage, various ninja villages gleaned valuable insights. As the repeated imagery faded, all eyes turned skyward, filled with anticipation for the day's broadcast. Suddenly, the screen shifted, revealing bold characters emblazoned across the broadcast. The strongest organization, the Akatsuki's Battle Chronicles. The moment those words appeared, the entire shinobi world, from the feudal lords to the 3 great sacred lands of cultivation, and even the so-called Pure Lands, erupted in excitement. Hashirama Senju exclaimed, "Huh? I knew this celestial broadcast was a beacon of justice. Are we finally exposing the Akatsuki today?" "Ha." Kuratsuchi lamented. "I was just fretting about how to acquire information on the Akatsuki members, and now it's here. Marvelous." Anoki added, "With this information, we can eradicate them before they can sell their souls to extraterrestrials." The 4th Raikage, declared, "I fear no one in battle." Hashirama quipped, "Is this 4th Raikage truly so brash? It feels as if he exists solely to provoke conflict. Does he possess the temperament of a honey badger?" The 1st Raikage replied, "What is this, Hashirama? Are you afraid? Our village stands tall. If you dare, come and challenge us." Madara Uchiha scoffed. "Has a defeated foe the audacity to boast?" Once, all 4 great shinobi villages combined could not withstand the might of Hashirama. He alone could make you all dance to his tune. Now that you are defeated, do you dare to speak? The 1st Raikage shot back, "Touché." The 2nd Raikage added, "Indeed." The 3rd Raikage chimed in, Chapter 32, The Akatsuki Members Exposed. The 4th Raikage proclaimed, "Those tales are mere antiquities. Our new generation is exponentially stronger than the predecessors. If you doubt it, come back and challenge us." Though the 4th Raikage was no longer a youth, His knowledge of Hashirama's power came solely from texts, never having witnessed it firsthand, hence his boldness and provocation. Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning flashed, causing him to tense and instinctively raise his hand in defense. To his surprise, it was merely an electric current that passed through him without any threat. Nearby, a figure in a burlap robe called out, "Someone, please inspect the wiring. This leakage is perilous." The fourth Raikage began to sweat nervously, glancing cautiously out the window. In the broadcast room, Hashirama was laughing heartily. "This new generation seems rather aged. Haha, but I admire the youthful exuberance of pretending to be sprightly despite being old." "Huh?" The fourth Raikage retorted. "Hashirama." The first Raikage interjected, "Silence. You think he cannot be resurrected?" The second Raikage added, "Shut your mouth, you reckless fool." The third Raikage warned, "One more word, and the three of us will strip you of your Raikage title. Do you wish to join Sarutobi in the ranks of the deceased?" Sarutobi Hiruzen quipped, "How unkind." At that moment, the sky illuminated, and the entire Akatsuki organization made their grand appearance. A massive image of 10 figures clad in red clouds and black cloaks filled the screen, each exuding an aura of arrogance and isolation. Simultaneously, their names were revealed: Pain, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, Deidara, Sasori of the Red Sand, and Tobi. To Pain's left stood Konan, Haiden, Kakazu, and the black and white Zetsu. All 10 members were presented on the screen. "Is that my photo?" Haiden exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. Nagato remarked, "Konan." Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. After his prolonged investigations, he had never seen their appearances, and now they were unveiled so brazenly by the celestial broadcast. All the ninja villages were in shock, unable to comprehend this revelation of the Akatsuki members. In a Wagakure, Kuratsuchi pointed at the screen, shouting, "That's Deidara." Anoki nodded slightly, recalling the student he once held in high regard. Simultaneously, the Akatsuki members on their missions were equally astonished by the broadcast. "Wow, wow, wow. Is that Deidara?" one exclaimed, pointing at the sky. Deidara, however, coldly retorted, "What? Are you afraid? Even if it's the celestial broadcast, we must complete our mission. Have you forgotten your dreams?" Deidara protested, No. How is this photo even possible? I never posed for any. And why do I look the most unflattering? This is not in line with my artistic essence. I demand a retake." He shouted, leaping onto his clay bird, soaring into the sky, and began to bombard the celestial broadcast with clay. "I will destroy this thing. I want everyone in the shinobi world to witness the magnificence of my art. Let the broadcast reveal my explosive side to the world." Like a whirlwind, he threw clay indiscriminately, causing explosions to erupt in the air. However, no matter how fiercely he detonated, the celestial curtain remained steadfastly suspended in the sky. Even when momentarily distorted by the shockwaves of the explosion, it ultimately remained unscathed. Curious, he pondered aloud. Yesterday, that duo of Golden Horn and Silver Horn cursed the celestial curtain, and it sent someone to eliminate them. Why is it that when I attempt to destroy it, it remains indifferent? Deidara exclaimed. The scorpion of the red sand, observing him as if he were a fool, remarked, "It seems that brute force is futile. We cannot inflict any harm. We must resort to insults, and they must be voiced collectively to incite public outrage for it to be effective." Alas, Deidara slumped upon his flying bird. "While I excel in the art of explosive creation, I am not adept at typing. Perhaps, Scorpion, you could assist me in crafting some insults for this celestial curtain?" "I have no time for that," Scorpion replied curtly, continuing his advance. At that moment, a sprout emerged from the soil, and the figure of Ju appeared within it. "Our justice may be delayed, but it shall not be absent. The celestial curtain has wrongfully accused us, and we cannot remain idle. The Moon Eye plan must commence ahead of schedule." With that, Ju tossed a photograph, stating, "The one-tailed Jinchuriki is now in your hands. Shall we act now? What about our previous mission?" For some time, they had been investigating matters concerning the tailed beasts while also executing another task, the extermination of the traitor Orochimaru. If they initiated this mission, what would become of Orochimaru? These two tasks are not mutually exclusive. At this moment, the one-tailed Jinchuriki is under Orochimaru's command and has ventured to Konoha. "If your plan is flawless, both shall fall into your grasp," Jude declared before gradually vanishing. Deidara and Scorpion pressed onward, while on another front, Itachi Uchiha and the reanimated Kisame observed the live broadcast with resigned expressions. Meanwhile, Konan and Pain seethed with frustration. joined by Haiden and Kakazu, all eager to obliterate the celestial curtain. Within Konoha, the Chunin exams were underway. Ibiki stood at the podium, his icy gaze surveying the classroom, where several Chunin and Jonin monitored the candidates. The exam questions had been revealed, 9 challenging problems, and an additional question, all assessing the Genin's investigative and counter-investigative skills. Already, candidates were resorting to underhanded tactics. For instance, Inazuka Kiba utilized his dog to spy on others' answers, while Shino Aburame employed insects, and Niji Hyuga used his Byakugan, with Tintin glancing at the ceiling mirror to catch glimpses of her peers' responses. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki, anxious and gnashing his teeth, found himself at the bottom of the rankings. Outside, the celestial curtain broadcast commenced, unveiling the first scene. Deidara and Scorpion engaged in battle against Orochimaru. The footage flashed. Deidara soared through the sky while Orochimaru summoned the reanimation of the third Kazekage to confront Scorpion, who had a puppet of the same Kazekage floating behind him. The third Kazekage against the third Kazekage. What an extraordinary spectacle. In Sunagakure, Chiyo watched in disbelief as the image unfolded in the sky. Is that Scorpion? In the chat, confusion reigned. That must be Orochimaru. But why are those 2 members of Akatsuki facing him? Regardless, Akatsuki was seen as an external force, and many rallied to support Deidara, dismissing Orochimaru's status as a traitor. Chapter 33. I adore formaldehyde. Some mindless fans began to shout in the chat. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, concealed beneath the shadow of the 4th Kazekage, Raza, awaited the results of the first exam. Upon witnessing the scene, he frowned slightly. He was on the path of a villain. How had he unwittingly been whitewashed? He had no desire for anyone to raise slogans of justice in his favor. He quickly typed in the chat, "Those who wish to support me should first send their children for my research. I particularly enjoy immersing young ones in formaldehyde." This message ignited an uproar. What does this mean? Orochimaru, is this how you speak? Vile words. No wonder you became a traitor. Kill Orochimaru. Kill Orochimaru. Suddenly, the crowd's ire turned, and under the very scene of confrontation, they all rallied in support of Akatsuki. The best way to eradicate evil is with more evil. The broadcast continued, with Orochimaru taunting, "Did you expect Itachi to come? Alas, you are merely assassins sent by Akatsuki. Yes, I will not hesitate to eliminate you, traitor." Scorpion's raspy voice resonated, devoid of warmth. Can you truly accomplish that? As soon as the words left his lips, the reanimated third Kazekage beside him trembled, while the puppet of the third Kazekage prepared for battle. The clash of the third Kazekage against the third Kazekage, who would emerge victorious? The iron sand rain technique from Orochimaru began its assault, with countless iron grains forming deadly projectiles, akin to a galloping army, raining down upon Deidara's clay bird and instantly damaging one of its wings. In response, Scorpion deftly manipulated the chakra threads, commanding his Kazekage puppet to deploy a magnetic shield. A protective barrier of magnetic force emerged, shielding Scorpion and his puppet. Meanwhile, the ground trembled as the iron sand rain erupted from the sand. A relentless assault of razor-sharp spikes. Scorpion and his puppet sought refuge. Orochimaru's taunting voice echoed, "Your puppet can't function once it's buried in the sand, can it? Your words are unnecessary." Scorpion retorted defiantly. The Kazekage puppet surged forward, its mechanisms triggering, spinning like shurikens, crashing into the opponent. The reanimated third Kazekage leaped into the air, unleashing a barrage of thousand hands techniques. The puppets unleashed a torrent of arms, an overwhelming spectacle, with the sound of strikes echoing like thunder. The reanimated third Kazekage was swiftly annihilated, reduced to mere scraps, fluttering like torn paper. Is the reanimated third Kazekage truly defeated? Observers, both seasoned and novice, grasped the reality. Orochimaru's reanimation was no match for Scorpion's puppet mastery. In this battle of the third Kazekage against the third Kazekage, Scorpion's version proved far more innovative, retaining all the original Kazekage's techniques while incorporating various mechanisms from different puppet arts. "Next is you," Scorpion bellowed, directing his chakra threads, sending his Kazekage puppet charging forward. Simultaneously, as Orochimaru declared he was not finished, the sky revealed that the third Kazekage had reformed. What? Scorpion gaped in disbelief. Beneath the celestial broadcast, the crowd was equally astonished. How could one who was reanimated possess such resilience? Hashirama Senju. I knew it would come to this. Tobarama Senju. Oro, your jutsu does seem to waste the body. Hashirama Senju. There is no other way. This is the greatness of this technique. Eternal reanimation. Observing his own developed technique, Tobirama felt a twinge of pride. The battle reignited. As the puppets unleashed magnetic attacks, which the opponent absorbed without sustaining any harm, like tools devoid of sensation, rebounding the assaults. Just then, a voice echoed from the sky. What a waste of time. Witness the art of my ephemeral fireworks. Deidara, overseeing Orochimaru's movements from above, cried out. Dozens of explosive clay bombs descended, accompanied by a commanding shout, and with a thunderous explosion, the reanimated third Kazekage was obliterated once more. In a fleeting moment, the corpse began to reassemble. Within the live chat group, Senju Hashirama could not help but lament. How pitiable, truly pitiable. Senju Tobirama interjected. Brother, maintain your composure. Konoha's Mei Terumi remarked, indeed. It is cruel. Tobirama concurred. What my sister says holds truth. Hashirama then exclaimed, Tsunade. In the live broadcast, Deidara gazed down in surprise. How is it that he still lives? Orochimaru's lips curled into a cold smirk. Once you perish, I shall resurrect you in a similar manner. However, it is Itachi's body that I desire most. His voice, though low, brimmed with arrogance. Again, the third Kazekage manifested, employing magnetic release. Iron Sanjutsu. The two third Kazekages simultaneously executed a technique, one conjuring a sharp triangular spear, while the other summoned a robust cylindrical shield. Facing each other, the ensuing clash would determine whose chakra was superior. Far away in Sunagakure, Chiyo observed this spectacle, memories flooding her mind. Was that her grandson? She often pondered if, had she shown more care and affection back then, Sasori might have chosen to stay. Yet, all was mere speculation. The playback continued, and the reanimated third Kazekage seemed to be ignited by boundless fury, trembling as he fought against Orochimaru's control with all his might. I am the third Kazekage, he growled, slowly turning to glare at Orochimaru. I am no pawn. As he spoke, the triangular spear he had conjured suddenly faltered, cascading down and transforming into flowing iron sand. Subsequently, his body lunged forward, layers of energy dissipating as his soul returned to the netherworld. Seizing the opportunity, Sasori of the Red Sand acted, manipulating his puppet to unleash the iron Sanjutsu towards Orochimaru. With magnetic release capable of consolidating all iron sand, the colossal weapon forged from it possessed tremendous impact. The iron sand shield hurtled forward, prompting Orochimaru to evade swiftly into his snake lair. Chapter 34. A torrent of banter in the sky, Deidara exclaimed, Don't run. With a flick of his fingers, hundreds of small clay birds soared after Orochimaru into his den. Huh! Deidara shouted, boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, deafening and generating a mushroom cloud. Elated, Deidara clenched his fist. This explosion is art. The video abruptly presented the final moment to all, showcasing the brilliant explosion. Haha. Watching the live broadcast, Deidara could no longer contain himself. Fervently typing in the chat, did you see that? What is art? What is art? The legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, was made to flee by me. Who in the shinobi world can rival me? Initially, Sasori did not wish to engage in Deidara's banter, but under the current circumstances, as the sky displayed their battle against Orochimaru, he too was a principal character. What is there to boast about? To me, art should be eternal, not fleeting. You, on the other hand, only create destruction. Countless arguments had transpired over such topics, yet this time, it unfolded publicly in the group chat. Every shinobi in the world could witness it, and thus, none were willing to concede. My work is art. Mine is. Can you achieve such explosive effects? The ephemeral bloom is the most impactful. Your transitory creations cannot endure. Everlasting preservation is the true essence of art. One championed the transient, another the eternal. One thrived on aerial explosions, the other relished ground combat. One voice was tempestuous, the other resonant. One youthful, the other seemingly aged. Together, they formed a duo of boundless charm, brimming with infinite potential. Goodness, I have an inexplicable fondness for this pairing. Senju Hashirama suddenly remarked. Deidara laughed, haha. Even the first Hokage appreciates my art. Sasori retorted, your intellect is a glaring flaw. The second Mizukage, Kisame, chimed in, haha. I find myself quite fond of it too. The second Tsuchikage, Anoki, added, little mustache. It seems we have common ground. This battle, an unabashed display of self-indulgence and proclamation, garnered innumerable votes for this artistic duo. Deidara, nearly bursting with joy, refrained from launching another explosion, while Sasori emitted a rare cackle, though his demeanor remained as fierce and expressionless as ever. The chat continued to buzz with discussions regarding the recent battle, while the intel departments of various ninja villages consolidated all information from the video. Deidara noted, "The individual in the video seems to be around 16 or 17 years old, wielding explosive clay-like substances. He can create explosive clay with one hand and excels in aerial combat." Sasori interjected, "Age unknown, appearance peculiar. Preliminary assessment suggests he is a rogue from Sunagakure. Adept at crafting puppets. He commands a puppet of the third Kazekage, capable of utilizing all his techniques, complete with mechanisms." Orochimaru added, "The Edo Tensei technique grants the resurrected individuals an undying form, albeit weaker than in their prime. My own techniques and information remain undisclosed." Villages had assimilated the information from the live broadcast. Half a minute after the stream concluded, a question appeared on the screen. Why did Orochimaru leave the Akatsuki? To everyone's surprise, Senju Hashirama was the first to hit the buzzer. Having refrained from answering questions for days, he finally stepped forward. "My answer is simple. He refused to serve the Otsutsuki clan, thus he defected." Ding. Incorrect answer. Penalty. Senju Hashirama loses his wood-release chakra and techniques. Hashirama exclaimed, "Although I am deceased, wood-release chakra is of no use to me, yet every soul longs for revival. Please restore my wood-release chakra." Senju Tobarama remarked, "Brother, can you not be serious?" Uzumaki Mito added, "Hashirama, please act with decorum. Rather than wasting time, you should focus on training your chakra." Hashirama responded, "If I train, will I not just be penalized again?" Uchiha Madara chuckled, "Indeed, rather than wait to be penalized, it is wiser not to train at all. After all, you are already deceased. That hurts. Don't be so cruel to me." Hashirama lamented. Uzumaki Mito mused, "For some reason, I feel that Hashirama and Madara share a true bond. Yet I lack evidence." Tobarama concurred. Ding. Just then, another individual buzzed in, and to everyone's astonishment, it was Deidara from the artistic duo. "Haha, I have the answer. It must be that Orochimaru committed some sordid act, unfit to remain in the Akatsuki. As far as I know, we in the Akatsuki have no clue about the Otsutsuki clan, so he too would be oblivious. I suspect he fled out of embarrassment after being discovered engaging in self-reproduction." With that declaration, Deidara burst into laughter, his response evidently playful rather than earnest. Orochimaru seethed with rage. Previously, a question had arisen regarding the identity of his child's mother, with the answer being himself. And now, Deidara was intent on further humiliating him. "Deidara, do you wish to perish?" Orochimaru could not restrain his inquiry within the chat. Deidara replied, "Haha. In the future, I shall thrive splendidly, while you shall be sent to the heavens by my explosive art." "How glorious, indeed, explosions." Orochimaru retorted, "You think such explosions could kill me? You are gravely mistaken." Ding. At that moment, the system issued a response. Deidara answered incorrectly. Penalty: 50 kilograms of explosive clay and explosive techniques. Upon hearing this, Deidara, who had been on the move, abruptly halted. "What? 50 kilograms of explosive clay? And my explosive techniques? This is unfair. How can there be two penalties?" At this moment, he realized that joking around with the questions from the live broadcast was no trivial matter, as the consequences were too grave for him to bear. Although the secret of his explosive technique was nestled within the confines of his mind, and he would certainly remember it even if others attempted to seize it, he wished to keep such a technique shrouded in secrecy. In this world, it sufficed for there to be but one ninja wielding the art of explosions. The emergence of another would dilute its essence. Art is treasured precisely because of its rarity. If the streets were filled with Deidara, it would merely be commonplace. "Hey, I told you not to be so smug," scoffed Sasori, the red sand. In the blink of an eye, all the clay in Deidara's pockets, garments, and palms vanished, and he could distinctly feel the absence of the 20 kilograms of clay he had hidden away. "Sasori, you carry on. I must attend to something." Without clay, how could he proceed with his plans? How could he capture a Jinchuriki? How could he eliminate Orochimaru? Chapter 35. The artistic duo makes its entrance. The live broadcast depicted events that were yet to unfold, while Orochimaru was still very much alive. To kill him was their mission. Failing to do so would be a slap in the face. It was widely known throughout the ninja world that in the future, Orochimaru would meet his end by Deidara's explosive art. And now, without clay, how could he send him to the heavens? Moreover, the Akatsuki's plans were already in motion, and they still needed to capture the Jinchuriki. All right, let us pick up the pace. I despise waiting. Sasori continued onward as Deidara sought new clay. Ding! Someone pressed the buzzer, and this time, it was none other than Orochimaru himself. He had devised a plan. He aimed to acquire Deidara's explosive clay and his secret technique, all to vex Deidara. With that thought, he promptly pressed the buzzer. When everyone witnessed this scene, they sighed in unison. As the person directly involved, he undoubtedly understood the implications. Before answering this question, allow me to share a story. Orochimaru, the ninja most adept at manipulation and rhetoric within the ninja realm, began to weave his tale. Whether the Akatsuki serves the Otsutsuki clan, I cannot say. However, I know my goals diverge from theirs. I aspire to create a world devoid of suffering. My experiments aim to alleviate pain and enhance the understanding of patients, thus advancing the medical capabilities of the entire ninja world. Orochimaru felt a twinge of revulsion at his own words. He acknowledged that he was attempting to whitewash his actions, though he would soon plunge into darkness once more. Thus, my answer is that I departed from the Akatsuki in pursuit of my own ideals and ambitions. Is the Akatsuki truly irredeemable? Have they mistreated you, serpent? Kushina could not restrain herself from questioning in the group chat. No. Do the Akatsuki members enjoy snake soup? Jiraiya joined the interrogation. No. Jiraiya, do you wish to die? Are you attempting to exonerate the Akatsuki? Asked Mito. No, they need no exoneration, whether black or white. They remain true to themselves. His words not only brought honor to the Akatsuki, but also showcased his exceptional emotional intelligence. In this world, who isn't forced to compromise? Who doesn't desire a clearer existence? It seemed that Orochimaru had achieved that clarity. Ding! Congratulations, Orochimaru, for providing the correct answer. You have earned 50 kilograms of explosive clay and the explosive technique. Orochimaru was pleasantly surprised, quickly adjusting his attire, anxious that the 50 kilograms of explosive clay might damage the platform upon which he stood. His actions caught the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who frowned slightly. Today, the fourth Kazekage seemed peculiar, fixating on the live broadcast. Did he not care about the advancement of his village's ninjas? Suddenly, the 50 kilograms of explosive clay materialized. And fortunately, Orochimaru's Kazekage cloak shielded him. As for the explosive technique, he would need to study it thoroughly to discern its usage. Wait for it, Konoha. I shall demonstrate my prowess. Just wait, Deidara. Next time, I shall be the one to send you soaring, while you prattle on about art. Science is the true art. At this moment, Orochimaru no longer feared exposure. He was ready to initiate his plan for Konoha's downfall. His inaction stemmed from his curiosity regarding Uchiha Sasuke. He wished to gauge the capabilities of Itachi's younger brother. In the live broadcast room, discussions ensued. Kurenai Yuhi remarked, now that all 10 members of the Akatsuki have been revealed, it seems they are unaware that they are serving the Otsutsuki clan. Have they been manipulated? Anoki replied, the likelihood of that is quite high. I suggest we refrain from discussing this further in the chat. When the opportunity arises, we should convene a summit of the 5 Kage to deliberate this matter. Agreed, said the 4th Raikage. I concur, chimed Sarutobi Hiruzen. I agree, added the 4th Kazekage. Gaara. This was a summit of the 5 Kage, an event that had only occurred once in the annals of ninja history, and that had been summoned by Hashirama Senju under the pretext of distributing tailed beasts. The fact that all 5 Kage had so readily consented was astonishing. While some matters could not be openly discussed in the group chat, lest they inadvertently inform the enemy, this decision truly left the ninja world in awe. The prospect of a 5 Kage summit was exhilarating. The existence of the live broadcast was indeed convenient. Although certain matters could not be explicitly stated, a mere whisper could facilitate the arrangement of yet another 5 Kage summit. Indeed, I wonder where it will be held. In the group chat, the topic of conversation shifted rapidly, while pain of the Akatsuki awaited the answer. Where would the second summit of the ninja world, in all its history, be convened? If they could ascertain this, perhaps their aspirations could be realized sooner. He was unafraid of their alliance, for he understood. Humanity is a foolish species incapable of mutual understanding. Therefore, to forge a world of understanding, one must inflict pain to compel acceptance of reality. As Orochimaru stated, what is black and white? They are simply themselves. To the victor belongs the spoils. Declarations of justice are reserved for the triumphant. while the vanquished hold no voice. Thus, the words of those within the ninja world are inconsequential. What truly matters is the future, which they will prove through action. They are not mere pawns of the Otsutsuki, but members of the Akatsuki. The darkness before dawn is embodied by them. Yet it is their existence that heralds the dawn. Payne attentively monitored the chat. But the members of the 5 great ninja villages recognized the gravity of the situation and refrained from further discussion. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara observed the unfolding scene with keen interest, unperturbed by the prospect of the 5 Kage summit. In his eyes, anyone standing before him was but an insect. He pondered where the items used for punishment had vanished to, such as his Sharingan, or Hashirama's would-release chakra, and the various treasures and techniques that had been penalized during the previous round. Were they all stored within the live broadcast? Countless questions swirled in his mind, and he yearned for resurrection, for only through revival could he investigate all that had transpired. The live broadcast screen flickered, and once more, a new question emerged. Please assign a humorous title to this battle. If your answer satisfies the live broadcast system, you will receive a rebirth elixir. Once again, the prospect of a rebirth elixir stirred excitement among the audience. Uchiha Madara was particularly elated, his long hair seemingly dancing in the air. He longed for resurrection, for revival. Chapter 36. The Puppet Clay Battle against Orochimaru. In the live broadcast, the question appeared, and the video replayed, showcasing the clash between Deidara and Sasori against Orochimaru. The video was brief, lasting only 7 or 8 minutes, and discussions began to unfold. Asma, is this yet another question with an open-ended answer? What would you title this battle with a sarcastic name? Yugao. The crux of this question seems to lie in the sarcasm, doesn't it? A conventional name would hardly qualify as the correct answer. Several prominent figures from the ninja world had yet to speak, prompting other ninjas in the group to begin discussing. Karatsuchi. I sensed it too. It's reminiscent of the previous absurdity from the writers. Who could possibly conceive such answers? Might Guy haha. The essence of youthful fervor should compel one to bravely attempt, much like our dear Tenten, who answered it quite effortlessly. Didn't she? Absurdity from the writers. Who could have imagined such a thing? Mike Guy felt an immense pride in Tenten's ability to answer this question. Meanwhile, the children were engaged in the second round of the Chunin exams. The first round saw 153 participants, with 78 successfully passing. The main examiner for the second round was Mitarashi Anko, held in the ominous Forest of Death in the northern part of Konoha. This time, the challenge was a tug-of-war. Participants must gather both the Heaven and Earth scrolls within 5 days and reach the destination to qualify. The competition now hinged on teamwork and individual capabilities. In the northern part of Konoha, the second round of the Chunin exams was in full swing. Above in the sky, the banner for the live broadcast prominently displayed a question. Please provide a sarcastic name for this battle. If your answer satisfies the live broadcast, you shall be rewarded with a resurrection elixir. Typically, the prominent figures of the Pure Land are quite vocal, so why did they suddenly fall silent upon this question? Because they were anxious. Each of them coveted that resurrection elixir. Even the bold Senju Hashirama would feel its allure. This marked the second resurrection elixir, and no one knew if another would appear again. However, it was clear that the sooner one resurrected, the more advantageous it would be for them. Senju Hashirama, a sarcastic name? How does one even go about that? Senju Tobarama. I too am intrigued. Could it be the clay puppet Great Serpent? Ding. Just as he typed this, someone in the group hastily answered. It was the second Mizukage, Terumi Mei. My answer is clay puppet Great Serpent. Senju Tobarama accused the second Mizukage of plagiarism, exclaiming, how shameless. Haha, insult me as you wish. I am unfazed. I shall resurrect. Jealous are we? Once I am revived, I will disrupt the upcoming 5 Kage summit. What business do we have with a summit? Our village of Kirigakure alone could obliterate the Akatsuki and slay the Otsutsuki, becoming the strongest ninja village in the entire realm. Senju Tobarama, such arrogance. Second Tsuchikage, truly such arrogance. Uchiha Madara, this little mustache, do you wish to dance? Second Mizukage Terumi Mei, haha, no matter what you say, I have answered. Senju Hashirama, oh, Anko, you always call me foolish, yet you too have stumbled into folly. The answer you devised is yours to know. Why must you share it? Are you afraid someone might seize it? Senju Tobarama sent a rolling eyes emoji and ceased his commentary. Ding. Terumi Mei's answer was incorrect, resulting in the penalty of losing her Kekkei Genkai, water and oil techniques. and steam techniques. The second Mizukige's water and oil techniques included numerous jutsu, such as steam explosion, water release, oil transformation, and water oil explosion, among others, an undeniable loss. Alas, how could I have erred? Wasn't he the clay puppet Great Serpent impressive enough? Terumi May couldn't help but express her disbelief. Orochimaru felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. You scoundrel! Did you dare to mock me? The clay Great Serpent? Did Deidara use clay to explode me, or what? Having said this, Orochimaru continued, unable to contain his irritation. Should you dare to joke again, I will devise a plan for the downfall of Kirigakure. Utilizing 50 kilograms of explosive clay to blow your coffin sky high. What plan for Kirigakure's downfall? What does it mean? Is Orochimaru planning something? What collapse? What downfall? Using the 50 kilograms of clay rewarded by the live broadcast? Suddenly, the group erupted with inquiries, presumably from ninjas of Kirigakure. Their typing speed and urgency indicated their apprehension. Any hidden danger lurking behind must be eradicated by all ninja villages. Thus, when Orochimaru spoke, the Kirigakure guards began to relentlessly question him, hoping to glean any hints from his words to prepare protective measures for their village. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru closed his eyes in restraint. He could say no more, for to do so would expose his intentions. Yet he found himself unable to resist. Should he not commence now? Just as he was about to act, he noticed someone in the sky had pressed the buzzer. Ding! Uchiha Madara successfully buzzed in. My answer is Deidara's clay serpent. Senju Hashirama, truly deserving of the insult. This sarcasm is straightforward and appealing. Senju Tobarama, I find it somewhat hasty. The phrase Deidara's clay serpent feels a tad crude. Uchiha Madara, sarcasm. Does it not encapsulate the essence? Witness how Deidara and Scorpion beat Orochimaru to a pulp, dragging their tails in retreat. Pursued by a flock of exploding birds. How tragic. If this is not the clay Great Serpent, then what is? Hurry, live broadcast. Make your judgment. I am undoubtedly correct. Grant me my reward. Were it not for the enigmatic nature of the live broadcast, which kept its rules and outcomes concealed, he would have already sought to discover where the resurrection elixir was hidden. If he knew its location, he would seize it without hesitation. Ding! Uchiha Madara's answer was incorrect. His weapon, the Uchiha scythe, was confiscated. As this information emerged, Uchiha Obito glared at the spot where his scythe had vanished, nearly choking on his rage. Why must this old fool always drag his weapon into the fray? In just 3 days, he had lost 2 weapons, the Uchiha fan and the scythe. What would he have left to maintain his image as Madara? Frustrated, Uchiha Obito mused that perhaps he should let Madara handle everything alone, allowing him to command the Akatsuki via the live broadcast. Yet, he pondered what the Akatsuki's reaction would be upon learning of his demise. With a subtle shake of his head, Uchiha Obito scoffed, letting it go. After all, the scythe was merely Madara's. With Madara's scythe gone, along with the fan and a Sharingan, what would he have left to showcase? Chapter 37. Lackluster is simply lackluster. Another Sharingan? Ninjutsu? Soul-shattering? Why was his answer deemed incorrect? The more Uchiha Madara contemplated, the more discontented he grew. In his entire life, he had never experienced such indignity. I refuse to accept this. If anyone surpasses my sarcasm, I shall willingly concede defeat. Yet thus far, my sarcasm reigns supreme. Uchiha Madara repeated this statement 5 times in the group chat. Senju Hashirama, with a serious tone, replied, Madara, do not be upset. Matters such as these require acceptance of the outcome. Who prompted you to charge forward recklessly? Even your Deidara's clay serpent strikes me as somewhat lackluster. Let alone the live broadcast. Uchiha Madara, get lost. Very well. Senju Hashirama obediently fell silent. This reward was none other than the resurrection elixir, and all souls in the Pure Land were anxious to discover what it was. What kind of sarcasm could sway the live broadcast? The higher-ups of each ninja village, the Kages, were all racking their brains for answers. Even in Konoha, personnel from the intelligence department were vigilantly monitoring the live broadcast, hoping that this resurrection elixir would also find its way to Konoha. Moreover, the third Hokage was particularly invested in this matter. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, though present with the fourth Kazekage, kept his eyes fixated on the live broadcast. What would the answer be? Furrowing his brow, he glanced back at Nara Shikaka beside him. Do you have any insights? Lugio shook her head slightly, declaring, this is an open-ended question, and the answer is uncertain. Ding! A bystander quickly interjected. My answer is the fire explosion of Orochimaru. Wrong. Punishment. Confiscation of all assets. It was evident that this individual was not a ninja. Ding. Chase Orochimaru. Ding. Orochimaru escapes with his tail between his legs. Ding. Flee through the hole, Orochimaru. Ding. All answers incorrect. Punishment. Confiscation of all household assets. 3 consecutive mistakes, all resulting in the same punishment during the live broadcast. Meanwhile, in the stands of the Chunin exam venue, Orochimaru, concealed beneath the hat of the 4th Hokage, had beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his frustration palpable. Is this how one treats others? He merely avoided a death match with the scorpion of the Red Sand and Deidara, merely transformed into a snake. Do they truly need to insult him so? Unable to contain himself, he clenched his fists, engulfed in a chilling darkness. This time, he would initiate the Konoha collapse plan. He must win and prove them wrong. Just as he prepared to act, ding. Once again, someone had buzzed in. The responder, the wandering ninja Yanyi. 6 characters appeared on the screen, and many gazed at that name in astonishment. Yanyi, was he not the same person who had been called out by the live broadcast before? The one who possessed the Sharingan and half of the 3rd Hokage's 5 elemental chakra? Yes, it was indeed him. Everyone held their breath, looking at the live chat, awaiting his answer. My answer is clay explosion of the pot bottom, serpent scorpion stewed spicy strips. As soon as the answer appeared, Uchiha Madara could not help but exclaim, "What does that even mean?" Yanyi replied, "It is quite literal. Anyone with a bit of culture can understand." After that, Yanyi fell silent. Uchiha Madara shouted in fury, "Yanyi, is it? Do you wish to dance? Such an answer is acceptable to you?" Senju Hashirama scolded, "Do you not feel agitated? Why are you always so impulsive, appearing uncultured? Uttering a few flowery phrases, you think you have merit, yet compared to literary prowess, you are far inferior to this Yanyi." Uchiha Madara retorted, "Hashirama, you are cultured. Enlighten me. What kind of ridicule is that? Just because I let others dance, does that make me uncultured? You, with your knowledge, do enlighten us." He could not believe that others understood. Senju Hashirama replied, "Who knows? Speak up." Uchiha Madara, upon hearing this, cursed inwardly. Is Hashirama trying to slap me in the face? Terumi remarked, "It seems Lord Madara does not quite comprehend." The clay explosion of the pot bottom refers to Orochimaru's lair resembling an inverted frying pan. Thus, the explosion of clay blasting the pot bottom is indeed a valid point. The 4th Raikage added, "Ahem, I usually do not show off, as I am perceived as a rough person. But today I wish to convey through this chat that the villagers of Kumogakure and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning should know that I am quite cultured as well." Next, the serpent scorpion stewed spicy strips. The serpent scorpion is easily understood, referring to Orochimaru and the scorpion of the Red Sand. Anoki interjected, "Let me elaborate. As for the stewed spicy strips, I believe Yanyi compared the 3rd Kazekage to spicy strips. Whether it is the puppets of the scorpion of the Red Sand or Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, they both manipulate the dead, akin to old cured meat. Thus describing them as spicy strips is quite fitting. Moreover, did you notice that Orochimaru fleeing with his tail is reminiscent of a walking spicy strip?" Senju Hashirama concluded, "Thus, what Yanyi referred to as the clay explosion of the pot bottom and the serpent scorpion stewed spicy strips indeed has merit." Uchiha Madara noted, "It seems you all grasp the concept." Senju Hashirama laughed, "Of course. Madara, you must learn more." Uchiha Madara proclaimed, "I shall challenge the 5 great ninja villages to see whose intellect prevails." At that moment, the system chimed, congratulating the wandering ninja Yanyi, stating, "This answer aligns perfectly with the system's regulations. Reward, Resurrection Rebirth Elixir." Wow, did he truly answer correctly? This point indeed has merit. My heavens, who is this Yanyi? He has consecutively answered correctly twice. He is soaring to greatness. With the Sharingan, 5 elemental chakra, and now the Resurrection Rebirth Elixir, he need not fear death anymore. Terumi welcomed, "Yanyi, little brother, we of the Mist Village welcome you. I await your joining at any moment." Senju Tobarama cautioned, "Sister Mei, you must realize that some men are not to be trifled with. If you provoke them, you must bear the consequences, such as myself." Terumi quipped, "Buffed my lord, you should resurrect first." Senju Tobarama replied, "Next time, I must acquire the Resurrection Rebirth Elixir." Uzumaki Mito mused, "Indeed, love can transform a person. I feel Tobarama is no longer the same." Anoki added, "Yanyi, I hope you choose our Awagakure. I will show you what the will of stone truly is. The fourth rampage enticed. Come to my village. We have the finest rap artists, allowing you to experience a unique regional culture. Haha, I feel cultured again. The fourth Kazakage Raza invited. Join us in Sunagakure. Should you choose to come, I will offer you the finest treatment. The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi concluded. Still, come to Konoha. It is the most renowned among the 5 great ninja villages, and your future here is boundless. Chapter 38. Resurrection Rebirth Elixir. Uchiha Madara, witnessing this scene, felt envy and resentment, anxiously gazing at the big screen, recklessly typing in the chat, I want a Resurrection Rebirth Elixir too. Senju Hashirama admonished, Madara, do not throw a tantrum. That is an achievement earned by Yen Yi through his own merit. You cannot mimic a monkey. Uchiha Madara was furious, wishing to scold Senju Hashirama. What tantrum? What monkey mimicry? You are such a tedious figure. His words were clearly directed at Kaguya and Uchiha Obito. He desired resurrection. He could no longer remain in the Pure Land. With the emergence of the live broadcast, the entire ninja world might soon learn of the Akatsuki's secrets, jeopardizing all his efforts over the years. This scene was also witnessed by Kaguya and Obito, who realized that the Resurrection Rebirth Elixir was now in Yen Ye's possession, and they must acquire it. Kaguya, investigate Yen Ye's current whereabouts. We need to devise a perfect plan to seize the Resurrection Rebirth Elixir. Uchiha Obito recalled their last encounter with Yen Yi, a frown creasing his brow. His Sharingan was formidable, ensnaring him in an illusion. Yet recalling Yen Ye's words, his fists clenched tightly. Do you wish to create a world with Rin? I tell you, you shall never achieve it, unless you follow me and serve me. Perhaps I can help you fulfill your wish, for I possess the Resurrection Rebirth Elixir. Sweat beaded on Obito's forehead. Just yesterday, he claimed he could obtain the Resurrection Rebirth Elixir, and today he had done so. Could Rin truly be revived? With that thought, Uchiha Obito's heart raced. He dared not imagine nor betray, as half of him belonged to Uchiha Madara, and both Kaguya and Obito were at Madara's command. If they were to discover his intentions, would he even survive? Clearly, some matters could not be rushed. However, if this opportunity is missed, it may never come again. Though Obito issued orders to Kaguya, he understood that the ultimate decision lay with him. He yearned for Rin's revival, desiring to be by her side, not to have her alive while he perished. Therefore, he needed a comprehensive plan. This plan must not only deceive Kaguya and the deceased Uchiha Madara, but also secure that resurrection elixir. In the live chat, everyone was preoccupied with courting Yen Yi, hoping this wandering ninja would choose their village. The live broadcast took a 15-minute break, and the chat buzzed once more. Many repeated Yen Ye's words. Clay explosion of the pot bottom. Serpent scorpion stewed spicy strips. Have you noticed? Orochimaru does indeed resemble spicy strips, especially when he flees. In this battle, he was certainly on the defensive. However, in the future, would he truly perish at the hands of Deidara and the scorpion of the red sand? It cannot be true. After all, he is one of the legendary Sannin. But what does that matter? He still fled like a snake. The chatter among the crowd grew increasingly fervent, shedding the restraint of previous days. Even the lesser figures dared to voice their opinions, most frequently concerning the outcome of this battle. Orochimaru felt a cold sweat trickling down his palms as he gazed at the sky, his usual composure slipping away. Ordinarily indifferent to victory or defeat, the scrutiny of so many eyes ignited a fierce desire to reclaim his dignity. Unable to endure it any longer, he resolved that today, the entire ninja world would witness the might of Orochimaru. With that, Orochimaru's gaze shifted, signaling to the members of the Sand Village's Anbu, who began their operations. A tremendous explosion erupted, marking the commencement of the Konoha collapse plan. Hidden ninjas from Sound Village and Sand Village sprang into action, while Orochimaru's earlier proclamation in the group chat left many perplexed. What did Orochimaru say? What is happening? Just then, a line of text appeared on the grand screen. Live broadcast of current events. This indicated that the scenes being broadcasted were indeed unfolding in real time. Explosions were occurring. The massed Anbu rushed towards the source of the explosions, and the battle had commenced. Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to suspect the presence of an individual nearby and inquired, "Fourth Kazakage, what are you planning?" A cloud of smoke enveloped them, making it difficult for the protective ninjas to breathe. As they prepared to press on with their defense of Hiruzen, several shuriken flew from the smoke, embedding themselves in their bodies. Orochimaru swiftly changed positions, appearing behind the third Hokage, gripping his neck and leaping onto the Grand Hall. Four ninjas from the Sound Village emerged, securing the corners and initiating their jutsu. The four purple flames formation. The four-colored translucent barrier ensnared Orochimaru and Sarutobi within its confines. As the surrounding Umbu attempted to breach the edge of the barrier, they were violently repelled, screaming in agony. Orochimaru's clothing tore apart, revealing his true form. This scene simultaneously broadcasted across the world via the grand screen. What is happening? Is this a live event? Is this the battle occurring now? Who is that? And who is that old man? My goodness, is this not Konoha Village? The chat group erupted into chaos. Within Konoha Village, some Chunin and Genin were busy evacuating the villagers. Witnessing this scene, they couldn't help but feel anxious. After all, that was their third Hokage. Tsunade exclaimed, "What is going on? We must return to the village." Jiraiya shouted, "Third Hokage, Orochimaru? We need to hurry back." Other Umbu and Border Patrol personnel declared, "Prepare to protect the third Hokage. We must return to the village immediately." As Konoha's inhabitants beheld the unfolding crisis, they abandoned their tasks, ready to return home. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, furrowed his brow. After glancing at the messages in the chat group, he shouted loudly, knowing that every action he took alongside Orochimaru was being observed by the entire ninja world. Thus, any words he spoke would be heard. "Relay my orders. All ninjas stationed at the borders of the Land of Fire must hold their ground and ensure the safety of the borders. No one is to return." As Hokage, he understood that the security of the borders was paramount at this moment. While other ninjas could return to the village, the borders could not be left unguarded. Moreover, the current situation between the Sand Village and Orochimaru remained unclear. If other ninja villages seized the opportunity to invade, the consequences could be catastrophic. Chapter 39. The execution of the Konoha collapse plan. Although the existence of the grand screen unveiled many hidden truths and fostered a level of information sharing among the major ninja villages, it also complicated matters. For instance, this incident should have been managed discreetly within the village and stabilized nationally afterward. Instead, it had been broadcasted directly, posing a new threat to the Land of Fire. This was the Hokage's command, and none could defy it. At the borders, many ninjas felt a surge of anxiety. After all, Konoha was their village, their home. They suppressed the urge to protect their homeland, reminding themselves to maintain their posts and safeguard the greater populace of the Land of Fire. Yes, yes, yes. All the border ninjas responded in unison in the group chat. Meanwhile, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and several nearby Konoha ninjas hastily returned to the village. In the death forest of the northern mountains, the Chunin exams had concluded, and all Genin were returning to the village. Within the four purple flames formation, Sarutobi Hiruzen broke free from Orochimaru's hold, and the two faced each other in combat. Meanwhile, at the venue, Kakashi, Might Guy, and several other ninjas present in the village were intercepted by hidden Umbu from the Sand Village, and both sides clashed. Throughout Konoha, various attacks ensued as a three-headed serpent summoned from the depths charged towards the village walls, obliterating a section with sheer force. The ninjas positioned themselves in front of Orochimaru, hurling kunai, explosive tags, and shuriken at him. The sound of explosions echoed, yet they failed to inflict any harm upon him. Previously, when the crowd witnessed Konoha's united front during the grand screen broadcast, they believed that even if Orochimaru launched an assault, victory would be unattainable, given Konoha's formidable cohesion. However, at this moment, their perceptions shifted. Although they were unaware of Orochimaru's motivations for attacking Konoha, the prevailing circumstances suggested that he had a significant chance of winning. Meanwhile, another threat emerged within Konoha. Gaara, appearing as if provoked, began to lose control. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura stood before him, while Kankuro, Temari, and their teacher, Matsuri, glared at them with fury. Opposite them, Yatsuki Anko scoffed, "Is this your plan? What of it? What if it isn't?" Matsuri's expression turned icy. Both sides charged at one another, shuriken and kunai clashing, creating a cacophony of sparks. In an instant, Yatsuki Anko unleashed her serpent's hand upon the opponents, while Matsuri retaliated with her wind blade shuriken, countering the onslaught. The two moved with incredible speed, the snake-like shadows dancing like phantoms, the wind blades cutting through the air. Matsuri found herself bewildered by the rapid pace, her wind blades swirling like flowers. Yatsuki Anko darted like lightning, launching dual snake shadows that alternated between attack and retreat. Suddenly, they transformed into two massive serpents, barreling toward Matsuri as if seeking mutual destruction. Matsuri, believing it to be a straightforward assault, was unprepared for the reckless charge. The two serpents careened forward, followed by a multitude of smaller snakes. Uzumaki Naruto, witnessing this spectacle, was astonished, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. Is this the caliber of a Jonin's battle? Explosions rang out as Matsuri utilized explosive tags, annihilating a swarm of encroaching serpents. What are you standing there for? Take them down, Yatsuki Anko shouted. Only then did Uzumaki Naruto snap back to reality. While Sasuke had already charged in, engaging Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari in combat. The grand screen showcased simultaneous battles from three perspectives: the village-wide conflict, the clashes involving Matsuri, Yatsuki Anko, Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, as well as the explosions and confrontations between ninjas. Among these, the scene within the Four Purple Flames formation, drawing the attention of the entire ninja world, was particularly significant. At this moment, Orochimaru stood before the third Hokage, proclaiming, "I had intended to wait until 5 days from now, during the third Chunin exam, to strike. However, I can no longer contain myself. Today, I shall demonstrate to the entire ninja world whether or not I, Orochimaru, am truly formidable." In this confrontation, the third Hokage declared, "The predicament we face today is of your own making. Your foolish actions have ensnared Konoha in peril. Hence, this battle is destined to be mine. The outcome of events remains uncertain until the very end." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was icy as he regarded his opponent. The tiles beneath them crunched ominously as they launched their assaults simultaneously. Tile Shuriken, Serpent's Shadow Hand. Orochimaru unleashed a ferocious serpent that sank its fangs into the neck of the third Hokage, just as he reveled in the belief that his adversary had succumbed to age. The third Hokage transformed into a mound of earth, revealing it to be a mere earth clone. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Sarutobi again invoked his earth jutsu. Orochimaru found himself ensnared by the mud, his figure swaying precariously, and he laughed derisively. "Is that all you can do? How utterly boring." Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. The Fire Dragon Bullet manifested, its enormous maw agape as countless earth projectiles rained down upon Orochimaru. Concurrently, the third Hokage unleashed his own Fire Dragon Bullet, an eruption of flames cascading forth. In an instant, Orochimaru was engulfed by the combined onslaught of earth and fire. A chilling scream reverberated through the air, leading the ninjas outside the Four Purple Flames formation to believe Orochimaru had met his demise. Yet, the third Hokage's voice rang out, "Cease your trivial theatrics. I know his abilities all too well. He is my pupil." Orochimaru, smirking, emerged slowly from the rooftop, a sinister smile curling his lips, his violet eyes casting an ominous shadow. "Ah, impressive indeed. Yet, I find myself underestimated." He glanced skyward, where a live broadcast showcased his assault on Konoha, captivating the entire ninja world. He knew he had to exert his utmost effort. The battle resumed, with Sarutobi launching shuriken, while Orochimaru invoked the reanimation jutsu. 1, 2, there would be no third. Two coffins materialized, their lids creaking open to reveal the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. What on earth is happening? I warned against speaking carelessly, and look what has transpired. We've been summoned to confront our own. Tobirama, disgruntled, surveyed the surroundings, having just been enjoying a peaceful moment in the Pure Land. Although he held grievances against the third Hokage, he acknowledged that, from the village's standpoint, he had been a competent leader. Hashirama sighed. Who would have thought Orochimaru would truly summon us? Suddenly, Hashirama called out to the heavens, aware that the live broadcast was capturing their appearance. "Brother, do you not feel ashamed? The entire ninja world is watching." Tobirama retorted. "Very well." Hashirama chuckled. "Since they are all watching, let me issue a warning. Any ninja village that dares to take advantage of Konoha's plight will face my wrath first." Typically jovial, he now exuded an aura of icy authority, a formidable presence that commanded respect. Simultaneously, the chat was flooded with repetitive declarations. "Anyone who dares to exploit Konoha during this crisis will face my wrath first." It was Minato Namikaze, fulfilling a mission from Haiden, vigilantly monitoring Konoha's situation. The personal grievances held by the third Hokage against Naruto were one matter, But the survival of the village was not to be trifled with. Anyone who dared to bully Konoha would have Minato to contend with first. The chat echoed with his resolute warning, asserting that he, the fourth Hokage, had returned and was silently safeguarding Konoha. The chat fell into an eerie silence, with only Minato's bold statements glaring in the conversation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Hashirama and Tobirama found themselves once again bound by Orochimaru's cursed seals, now under his control. "Monkey, do you still dare to look down upon the dead?" Tobirama glared at Sarutobi. The third Hokage, momentarily embarrassed, felt a chill in his gaze. "Master, it seems we may have to fight to the bitter end." Hashirama noted, "In this moment, you have not spoken lightly of Konoha. At least you understand the gravity of the situation." Ashamed, Sarutobi lowered his head, only to rise once more and charge towards his former mentors. "I beg your pardon. Let us set aside our personal grievances," Tobirama shouted as he surged forward. The so-called personal grievances likely pertain to the scandalous revelations broadcasted live, the concealment of Naruto's identity, the theft of the resurrection potion, the dismissive attitude towards the first and second Hokage, and the myriad of secrets surrounding the Senju clan's dwindling lineage. It was time to settle these scores. The battle commenced with physical attacks. Kicks, punches, and elbow strikes echoed throughout the arena. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Water release, water barrier. The clash of fire and water erupted. Water release, water surge wave. Tobirama executed his jutsu once more. Earth release, earth wall. The earth techniques defended against the water, followed by an even more powerful fire jutsu, flames licking like tongues and water crashing like artillery. The combat was fierce and dazzling, leaving onlookers in awe. Suddenly, wood release erupted, colossal trees sprouting from rooftops, ensnaring the third Hokage. How much chakra does it take to induce such rapid growth? Is this the caliber of a master? The spectators of the ninja world were astounded, as were the members of the Akatsuki, who were on missions elsewhere. Is this the power of the first Hokage? And in a state of death at that? At that moment, the fourth Raikage, recognized the insurmountable disparity and kept silent. In the chat, expressions of shock and awe filled the screen, as everyone watched the unfolding battle with bated breath. Summoning Jutsu, manifest. The king of monkeys, Enma, appeared. The third Hokage, ensnared by the trees, bit his palm and summoned Enma. Withdraw staff. Enma transformed, shattering the wooden bindings and liberating Sarutobi. The battle raged on, with Orochimaru unleashing the Kusanagi sword, joining the fray. Empowered by Enma's might, Sarutobi became a whirlwind of agility, wielding the staff with finesse, capable of both offense and defense. Fluidly adapting to the rhythm of the fight, Orochimaru dodged left and right, parrying attacks with the Kusanagi while directing the reanimated first and second Hokage to obstruct. However, this maneuver played directly into the third Hokage's strategy, as he intentionally lured his foes deeper into combat, creating openings in their defenses. He deftly affixed prepared seals onto the reanimated Hashirama and Tobirama. One of them, unable to focus on all fronts, was sent flying by Orochimaru's kick, crashing to the ground. Motionless, Orochimaru remarked coldly, "Foolish to neglect the shadow clone technique. You must still be recovering from the chakra loss incurred the other day." As he approached, the surrounding ninjas anxiously watched. "Third Hokage, please rise." They could only observe in despair from outside the four purple flames formation. Just as Orochimaru reached for Sarutobi, the latter suddenly opened his eyes, seizing Orochimaru in a desperate attempt for close combat, wishing to take them both down together. But Orochimaru merely switched places, transforming into a puddle of mud, not his true self. To their astonishment, Orochimaru morphed again, this time into the form of a woman. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed incredulously at the woman before him. "Have you truly mastered that forbidden technique?" Opposite him, Orochimaru let out a sinister laugh, his expression grotesque. His voice transformed to that of a girl. "Goodness, now I understand why he could give birth to himself. It can actually be done." Tsunade, standing to the side, couldn't help but comment. Senju Tobirama furrowed his brows. Throughout his life, he had developed countless ninjutsu. Yet he had never encountered a technique like this, able to shift between genders effortlessly. At this moment, was Orochimaru male or female? Enough. Silence. Orochimaru turned to the two, scolding them loudly. Just moments ago, he had been boasting with laughter, but after their remarks, his mood had soured. The first and second Hokage, filled with indignation, wished to resist, yet were utterly powerless under the control of Edo Tensei. Once able to speak freely, they now resembled mere corpses, their eyes devoid of life. Unable to utter a word, Orochimaru tightened his grip on their control. Wood release. Sarutobi Hiruzen initiated the wood release to fill the entirety of the four purple flames formation, while the Monkey King's Rui Jingu Bang morphed into a cage, shielding Sarutobi from harm. Shadow Clone Technique. Si, Hai, Wei, Mao, Su, Zi, Yu Wu Si. Sarutobi began to form seals rapidly, ultimately bringing his hands together in prayer as he summoned the Shinigami. This was his first time wielding the Shinigami summoning technique, a forbidden art once mastered by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had sealed half of the Nine Tails chakra using this very ninjutsu. To summon the Shinigami, one must offer their soul in a contract. Thus, the Shinigami could assist the summoner in sealing the target's soul. This method was a mutual destruction, a gamble where even if the opponent were killed, the summoner would perish too. The third Hokage had resolved himself for this sacrifice. Meanwhile, Tobirama was also forming seals to cast an illusion technique, the dark pursuit technique. At that moment, the talismans affixed to the two Hokage activated, releasing a cloud of smoke. And they vanished. Haha, third Hokage, you are indeed clever. Tobirama's spirit ascended to the Pure Land, leaving behind those words. Tobirama could not help but commend. Let bygones be bygones. From now on, the fate of Konoha rests in your hands, monkey. Ever since the first day of the live broadcast, Orochimaru had boasted in the chat about using Edo Tensei to summon the first and second Hokage, prompting Sarutobi to work through the night to develop two sealing talismans designed to counter Edo Tensei. He perused all the forbidden scrolls of Konoha, enhancing the power of these talismans to prevent a day when Orochimaru might truly bring the first and second Hokage to attack Konoha. He never anticipated that the day would come so swiftly, nor that his talismans would prove effective so soon. Although these talismans required further testing and refinement, they had indeed served their purpose. For instance, the two talismans affixed to the Hokage had not sealed their souls, but had successfully liberated them from Edo Tensei. Thus, Sarutobi had effectively diminished his enemies by 2/3. He had to thank the live broadcast for allowing him to prepare in advance. With the departure of the two former Hokage, their bodies turned to ash, and the illusion, the dark pursuit technique, dissipated. Once again, the four purple flames formation was illuminated by the towering trees. Upon witnessing the dissolution of his summoned Edo Tensei, Orochimaru charged forward in fury. He was unaware that Sarutobi had already summoned the Shinigami, for only those who had entered into a contract with the Shinigami could perceive its presence. However, at that moment, had he looked up at the sky and observed the live broadcast, he would have understood why Sarutobi utilized the shadow clone technique. For the visage of the Shinigami was indeed displayed within the broadcast. Meanwhile, the scenes within the live broadcast shifted. Jiraiya and Tsunade, along with the ninjas on missions in Konoha, had all returned to the village. The monstrous serpent and the sound ninjas who had wreaked havoc had all been subdued. This was also thanks to the live broadcast. Without it, they would have been oblivious to the events unfolding outside the village. In the Forest of Death, Ibiki and his team had already begun their rescue efforts, while the battle between Mitarashi Anko and Maki had reached a decisive conclusion. Though Anko lacked Maki's ferocity, her serpent's shadow technique was masterful, adept at ambush, and with reinforcements arriving, Maki soon fled the scene. Although Gaara had transformed into a tailed beast, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage against the 7th Squad's assault and other support techniques. At this moment, Orochimaru's faction was beginning to crumble within the grand scheme to destroy Konoha. Inside the four purple flames formation, seeing that the first and second Hokage had departed, Orochimaru brandished the Kusanagi sword and charged at Sarutobi for one final confrontation. He sought the third Hokage's life. The transformed Monkey King's Rui Jingu Bang clashed with the Kusanagi sword. As Orochimaru drew close, he suddenly widened his eyes in terror. His former mentor had seized his body, revealing that the figure before him was a mere shadow clone. In an instant, it felt as though something had pierced his soul, causing his pupils to dilate in fear. What is this? He gasped in terror. In that moment, he realized he had to act swiftly, or the consequences would be dire. For he had never experienced such a sensation before, his body immobilized, as though his very soul was being extracted. Above, a spectral hand was tugging at his essence, while behind Sarutobi, The Shinigami gazed greedily at Orochimaru. At this point, Orochimaru could only manage to wiggle his fingers in a desperate struggle, directing the fallen Kusanagi sword. The injured Monkey King, lying nearby, cried out in warning. "Be careful! Die! Die!" The three voices echoed almost simultaneously. The Shinigami yanked at Orochimaru's soul with fervor. The Kusanagi sword pierced through the third Hokage's body. The fallen Monkey King reached out to grasp the sword. The Kusanagi sword skewered the third Hokage, blood staining the ground. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if everyone could sense the chilling gaze of death. Third Hokage? In Konoha, all eyes were fixed on the live broadcast, hearts heavy with grief, regardless of his past indiscretions. Whether he had once peered through a crystal ball to spy on women or viewed the fourth son as a demon fox, at this moment, he stood resolute for the sake of Konoha. "Why didn't you evade?" Orochimaru asked, astonished. "There was no need to evade. We are all destined to die. At my age, I have no regrets." A rare smile graced the third Hokage's face. Orochimaru attempted to utilize ninjutsu once more, but his hands betrayed him, refusing to obey. In that instant, he felt fear. He furrowed his brows, staring at his former mentor, disbelief etched on his features. "Do you understand why you cannot move?" "Because the ninjutsu I employed was once wielded by a hero of this village. I used my soul as a bargaining chip to summon it, to extract your essence, Orochimaru. Let us struggle together in the belly of the Shinigami, never to be reborn." Laughter of victory adorned the third Hokage's face. Orochimaru, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Is this the fourth ninjutsu? This was the technique used to seal the Nine Tails?" To him, this assault on Konoha was inconsequential. Yet losing his life over this event would be unacceptable. His ultimate goal was to attain immortality. Had he truly met his demise at the hands of his own master? Sweat dripped down his forehead as the third Hokage continued to pull vigorously at his soul, while the Shinigami behind him bore a ghastly expression. As Orochimaru's soul was gripped by the Shinigami, he finally caught sight of the entity behind the third Hokage, his eyes widening in terror. "What? Is this the Shinigami?" Not only Orochimaru, but at this very moment, ninjas and citizens from all corners of the ninja world were engrossed in the live broadcast from the heavens. The colossal, monstrous soul of the Shinigami loomed ominously behind the third Hokage, casting a terrifying gaze over all. Is this truly the ninjutsu of Konoha? It is utterly horrifying. Chapter 42, Misfortune Strikes My Good Fortune. How many individuals in Konoha possess such a terrifying ninjutsu? It is almost beyond comprehension. From their conversations, did the fourth Hokage also use this ninjutsu to seal away half of the Nine Tails chakra? My goodness, had the fourth Hokage been present, Orochimaru would likely have had no chance of victory whatsoever. What victory? Orochimaru is already defeated. Although the third Hokage may lose his life, Konoha is now safe. The crowd, watching the celestial broadcast, murmured among themselves. Inside Konoha, within the four purple flames formation, the Shinigami had already used a short blade to sever portions of Orochimaru's soul, chewing them voraciously, his drool and greedy gaze betraying his insatiable hunger. How absurd! You wretched old fool! I shall not allow you to have your way, Orochimaru shouted, his fingers frantically manipulating the Kusanagi sword, deepening his resolve. Hurry and die, he yelled angrily, sweat streaming down his face, his expression filled with abject terror. He had never felt such fear before. He did not wish to die. He yearned to live eternally. The third Hokage was reaching his limit. Had he not previously released the Edo Tensei, he would have surely perished by now. Haha. Though I may be destined to perish today, I do not regret it. For Konoha! For Konoha! For Konoha! The third Hokage shouted with all his might. Drawing on the last vestiges of his strength, he endeavored to seal Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru, in a state of dread, resisted fiercely, his chakra surging and dissipating in a relentless cycle. This was a tug-of-war between life and death. Die already, you old fool! Orochimaru shouted in a frenzy. The onlookers were filled with rage. After all, that was their teacher. Though they were furious, they could not save the third Hokage trapped within the four purple flames formation. Even Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi were preoccupied with combating other threats in the village. I will drag you down with me. Do you believe Konoha will emerge victorious? Let me tell you, it is not just the Sound Ninja Village. The ninjas from the Sand Village will join me in slaughtering every last one of you, sparing not even the children. Ha ha ha, you old fool. My plan to destroy Konoha will undoubtedly succeed. Orochimaru cackled, his face contorted in a hysterical struggle. Nonsense. Your forces have all been defeated. Just look at the sky. Tsunade's voice rang out beyond the four purple flames formation. Suddenly, the formation trembled violently as Tsunade's fist struck it, causing the entire barrier to emit a deafening sound. Orochimaru attempted to gaze at the sky, but the trees obstructed his view. Turning around, he caught sight of Tsunade through the gaps in the foliage. Aren't you supposed to be outside the village? How did you return? Tsunade pointed to the sky, where the live broadcast was displaying the ongoing confrontation between him and the third Hokage. He shouted in rage. The heavens have thwarted my good fortune. As time dragged on, Tsunade continued to pound the barrier, while the third Hokage was nearing his limit. Gasping for breath as he spoke, it seems I no longer possess the strength to extract your soul entirely, but I shall obliterate your ambitions. You are obsessed with ninjutsu, squandering its potential, so let me bring your ninja career to an end. What did you say? At this moment, a significant portion of Orochimaru's soul had already been forcefully extracted, and the Shinigami swiftly severed the extracted portion, swallowing it whole and chewing. I shall seal your hands, rendering you unable to use ninjutsu ever again. Thus, your plans to destroy Konoha shall fail. The third Hokage's lips curled into a victorious smile. Orochimaru's eyes bulged as he shouted, "Return my hands." The four purple flames formation was breached, and the four sound ninjas hoisted Orochimaru to flee. Tsunade rushed in, only managing to embrace her teacher's lifeless body. The live broadcast abruptly ceased, marking Konoha's final victory, albeit at the cost of the third Hokage's life. The broadcast halted and began to replay. A bold question appeared on the screen. Why did Orochimaru initiate the plan to destroy Konoha? Upon seeing this question, the crowd furrowed their brows, as they too were eager to understand why Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin and the third Hokage's disciple, would launch an attack against Konoha. Moreover, why would he seek to kill his own teacher? What could possibly be the reason? Although many speculations lingered in their minds, no one dared to answer the question. Perhaps the recent battle had left them in disbelief? Koharu remarked. Indeed, why did Orochimaru initiate the plan to destroy Konoha? Only one person can answer that question, Orochimaru himself. After all, he is not dead. Orochimaru, are your hands unable to write anymore? You can still breathe. Answer the question. Why did you initiate the plan to destroy Konoha? After Koharu's remark, silence once again enveloped the group, as everyone seemed to await Orochimaru's response. However, a long silence ensued, and he remained mute. Jiraiya suggested, perhaps this time the broadcast will reward him with a resurrection pill. Orochimaru, are you certain you do not wish to respond? Tsunade added, indeed. That pill could be quite beneficial for you. Perhaps you might have a change of heart and send something to the third Hokage. The two employed a provoking strategy, eager to uncover the truth behind Orochimaru's actions. Despite his notorious wickedness, in their hearts, he still held a place akin to that of a comrade. However, since he had killed the third Hokage, their feelings had shifted significantly, and he had become more of an adversary. Koharu concluded, I see now, he cannot move. His arms are sealed, and he will no longer be able to use ninjutsu. Henceforth, he shall hide underground like a worm, becoming nothing more than worm Orochimaru. Enraged, Orochimaru retorted, Koharu, are you seeking death? Koharu replied, seeking death? Bring it on. Orochimaru stammered. You Tsunade pressed, speak. Why did you initiate the plan to destroy Konoha? Ha ha ha. Don't you want to guess? I enjoy watching you all speculate without arriving at the truth. The third Hokage is dead, isn't he? He deserved it. He deserved it. He wrote furiously, but after composing just a single line, his fingers grew weary as if he had lifted an immense weight. No matter how he experimented or endeavored, he could not gather chakra in his fingers. Ding. I understand now. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara pressed the buzzer. His motivation for answering was not driven by a desire for reward, but rather genuine curiosity about Orochimaru's motives. I know. It is because Konoha has a type of candy called snake-shaped lollipops. I believe he initiated the plan to destroy Konoha to obtain that candy, as it is delicious and shaped like a snake. He must have desperately wanted it and couldn't attain it, prompting him to wage war. Uchiha Madara responded earnestly. Chapter 43, Uchiha Madara's Curiosity. Koharu was dumbfounded. Anoki was also taken aback, for they knew this answer was undoubtedly erroneous. Yet the one offering such a ludicrously incorrect response was none other than the illustrious Uchiha Madara. Haha, does Konoha really possess a type of snake-shaped lollipop? Many children in Konoha used to adore it. Do you remember? Uchiha Madara asked deliberately. Senju Hashirama mused. It seems there was one, and it was quite tasty. Senju Tobarama added. Was there? I had no idea. Jiraiya queried. Really? I have never seen it. Tsunade concluded. It appears there isn't one. Besides, it is absurd to think Orochimaru would launch an attack for a piece of candy. Suddenly, Tsunade seemed to grasp Uchiha Madara's implication. Oh, I remember now. There truly is one. Orochimaru, did you really wage war for a piece of candy? You are utterly ridiculous. What do you have to say for yourself? I brought this to you. Why would you act in such a manner? Are you not being childish? Jiraiya suddenly realized. Goodness, Orochimaru, you truly disappoint me. You would resort to such lengths for a mere piece of candy. Orochimaru was infuriated, and while he was on the run, he struggled to write quickly. Although he had prepared an answer, his fingers hindered him, and in that moment, he was mocked by Uchiha Madara and others. I did not. I would never instigate a battle for something as trivial as candy. That is not who I am. Just then, the celestial broadcast announced, Uchiha Madara's answer is incorrect. The punishment is the forfeiture of the fire style, fireball technique. I told you. How could I wage war over a lollipop? Orochimaru eagerly scribbled, ding. In that brief interlude, he hastily pressed the buzzer, having decided to answer the question and, in the process, reveal his plans to certain individuals. He needed to contemplate his future as well. Congratulations. Orochimaru, you have buzzed in successfully. Please provide your answer. The voice from above resonated. Everyone fixated on the chat group, and for a moment, silence enveloped the group as they awaited the answer. First, I wish to acquire Uchiha Sasuke as my apprentice. Secondly, I seek revenge. The position of the fourth Hokage rightfully belonged to me, yet that old fool bestowed it upon Minato. If I were to lead Konoha, I firmly believe it would emerge as the mightiest of the 5 great shinobi countries. Furthermore, purely for amusement, the Akatsuki has remained dormant for years, and the shinobi world has enjoyed an extended period of peace. The timing is perfect for change, thus I initiated the Konoha collapse plan. Upon completing these words, a layer of sweat formed on Orochimaru's forehead. He cursed the third Hokage for sealing his hands. Otherwise, writing would be a trivial endeavor for him. Uchiha Sasuke, can you see my message? Now you understand why I orchestrated such grand events, right? I want you to witness my capabilities and evaluate your future, whether it lies with the people of Konoha or with me. Make your choice, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru gazed at the celestial screen, his slitted eyes exuding a chilling aura. The onlookers were incensed, particularly those from the land of fire and Konoha. Is this all for Uchiha Sasuke? He covets Uchiha resources. Someone exclaimed angrily in the group. This is outrageous. For mere amusement, this individual is truly vile. The shinobi world has only enjoyed peace for over a decade, and there are those who cannot tolerate it? Did he intend to provoke the Akatsuki by claiming they were inactive? Orochimaru, please explain yourself. At that moment, regardless of what was said in the group, Orochimaru remained silent, retreating northward with the sound 4. Uchiha Sasuke, reading Orochimaru's words, felt a tumult within. Orochimaru's strength was undeniable. He had single-handedly confronted the third Hokage, who ultimately fell, leaving Konoha with profound scars. If he possessed such power, could he not exact revenge on Itachi? What had he truly learned in Konoha over the years? Upon reflection, it seemed he had only mastered Chidori. In Itachi's presence, he feared he would have no opportunity to even reach for his chance. What was he to do? He needed to contemplate this deeply. Orochimaru's response left an indelible impression on Uchiha Sasuke's heart. Ding. The celestial broadcast concluded its evaluation. Congratulations, Orochimaru, your answer is correct. You are rewarded with a snake-shaped lollipop. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru looked at his hand to find a snake-shaped lollipop had indeed materialized. In a fit of rage, he discarded it, lamenting that even a fire-style technique would have sufficed. They had deliberately given him a lollipop. Nonetheless, his objective had been achieved. Uchiha Sasuke, you will contemplate this, won't you? You 4, return to Konoha and seek out Sasuke, respecting his wishes. If he resists further, use force. He commanded. The sound 4 exchanged worried glances. My lord, what about you? I can return alone. It is my hands that are injured, not my feet, Orochimaru replied, leaping away, disappearing before their eyes. The 4 obeyed, heading back to Konoha. The chat group remained abuzz, with everyone denouncing Orochimaru's actions, while Konoha mourned the loss of the third Hokage and the damage to the village. Although Orochimaru's rationale incited anger, they had no time to dwell on it. They were busy rebuilding and better protecting the village. As time ticked away, the celestial broadcast shifted forms, presenting yet another question. The query appeared. In light of Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, who is his insider within the village? What? As this question emerged in the sky, not only Konoha but even the other 3 great shinobi villages were taken aback. Workers engaged in reconstruction paused their tasks, while those preparing for the 3rd Hokage's funeral halted their efforts. Everyone turned their gaze to the celestial screen, their expressions filled with hatred. Is there a traitor among us? An insider for Orochimaru? Who could it be? The people of Konoha clenched their fists in anger, while the high-ranking officials, including Tsunade and Mitarashi Anko, were seething with rage. All eyes were fixated on the celestial broadcast, eagerly awaiting the revelation to eliminate the traitor. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, present in Konoha for the Chunin exams, recognized the urgency of the situation following the 3rd Hokage's passing and addressed the group. I am the daimyo of the Land of Fire. 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. If you see this, please return to Konoha immediately. At that moment, everyone understood that Konoha had been attacked and that the 3rd Hokage had fallen. Thus, the village urgently required a Hokage to oversee affairs. Minato responded, "The village's matters can be temporarily managed by my mentors and others. Rest assured, no other villages will take advantage of our plight. Should they attempt to act, Orochimaru's 50 kilograms of explosive clay will come into play." It turned out that during his battle with the 3rd Hokage, Orochimaru had discarded 50 kilograms of explosive clay. Although the explosive techniques had not been retained, these materials, once developed and utilized, might still prove effective. This revelation would have gone unnoticed, but Minato's keen eye caught it on the broadcast. His words dropped like a bombshell in the group, deterring other villages from taking rash actions, for Minato was known for his unpredictable movements, dubbed the Yellow Flash. If he were to personally intervene, other villages would surely face repercussions. The daimyo of the Land of Fire swiftly grasped the implications. The 4th Hokage had subtly declined the position of successor. Consequently, Konoha would have to choose between Jiraiya and Tsunade as the next Hokage, setting aside the 3rd Hokage's funeral and Tsunade's ascension to the role of 5th Hokage. The chat group was abuzz with interest regarding the celestial broadcast's new inquiry. Uchiha Madara, who is Orochimaru's insider in Konoha. I wonder what the reward will be. If it's another resurrection potion, it could be quite interesting. In his heart, he yearned for that resurrection potion. Senju Hashirama, 3rd Hokage, have you arrived in the Pure Land? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Elder, I wish to be left in peace. Please do not disturb me. I have just died and do not wish to converse. Sarutobi Isuma, you shameless old man. You better explain yourself. Who is this piece? Do not think I cannot find you just because you are hiding in the belly of the death god. Hurry up and tell me, who is peace? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobarama. At this moment, I am more concerned with identifying the traitor. In our Hidden Leaf village, there lurks a traitor. Monkey, your management of the village leaves much to be desired. At that moment, the recently deceased Hiruzen Sarutobi realized that the query on the live broadcast was about who the traitor, planted by Orochimaru, was within Konoha. Reflecting on Orochimaru's various deeds, Sarutobi let out a quiet sigh. I have departed from this world. I wish to no longer concern myself with such matters. I yearn for peace. With that, he submerged into silence, needing time to adjust to the reality of his demise. Sarutobi's spirit mused, Old Lecher, who exactly is peace? Above, the sky continued to replay the scenes of chaos unfolding in Konoha, where every ninja fought valiantly. From the visuals, it was nearly impossible to discern who the traitor might be. Suddenly, Inoki pressed the buzzer. Clearly, the 2 Hokages resurrected by Edo Tensei are the traitors, aiding Orochimaru in the destruction of their own village and the slaughter of their kin. Thus, they are indeed the traitors. Tobarama Senju and Hashirama Senju exchanged incredulous looks. While Jiraiya questioned, Lord 3rd Tsuchikage, do you understand what Edo Tensei entails? Those resurrected possess no autonomy. Kushina Uzumaki chimed in, Jiraiya-sensei, shouldn't you be managing Konoha instead of chatting here? To which Jiraiya replied, I am currently overseeing the responses in this group. I too wish to uncover the traitor. Until the traitor is eliminated, I cannot rest easy for the late 3rd Hokage. Kakashi Hatake echoed, until the traitor is revealed. We owe a debt to the deceased 3rd Hokage. The atmosphere intensified as dozens of ninjas in the group began to type fervently, their collective wrath palpable. Shimura Danzo interjected. In my opinion, the selection of the fifth Hokage should not rest solely on Minato's counsel. I believe a candidate from the older generation would be more convincing, such as myself, Koharu Udatane, or Mito Kato Hamura. Upon reading this, Koharu promptly typed, I have no qualifications. I withdraw. Mito Kato added, as for the Hokage election, my primary concern is identifying the traitor. I willingly concede my lack of qualifications. I withdraw. Danzo implored, first Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage, please lend me your voices. My contributions to Konoha are well documented. I trust the eyes of the people are discerning. Therefore, I ask for your support. Sarutobi replied, you aspire to become Hokage? Huh. You have long desired this, haven't you? Including Orochimaru. Tobirama added, Danzo, you are unfit for this role. Why? Danzo retorted, because I refuse to see the sunlit Konoha transformed into a shadowy realm. The fire daimyo interjected, where were you during the battle in Konoha? The daimyo's question rendered Danzo speechless. After a prolonged silence, he stammered, I was leading the Umbu in evacuating civilians and swiftly notifying the border ninjas to stabilize the situation. Returning to the village carelessly is not an option. The daimyo, incensed, responded, the third has already informed the group. Your input is superfluous. Danzo clenched his fists in frustration, aware that without the daimyo's consent, he could never ascend to the position of Hokage. Yet, he was unwilling to accept this fate. How many years had he waited? The third Hokage was not him, nor was the fourth. Even after the fourth's death, it was still not him. Now, with the fifth Hokage's selection imminent, could it possibly still not be his turn? I refuse to accept this. My dedication to Konoha is no less than that of the third Hokage. Why am I not worthy of becoming Hokage? I am willing to sacrifice my life for Konoha. I too deserve this honor. Just as he continued to voice his discontent in the group, someone abruptly pressed the buzzer. Congratulations to Itachi Uchiha for answering correctly. Please respond. The system revealed the name of the responder, and as it appeared, the entire group, along with the entire ninja world, was struck with astonishment. It was Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha could scarcely believe his eyes. It truly was him. He had not spoken in the group for days, and when he had seen Itachi's name on the Akatsuki roster, he had mocked him for working for aliens. Yet now, he had chosen to answer the question. My answer is, collaborating with Orochimaru, the traitor within Konoha is Shimura Danzo. The final four words were pronounced with deliberate emphasis, leaving everyone in shock. How could this be? Had he not just been competing for the Hokage position? Indeed, had he not claimed that his contributions surpassed those of the third Hokage? How could he possibly be the traitor? Danzo retorted angrily, Itachi Uchiha, you vile murderer of your clan, devoid of respect for the law, and irredeemably wicked. How dare you slander me? You must be tired of living. Meanwhile, Itachi was en route to Konoha, tasked with capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Aware that Deidara and Sasori were also heading to Konoha, he recognized that the greatest threat was not the Jinchuriki, but rather his brother. With the third Hokage deceased, who would protect Sasuke now? Who remembered the promise he had made with the third? As long as Danzo remained, no one could safeguard Sasuke. If he were to become Hokage, Sasuke would be in even greater peril. Thus, he resolved to use the question and answer format to eliminate Danzo. Should he answer correctly, Danzo would be forced to leave Konoha, ensuring Sasuke's safety. If he answered incorrectly, it mattered little. He was already a notorious rogue ninja and had nothing to lose. Isn't that so? To my knowledge, you have maintained connections with Orochimaru all along. You secretly supported his clandestine experiments, and there is an individual named Kabuto Yakushi, whom you placed in Konoha to assist Orochimaru. Danzo, you are that person. For the first time, Itachi spoke at such length. Danzo protested, you are slandering me. How could I possibly be that kind of person? If I were, I would meet a terrible fate. I would never betray Konoha. How could I be the traitor? Everyone, listen to my explanation. He is framing me. Obito Uchiha interjected, haha, I believe Itachi. Kakashi responded, Obito, is that you speaking? Danzo continued to protest, incessantly attempting to clear his name and boasting of his merits, claiming they rivaled those of the third Hokage. Suddenly, the broadcast chimed, announcing the results of the evaluation. Congratulations. Itachi Uchiha, your answer is correct. You are awarded a photograph of Sarada Uchiha. Danzo, taken aback, spat blood in disbelief. How could this be? If I were the traitor, would I not know? The broadcast is deceiving. Simultaneously, former Umbu and Root members were equally perplexed. How could this be possible? While Danzo was indeed secretive and manipulative, willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals, he was certainly not a traitor intent on disrupting Konoha's stability. Was it possible that this broadcast was truly misleading? Not only the Root members, but even Jiraiya and Kakashi began to harbor doubts. Could it be? Was he truly the traitor? Jiraiya shook his head. If he were ruthless and unyielding, I might believe it, but to say he is a traitor, I remain skeptical. Sasuke frowned upon seeing the reward. He understood from the broadcast that his future daughter would be named Sarada, and yet the broadcast had awarded Itachi a photograph of his own daughter. What did this mean? At the same time, the typically composed Itachi was left dumbfounded, as he found himself holding a photograph of his own niece. In the photograph, Zarana is adorned in a crimson outfit, complete with glasses, and proudly displays the Uchiha clan's emblem. She appears to be around 12 or 13 years of age, standing amidst the bustling streets of a modernized Konoha, illuminated by vibrant neon lights, her smile radiant. Within him, Itachi Uchiha experiences a tumult of emotions, feeling as though his heart is racing with an endless surge of blood. His eyes, a deep crimson, glimmer with the kaleidoscopic pattern of his Sharingan, slightly glistening with moisture. He stares intently at the photograph in his hand, one hand pressed against his heart. His niece, his beloved niece. This is a glimpse of Konoha's future, and it appears bright. Sasuke is well, and so is his niece. Thank heavens, everything is well. Nearby, Kisame Hashigaki, observing this scene, quietly inquires, Itachi, are you alright? Itachi Uchiha shakes his head slightly. He gazes upward at the sky before lowering his eyes back to the photograph. Though his expression remains calm, his heart is tumultuous. He takes a deep breath and scrutinizes the image once more, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips before he gently tucks the photograph into his pocket. Injustice, such injustice. The sky broadcasts the plight of the innocent. I may forego the title of Hokage, but I cannot endure this injustice. Meanwhile, Danzo Shimura continues to shout in the live chat group, persistently attacking the sky's broadcast with ninjutsu. At that moment, the live feed shifts. The previous content of Orochimaru's assault on Konoha vanishes, replaced by a scene featuring Danzo Shimura. In the footage, he stands upon a bridge, unwrapping the bandages from his body. Facing none other than the grown-up Sasuke Uchiha. Perched upon the bridge's archway is a masked member of the Akatsuki, observing the spectacle with apparent amusement. A woman lurks nearby, hidden behind a bridge pillar, Karui. Simultaneously, text appears at the top of the screen. Sasuke Uchiha versus Danzo Shimura. Once again, a battle is imminent and beneath the sky. Voices erupt in excitement. Is that Sasuke Uchiha? And there's no mistaking Danzo Shimura. The live chat buzzes with admiration for the future Sasuke's handsome visage. He is truly dashing. As the broadcast continues, Danzo Shimura coldly regards his opponent, methodically removing the layers of bandages, revealing a grotesque arm. It is pale, adorned with 10 rotating Sharingan, an unsettling sight. Sasuke Uchiha frowns at the sight, and at that moment, the screen freezes. A question appears on the live broadcast. Who transplanted the Hashirama cells in Danzo's shoulder? Where did the Sharingan on his arm come from? And who performed the transplant? This inquiry astonishes not only Sasuke Uchiha, but also Madara Uchiha. Sasuke seems to suddenly grasp the implications, swiftly pressing the buzzer to answer. Congratulations, Sasuke Uchiha. Your answer is correct. Please provide your response. Others in the chat seem to anticipate his answer, recognizing it as an obvious question, given Danzo's previous doubts about the broadcast's integrity, which now exposes his secrets. The Hashirama cells on his shoulder were transplanted by Orochimaru, and the Sharingan on his arm were harvested from our Uchiha clan during the massacre, also transplanted by Orochimaru. With his declaration, Sasuke clenches his fists, having resolved in that moment that he will no longer remain in Konoha. He intends to seek out Orochimaru to acquire greater power, with the aim of eliminating Danzo and avenging the Uchiha clan. The chat group falls into silence, all eyes transfixed on the broadcast. After a prolonged pause, someone finally breaks the stillness. The fourth rankage. I once thought I understood the limits of humanity, yet Danzo has surpassed my expectations. Kurinai Yuhi. They say the blood mist is notorious in the ninja world, yet some surpass even the third Mizukage in their transgressions. Danzo, do you have anything to say for yourself? Danzo Shimura retorts, injustice. Utter injustice. First of all, The Sharingan on my body was not transplanted by Orochimaru, but by Konoha's medical team. Secondly, I had no involvement in the Uchiha massacre. I merely feared the waste of those precious eyes and collected them for the village. Tobirama Senju interjects, Danzo, do not use Konoha as a shield, or I shall ensure you do not know how you perish. Hashirama Senju asserts, eliminate him now. Madara Uchiha adds with fervor, finally, Tobirama speaks sense. Such a person does not deserve to live. You dare believe Sasuke Uchiha? He is merely speculating. I can prove my innocence regarding Orochimaru. Danzo exclaims once more. At that moment, a voice in the chat, belonging to Aburame Shino, declares, I am the head of Konoha Hospital, and I hereby state that any abnormalities in Danzo's body or transplant issues have no relation to our hospital. We have never performed any transplant surgeries on him. Following this statement, the chat falls silent once more. Danzo, seething with rage, exclaims, You fool, do you wish to die? You dare undermine me? I will kill you. The daimyo of the Land of Fire interjects, Who do you think you are threatening? Konoha has decided that Tsunade will assume the role of the 5th Hokage. Tsunade, acknowledging the trust placed in her, declares, to prevent further chaos in Konoha, I hereby order the suspension of all duties held by Danzo in the route, revoking his leadership and all associated powers. Within the span of an hour, Konoha has selected its next Hokage, with all forces rallying around Tsunade. After witnessing the content of the broadcast, she conferred with Shizune, Mito, the daimyo, and numerous ministers of the Land of Fire, swiftly moving to revoke Danzo's positions. At this moment, all forces of Konoha, including the Umbu, converge upon the headquarters of Root, awaiting Tsunade's command. The eradication of the traitor is imminent. What? You dare to revoke my position? I am an elder, a high-ranking official. I have devoted my life to Konoha, and you treat me this way? Danzo bellows once more. Suddenly, the broadcast announces, Congratulations, Sasuke Uchiha, for answering correctly. You are awarded an upgrade to your Mangekyo Sharingan, along with the secret technique Amplified Eruption. Amplified Eruption? Danzo's body tenses at the mention of the reward. Previously, rewards were given as penalties to others, yet now, the broadcast directly grants a technique it has not penalized. This technique allows a jutsu to be used in rapid succession for a limited time, albeit at a significant chakra cost. However, in critical moments, it can be a lifesaver. The upgrade to the Mangekyo Sharingan signifies that Sasuke's current Sharingan will evolve into a Mangekyo without any external stimulus. This is indeed a unique reward for Sasuke. In the mountains, Sasuke feels a sharp pain in his eyes. Upon reopening them, they reveal the intricate patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Simultaneously, he feels his chakras surging, as if his very essence is amplifying. Soon, a new technique appears in his mind, the amplified eruption rewarded by the broadcast. He gazed at the mystical techniques in his mind and began to cultivate them. At that moment, the 4 members of the Sound Ninja appeared before him. Lord Orochimaru is waiting for you. Konoha is no longer suitable for you. Have you given any thought to it? Uchiha Sasuke looked at the 4 before turning his gaze to the sky and spoke. I wish to know the truth. Upon hearing this, the 4 understood that he was waiting for the live broadcast to conclude. He sought to uncover the true reason behind his future battle with Danzo. Perhaps the very truth behind his clan's annihilation. Very well, we shall wait for you. The 4 vanished into the forest. Once the live broadcast provided the answer, Konoha mobilized its Umbu and elite shinobi surrounding the roots, capture Shimura Danzo alive. However, at that moment, the old fox had already fled Konoha. He had departed long ago during the 3rd Hokage's confrontation with Orochimaru. It was a plan he had meticulously orchestrated. To attain the position of Hokage, he needed the 3rd to relinquish his seat, and the 3rd's death was the most favorable outcome for him. Yet, he never anticipated that this live broadcast would ruin all his plans. Although he felt secure now, he was indignant. Even if all of this were true, it could not prove that I am a traitor. I have committed countless misdeeds for Konoha, yet I am certainly not the traitor that seeks to undermine it. As he fled, Danzo resisted this conclusion. In the chat group, everyone witnessed this scene and erupted in derisive laughter. Uchiha Madara, this man should dance to his demise and be torn asunder. 5th Hokage Tsunade, you claim your innocence, yet Orochimaru defected shortly after the 4th sacrifice. And the Uchiha clan's extermination occurred 7 years later. Your Sharingan was also obtained at that time. If you had no dealings with Orochimaru, how could he assist you in transplanting the Sharingan? The evidence suggests you have been in contact all along. Chapter 47. On the 10 Deaths of Danzo. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo stammered, unable to utter a word. He stared at the sky, watching the live broadcast as he unwrapped the bandages, revealing his Sharingan, while the group erupted with accusations. If he had been in contact with Orochimaru, who could prove he did not partake in the plan to bring Konoha to ruin. Furthermore, after the third's passing, instead of tending to the village's affairs, he rushed out to vie for the Hokage position, which shows he desperately desires the title, even at the expense of the village's safety. Therefore, I cannot believe he is not a traitor. Danzo, enraged, shouted, I am not. I am not. I am not. Orochimaru, do not bother to explain. You are. Suddenly, Orochimaru appeared in the group, inciting fury among all Konoha members. Orochimaru, die? Where are you? We seek vengeance for the third. Danzo, feeling utterly wronged, was taken aback to find Orochimaru personally corroborating the accusations. Could he still be innocent? Orochimaru, you are deliberately betraying me. Your hands are incapacitated, yet you can still write? Are you not exhausted? Orochimaru simply replied, I use my feet. Danzo was infuriated. This is absurd. Regardless, he was now in a state of escape. The live broadcast resumed. In the footage, Danzo had removed all the bandages from his arm, facing Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke inquired, what happened to your arm? Never mind. I do not wish to know. It will only fuel my anger. I intend to kill you. Before that, I must ask, was it the order of you and Konoha's upper echelon that led Itachi Uchiha to annihilate my entire clan? Danzo chose to respond with violence, charging at Sasuke and striking at his abdomen, but Susanoo manifested, blocking his fist. He looked up in terror as Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan glimmered coldly in his gaze. He could not even move. The basic Susanoo protected Sasuke and seized Danzo. As the initial Susanoo tightened its grip, Danzo coughed up blood, on the verge of death. Answer me quickly, Sasuke shouted. I once thought he was not that kind of person. That detestable Itachi, even before his death, revealed the secret. It seems only you are special, and I never expected he would spill the truth. Is it all true? Sasuke's roar caused the basic Susanoo to suddenly become flesh and blood. Many shinobi were silent heroes, not just Itachi, but many more had died in obscurity. This world is not solely adorned with brilliance. Behind the light lies darkness. Their existence sustains peace, and those who fail to comprehend Itachi will never understand. Nonsense. Sasuke's eyes glinted with cold fury as he clenched his fist. Danzo, trapped in Susanoo's grasp, was crushed, blood splattering everywhere. Under the celestial dome, all bore witness to this spectacle. Did he defeat Danzo with a single move? Danzo did not even touch him. The future Sasuke is astonishing. Yet, did you hear? The Uchiha clan's extermination was at the behest of Konoha's high-ranking officials, and Itachi's choice to annihilate his clan was for what? Peace? The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Sasuke, amidst the deadly forest, watched the live broadcast, utterly stunned. Itachi exterminated our clan for Konoha? How is that possible? How can that be true? His mind echoed these questions, unable to fathom the reality that the malevolent Itachi Uchiha acted for peace. Father, mother, please explain. In the dark woods of Konoha, Sasuke questioned his parents in the chat. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto remained silent for an extended period, as if everyone in the group awaited an answer without daring to interject. Finally, Uchiha Mikoto spoke. Sasuke, all I want is for you to be well. This single statement confirmed everything. The Uchiha clan must have committed acts intolerable to Konoha, leading to such calamity. But why did it have to be his own brother? He could not accept it. Without further hesitation, he resolved that he could no longer remain in Konoha. Sasuke gazed at the sky, then at the Force-Sound ninja beside him. I have made my decision. I will leave Konoha. Since this is what Itachi sought to protect, I shall bring about its destruction. One day, I will make the blood of its people pay for their debts. With that, he no longer hesitated and departed Konoha with the Sound Ninja. Meanwhile, the battle between Danzo and Sasuke continued in the live broadcast. Danzo charged recklessly, only to meet his demise with barely a touch. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Sasuke. This was the famed Izanagi controlled by the Sharingan. This ocular technique could negate unfavorable circumstances, restoring the user to normalcy, but at the cost of losing one eye. Thus, after Sasuke had seemingly killed him, he was back. What is happening? How can this be? Wasn't he the battle already concluded? Danzo is still alive? Everyone below the celestial dome was astonished at this scene. In the chat group, questions poured in. Can anyone explain this? Danzo was clearly crushed by Uchiha Sasuke. How is he back, and without a scratch? Could it be an illusion? If it were an illusion, we should be able to discern it. Yet this does not seem like an illusion. With too many questions arising, Uchiha Madara remained silent, awaiting the live broadcast to pose this query. If it did, he would seize the opportunity to answer, perhaps earning a reward, of which the most coveted would be the resurrection elixir. However, after a prolonged wait, the celestial curtain revealed no issues, and the entire live broadcast continued uninterrupted. Uchiha Izuna spoke up in the group, suggesting, "That must be Izanagi, a technique that can alter reality through the Sharingan." Astonishment spread among the audience. Wow, the Uchiha clan is incredible. Such a technique could indeed be life-saving. The admiration was palpable, and Uchiha Madara, observing his younger brother's response, chose not to intervene. The celestial curtain would inevitably unveil more secrets in the future. Even if he could stifle the present, he could not halt what was to come. The secrets of the Uchiha would gradually emerge, yet it mattered not. Regardless of exposure, the Uchiha remained the strongest. Chapter 48. The Ant Impeding the Elephant. Kunai piercing Susanoo. As the group continued to extol the Uchiha, a smile crept onto Madara's face. In the visual display, the two combatants resumed their clash. Suddenly, Danzo, standing behind Uchiha Sasuke, lunged forward with a kunai, driving it into the Susanoo, which promptly shattered, halting the scene abruptly. A question appeared on the celestial curtain. At this moment, what did Shimura Danzo say after thrusting the kunai into the Susanoo? Any answer that conveyed the essence would be deemed correct. The group fell silent, pondering the inquiry. On the streets of Konoha, a young girl tugged at her father's hand and asked, "Daddy, is that person foolish? He was just crushed by the Susanoo. And now he is trying to stab it with a kunai? Surely, even a child wouldn't he do that?" Her father, a ninja himself, lifted her in his arms. Gazing skyward while shaking his head slightly, some individuals have a fundamental deficit in intelligence. The chat erupted in an uproar. Did you see that? Danzo actually tried to stab the Susanoo with a kunai? And Uchiha Sasuke seemed quite anxious about it. Could it be pierced? You're more foolish than Danzo. Look at the screen, the kunai is broken. Huh, an ant trying to impede an elephant. How ridiculous. In the chat, the focus shifted from the live question to Danzo's audacious maneuver. Senju Hashirama remarked, he must have said something at that moment. What was it? Last time I answered incorrectly and faced punishment. I need to redeem myself. Senju Tobarama interjected, brother, if you're frugal, you sometimes even give away tailed beasts. If you're generous, why do you care about a bit of wood release chakra? During your battle with the third Hokage, you seemed adept with wood release, not appearing to have lost chakra. Indeed, I have lost some. My true thousand hands technique is not as grand as it once was. It used to be capable of transforming into an entire village. Now it's merely half a village. Wow, how extravagant. Is this truly the power of the first Hokage? Half a village in true thousand hands. What an ability. The chat participants were left astounded. Uchiha Madara quipped, no wonder everyone covets your Hashirama cells. Even Orochimaru and Danzo are researching you. You're a monster. Senju Hashirama laughed. That is absurd. I'm not a monster. I'm just Hashirama. Haha. But I must answer the question to regain my wood release chakra. He pressed the buzzer. My answer is, he probably exclaimed, what the hell? Kagami maped. Second Mizukichi. Yagura, Lord Senju, are you attempting to be humorous? Tsunade, grandfather, can you be serious? Anoki, I admire your wit. I often hear young people lament their lack of culture. Yet it seems this phrase, what the hell, is quite fashionable. Fourth Raikage. I find that phrase quite effective, able to express astonishment, shock, or joy, any indescribable sentiment. Uchiha Fugaku, haha. Anoki, Uchiha Fugaku has graced us with his presence. You seem quite pleased. Uchiha Makoto, I've never seen you smile before. Uchiha Fugaku, of course. Though he said little. Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke seemed to understand why he smiled. It was because, within the celestial live broadcast, Uchiha Sasuke was avenging the Uchiha clan. This scene, no matter how many times he witnessed it, never grew tiresome. It was exhilarating and joyous. In life and death, he had never felt such happiness. Ding. Senju Hashirama's answer was incorrect, resulting in a penalty of the sage technique. The celestial curtain deemed it a direct failure. Senju Hashirama protested, no. How can they punish my sage technique? I haven't replenished my wood release chakra from yesterday. Uchiha Madara remarked, you always tell me not to act impulsively. Yet here you are, impulsively answering. It's merely the sage technique. If it fails, just practice more. Senju Tobarama cautioned. Brother, maintain your image. Senju Hashirama retorted. That is absurd. I'm not willing to lose it. This question is too difficult. Kagami may. Indeed, a person's words can vary immensely. Who knows what he would have said? Anoki, could it be Kanai stabbing Susanoo? He must have been shocked. Fourth Raikage. He must have been stunned. Wasn't he at what the hell? Tsunade. Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, ding. My answer is, he might have said, what a worthless Kanai. Kagami may. Danzo stabbed Susanoo with a Kanai, which broke, and he blames the Kanai. Lord Third, your logic mirrors Danzo's. Hiruzen Sarutobi, indeed, that is precisely how he is. Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi, what do you mean? Could I utter such nonsense? Hiruzen Sarutobi, it's evident you could stab Susanoo with a Kanai. What can't you do? Look at yourself. What have you become? When I allowed you time with the Uchiha, you wouldn't listen. Now, you seek revenge, but there are 100 ways to die that are less torturous. Shimura Danzo, stab. Ding. The celestial curtain determined the answer incorrect, resulting in a 24-hour mute for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Wait, there is such a punishment? Tsunade exclaimed. Why was he muted? Lord Third, may I inquire about your funeral wishes? At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi could no longer speak. Ding. Shimura Danzo successfully buzzed in. Just then, Shimura Danzo pressed the buzzer, confident he could guess his words from that moment. After all, as long as the essence was close, the celestial curtain would deem it correct. Why not seize the free reward? He was in dire need of various rewards, such as chakra, ninjutsu, anything enhancing his abilities. If luck smiled upon him, perhaps he might even receive a resurrection pill. Thus, while others were distracted, he quickly buzzed in. I think, at that moment, I would have countered with a wind release technique and unleashed a wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere for a surprise attack, and I would have said, Uchiha Sasuke, perish. Since it was a buzz-in answer, Danzo's response was pinned at the top of the group chat. Upon seeing this answer, everyone nodded in agreement. Senju Hashirama, indeed. That sounds like something a seasoned ninja would do. How did I not think of that? Chapter 49. A single exclamation rules the world. Uzumaki Mido. I believe this answer is correct. This time, Danzo should receive a reward for leaving Konoha, as only he knows himself. Anoki, indeed, using wind release ninjutsu is far more fitting for a jonin than stabbing Susanoo with a kunai. Everyone expressed their agreement with this answer, as it came directly from Danzo himself. Ding. Time for celestial curtain judgment concluded. Shimura Danzo answered incorrectly, resulting in the penalty of losing one Sharingan. Wait, that is wrong? Kagami may typed a flurry of question marks. The fourth Raikage, I knew it. Danzo continues, especially since you possess numerous Sharingan. At this moment, Shimura Danzo had fallen silent, realizing that his options were dwindling. After 3 consecutive days of live QA sessions, he had already lost 2 Sharingan. This particular broadcast, showcasing his battle with Uchiha Sasuke, had revealed all his hidden cards. If he continued to respond without understanding the gravity of the situation, he risked losing all his remaining Sharingan. Many were aware that this question was difficult to answer. The chat was filled with idle chatter, yet no one dared to respond, as the answer remained ambiguous, and none could guarantee correctness. As time passed, the live broadcast timer reappeared. The countdown had begun, and if no one answered within 10 seconds, a random participant would be selected to respond. The tension in the air was palpable as everyone anxiously watched the screen, fearing their names might be called. For no one could predict what Danzo might say in such a moment. Even if the general meaning was similar, it would be challenging to guess. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 ding. Uchiha Itachi was chosen to answer. It was indeed Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, Itachi, who was en route to Konoha, halted. Since learning that Sasuke would uncover all truths, he had begun to envision a new future. He had always placed his hopes in Sasuke, and it seemed he had made the right choice. The Sasuke of the future would indeed be different. I feel that had it been me, I would have surely marveled at the power of Susanoo. This response was open-ended, for Itachi did not provide a complete sentence, but merely indicated the direction of his thoughts. The broadcast had previously established that any answer with a similar meaning would be deemed correct. All eyes were fixed on the screen. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto. and Uchiha Itachi, as well as all the Uchiha who had once faced annihilation, gazed skyward. That was their enemy, regardless of any orders issued by Konoha's higher-ups. As members of the Uchiha clan, he should never have exterminated their entire lineage. It is indeed a source of shame that their entire clan, when gathered, was not a match for Uchiha Itachi and the mysterious figure who had assisted him. Ding. This time, the system quickly assessed. Congratulations to Uchiha Itachi for answering correctly. At that time, Shimura Danzo had remarked, using Susanoo to protect oneself is indeed the most fitting choice. Meanwhile, in the video, Danzo, having thrust a kunai into Susanoo, saw his weapon break and feigned calmness as he stated, "It seems using Susanoo for protection is indeed the most suitable choice." Shortly thereafter, a single punch from Susanoo struck him down to the ground. What? He died so easily? Those watching the live feed couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Congratulations to Uchiha Itachi for earning a single Sharingan. Itachi's reward was met with envy. Kurenai Yui. Danzo, at this moment, I find myself questioning how you rose to Konoha's elite ranks. Is your intellect truly only this limited? What about your wind release, vacuum great sphere? You were defeated by a single punch? Anoki, and you dare to run for Hokage? No wonder your lifelong efforts have amounted to nothing. There must be a reason. Shimura Danzo looked utterly astonished. Had his future self met his demise once more? The screen continued to display the unfolding events. Once again, using Izanagi, Danzo charged forward. Another punch, and Danzo was struck down. Uchiha Sasuke wished to personally slay his foe, retracting Susanoo to wield the Kusanagi sword. Yet he was immobilized by Danzo's cursed seal technique. Suddenly, Susanoo erupted once more, entering its initial form, drawing a bow and shooting an arrow towards the fleeing Danzo. In response, Danzo unleashed wood release from one arm, conjuring a massive tree that blocked Susanoo's arrow, allowing him to evade this attack. Simultaneously, Sasuke's Susanoo released another arrow. This time, the arrow pierced through Danzo's body. Before the eyes of all, he appeared to have perished, yet in the next moment, he stood again. Still utilizing Izanagi, the Sharingan in his arm continued to close, one after another, rendering him blind. Another arrow shot forth, striking true. Once more, Danzo charged forward. Summoning technique. Shimura Danzo invoked the summoning technique. The Dream Eater beast, the Baku, appeared. As soon as it emerged, it began to use wind release to absorb the surrounding air, generating immense force, while Susanoo shielded Sasuke. Believing the opponent had left an opening, Danzo lunged forward, only to be sent flying by a punch from Susanoo, crashing to the ground. Once again, he awakened. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke had discerned his secret, shifting from a long-range strategy to close combat. Susanoo felled one with a punch, another with a shuriken, and yet another with his sword. Under the live broadcast, numerous ninjas watching this scene couldn't help but laugh. If the screen were to ask, what name would you give this battle? My answer would be the 100 Deaths of Shimura Danzo. Kurenai Yui chuckled. Anoki, quite fitting. The fourth Raikage, this combat prowess is inadequate. If Susanoo couldn't handle him, that's one thing, but being pierced by shuriken is simply embarrassing. It's worse than our village's lower ninjas. Tsunade, I always thought he was a formidable opponent, yet it turns out he's just a weakling. Hashirama Senju. Indeed, compared to others, his abilities are average. I never imagined he would end up like this. As Shimura Danzo fled, witnessing the events on the screen, he was nearly driven to the brink of rage. Realizing at this moment that his abilities were truly lacking. He had always believed that possessing so many Sharingan and would release chakra would mark him as a top-tier shinobi. Yet he was vanquished by a mere teenager, and not just once, but repeatedly humiliated. He clenched his fists in fury, although the live broadcast had exposed all his secrets. It also clarified who his greatest foes would be in the future, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 50. What the four seals have bound the screen altered his fate, allowing him to escape Konoha. Thus, he vowed to train diligently, intending to eradicate the remnants of the Uchiha clan and reshape his destiny. The battle continued on the screen, with Shimura Danzo being impaled by Uchiha Sasuke's long sword, collapsing to the side. His Sharingan had been completely exhausted, and the cells of Hashirama began to activate in his right arm. Realizing the peril, he hastily severed his right arm. Had he delayed, he would have been completely consumed by Hashirama's would-release chakra. Desperate and struggling, he suddenly launched himself towards Sasuke, who deftly dodged. Yet Danzo seized the opportunity to hold the defenseless Karen hostage. Uchiha Sasuke showed no mercy, charging forward, impaling both Karen and Danzo with his long sword. Without an ounce of compassion, Karen fell, and Danzo, sensing disaster, turned to flee. He was missing an arm, and his aged body stumbled awkwardly, presenting a pitiful sight, while Uchiha Sasuke pursued him relentlessly. This was the man who had orchestrated the Uchiha massacre. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke exacted revenge for his kin. What was he running for? Did he believe he could escape? People voiced their discontent. He claimed to be stronger than the third Hokage. Yet in contrast to the live broadcast from Konoha, there was no comparison. Danzo was utterly inferior. Moreover, his intellect was lacking at this point. Wouldn't it be better to accept reality instead of fleeing in such a grotesque manner, knowing he couldn't escape? Indeed, the thoughts of those in the group mirrored those of the masked figure on screen. This person was likely Akatsuki's Tobi, whom they had seen in previous live broadcasts. He had always been a mere spectator, yet at this moment, he unexpectedly leaped down from the high wall, obstructing Danzo's path. With nowhere to escape, Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth, a resolute expression suddenly manifesting on his face. For Konoha, for the world of shinobi, I shall not allow you to live. As he spoke, he ripped apart his garments, revealing sealing marks etched upon his chest. A surge of dark energy erupted forth, resembling a spouting black fountain, rapidly spreading in all directions. A colossal black circle enveloped an area of several hundred meters, and the scene abruptly froze. A new question appeared on the live broadcast screen. What did Shimura Danzo's sealing technique seal? Upon the question's emergence, many were intrigued, pondering whether it inquired if Uchiha Sasuke had been sealed by Danzo. However, if that were the case, the broadcast would not pose such a question, suggesting that Sasuke was indeed not sealed. Moreover, if Uchiha Sasuke had been sealed, how could he later father a child? Yet, some might argue that even if sealed, one could be resurrected, much like the current Minato Namikaze. Clearly, this question was not simple. At that moment, another line of text appeared on the broadcast. Correct answers will reward successful transplantation of Hashirama cells and would release chakra. Onoki remarked. The reward includes would release chakra and Hashirama cells, and they are successful specimens. This is undoubtedly a bountiful reward, exceedingly rare for living shinobi. Suddenly, a ninja from a Wagakure pressed the buzzer. My answer is that he sealed Uchiha Sasuke and that masked man, who seems to be named Tobi. The individual responded, trembling with excitement. Due to his obscurity, the group merely observed in silence. Half a minute later, the broadcast provided a review. Incorrect answer, penalty, deprivation of earth release techniques. Another participant buzzed in. Only sealed Uchiha Sasuke? Incorrect. Penalty, deprivation of water release chakra. Did he seal the masked Tobi? Incorrect. Penalty, deprivation of fire release chakra. Several attempts followed, all incorrect. Vortex Mito commented, Hashirama, many desire your cells. It seems you are quite sought after. Hashirama replied, Mito, I too am curious. Am I truly such a rare being? Haha. Uchiha Madara interjected, Senju Tobarama, why have none from Konoha answered the questions? In all these inquiries, Konoha has not made an appearance. What is happening? This is the successful transplantation of first-generation cells. Do you not desire them? Tsunade apologized. Sorry, second grandfather. We are currently occupied with the third's funeral. Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented. What a shame to be silenced. I wish to tell you all that I do not desire a funeral. I merely want my crystal ball back to accompany me in death, for I still wish to watch the lovely maidens bathe. Despite Sarutobi's many musings, he remained silenced. And the crystal ball had fallen into Jiraiya's hands, rendering his last wish unfulfilled. Just as the conversation was veering off topic, a lone figure pressed the buzzer. It was the wandering ninja, Hikari. Terumi May exclaimed in surprise, it truly is him. Tsunade could not help but call out upon seeing the familiar little deer chopper avatar. Hikari declared, my answer is that he sealed half a bridge. Hashirama exclaimed, huh? Tobarama questioned. Shimura Danzo retorted, how could it be possible that I risked my life only to seal half a bridge? The broadcast chimed, congratulating the wandering ninja Hikari for the correct answer, awarding him Hashirama's cells and would release chakra. The broadcast confirmed the answer. Initially, Hikari had not intended to respond, but as the time for the broadcast was nearing its end, he could not allow his system to be left with an unanswered question. As a host, he had the right to treat his system well. Following the conclusion of the final question, the broadcast resumed, playing the previously halted video, revealing that the four-sealing techniques had indeed caused the bridge in the midst of battle to vanish in a half-moon shape, spanning an impressive width of over 100 meters. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke and Tobi remained unscathed. Wow, he truly expended so much effort only to seal half a bridge. Hikari was indeed impressive for knowing the answer. If we think about it, when he unleashed the four sealing techniques, he indeed enveloped himself within a massive circular seal. So sealing half a bridge should be considered a reasonable outcome. Whether it was reasonable or not, this battle prowess and intellect were certainly commendable. After a battle, to have been killed so many times, yet only managed to seal half a bridge is quite the tale in the shinobi world. As the group shared their thoughts, they reflected on the battle where Shimura Danzo faced a crushing defeat, having scarcely utilized any jutsu, focusing instead on using the Sharingan to activate Izanagi for survival, which was indeed peculiar. Chapter 51. The upgrade of the broadcast system. Meanwhile, the countdown timer in the group had begun, with only a minute remaining before the broadcast would close. So soon, this day has passed. Is it another day spent watching the broadcast? Someone inquired with a sigh. No. Tomorrow, I must train diligently. I have come to realize through the broadcast that there are always greater powers beyond. In the final moments, everyone lamented that today's battles had illuminated the narrowness of their thoughts, revealing how insignificant their abilities were in the face of true masters. In Konoha, everyone busied themselves with reconstruction and various tasks. To the west of the Land of Fire, the broadcast closed normally without wasting time. While the host Hikari was engaged in training, having acquired would release Kekkei Genkai and Chakra Ninjutsu, necessitating his mastery of these techniques. Over the past 3 days, the astonishment generated by the broadcast had been innumerable, and the system's points were rapidly increasing, approaching a breakthrough from the beginner stage. Just as he pondered this, a voice echoed in Hikari's mind, announcing the system's reminder. Congratulations, host. System points have reached the upgrade requirement. Would you like to upgrade? So soon? Just moments ago, I was still lacking 3 to 4 million in astonishment points. Yet now, with the broadcast and chat group closed, everyone still managed to elevate the astonishment points. Yes, upgrade. In the sky, the broadcast system suddenly shimmered, and the entire live interface displayed a progress bar. Indeed, the upgrade progress bar. The upgrade speed was not particularly rapid. Yet the newly appeared interface in the background presented new rules awaiting Hikari's review and approval. Upon inspecting the contents, Hikari's face lit up with joy, as he aimed to lead everyone. Naturally, enhancing their ninjutsu proficiency was part of his responsibilities. Following the system's upgrade, all participants would gain points and rewards. Thus, he did not hesitate to click the approval button. The next morning, many had already taken to the streets, sensing that something was amiss with the broadcast. At 8 o'clock, the broadcast screen blossomed, revealing that the progress bar from the previous night was now entirely filled, indicating the completion of the broadcast upgrade. On the large screen, a line of text appeared. New rules for the broadcast QA, from now on, in addition to the existing rewards and penalties for QA participation. All participants who engage in group discussions will receive point rewards. The point redemption is as follows. As the screen transitioned, rows of items and their corresponding point redemption values appeared. Beauty and health elixirs, 1,000 points. Chakra enhancement pills, 1,000 points. Nutritional military rations, 1,000 points. Fire release jutsu, great fireball technique, 2,000 points. Water release water dragon bullet technique, 2,000 points. Taijutsu, dragon subduing 18 palms manual, 5,000 points. A full screen of over 80 varieties of items filled the entire interface, ranging from simple military rations and beauty pills to high-tier elixirs and Kekkei Genkai techniques costing millions of points. Although there is no resurrection elixir, certain ninjutsu and elixirs have nonetheless piqued everyone's interest. Jiraiya remarked, "Has the celestial screen been upgraded? This is a generous gift for all. By answering questions and engaging in conversation, one can earn points, which can be exchanged for items." How remarkable is that? Might Guy exclaimed, "I particularly desire the 18 dragon subduing palms. From today onward, I shall accumulate points." Ha ha ha, just hearing the name signifies it is the ultimate martial art. Conan chuckled. The beauty and health elixir is reasonably priced and economical. Alas, my title as the most beautiful woman in the ninja world remains unchallenged. What a nuisance, Tsunade retorted. With your beauty, why is no one pursuing you? If we speak of the most beautiful woman in the ninja world, I shall not yield. Conan shot back. You old hag, do you have suitors? How dare you speak of me? Jiraiya interjected. I raised my hand in pursuit of Tsunade. Ha! Everyone was astonished and elated by this news, eagerly preparing for the celestial screen to commence its live broadcast, ready to respond to questions based on the live footage. Finally, as the celestial screen flickered, a bold statement reappeared, the strongest Akatsuki organization combat chapter, continuing from yesterday's events. Beneath this line, smaller text appeared, Deidara, Sasori, Gaara, Sakura, and Chiyo's battle. At this moment, Deidara and Sasori, having reached the outskirts of the Leaf Village, nearly spat blood upon witnessing this scene. What does this celestial screen mean? Does it know we are coming to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki? Why does it always expose us? Deidara exclaimed in dissatisfaction, while Sasori, furrowing his brow, shot a shuriken into the nearby woods, inquiring, Kisame, is Gaara still in the Leaf Village? After a pause, Kisame's head emerged slowly, calmly. But do not throw shurikens at me. You are late. They have already left. Where did they go? They should have returned to the village hidden in the sand. Sasori scowled, turning to glare at Deidara. This is your fault for going to replenish explosive clay. If you hadn't provoked that celestial screen broadcast, we could have made our trip in peace. Orochimaru has also left. What about our mission? Hearing this, Deidara waved his hand, summoning a clay bird, leaping onto its back, and called down to Sasori, come up, my speed is unmatched. We must hurry to the Sand Village, with Orochimaru's defeat. They are vulnerable after their conflict with the Leaf Village. Now is the perfect time to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Never. I would rather die than ride your clay. Sasori's voice was filled with a low, brutal tone. He turned, and with a swift motion, his tail spun like a wheel of fire, rapidly retracing their steps. Do not forget, I am a puppet master. He was just as swift. However, as he walked, he glanced up at the celestial screen, where Chiyo's name appeared, darkening his expression. Would she appear while capturing the one-tailed Jinchuriki? Meanwhile, within the Leaf Village, chaos reigned. Last night, Uchiha Sasuke had fled, and Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Neji had set out at dawn, fully committed to pursuing him. As they chased, the five lamented, what a pity we cannot properly witness the battle. Neji looked skyward. No wonder Sasuke did not wear the Leaf Village headband during his fight with Danzo yesterday. He was planning to leave the Leaf. Chapter 52. Deidara's capture of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Naruto shouted. No, he must have been coerced. We will bring him back. I swear we will rescue him. Remember, in the future, we will fight side by side again. When that Otsutsuki appeared, he stood right beside me. Shikamaru nodded slightly. Though it is troublesome, we cannot give up. Let us pursue. The five raced towards the Sound Ninja Village, while Deidara and Sasori hastened towards the Sand Village. The celestial screen had already commenced its live broadcast. The footage displayed the entrance of the Sand Village, where the duo, guided by an insider, infiltrated the village's barriers. Upon entering, Deidara immediately took action, employing his clay bird to soar into the sky. From above, he gazed down at the Sand Village, unable to resist exclaiming, this village truly possesses artistic value. Thus, it holds even greater potential for destruction. Indeed, the Sand Village was nestled within a desert, and its architectural style reflected its sandy surroundings. With scarce greenery and predominantly yellow structures. Gripping a clay spider in his hand, a smile crept across Deidara's face as he hurled it downwards. With a series of concealed explosions, he eliminated 3 sand shinobi. Upon landing, Deidara declared triumphantly, infiltration successful. Yet when he looked up again, he found himself face to face with Gaara, who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old and had clearly become the 5th Kazekage. His flowing red hair, resolute gaze, and the kanji for love etched on his forehead all testified to his growth. As the battle commenced, sensing danger, Deidara leaped onto his clay bird and attempted to flee, but Gaara pursued him with sand arrows. The number of sand arrows multiplied, surrounding Deidara from all sides. Relentless in their assault. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky darkened, and the clash intensified, with explosions reverberating across the land. The battle raged on as Deidara's clay bird soared swiftly, while Gaara utilized sand to block his path. Boom after boom echoed as the power of Shikaku erupted, enveloping Gaara in layers of protective sand, with his third eye hovering above, constantly monitoring the situation. Sand binding coffin. A voice called out. and Shikaku's hand spread like an omnipresent wave of sand, engulfing Deidara. Attempting to flee on his clay bird, he collided with the sand and was swiftly captured. At that moment, spectators across the ninja world, watching the celestial screen, clenched their fists in excitement, while the inhabitants of the sand village heightened their vigilance. Beneath the celestial screen, everyone in the sand village was transfixed by the live broadcast. Chiyo gazed upward and remarked, "What do you think? Since anyone can see this celestial screen, what plans will the Akatsuki organization devise upon witnessing such footage?" Nearby, a ninja gasped in shock. "What does the elder mean? Quickly, send someone to assist Gaara and the others. Since they fled the leaf yesterday and have yet to return, I fear the Akatsuki may have already struck." "Yes." The others immediately took their leave. The footage continued, with a massive explosion shattering the sand-binding coffin, allowing Deidara to escape once more. He piloted his clay bird at a safe distance from Gaara. However, despite his speed, Gaara's sand was equally swift, and as they battled in the skies, Shikaku's hand swung above them. The sand rapidly ascended Deidara's arm, and although he attempted to detonate a centipede bomb, it failed to explode. Gaara had initially intended to ensnare Deidara completely, capturing him alive to glean information about the Akatsuki organization, but now it seemed he had to act decisively. With a fierce declaration, blood sprayed forth as Deidara's arm was crushed by the sand-binding coffin. Having spared him before did not mean he would do so again. With his arm severed, Deidara tore it off and discarded it, crafting a C3 with his other hand, proudly declaring, "Now, no one can stop me. Behold my artistic masterpiece." He let out a furious shout and cast the C3 in his hand into the air. Upon contact with the atmosphere, it expanded instantaneously into a colossal bomb, dwarfing two men as it descended toward the village. Behold, the tremendous explosion was akin to a nuclear weapon, capable of razing the entire sand village to the ground. Everyone anxiously gazed at the sky, pondering the magnitude of this conflict. Granny Chiyo felt particularly uneasy. Could it be that we would meet our demise beneath such a bomb in the future? Shock gripped all present. The scale of this explosion was truly terrifying, and it seemed that an entire village could be obliterated by its descent. Witnessing this scene heightened Granny Chiyo's anxiety. Yet she understood that the images projected in the sky depicted a possible future. To prevent such a calamity from occurring, she knew preparations must be made forthwith. Bring forth the traitors, the scorpion of the red sand and Deidara, from the images. I demand their interrogation. Yes. A blinding light illuminated the earth as the deafening explosion echoed. Fear was etched on every face. Some shielded their eyes from the brightness. Others cradled their children, seeking refuge, while tears welled in the corners of their eyes. However, as the noise subsided and the light receded, pain did not follow. They were still alive. Everyone lifted their heads to investigate, only to discover that the fifth Kazekage, Gaara, had protected them with a barrier of sand. The enormous grains enveloped the village like a nurturing hand, an astonishing display of chakra. He absorbed the entirety of the explosion, and within the sand village, not a single soul was injured. Such was the might of their fifth Kazekage, Gaara. The moment seemed to freeze in time. In the live chat, the fourth Kazekage remarked, "I had previously been oblivious to what warranted his ascension to the position of Kazekage, but now I understand. He protects this village with his very life." The scene revealed that Gaara had utilized nearly all his sand and chakra to shield the village, leaving him with significantly less sand for his own protection. Seizing this moment, Deidara unleashed a clay bird before Gaara, and an explosion erupted. With a resounding boom, Gaara's visage shattered. He was injured. The ninjas of the sand village began to retaliate, launching arrows toward Deidara in the sky. At that moment, Gaara plummeted from the air. It turned out that as Deidara had torn off his own arm, he had infused Gaara's sand with a considerable amount of explosive clay, rendering that last explosion a piercing assault. Chapter 53. On the numerous methods to defeat Deidara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara, had fallen into Deidara's clutches. The scene abruptly cut off. Both Deidara and the scorpion of the red sand, en route to the land of wind, witnessed this moment. "Scorpion, did you see that? I succeeded. Ha ha ha, I succeeded." Clapping his hands, the scorpion hurled 2 shurikens into the sky, nearly striking the clay bird. "Fool, that is a matter of the future. It bears no resemblance to the present circumstances. You have yet to capture Gaara." Deidara laughed heartily. "Even now, I shall prevail." A smug smile adorned his face. As the mouth in his palm continued to chew, eager to create more explosive art fitting of his identity. This time, the entire shinobi world would come to know of Deidara's great name. Ha ha ha. After one broadcast yesterday, another one today, who dares oppose me in this world? With that, he erupted into prideful laughter. At that moment, the sky's projection shifted, revealing a line of text on the large screen. The Akatsuki's Deidara has successfully captured the one-tailed Jinchuriki. How can one defeat Deidara? There was no need for a rush to answer. Those who provided correct answers would earn points, while incorrect responses would not incur penalties. Upon seeing this, Deidara faltered, pointing at the sky, exclaiming, "What does this mean? Is this sky meant to undermine me?" The scorpion furrowed his brow slightly, and the expression of the fourth Kazekage grew graver. He sensed that the current projection seemed to be exposing the Akatsuki's secrets. What can you do? You can't destroy it. Just watch. If the correct answer emerges, others will improve upon your explosive art based on it. This serves as a warning. The scorpion's words calmed Deidara's agitation. Yes, if others could devise methods to counter him, why couldn't he refine his clay explosions based on those ideas? Given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly succeed. Senju Hashirama. Is this the question at hand? How to defeat Deidara? Use wood release. Wood dragon. Quite simple. Ding. Senju Hashirama answered correctly, earning 10 points. First Tsuchikage, Ishikawa. So this can yield a 10-point reward? Splendid. First Kazekage, Redo. Naturally, this is a natural assessment. No rush to answer. I believe Gaara has done his utmost. After all, he was previously unaware of Deidara's true capabilities. However, following this projection, I trust Gaara now possesses insight. Senju Tobarama. Come now, let us earn points. I believe using the Flying Thunder God technique in conjunction with Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet, could work. While employing the Flying Thunder God to locate the opponent's position, one could launch Fire Dragon Bullets like munitions to detonate his explosions, then evade the attack and seize the chance to counterattack. Ding. Senju Tobarama answered correctly, earning 10 points. Anoki. Deidara is my disciple. I know him well. His explosive clay has its weaknesses. Utilizing Earth Release to conceal and employing secret techniques to counter his explosions can also defeat him. Deidara. Anoki, do you possess any secret techniques to counter explosions? Unable to contain himself, Deidara asked in the chat. Anoki, aren't you already aware? Otherwise, why would you be afraid to enter the rock village? Ding. Anoki answered incorrectly. No penalties incurred. Tobarama Senju. Ha ha ha. Anoki is boasting. It seems he has none. Fourth Raikage. Anoki, that's a bit excessive. The esteemed third Tsuchikage shouldn't boast. The sky knows all. Can your little tricks truly escape its scrutiny? Anoki, this technique is under study. Rest assured, I will succeed. Fourth Raikage. I feel that using our village's unique lightning release could also thwart his explosive attacks. Although he can fight in the air, if chakra is sufficient, powerful lightning could also intercept. Ding. Congratulations to Fourth Raikage, for answering correctly, earning 10 points. Uchiha Madara. Utilize the Mangekyo Sharingan's powerful Jinjutsu. Ding. Correct answer. Reward, 10 points. Uchiha Azuna. Employ Susanoo. Ding. Correct answer. Reward, 10 points. Uchiha Shursui. As long as chakra is strong enough, using water release can also achieve results. Ding. Correct answer. Reward, 10 points. Kushina. Is that truly possible? Seeing this, Tsunade did not wish to be outdone and began to answer. As long as chakra is powerful and tactics are appropriate, the Reaper Death Seal, Poison Erosion, Shadow Manipulation Technique, and Mind Transfer Technique can all be effective. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to Tsunade for answering correctly, earning 50 points. Fifth Hokage, Tsunade. I feel I am one step closer to the beauty and health potion. Tobarama Senju was unwilling to concede. The Mist Concealment Technique, combined with the bloodline limits of Dissolution and Boiling, along with Water Release and Lightning Release. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to Tobarama for answering correctly, earning 50 points. Chio of the Sand. Can any of these truly defeat him? I believe my puppet technique can, as it encompasses a myriad of elements, poisons, long-range attacks, and various nature transformations such as sand, wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth. Deidara. How did you get involved in this, Old Master Scorpion? Chio of the Sand. I desire points too. I seek that longevity elixir, Ding. Chio of the Sand answered correctly, earning 50 points. Deidara. You are all conspiring against me. You think you stand a chance? Just wait until we confront each other face to face. Then you will see my true prowess. And as for this celestial dome, do you believe their answers are all correct? Sooner or later, I will make you regard me with new eyes and understand that the art of explosion is invincible. As more participants joined in, various ninjutsu were proposed, including beauty traps, self-harm tactics, and intricate schemes. Naturally, some answered correctly while others faltered, but even incorrect answers went unpunished by the celestial dome, making for a lively exchange. Chapter 54. A bullying unseen. The atmosphere within the group grew significantly lighter. As time passed, the question and answer session concluded, and this time, the celestial dome rewarded thousands of personal points. Meanwhile, the Sand Village ninja, nearing the land of wind, observed the lively scene on the celestial dome with an unsettling premonition. Maki, noticing Gaara's restless demeanor, reassured him, "Rest assured, we shall protect you." Gaara never anticipated that he would one day risk his life to safeguard the Sand Village. The visuals indicated that the villagers were increasingly supportive of him. Due to the celestial dome's broadcast, the retreating ninjas from the Sand Village began to regard Gaara differently. In the past, they would avoid him at all costs, but now someone even offered him water. "Fifth Kazekage, please drink." Am I not the Kazekage? The Konoha collapse plan. They were deceived. That individual was not his father, but Orochimaru, and while they were aware of Orochimaru's alliance with the Sand Village, they were unaware that he had impersonated Gaara's father. Gaara gazed at the sky, writing, "Father, are you still alive?" The revelation stunned the crowd. What does this mean? Did Raza die? Anoki inquired. Temari, impossible. He was so strong. How could he die? Maki seized Gaara's arm and shook his head. Do not act hastily. Let us return to the village and discuss this with the elders before making any decisions. He sensed that something was amiss, and if this information reached other ninja villages, it would not bode well for the Sand Village. Gaara frowned deeply, fixated on the celestial dome. He could not retract his question, only awaiting his father's response in the chat group. After what felt like an eternity, Raza finally replied, and then fell silent. Was this an indication of his death? Everyone was dumbfounded. In just 2 or 3 days, 2 influential figures from the 5 great ninja villages had perished. Konoha still had Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the 4th Hokage. But what of the Sand Village? At that moment, the celestial dome shifted, presenting a new question, reward question. Why did the Akatsuki organization send Deidara and Chiyo of the Sand to capture the 5th Kazekage Gaara? Correct answers would earn the rare bloodline limit of Storm Release Chakra. Although slightly inferior to other bloodlines, this reward was exceptionally rare for ordinary ninjas, akin to a laser ninjutsu. Upon the announcement of this reward, not only the ninjas of the entire ninja world but even the deceased Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara took notice. Senju Hashirama, Deidara, this reward is quite enticing. You lost an eye, and with Uchiha's fan and scythe, obtaining this reward would be advantageous. Ding! Before Hashirama could finish, Uchiha Madara had already activated the buzzer. My answer is, they aim to extract the tailed beast. What? The tailed beast? Tsunade stared incredulously at the sky. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Previous investigations had revealed that the Akatsuki organization was indeed seeking information about the tailed beasts. Could it be that they were truly after the tailed beasts? Madara's response should not be mistaken. 4th Raikage, impossible. Is Deidara after Gaara's jutsu, or using him to blackmail the Sand Village for what they desire? Temari, 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage, do you believe Madara's answer to be correct? Senju Tobirama, Sister May, to speak frankly, I believe it is correct. Uchiha Madara, Tobirama, I hold you in contempt. Temari, Madara, what do you mean? Am I unworthy of affection? Why can't others call me sister? What is there to look down upon? Yes, you were a legendary figure in life. And even in death, you are both feared and respected, but you cannot disdain those seeking companionship simply because you are single. I, Temari, also disdain such individuals. Temari, incensed, wrote a flurry of messages. Uzumaki Mito, a single individual dares to look down upon my uncle Tobirama? At least he is making an effort to find companionship, unlike you. Single person, Uchiha Madara, you wish to find companionship even in death. Dream on. Seeing how fond you all are of dreaming, I shall simply initiate the infinite Tsukuyami. So you may dream to your heart's content. In your dreams, you shall escape being single. Temari, Senju Tobirama, Temari, Lord Tobirama, we shared a laugh. How delightful. Tsunade, Temari, go die. Senju Tobirama, Little Tsunade, do not cause a ruckus. If I were to end up with Mei, she would be your second grandmother. Tsunade, Jiraiya, kill me. Jiraiya, my dear, how could I ever bear to do so? Just as Jiraiya typed this in the group, Tsunade landed a heavy punch on his head, causing him to clutch his head and cry out. Ding! The Celestial Dome concluded its evaluation, congratulating Uchiha Madara for answering correctly and rewarding him with Storm-Release Bloodline Limit Chakra. The Akatsuki organization dispatched Deidara and Chiyo of the Sand to capture the 4th Kazekage Gaara to extract the tailed beast within him. Upon revelation, the 5 great ninja villages and the 5 great nations were left astounded. Madara was correct. The Akatsuki sought the tailed beasts. But why extract the tailed beasts from the Jinchuriki? Wouldn't that lead to the Jinchuriki's demise? Did the Akatsuki truly care for the lives of others? Did no one notice that Deidara intended to obliterate the entire Sand Village? A heated discussion erupted in the chat as fear began to ripple through the participants. Although the Celestial Dome had previously facilitated discussions on strategies to defeat Deidara, preparing them psychologically, the sudden emergence of such a formidable figure could spell disaster for any village caught unawares. Jiraiya, witnessing the scene, turned to Nara Shikaku. The latter seemed to grasp his intent and nodded slightly before departing. What is Shikaku up to? Tsunade inquired. Given the circumstances, we must ensure Naruto's safety. He is currently pursuing Orochimaru for Sasuke. Jiraiya pointed to the sky where the Celestial Dome had issued warnings. If the major ninja villages did not prepare, they would be foolish indeed. Simultaneously, the other 4 major ninja villages were taking similar precautions. Chapter 55. Promotional interruption. Iwagakure's 3rd Tsuchikage swiftly issued orders to summon the 4 Tails Jinchuriki, Old Kuro, and the 5 Tails Jinchuriki, Han, back to the village to discuss countermeasures against the Akatsuki organization. Kirigakure's Terumi Mei, observing the Celestial Dome, began to make arrangements as well. Although everyone appeared to be jovial in the chat group, there was an underlying tension among them. Orders were relayed to locate the 6-tailed Jinchuriki, Yujito, and temporarily absolve him of any guilt for the murder of his master, urging him to return to the village promptly. Additionally, the Umbu were dispatched to ensure the protection of the 3-tailed beast from the Akatsuki's grasp. In the Hidden Cloud Village, the 4th Raikage, A, had already instructed the 2-tailed Jinchuriki, Yujito, and the 8-tailed Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, to hurry back to the village, arranging for their protection as well. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Mist Village, the village chief had implemented comprehensive protective measures for the 7-tailed Jinchuriki, Fu. Fortunately, the existence of the celestial screen provided the populace with insight into the Akatsuki's motives. Otherwise, an unexpected assault would have caught them unawares. As Nagato and Konan of the Akatsuki observed the scenes displayed on the celestial screen, they sighed softly. What exactly was this celestial screen? Was it intentionally working against them? At that moment, the group was engrossed in studying the members of the Akatsuki, seemingly aware of the impending danger. The celestial screen showcased the battle between Deidara and Gaara, and Uchiha Madara's response to the screen's inquiries indicated that their actions had already raised alarms. Completing their mission now seemed an arduous task. Do not fret. Regardless of the circumstances, I am determined to see our plan through. The suffering we endure will surely be felt by the people of this world, Nagato declared, his gaunt visage reflecting the torment inflicted upon him by the world. I find it puzzling how Madara can respond to these questions. Does this not prepare them further? Konan expressed her dissatisfaction. Nagato replied, even if he were silent, others would eventually deduce the answers. It is merely a matter of time. Rest assured, Uchiha Madara is on our side. Konan nodded gravely. As 2 inquiries concluded, the celestial screen flickered again, its illumination casting an anxious ambience. What could have occurred now? Was it a live broadcast? Many were concerned that the 1-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara, would soon be captured. After all, the previous day's display of Deidara's battle against the Akatsuki had led to the collapse of Konoha, with the 3rd Hokage perishing and the 4th Kazekage presumably dead. The exposure of the Otsutsuki clan and the Akatsuki's machinations raised concerns that they might retaliate recklessly, risking a destructive confrontation. The group anxiously watched the celestial screen, which suddenly shifted to reveal a bold announcement, now broadcasting a Ninja World promotional advertisement. The audience erupted in disbelief. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? What is going on? Why is there an advertisement? Inoki's beard quivered, nearly causing him to lose his composure. At the same time, Mei Terumi was in the Mizukage's office, arranging related matters, and nearly lost her composure at the sight. Really, an advertisement? Hashirama Senju laughed heartily. I enjoy this move. Relax, everyone. There's no need for tension. Uchiha Madara interjected. I have no desire to converse with you. Leave me be. Come now, don't be like that. They are merely calling you a bachelor. I certainly am not. Come on, Madara, we are brothers. Hashirama jested, eliciting an eye roll from Madara. As they observed this spectacle, Naruto Uzumaki remarked. Why do I constantly sense something peculiar between them? Is there an underlying issue? Kushina Uzumaki quipped, I suspect they might be. Close. Hashirama and Madara retorted in unison, we are not. The celestial screen shifted again, revealing Kakashi Hatake, clad in the 6th Hokage's robes, standing before a window. Illuminated by sunlight that accentuated his striking form. He glanced around to ensure he was alone, and his face flushed crimson, despite half of it being obscured. His single visible eye betrayed a rather mischievous expression as he reached into his clothing. The broadcast abruptly halted, prompting the question, what was Kakashi touching? Oh no, how embarrassing. Many of the female viewers turned away, retreating into nearby shops, unwilling to face the implications of what they had just witnessed. Meanwhile, Kakashi, preparing to assist Naruto, was nearly startled from his perch upon seeing the unexpected scene. Is he truly the 6th Hokage? How could such an event occur? Mei gasped. What on earth is he doing? Isn't this supposed to be an advertisement? Hashirama urged. Mei, close your eyes. This is not suitable for children. Tsunade interjected. What do you mean not suitable? She's older than you were when you died. Are you certain you want to be with her upon your revival? She's practically an aunt. Mei retorted, Tsunade, I am the aunt. You are the elder. The 4th Raikage added, ladies, please, do not take offense. Madara scowled, let the world be destroyed. Everything here disgusts me. Hashirama encouraged, calm down, everyone. Let us ponder what Kakashi might be retrieving from his robes. Might Guy joked, could it be something inappropriate? Jiraiya laughed. What do you mean by something inappropriate? Anoki speculated. I suspect the celestial screen is pandering to our baser instincts but lacks evidence. The Raikage concurred, indeed. This group is becoming increasingly misguided. Hashirama insisted, let us not be so serious. A little lightheartedness benefits us all. The 1st Raikage queried, Hashirama, what do you think Kakashi is pulling from his robes in solitude, especially with such an entranced expression? Hashirama replied, only he can clarify that. Kakashi, reveal yourself and tell us what you are extracting. Kakashi responded, Lord First, I am uncertain. That was a glimpse of the future. Ding. The Toad Sage answered correctly. Is it a scroll? Hashirama mused. I noticed a glimmer of gold. I once penned a secret scroll in Konoha that bore a golden cover. Could it be that? After all, such scrolls are accessible only to the Hokage. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. Naruto remarked, Hashirama, you're finally being serious. Tobirama added, I recall that scroll. It indeed had a yellow cover. Ding. Hashirama's response was incorrect, resulting in the loss of his healing abilities. Oh no, my healing prowess, while I am deceased, might be crucial upon revival. If I am unable to heal, that poses a significant risk. I must retreat to train. The 1st Tsuchikage quipped. You need not feign humility. Regaining that ability is trivial for you. Even stripped of all jutsu, you remain formidable. Hashirama laughed. I appreciate your candor, Retsu. So, what exactly was Kakashi retrieving? Previously, when sensitive topics arose, women like Tsunade remained silent, but now it has become clear that they were mistaken, allowing her to participate in the discussions. At this moment, Kakashi Hatake scrutinized the sky, discerning a corner of yellow in the image displayed. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be what he feared? If so, as the future 6th Hokage, would he not find himself in a situation akin to the 3rd Hokage's? No. He hoped no one would guess. Yet thus far, the live broadcast had not presented any unanswered questions. Would the truth ultimately be revealed? At that moment, a sound chimed. Jiraiya pressed the buzzer. Though he had only published 2 books and none with a yellow cover, he announced that he was preparing to release a book with a yellow cover, proclaiming, My answer is my own meticulously crafted novel, Paradise of Affection, a compilation of countless explorations and discoveries. Upon stating this, Jiraiya followed up with a flurry of laughter in the chat. Kakashi inhaled deeply at this revelation, lamenting internally, It's over. I've been exposed. However, hearing that Jiraiya would write a new Paradise of Affection, he felt revitalized. eagerly awaiting the new work. As the word spread, some understood while others did not. Hashirama Senju inquired, "What is Paradise of Affection?" "It sounds rather sensational." Jiraiya explained, "You may not know, but that is the title of my book, and its content is as imaginative as the name suggests." Hashirama exclaimed, "I want to read it. I want to read it." Tobirama Senju added, "It may be worth a read." Mei Terumi proposed, "Tsunade, let us collaborate between our villages. First, I wish to acquire the rights to sell Jiraiya's Paradise of Affection, and I hope you will agree." Anoki remarked, "I believe this book could foster harmony in our village. We of the Stone Village certainly need it." The fourth Raikage, interjected, "You lecherous lot. It's clearly an erotic novel." Killer Bee chimed in, "Yo, I feel that kind of book must be quite good. Otherwise, how could the sixth Hokage be so enamored?" Deidara asked, "Where can I find that book? I feel Sasori would want it." Sasori retorted, "Deidara, if you want to read it, just say so. I have no such desire." Ding. Congratulations to Jiraiya for answering correctly, earning half of the chakra from the Toad Dragon, along with a beauty-enhancing health elixir. Jiraiya laughed heartily, looking at the elixir in his hand, overjoyed. This will surely charm the ladies. The live broadcast transitioned, revealing several frames, each depicting Kakashi engrossed in Paradise of Affection, whether walking, eating, sleeping, or even while instructing Team 7. Still secretly indulging in it, even as he prepared to become Hokage. The chat erupted with astonishment. No wonder it's called a promotional advertisement. This has significantly boosted the visibility of Paradise of Affection. Where can I buy this book? I want one. I've heard the first and second volumes are out. I want both. Kakashi quickly interjected, "Children, calm down. This book is not suitable for minors." Yet his words were drowned out by the tidal wave of demand in the chat. As everyone clamored for a copy of Paradise of Affection, merchants from various nations in the ninja world recognized this opportunity and rushed to Konoha, seeking to obtain the printing and selling rights for this book. Jiraiya's fame soared once more, even reaching the ears of the Akatsuki members like Haiden and Kaku, who rushed to a bookstore to snatch up copies of the book. In a flash, the ninja world was filled with joy and peace. Even the often contentious border regions unexpectedly enjoyed several days of tranquility. Some ninjas from neighboring countries were seen exchanging Paradise of Affection amicably. The live broadcast took a 15-minute break. Buzzing with excitement, many deceased souls in the chat began to speak. "Son, I am quite lonely here. Could you burn that novel for me? It might alleviate my boredom." "Daughter, you are still young. You mustn't read it. If you get your hands on that book, send it to your old man. I'll help you vet it." Meanwhile, Hashirama, Tobirama, Mito Uzumaki, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Kushina Uzumaki all issued commands in the chat. "Jiraiya, ensure we each receive a copy. Send them all to us." Jiraiya laughed heartily. "No problem, no problem." Observing this scene, Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered, "Am I finally able to shed my reputation as the ninja world's foremost lecher?" After all, Jiraiya and Kakashi's enthusiasm for Paradise of Affection is far more extreme. Yet, no matter how he attempted to express his thoughts, he found himself unable to send messages, for he had been silenced. Laughter filled the chat, and for a moment, the threat posed by the Akatsuki was forgotten until, after 15 minutes, the live broadcast resumed. The screen displayed Deidara grievously wounding Gaara and carrying him away. Chapter 57. The sudden response of Chio. Next, the scene shifted to the Akatsuki extracting tailed beasts. A truly shocking sight. In a dark cavern, the entire Akatsuki gathered, standing atop massive fingers, before a colossal demonic statue. Gaara was engulfed in immense chakra, suspended in midair. His mouth and nose agape as streams of red chakra were extracted from his body, causing him excruciating pain. Many knew that once the tailed beast was extracted from a Jinchuriki, the host would perish. A solemn silence enveloped the chat. The previous light-hearted atmosphere vanished. All eyes were glued to the screen, fully aware that although these events were yet to unfold, they were indeed destined to occur. This was terrifying. Even the elder ninjas had never witnessed such a scene. At that moment, the live broadcast froze, and a question appeared. What is the purpose of the Akatsuki extracting tailed beasts? Upon seeing this question, everyone widened their eyes, for it was what they all wanted to know. Why was the Akatsuki extracting tailed beasts? Did this relate to the Otsutsuki clan? The broadcast had revealed the Akatsuki as the strongest labor organization of the Otsutsuki clan. Did their capture of Gaara have ties to the Otsutsuki? As the audience studied the frozen image, although it remained still, They yearned to glean more information, seeking answers within the scene. This question was known to all Akatsuki members. Yet they could not respond. Even Madara Uchiha was aware, yet remained silent. He had already drawn attention when he answered why they captured the one-tailed Jinchuriki. And he wished to avoid further complications, especially since the Akatsuki had yet to acquire the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts, and he had not yet resurrected. At this moment, he gazed at the broadcast, filled with rage. He had orchestrated everything for the peace of the ninja world. For a world where all could live in harmony. Yet the broadcast branded the Akatsuki as traitors and servants of the Otsutsuki, a notion he vehemently opposed. Tsunade exclaimed, "Grandfather! Uncle, do you not understand why they are capturing the tailed beasts?" Hashirama replied, "While I suspect it relates to the Otsutsuki clan, I believe the straightforward answer is not that. After all, I have never heard of a connection between Jinchuriki and the Otsutsuki." Tobirama added, "This matter is grave. Each village must ensure the safety of its Jinchuriki, for the consequences could be dire." He sensed that the future of the ninja world would undergo drastic changes. And these changes were inextricably linked to the Akatsuki. As time trickled away, the voices within the group dwindled, and the ordinary ninjas found themselves stripped of their right to speak amidst such pressing matters. The high-ranking officials from various villages, whether deceased or living, seemed oblivious to the answers. However, they were acutely aware that if the tailed beast Jinchuriki vanished from the villages, and the tailed beast chakra fell into the hands of the Akatsuki organization, the consequences would be dire. Ding! At that moment, someone pressed the buzzer. The previously tranquil chat room erupted into attention as a name appeared on the large screen. "Congratulations to the wandering ninja, Sishian, for a successful answer. My answer is that the Akatsuki's extraction of the tailed beasts is to resurrect the God Tree and complete the Moon Eye plan." What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the chat. What is the God Tree? What eye? What moon? What plan? Pain from the Akatsuki questioned, "Who is this person? And how do they know our plans?" Uchiha Madara clenched his fists in anger. "Who is this Sishian? Why have I never heard him speak before?" Senju Hashirama interjected. "What are you saying? Are you foolish? With so many ninjas in the world, how could everyone be speaking in the group? If that were the case, it would be chaos." Senju Tobirama pointed out that Sishian, like the wandering ninja, Yenyi, was merely an ordinary ninja. At that moment, both Uchiha Madara and Yenyi, currently in the Land of Rivers, recognized the significance of this individual. Sishian was the supreme leader of the shell organization that Yenyi was investigating, possessing the power of Kagaya Otsutsuki's divine tree within him, thus serving as an instrument for Kagaya's resurrection. Eventually, Kagaya would resurrect through him. Yenya's purpose for entering this world was also tied to the Otsutsuki clan. He aimed to unite all elite ninjas in the realm to eradicate these extraterrestrial beings who disregarded humanity. Initially, Yenyi intended to raise awareness amongst all ninjas through the live broadcast and lead them towards a collective future while investigating the shell organization, aiming to eliminate it in its infancy if possible. However, unexpectedly, Sishian spoke up in the live chat, just as Yenyi struggled to find the shell's whereabouts. Here was a golden opportunity. The system should immediately pinpoint Sishian's current location. After issuing the command, Yenyi hastily set forth, for the coordinates indicated that he was situated at the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind. Sishian's participation in the QA proved that he was now embroiled in the conflict between the Akatsuki and the tailed beasts, complicating matters further. Simultaneously, Uchiha Madara and Pain of the Akatsuki detected the clues. This individual knew about the Moon Eye plan and how to resurrect the God Tree, indicating that he was no ordinary person. Conduct a thorough investigation on Sishian and report back to me immediately with any findings, Pain commanded. Beside him, White Zetsu vanished, confirming the need to uncover everything about this intriguing individual. Ding! The live broadcast's review concluded, and congratulations were extended to the wandering ninja Sishian for a correct answer, earning him 10 military rations valued at 20,000 points. Conan inquired, "Sishian, where are you? I feel a strong connection. Perhaps we should meet and discuss?" Meanwhile, Zetsu had already collaborated with various clones to gather the latest information, yet they could not trace Sishian's origins. Thus, Conan resorted to the most direct method, addressing him in the chat. If he was inclined to join the Akatsuki, he would undoubtedly respond. However, after her invitation, there was no reply from him. Kuratsuchi remarked, "Is he a member of the Akatsuki?" Anoki questioned, "Conan, Where are you? You serve the Otsutsuki clan, which is quite misguided. The ninja realm should unite against external threats. Yet, you Akatsuki would rather be pawns of the Otsutsuki than acknowledge your errors. Are you not human? Conan retorted, Humph, we do not require your guidance. The Akatsuki acts for the peace of the ninja world, and you so-called leaders of the 5 great ninja villages cannot fathom the suffering of the war-torn common folk. This world would be more peaceful and stable without you. Inoki shouted, impudent. Conan replied, and what of it? Is it wrong to speak the truth? Has this world ever sought the opinions of the weak? Has it ever illuminated their path? The Akatsuki exists for the future of the ninja world. We will not serve the Otsutsuki, but for the sake of the weak, we are willing to grow strong. Her words rendered many esteemed figures in the group momentarily speechless, and even ordinary citizens were moved by the chat's content. The live broadcast even awarded Conan 30 points for her poignant remarks. Choji exclaimed, what does Agaru Mori no Yaka mean? This statement actually garnered a reward? Oh yeah, Killer B, with his rhythmic flair, entered the group. At that moment, participants noticed their points had increased significantly. It turned out that, in addition to answering questions, active participation in chat, discussions, and queue as would also yield various point rewards from the broadcast. However, rewards less than 10 points would not be displayed in the group. Killer B lamented, my points are so low, only 2. For the sake of points, I hereby announce my intention to hold a concert. Agururu Morinoyaka, Deidara and Sasori have made names for themselves, and as the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, the strongest rap master in the ninja realm, how can I fall behind? Who wants to hear my concert? I'll start now? Although I can't speak in the group, I can certainly type, Agururu Morinoyaka. Oh dear, why are you hitting me? His incessant chatter prompted the 4th Raikage to punch him. Shut up. This is not the time for nonsense. The live broadcast transitioned. The screen displayed the battle between Sasori, Sakura, and Chiyo. The atmosphere grew tense as Sakura and Chiyo stood at the cave entrance, facing Sasori within. It was evident that after Deidara had captured Gaara, the Akatsuki had entered the cave to extract the tailed beast, leading to the imminent confrontation. Previously, the broadcast had showcased Sasori's formidable combat abilities, his puppet techniques being unparalleled. Not only excelling in ninjutsu, but also renowned for his hidden weapons. Could the elderly and youthful duo truly defeat him? The atmosphere was thick with tension. Sakura furrowed her brow, and Chiyo's expression was grave. For those unfamiliar with Sasori, witnessing him crawl was bizarre. Humans typically walked upright, yet he moved as a scorpion would. His grotesque appearance was enough to instill fear. Sakura trembled as she gazed ahead, while Chiyo's deep-set eyes reflected her anguish. Is that truly my grandson? She stepped forward, saying, Sakura, step back. With that, a barrage of chakra-controlled kunai shot forth, but Sasori's tail, resembling that of a scorpion, effortlessly swept them aside. You shall become my collection along with that brat. Chiyo's voice, raspy and low, was filled with murderous intent. Underneath the broadcast, the observing Sasori noted the unfolding scene, a slight smile gracing his lips. Finally, my turn has come. While Deidara has been boasting about his artistry, now it is time for the world to witness the prowess of Sasori of the Red Sand. He merely gazed at the sky, his brow slightly furrowed, pondering how he could have encountered that old woman. The spectacle above continued to unfold. What was that? The image displayed Sakura, who, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired about the figure opposite her, resembling a scorpion-like creature. That is not the essence of a scorpion. It is a puppet, Chiyo exclaimed. The crowd gasped in shock upon hearing her words. Then where is the true body? Shouldn't the puppeteer be controlling it from behind? Sakura asked anxiously. The true body resides within the puppet, Chiyo explained. Puppeteers are typically not adept at close combat. Manipulating a puppet exposes them to vulnerabilities. To overcome this flaw, Sasori concealed his true body within the puppet itself. The puppet serves as both his weapon and his shield. This is Sasori's protective puppet, Hiriko. Huh. Do you know how I create my puppets? Sasori rasped. First, I take a life, remove the innards, and install various mechanisms to craft my puppets. Including the 2 of you, I can complete my collection of 300 puppets. His voice dripped with arrogance. My art is eternal. Those who can become a part of my art are exceedingly rare. He cackled madly. Such a thing dares to be called art? Allow me to extract you from Hiriko, Chiyo said to Sakura, revealing her plan. The 2 resolved to combine their strengths against this formidable adversary, one of the Akatsuki's artistic duo, Sasori of the Red Sand. The battle commenced, with Sasori utilizing Hiriko while Chiyo controlled Sakura remotely with chakra strings. Sakura charged forward, as Hiriko unleashed a torrent of poisonous needles. She deftly dodged and leaped, evading the barrage that fell like rain. Beneath the sky, many citizens watched in disbelief, murmuring that had they been mere mortals, they would surely have perished from a single wave of attack. Yet, the two combatants remained unscathed amidst the onslaught of needles. Finally, as Sakura reached the opponent, Sasori's tail lunged towards her face. Sasori favored poison, which was why Deidara referred to him as Lord Sasori, out of fear of toxins. The tail shimmered with a greenish hue, undoubtedly laced with venom. However, just a centimeter from Sakura's face, the tail abruptly halted, as Chiyo had seized control of it with her chakra. Seizing the opportunity, Sakura leaped, delivering a powerful punch to Hiriko. The immense strength of her blow shattered the puppet, which ordinarily required relentless combat to break. From within Hiriko emerged a man who promptly removed the cloth concealing his face, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. Who could have imagined that the menacing and grotesque Sasori, who treated lives as trifles, extracting entrails and drying them to forge puppets, would appear so innocuous? Not only Sakura and Chiyo on site, but all the spectators watching the live broadcast shared the same sentiment of astonishment. Wow, Lord Sasori, your true form looks like this? You appear even younger than I do. Perhaps I should call you Brother Sasori. Deidara, who was in pursuit of the Jinchuriki Gaara, exclaimed upon viewing the broadcast. Sasori's poison darts flew towards Deidara, striking his clay bird, prompting him to quickly consume another bird to evade the attack. Speak another word, and I'll take your life. Sasori warned with a sinister chuckle. I was merely jesting, Lord Sasori, please don't take it to heart, Deidara responded with a nervous grin. Yet, the handsome Sasori was indeed a stark contrast to Hiriko. The broadcast continued. After 20 years, you have not changed at all. Chiyo felt a wave of sorrow. If only she had shown him a bit more care and concern back then, perhaps today's predicament could have been avoided. Clearly, Sasori wished to evade reminiscing. He swiftly produced the scroll of the third Kazekage's puppet. With the emergence of the third Kazekage's puppet, countless arms erupted from one of Sasori's hands, reaching for Sakura, while another puppet with 3 blades aimed at her waist. Seeing this, Chiyo quickly retracted her chakra to rescue Sakura from the grasp of the sinister claws. With hidden weapons, ninjutsu, and puppet strikes surrounding Sakura, she narrowly escaped death time and again, thanks to Chiyo's familiarity with Sasori's combat style and her deft manipulation of chakra strings. As the poisonous gas began to spread, Sakura sought an escape, triggering an explosive tag. She was propelled away, and Chiyo caught her. Thank you, Chiyo, Sakura exclaimed as the third Kazekage's puppet unleashed its jutsu, Iron Sand World. A massive cloud of black iron sand enveloped the cavern, resembling a monstrous entity. Scattering in all directions, the iron sand, sharp as needles, not only ravaged the cave, but also surged toward Sakura. Sakura, demonstrating remarkable agility and stamina, dodged the relentless barrage, acutely aware that a moment's hesitation could cost her life. Amidst the ceaseless onslaught, she maintained her focus, knowing that one misstep could be fatal. As the iron sand descended in a vast attack, Sakura found herself cornered. Chiyo, witnessing this, charged forward, using her chakra to shield and block the incoming iron sand. At that moment, amidst the chaotic assault, the third Kazekage's puppet lunged toward them. Sakura, seizing the opportunity, charged as well, shouting as she delivered a crushing punch, obliterating the third Kazekage's puppet. The iron sand, which had ensnared the cavern like a spider's web, fell away. Under the spectacle of the sky, astonishment enveloped the audience, as the shock value of the live broadcast surged anew. What a battle this was! If Deidara's previous fight had been a display of fireworks, then this confrontation was undoubtedly a desperate struggle among masters. The chat among viewers fell silent. Even the prominent figures of the ninja world were riveted to the broadcast. This was the power of the Akatsuki, the capabilities of the Hidden Leaf's lower ninjas, and Chiyo's cunning strategies. Without her, they would have likely faced defeat long ago. Meanwhile, Tsunade and the higher-ups of the Sand Village noted the unfolding events, realizing that their relationship remained intact despite the Hidden Leaf's collapse plan. The Sand Village leadership began to reflect on their past mistakes during Orochimaru's scheme and resolved to mend relations with the Hidden Leaf. As the third Kazekage's puppet lay shattered by Sakura's fierce blow, Sasori frowned slightly, a cold smirk creeping across his face as he regarded the two before him. So, it must come to this. It has been a long time since I have unleashed myself, he declared. Disrobing, his flesh transformed, revealing yet another puppet within. Chiyo furrowed her brow, astonished at his ability to turn himself into a puppet. What kind of person could be so ruthless as to resort to such measures against oneself? You have never witnessed such artistry, have you? He laughed, surging toward them with a violent thrust. Sakura braced herself, while Chiyo concentrated intently, controlling her chakra strings. Fire and water techniques clashed violently. Sakura seized the opportunity while Chiyo grappled with Sasori, charging forward without hesitation. However, from the opposing side, the strings of the red sand scorpion sprang forth, one tipped with a razor-sharp blade that pierced through Sakura's body, causing blood to spatter. Utilizing an antidote, she gritted her teeth in determination, fiercely grasping the strings and pulling them back with relentless force. Once she had gathered sufficient length, she swung her arm in a wide arc, akin to launching a kite, sending Sasori hurtling away. As her arm retracted, the scorpion in the sky drew ever closer. And with another punch, she shattered the very puppet that housed his essence. His heart fell free, landing on another puppet body, allowing Sasori to resurrect once more. Just after his revival, he waved his arm, unfurling a massive scroll, revealing over 290 puppets, filling the sky with his creations, a veritable swarm. This was his grand performance of puppetry. Chiyo, upon witnessing this spectacle, trembled, unfurling her own scroll to summon the 10 puppet brigade, each equipped with their unique weapons and jutsu, joining Sakura in the fray. The clash between the two factions was a breathtaking display. Beneath the expansive sky, spectators gasped in awe, exclamations of wonder echoing all around. Even members of the Akatsuki paused their tasks to observe the battle unfolding in the heavens. Deidara, gazing upward, remarked, "This is the first time I've seen you engage so earnestly in battle. Nearly 300 puppets against 10 is truly a grand scene." For the first time, he admired the combat overhead rather than boasting about his own explosive artistry. Sasori remained silent, fixated on the celestial display. As the battle continued, the sounds of clashing echoed throughout the cavern. The nearly 300 puppets engaged in combat against the 9 adversaries, a cacophony of weapons, ninjutsu, and taijutsu merging into a dazzling melee, both in the air and on the ground. Chiyo shouted as she witnessed her 3 puppets from the 10 brigade form seals, creating a powerful vacuum that dismantled every puppet drawn into its grasp, sending them all hurtling away. In this moment of respite, Sakura charged forward, prompting Chiyo to cry out as she launched a white object into the air. Sakura seized an arm from a puppet, leaping upward with a fierce roar, striking the white object. It was Chiyo's sealing technique, the lion's roar. With Sakura's immense strength, the attack flew toward the red sand scorpion, pinning him against the cave wall. His heart escaped once more, taking residence in a puppet, advancing menacingly towards Chiyo. Both women struggled against the odds, Sakura severely injured and Chiyo exhausted. The red sand scorpion, wielding a long knife, advanced methodically toward Chiyo. Suddenly, the puppets of the father and mother, previously toppled, re-emerged. They brandished their blades, plunging them into Sasori. Following the path of his once leaping heart, from a distance, it appeared as though parents were embracing their child, yet in reality, they were dealing a lethal blow to their progeny. This scene struck a familiar chord with Chiyo. She mourned her grandson, yet felt powerless to act or voice her sorrow. All the pain, regret, and hatred had to be swallowed deep within her, for he had taken countless lives. The scene lingered, and those beneath the celestial screen were left in stunned silence for an extended moment, unable to utter a word. This battle had raged for over 3 hours, much of it fast-forwarded in the heavenly display, hinting at the ferocity of the combat yet to unfold. On the road to the land of wind, Deidara observed the scene with a furrowed brow, glancing downwards as he spoke. "Sasori, is this how you meet your end? It hardly suits you." The other remained silent, continuing on their path. At that moment, words appeared on the celestial screen. How did the red sand scorpion meet his demise? Please describe in 4 characters. A correct answer doubles your chakra, while an incorrect one incurs a penalty. The 4th rakeage, A, eagerly responded, "Ding. Is that even a question?" Obviously. He fell to overwhelming numbers. Ding. Incorrect answer, penalty of 10 points for the 4th rakeage. What? I just earned 70 points, and now I lose 10? This is unfair. He still desired the longevity elixir, not wishing to part with a single point. 8 Yadir, Forest Yadir, brother, I'll help you earn it. Just let me hold a concert in this group. Ah, why did you hit me again? Killer B, mid-sentence, was abruptly silenced. Kurenai, you should be grateful. It's only a 10-point penalty. Imagine if it were half your chakra. Sarutobi, yes, just as my own half of elemental chakra. If I hadn't been punished by the celestial screen, I would have defeated Orochimaru. I certainly wouldn't have perished. Yet, no matter how many times he wrote it, those words would not appear in the chat, for he remained muted. Oh, Inoki. Moreover, such questions inherently increase our chakra, don't they? A penalty of 10 points for a wrong answer, a direct reward of double chakra for the correct one. Where else can we find such fortune? Ding. My answer is that Sasori exhausted his puppets, leaving only one against his parents. Inevitably, he was defeated. Jiraiya, did he truly exhaust them? I feel he still had some fight left in him. Tsunade, I must say, it was fortunate that he faced Sakura and Chiyo. Had it been anyone else, the odds would have been slim. Jiraiya, Chiyo understands his puppetry, and Sakura possesses immense strength. Together, they are perfectly suited to counter Sasori. Ding. Oh, Inoki's answer is incorrect. Penalty of 10 points. The celestial screen revealed the answer. Sasori, there's no need for your analysis. The celestial screen has already exposed the future. I'm not one to believe in fate, so rest assured, if I encounter those two again, I shall eliminate them swiftly, and I will survive. The celestial broadcast unveiled future events, which, while beneficial to the 5 great shinobi countries in preparing, also serve the Akatsuki by allowing them to strategize accordingly. For instance, in the future battle displayed, Sasori identified numerous flaws, such as Chiyo's 10 puppet brigade, the vacuum technique, and the lioness roar. Should he face such an encounter again, he would certainly devise superior countermeasures. Perhaps during that celestial broadcast, he would choose death, but should he have another chance, he would undoubtedly survive and thrive. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, Sasori, where are you now? This inquiry was undoubtedly purposeful, as the 4th Kazekage sought to ascertain his current whereabouts and whether he posed a threat to Tsunagakure and Gaara. Why should I divulge that? Sasori scoffed. Yet Deidara remained unconcerned. Sasori, even if you tell them, what of it? I must admit, the 4th Kazekage is astute, seeking to glean our information. I'll share, we're in pursuit of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Ha ha ha, the art of explosion shall soon be unveiled once more. Upon hearing this, astonishment rippled through the shinobi world. What? They are pursuing Gaara. The higher-ups of Tsunagakure sprang into action upon learning this news. The pursuers of Gaara this time are Scorpion and Deidara. One excels in aerial combat, employing explosive clay, while the other favors ground combat, utilizing puppet techniques. Moreover, Scorpion is adept with poisons. Following the destruction of the Leaf Village yesterday, Gaara and his companions are severely injured and have now arrived in the Land of Rivers. We must rush to their aid. Upon hearing this, Chiyo slightly nodded and stated, I shall go. As Tsunagakure must also retain guards, she promptly set off with her companions. At that moment, Hashirama Senju successfully buzzed in. Why did Scorpion die in this battle? Based on my years of experience as a ninja, the reason is, did he intentionally hold back? Chapter 61. Did he intentionally hold back? What? Hold back? Brother, this battle is far too intense for that. Tobarama Senju protested. Kuratsuchi remarked, Lord Tobarama. It does seem that way. The previous battles were fierce, yet he approached with a blade. Could it be that he was truly limited to mere swordplay? Had he exhausted his chakra? Even a small amount would allow him to manipulate. Mike Guy added, I also sensed a semblance of restraint. After all, his grandmother was present. Could it be he hesitated to harm her? At that moment, Chiyo, who had already departed Tsunagakure, paused upon seeing the discussions in the chat. She then scrutinized the live broadcast. Indeed, Scorpion could have engaged in a long-range final duel with her and Sakura, yet he advanced with a blade, taking those few steps that led him into the trap she had set, resulting in his demise at the hands of his parents' puppets. Was Scorpion deliberate in this? Chiyo felt a pang in her heart, struggling to accept this truth. He must have known she would not spare him, before his grandmother. It was either his death or hers. Thus, did he intentionally hold back, granting her a chance at life? With her heart aching, she journeyed onward while observing the screen, hoping that the review would reveal this conclusion to be incorrect. Perhaps then she could be more resolute in facing the Scorpion of the Red Sand. She could not afford to be lenient. Scorpion had committed numerous transgressions against the ninja world, against Tsunagakure and the Land of Wind. She must remain steadfast in her convictions. Just then, the live broadcast chimed, announcing the review result. Congratulations, Hashirama Senju. You have answered correctly and gained double your chakra. Hashirama exclaimed, huh? What can escape the keen eyes of a master of the ninja world? Tobarama, did you see that? My chakra has not only returned, but has multiplied. Should we duel again? I shall surely triumph. Tobarama replied, brother, you won the last battle at the Valley of the End. Hashirama retorted, oh? Then how did I meet my end afterward? In Hashirama's heart, he believed that in that battle, he had not truly won, nor had Madara Uchiha lost. Deidara interjected, what? Holding back was indeed correct. This contradicts Scorpion's vengeful nature. Scorpion, care to explain? Scorpion replied, who knows what I may think in the future. But here, I must inform that old hag Chio. If we cross paths again, rest assured, I shall not hold back. Chio responded, very well, I await you. Deidara laughed, if the future is immutable, I must say, I shall undoubtedly surpass Scorpion, having lived longer. Haha, it appears my explosions are far more artistic, not only dazzling, but also preserving my life. Scorpion countered, Deidara. In terms of age, you may not have lived longer than I. Deidara replied, that remains uncertain. I might live for several hundred years. Haha, my art shall illuminate the entire ninja world. At that moment, the live broadcast abruptly posed a question. How did the Akatsuki's Deidara die in the future? Upon hearing this, the entire ninja world erupted in laughter. Did he not claim he would never die and would live for hundreds of years? Was this broadcast mocking him? Laughter ensued. If a person like him were to live for hundreds of years, it would be a tragedy for the ninja world. Would he not obliterate everything? Deidara, upon seeing this, was not angered but replied in the chat, thank you all for the compliments. I indeed wish to level everything. What will you do about it? Haha. His laughter was haughty, and beneath him, Scorpion wholeheartedly agreed with his words. Indeed, why should he die? Why should he leave a chance at life for that wretched old woman? Was it because he was touched by the sight of his parents' puppets, stirring the heart that was already destined for demise? If there were affection and warmth in this world, he would never have abandoned Sunagakure. No one would remain by his side forever, not even his father or mother. Only puppets, only those transformed into lifeless puppets by his hand, would endure eternally. Fortunately, the live broadcast revealed the cause of his death, allowing him to mentally prepare. If given another chance, he would not perish. In this world, he would live well. The dead would always be others. Sakura Haruno remarked, but Deidara, since the broadcast can pose this question, it proves you will die in the future. Deidara responded, Sakura Haruno. Is it? Haha, I shall remember you, the one who killed Scorpion. At that moment, someone pressed the buzzer, and it was none other than the young leaf ninja, Moegi. At her tender age of merely 7 or 8, she was a classmate of Konohamaru and Udon, and they often trained together. Today, Konohamaru was absent due to his grandfather's passing, so she and Udon were practicing jutsu while keeping an eye on the live broadcast. Though still very young, she was incredibly observant, not only watching the battles attentively, but also continuously summarizing the experiences of both sides in hopes of one day protecting her teammates with her own strength. When the broadcast inquired how Deidara would die, she had pondered how a person who often played with explosives might meet their end. The answer was rather evident. My answer is, he died by his own explosion. The young Moegi wrote earnestly, albeit slowly, but with remarkable content. Anoki remarked, died by his own explosion? As Deidara's mentor, he had never anticipated such an outcome, given that during his tutelage, Deidara had never made such a blunder. Haiden quipped, Deidara, your death was quite artistic, fitting your character. Speaking of immortality, no one understands it better than I. Unable to contain himself, Haiden laughed in the chat. Scorpion asked, aren't you dead? Didn't the broadcast claim your life? Haiden responded, haha, even if the broadcast were to kill me 100 times, I would still live on. Haha. Meanwhile, Deidara, who was pursuing Gaara, shook his head vigorously. Impossible. How could I die by my own explosion? I refuse to believe it. Ding. Moegi answered correctly, receiving a reward of beginner-level wood-release chakra from the live broadcast review. Upon the announcement of this reward, not only Leaf Village but also other ninja villages were envious. Wood-release chakra. How impressive for such a young child to attain it. At the same time, Tsunade witnessed the outcome and smiled, nodding in approval. Very well. It seems I must find a good teacher for Moegi. I hear there is a wood-release ninja in the Umbu named Tenzo. Let him instruct her for a time. Yes. Narashikaka bowed and exited the office. Deidara could hardly believe that in the future, he would meet his demise by his own explosive artistry. This outcome was difficult for him to accept, yet it was evident that the celestial screen was showcasing events that would indeed transpire. Scorpion gazed at the sky and remarked, "In the future, refrain from boasting. Such arrogance invites calamity. One moment, you claim you shall live for centuries, and the next, you are confronted with the reality of your own demise. To survive, you must strive." Deidara sighed softly. "At least you are aware of how you will perish. While I can only anticipate my death by my own hand, how can one prepare for such a fate? I cannot simply abandon my explosive art." Scorpion retorted, "You may relinquish it, for I deem it is hardly art." Enraged, Deidara dove down, but upon seeing Scorpion's puppet, the Hiriko, poised as if to unleash venomous needles. He swiftly executed a spin and ascended into the sky. Suddenly, he proclaimed, "I have spotted our target, the inhabitants of Sunagakure." Simultaneously, a series of yellow warnings flashed across the massive screen. Live broadcast in progress. Deidara and Scorpion intercept Gaara. This was a live feed capturing the host of Ichibi, a tailed beast, in real time. The emergence of the celestial screen had altered many things. Originally, the Akatsuki organization planned to commence their operations in 2 years. But upon revelation as mere subordinates of the Otsutsuki clan, they opted to act immediately. Thus, the scene unfolded with Deidara and Scorpion pursuing Gaara. The celestial screen shifted. In a dense forest, Deidara soared through the skies while Scorpion intercepted on the ground, encircling a group of 9 from Sunagakure. Among them were the ninjas who had executed the Konoha collapse plan just the day before: Maki, Kankuro, Temari, Gaara, and 5 other members of the Sunagakure Umbu. This group had witnessed the celestial broadcast and were aware that in the future, Deidara and Scorpion would confront Gaara. However, they were unprepared for the swiftness of their pursuers, arriving almost immediately after the celestial screen had aired their exploits. "Did you expect us to race against time alongside the celestial screen?" Deidara exclaimed, perched upon his clay bird, chuckling heartily. At this moment, he was of similar age to Gaara, yet his eyes sparkled with mischief and amusement, contrasting with Gaara's icy demeanor. Observing this, Deidara laughed. "I shall gain fame anew. Rejoice, all of the ninja world, for you shall witness my artistic performance once more." Scorpion scoffed, gesturing with a flick of his fingers, summoning several puppets from Hiriko to surround the forest, transforming the odds from 2 against 9 to 10 against 9. Maki leaped forward, fingers splayed, summoning the crow puppet. Fear and anxiety coursed through him. This was the renowned puppet genius from Sunagakure, Scorpion. The outer layer was undoubtedly his protective puppet, Hiriko, and the previous broadcast depicted Chiyo and Sakura battling against him. His prowess far surpassed theirs, with his true form concealed within Hiriko. Though Maki and the other ninjas understood the situation, who among them possessed the capability to force Scorpion from his puppet? As the crow puppet emerged, Scorpion's cold laughter echoed, his raspy voice reminiscent of spirits summoned from the afterlife. "You resort to using my discarded creations, revealing your lack of skill." No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of needles erupted in a dense flurry. "Watch out!" Maki shouted, as the group braced for combat. The cacophony of clashing sounds reverberated through the forest, tension palpable in the air. In the years to come, Deidara alone could vanquish Gaara, yet at present, Gaara was merely a genin. Moreover, Scorpion was also present. Did they truly have any chance of escape? Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, Chiyo, Aizo, and a dozen jonin were en route. In that moment, they longed for wings to swiftly arrive at Gaara's side. If previously Gaara's reputation had been tarnished within Sunagakure, instilling fear in those who beheld him, then today, after witnessing the future on the celestial screen and recognizing his potential as the 5th Kazekage, their perceptions had dramatically shifted. In the future, he would sacrifice everything for the village, the finest Kazekage. Why should the ninjas of the village not protect him with all their might? They hurried along, hoping to reach the scene swiftly and rescue their 5th Kazekage. The celestial broadcast displayed the escalating battle. Deidara's explosions echoed, while Scorpion swiftly dispatched adversaries. Maki's crow puppet was rendered insignificant before Scorpion, obliterated by Hiriko, while he himself was struck and lost consciousness. Temari wielded her massive fan, conjuring wind release to counter the advancing puppets, yet the enemy's cunning proved overwhelming. Scorpion deftly manipulated 8 puppets, orchestrating a deadly dance, soaring through the air, burrowing underground, unleashing poisonous needles and spinning shuriken. The 9 before him resembled helpless chicks trapped in a snare, bereft of any opportunity to retaliate. Gaara, now enraged, struggled to maintain consciousness, battling the tailed beast's influence while his protectors shielded him. Yet he succumbed to the transformation into his tailed beast state. At that moment, Maki leaped and fought valiantly, employing all his taijutsu and ninjutsu, but it sufficed only to deal with two puppets. The enemy, it seemed, deliberately avoided capturing Gaara immediately, opting instead to eliminate the 5 Umbu operatives before encircling Gaara in the center. Beneath the celestial screen, in the village of Amigakure, Pain observed the sky, murmuring, "What are they dawdling about? Will they not engage?" Indeed, to some experts, the moment had arrived for Deidara and Scorpion to strike. Seizing the host of Ichibi would be theirs for the taking. Yet they hesitated, toying with Gaara as an eagle would with a chick. At this juncture, Gaara had fully transformed into his tailed beast state. If this continued, it would be impossible to subdue him without inflicting severe damage. The human path, with its Rinnegan eyes, observed the scene and softly remarked, "Perhaps they wish to prolong the performance. After all, the entire ninja world is watching this live broadcast. If it concludes too swiftly, they shall miss their moment in the spotlight." The animal path interjected, "Isn't it amusing to hear you converse with yourselves?" Despite being Nagato, the 6 paths are all him. Yet they engage in dialogue as if they were separate entities. The Deva path's expression grew icy. "We too wish to converse in the live chat, but alas, the need for mystery prevents us from doing so." Meanwhile, in Amigakure, Nagato furrowed his brow. If Deidara and Scorpion did not act soon, he would dispatch Zetsu to urge them forward. As his frown deepened, the two finally began to conclude their confrontation. At that moment in the battlefield, Maki lay gravely injured, while Temari and Kankuro were collapsed nearby, uncertain of their fates. Gaara had fully transformed into his tailed beast form and charged towards the two. Clay explosions rained down, shaking the very ground. The tailed beast grew increasingly agitated, its powerful chakra radiating as it swiped at its surroundings, annihilating any unwary puppets in its path. It opened its mouth, preparing to unleash a tailed beast bomb, only to find itself engulfed in a tumultuous sea of explosions. Boom, boom, crack. Deidara's explosive spiders fell from above as he stood atop his clay bird, laughing heartily. "Let the world behold this magnificent masterpiece." The art of explosion, he roared with an audacity akin to madness, his voice echoing through the valley, while above the flying birds, his expression was one of triumph. The spectacle was broadcasted live on the celestial screen, and the entire shinobi world bore witness to this scene. No matter how formidable the tailed beasts may be, they can be subdued by ninjas. Otherwise, how could Senju Hashirama have acquired 9 tailed beasts, or Uchiha Madara control them with his Sharingan? How could the 5 great shinobi villages have sealed the tailed beast chakra within the Jinchuriki? The first tail was disoriented by the explosion, screeching in chaos as it launched a relatively small tailed beast ball. A thunderous boom reverberated, flattening a distant mountain. Deidara nearly fell from his clay bird, astonished by the magnitude of this explosion. It was a sight he had never encountered before. The black-tailed beast ball possessed such immense power? Ecstatic, he exclaimed, his voice tinged with a raspy excitement. This guy is incredibly strong. In his mind, only explosions constituted art, and thus the tailed beast ball was, in his eyes, a manifestation of artistic expression. Suddenly, he called out again, his palms morphing into mouths that began to chew the clay, which subsequently transformed into a colossal clay dragon. The dragon spiraled down, pouncing toward the ground, while the massive one-tailed Shikaku unleashed a chakra attack wave, attempting to repel the clay dragon. However, the dragon was cunning, darting and twisting, surrounding the one tail in a flurry of motion. Not good, the one tail is evading. Senju Hashirama exclaimed in the live chat. The explosions erupted once more, a series of booms cascading in waves. If the earlier small-tailed beast ball could level a mountain, this explosion could surely create a sea of devastation. A blinding light obscured the entire celestial broadcast screen. In the Rain Village, Nagato and Konan exchanged faint smiles, while the departed Uchiha Madara nodded slightly. Nagato was indeed reliable. Initially, he thought the celestial broadcast served the 5 great shinobi villages, but now it appeared that, if utilized wisely, it could benefit them as well. Had the celestial screen not revealed the Akatsuki as mere pawns of the Otsutsuki, Nagato might not have hastily commanded the capture of the Jinchuriki. It seemed that striking when the Jinchuriki's abilities were weak would yield the greatest success. In the chat, Naruto Uzumaki shouted, "Gala, Gala! Fifth Kazekage, please hold on, we are coming." At that moment, numerous shinobi from Sunagakure rallied in the chat. Observing this, the other villages recognized the gravity of the situation. Should the one tail be captured, the second, third, and other tailed beasts would likely follow. It was easy to foresee the calamity that would befall the shinobi world should the enemy acquire all tailed beast chakra. Once, Senju Hashirama distributed the tailed beasts among the 5 great shinobi villages to prevent any one village from becoming too powerful, yet now that balance was being jeopardized. As the explosion subsided and the smoke cleared, silence enveloped the scene. At the edge of the crater, Maki held on to Kankuro and Temari, while Gaara was nowhere to be found. Even the scorpion of the red sand and Deidara had vanished. Where are they? Where are they? Voices in the chat cried out, a sense of foreboding filling the air. Could it be that Gaara had been captured? The broadcast concluded, leaving everyone breathless with tension. Chio, on her journey, clenched her fists in anger upon witnessing the scene. Who remains there? Where are they? She could not help but inquire in the chat. Maki responded, Chio, I am still here. Kankuro is poisoned, Temari is unconscious, and Gaara is missing. What clues remain? I noticed footprints on the ground. They must belong to the scorpion of the red sand. Understood, I'll be there shortly. Meanwhile, in the valley, the Akatsuki members had assembled, and Pain employed a summoning technique to invoke the Outer Path's golem. Though the celestial screen was somewhat of an eyesore, it could be advantageous if utilized properly. I never anticipated that we would capture the One Tail so quickly, Haiden chuckled. Initially, they had been executing their respective missions, but with the celestial screen revealing everything, the Akatsuki was compelled to expedite their plans, preparing to capture the tailed beasts for the Eye of the Moon plan. Chapter 64. Kagaya, I await you. Prepare yourselves, Pain whispered, initiating the sealing technique to extract the tailed beast. On the opposite side of the valley, atop a high mountain, a figure donned in a black cloak and white garments appeared. Beneath his left eye was the insignia 4, and around his neck was a red collar. It was Kinshiki, who was searching for Otsutsuki Ishiki. He gazed toward the valley, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Kagaya, I await your arrival. With that thought, he scoffed and vanished from sight. The celestial broadcast continued, shifting to Chio and her companions. Chio was the first to appear in the dense forest along the border of the Land of Rivers, accompanied by a dozen ninjas, including Aizo. She leaped from the trees, promptly examining the scene for traces and apologizing in the chat. Fifth Hokage Tsunade, I apologize for the events of yesterday. I swear on my life that the people of Sunagakure were deceived by Orochimaru. As for whether the fourth Hokage was aware of anything, I dare not speculate. However, from what I know, Sunagakure has no intention of opposing Konoha. I implore you to lend us your aid. Only you, as the fifth Hokage, can heal Kankuro from the poison. Please, save him. As she finished, Chio sent a series of bowing emojis in the chat, humbling herself to the utmost degree. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade weighed the pros and cons and realized that in such circumstances, the 5 great shinobi villages could no longer act independently. Furthermore, Konoha had just endured a battle, and with Sunagakure having lost its tailed beast, if they continued to be adversaries, they would provide opportunities for their enemies and those with ulterior motives. Unity was essential. Very well, I will save him. You must bring him to the border of the Land of Fire. I will send someone immediately. Tsunade dispatched Shizune with a slug clone to the border, knowing she could not leave Konoha unattended at this critical moment. Upon receiving the response, Chio expressed her gratitude and pursued the direction where the scorpion of the red sand and Deidara had vanished. Under the celestial screen, everyone watched anxiously, particularly the villages with Jinchuriki. With the One Tail captured from Sunagakure, which village would be next? This time, the Akatsuki's capture of the One Tail had only caused devastation in the wilderness due to the explosive chaos. What if it had occurred within a village? Would an entire village have been obliterated? Meitarumi, all guards of the Hidden Mist Village, increased patrols and enhanced the barrier. Anoki, Hidden Stone Village, heightened patrols. The 4-tailed and 5-tailed Jinchuriki must leave the village immediately. Maintain a low profile. Seeing this scene, Terumi couldn't help but sigh, realizing that experience indeed trumps youth. It was true that having a Jinchuriki in the village was no longer safe. Fortunately, our village's Jinchuriki had long since departed, making them elusive even to the Akatsuki. Although the 4th Raikage, A was known for his fiery temperament. He now understood why the two were discussing such matters openly in a live stream. Clearly, they aimed to communicate to the Akatsuki not to approach their ninja village, for there was no Jinchuriki to capture, rendering their efforts futile and protecting their village from potential harm. Indeed, during such times, having a Jinchuriki was not suitable for the village, and while our Jinchuriki had left, we would ensure their safety, unafraid of any Akatsuki incursions. Meanwhile, the other three great ninja villages had already begun sharing their situations in the live stream to preempt any trouble from the Akatsuki. In Konohagakure, Tsunade anxiously gazed at the sky, her eyes filled with concern. Gaara's life and death were paramount. Should the tailed beast within him be extracted, he would surely perish, leaving the future of Tsunagakure uncertain. After Naruto Uzumaki ascended to the position of 7th Hokage, Gaara had become one of the 5 Kage. If he were to die now, what would become of Tsunagakure? Furthermore, if the Akatsuki succeeded this time, the ensuing chaos would be even more troublesome. The chat grew lively as everyone expressed their thoughts regarding Gaara's situation, while some Umbu members hurried towards the starting point, hoping to gain closer insights into the Akatsuki. As time elapsed, not only did the live stream refrain from posing any questions, but it also continued to follow the unfolding events, leaving all in the ninja world with bated breath. Why is the pace so sluggish? If only the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, were here, he would surely rescue Gaara. Someone exclaimed. Kushina Uzumaki, witnessing this, directly inquired in the chat, Minato, where are you? Can you see the live stream and the chat records? If so, please respond. Minato replied, I'm here. 2nd Hokage, how may I assist you? Gaara has been captured by the Akatsuki, and they plan to extract the One Tail from him as a means to resurrect the Hokage. Are you not going to intervene? Minato responded, my lord. It is not that I am indifferent, but I am currently occupied with a mission. Kushina interjected, honey, what mission are you on? You were just resurrected 2 days ago. How can you have a mission? Minato replied, dear, you'll understand once you are revived. The mission I am undertaking is of utmost importance. With that, Minato fell silent, returning to his work. As time dragged on, the tension in the air thickened. If Tsunagakure lost its One Tail, what would serve as a deterrent against other villages? What if they seized the opportunity to attack Tsunagakure? Moreover, Gaara, the 5th Kazekage, if he were to perish, who would guide them in the future? Though the crisis had yet to unfold in the other 4 great ninja villages, their leadership was equally anxious. The matter of tailed beasts was extraordinary, impacting the entire ninja world. If they remained passive, the consequences could be dire. The 4th Raikage, A remarked. From the images of the Akatsuki revealed in the previous live stream, it is clear those individuals are rogue ninjas, with the one at the forefront named Pain, a traitor from Amigakure. Perhaps we should dispatch Umbu from each of the 5 great ninja villages to investigate Amigakure. We might uncover something significant. Terumi May agreed. Indeed, I support this plan. Anoki added, we shall also send our people. Tsunade suggested, let us conduct our operations in secrecy, refrain from unnecessary discussions, and shift the topic. In Chapter 65, the Scorpion of the Red Sand seeks to defy fate. The 4th Raikage proposal carried weight. If the Akatsuki's stronghold truly lay in Amigakure, it might have already alerted them. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Jiraiya gazed intently at the live stream, his expression contemplative. After a long pause, he addressed Tsunade. I know Conan in pain. Send me. What? Memories flooded back of 3 children who had relied on each other amidst the flames of war. Their chance encounter with Jiraiya marking a fateful connection, and his departure led to their destined separation. Yet, many years had passed, and they seemed to have forgotten their mentor. While Jiraiya never imagined they had become members of the Akatsuki, Pain bore a striking resemblance to Yahiko from their youth, albeit with the addition of the Rinnegan, while Conan remained nearly unchanged. As for Nagato, his whereabouts were unknown. All these mysteries awaited his resolution. Tsunade furrowed her brow, gazing upward, and after a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. Do you wish to go to Amigakure? After investigating the Akatsuki for so long, do you truly believe you possess more knowledge than they do? As she spoke, Tsunade pointed at the sky, where the live stream continued to display Chiyo and her brother, Ebizo, seeking Gaara based on ground clues. Previously, Jiraiya had conducted minimal inquiries into the Akatsuki, yielding scant information. I feel that all the answers may lie in Amigakure, since someone must go. I believe I am the most suitable candidate, Jiraiya asserted. Tsunade's gaze sharpened. and she softly asked, "Can I trust that you will return safely? Let us gamble. I believe I will return safely, and you can bet that I will perish, as you have never won a wager." Jiraiya replied, a broad smile spreading across his face. Tsunade's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, yet she smiled, responding, "Indeed, I am known for being a poor gambler. I often lose." Though she laughed, her tears fell unbidden. If he returned alive, they would share a moment. Yet, what if he did not? Would she endure the pain of loss once more, akin to the anguish she felt when Kakashi sacrificed himself? To ease the tension, he chuckled, "Just wait for my good news." With that, he leaped into the sunset, disappearing from view. The live stream finally shifted, revealing a valley bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, a radiant light casting a glow upon the forest. Suddenly, several figures sprang forth, vanishing from sight, leaving only the red sand scorpion, Sasori, standing in the clearing, with Gaara's lifeless body at his feet. He addressed the arrival, stating, "Chio, as the live stream foretells, I shall perish at your hands, yet I shall not allow that future to unfold. Today, I will kill you here," demonstrating to the entire ninja world that the future is not set in stone. With that declaration, he kicked Gaara's body aside. Ebizo leaped forward to catch Gaara, exclaiming, "This is not good." Chio's brow furrowed. She possessed a means to revive Gaara, but only if she could survive the confrontation. In the future, she had fought alongside Sakura to defeat Sasori, yet now, it was only she, her brother, and a handful of ninjas. The battle commenced, beginning with the third Kazekage's puppet collaborating with the Hiryu's poison needles against Sasori. It was evident that Sasori aimed to eliminate Chio, who decrees that I must die in the future. I will live, and I will live for a long time. You all shall perish. I, the Red Sand Scorpion, will survive, and I will transform each of you into puppets, adding you to my collection, proving that my art is eternal. As if the previous live stream had ignited a fire within him, at that moment, he was consumed by a singular conviction, to survive, no matter the cost. For he refused to accept his fate. Chio, the elderly puppeteer, charged forward with her marionette, while Chio's companion, Sasori of the Red Sand, placed Gaara's lifeless body down and joined the fray. His arsenal of puppets was even more diverse, soaring through the sky like birds and swimming through the water like fish, with hidden weapons flitting about, creating a cacophony of clashing steel. The few accompanying ninjas suffered grievously. The third Kazekage, a master of ninjutsu, unleashed wave after wave of magnetic techniques, while Chio and Sasori, despite their advanced age, moved with remarkable swiftness, expertly manipulating their chakra to launch relentless puppet assaults. However, after numerous exchanges, the formidable defense of the Hiryu, Sasori's ultimate puppet, remained unyielding. Chio's puppets, having charged multiple times, were thwarted by the Hiryu's impenetrable shell. Without the likes of Sakura from Konoha or the might of the god of strength to shatter the Hiryu, the two elderly combatants found themselves at a disadvantage. If the battle continued to drag on, it would yield no benefit for them. Sasori bellowed a command, and the third Kazekage's puppets executed a secret technique. "Can you withstand this same strategy?" Sasori's voice dripped with menace. The iron sand surged towards them like a relentless storm, sharp as daggers, raining down and shattering their puppets, forcing them to retreat. Chio ducked and dodged, but iron sand erupted from beneath her, piercing her leg and causing blood to spurt forth like a fountain. She was injured, and upon witnessing this, Sasori rushed to her side, only to be met by the sudden movement of a severed puppet arm he had destroyed, which lunged forward and struck his shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. As he turned, he saw countless iron sand spikes descending from above, and it seemed inevitable that he and Chio would soon become mere skewers. Under the vast sky, the onlookers gasped in horror, some shielding their children's eyes, others unable to bear the sight, while many shouted warnings, their hearts racing with anxiety. Though they were strangers to Chio and Sasori, the collective sense of justice was palpable, for they all understood the cruelty of Sasori, who had slaughtered innocents to create his puppets. In that moment, anyone with a semblance of humanity would worry for Chio and Sasori. Yet, no matter their concerns, they could not intervene. The battle was theirs alone to fight. The rest could only watch as spectators. Within the valley, iron sand poured down like rain, and both Chio and Sasori were wounded, their movements hampered. Just as they seemed destined to be impaled, the ground trembled violently, and a massive pit opened beneath them. As they fell, wooden walls emerged below, catching them securely and enveloping them. The colossal spikes of magnetic sand crashed down with a resounding clatter. The magnetic technique pierced the wooden walls, yet layers upon layers of wooden barriers remained, resembling a fortress piled high. Simultaneously, countless wooden trees sprouted from the ground, rising to meet the descending iron sand spikes in a clash of elements. The sounds of splintering would echoed as the trees were pierced. But within the body of the third Kazakage's puppet, a wooden jutsu detonated, causing the puppet to shatter and the iron sand to fall uncontrollably. What just happened? The onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes, some gasping in astonishment, others rejoicing, while many scrutinized the large screen, fearful of missing any detail. A swirl of black mist dispersed, revealing the fallen iron sand. Finally, the live broadcast became clear. A young boy stood atop a large tree, his fingers still forming seals. He was tall and imposing, draped in a short cloak, wearing a straw hat that obscured his features, while a blade of grass was clenched between his teeth, emanating an aura of quiet strength. The wooden walls opened, and Chiyo and Sasori leapt out. "Who are you?" Sasori demanded, his voice low and raspy, eyes narrowed with suspicion. The figure stood shrouded in shadow, rendering his identity elusive. The passerby, Hanyuru, scanned the area but found no sign of Chikyu, who should have been nearby. Had he arrived too late? Noticing Gaara's body nearby, he furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, the live broadcast displayed his expression, magnifying his apparent confusion as he seemed to have unwittingly stepped into the midst of the battle. In truth, Hanyuru had arrived moments earlier, his sole purpose being to locate Chikyu of the Akatsuki. After observing Chikyu's responses in the chat group, he had tracked his location and followed. However, upon arrival, he discovered that the Akatsuki had already extracted the One Tail and Chikyu had vanished. To re-establish his location, Chikyu would need to speak in the chat group again, but since his last answer, he had remained silent, leaving Hanyuru without a trail. He had not intended to engage in the conflict between Sasori and Chiyo, but upon seeing Gaara's body, he recognized the potential significance of this individual in his quest for the Otsutsuki. "Are you from Sunagakure? That is the future 5th Kazakage, Gaara. Tell me, if I save you, what will you offer in return?" Hanyuru inquired. Despite possessing vast resources and power, he was not one to engage in transactions without assurance. For him to intervene, they needed to demonstrate sincerity. Chiyo and Sasori, upon hearing his words, swiftly leapt to the ground beneath the tree where he stood. They recognized that someone with such formidable wood techniques could indeed be their savior. "If this young man is willing to save us, we pledge our lives in gratitude," Chiyo declared earnestly. "Your lives are of little value. I desire no such payment," Hanyuru replied nonchalantly. The grass stick in his mouth shifting slightly as his gaze landed on Gaara's body. He looked skyward and spoke. "I know you all can see this. I have a question. If I save you, would Sunagakure be willing to follow me, even with the deceased Gaara, who is yet to become the 5th Kazakage?" His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? He wants Sunagakure to follow him? Am I hearing this correctly? Is there truly someone so audacious in the ninja world? They had thought the Akatsuki arrogant, but this individual surpassed them in hubris. Who was he to make such demands? What grand ambitions did he harbor? In that moment, the chat group buzzed with indignation, voices raised in outrage. Meanwhile, Gaara, though lifeless, found himself in a state of bewilderment, grappling with the sight of his own corpse on the screen. Anger and a sense of liberation coursed through him. So this was the sensation of being free of the tailed beast. But was this truly how he would meet his end? He had survived countless attempts on his life. Could he truly resign himself to such a fate at this tender age? In a state of youthful fervor, he gazed upon the image of his own lifeless body. His teeth clenched in quiet defiance. He had yet to earn the recognition of those around him, nor had he embarked on the journey of his life. Just as he found his motivation and envisioned himself as the future Wind Shadow, aspiring to diligently serve the Sand Village and the people dear to him, fate dealt a cruel hand, and he perished. The injustice of it all gnawed at him. However, his solitary desire did not encapsulate the will of the entire Sand Village populace. He could have disregarded everything and acquiesced to the demands of others. Yet upon realizing his destined role as Wind Shadow and witnessing visions of himself battling for the village's salvation, he understood that he could not act impulsively. Just as he pondered this, a message suddenly illuminated the live chat for all to see. "I am Temari of the Sand Village. I pledge my allegiance to this ninja, provided he can save Gaara and the 2 esteemed elders present." Temari was the first to awaken and voice her support. I am Kankuro of the Sand Village. I too will follow this ninja, so long as he can revive Gaara and the two esteemed elders. Kankuro echoed her sentiments. I am Yashimaru, Gaara's uncle. And though I am deceased, I wish to follow this ninja if he can restore Gaara to life. The chat soon erupted with declarations from hundreds of Sand Village ninjas, each pledging their loyalty. Such a scene was nothing short of breathtaking. The entire chat bristled with the voices of Sand Village villagers and ninjas, united in their determination to save Gaara. Although a handful of dissenting opinions emerged, they were swiftly overshadowed by the overwhelming majority. Chapter 67. Perhaps I cannot defeat him, Inoki exclaimed. Have you all lost your minds? Do you understand who this person is? What if he is one of the Akatsuki? Kuratsuchi responded. Members of the Akatsuki are easily identifiable by their red cloud black cloaks. This individual does not fit that description. Inoki retorted. That does not mean we should simply agree. Are you willing to jeopardize the safety of the ninja world? One Akatsuki is already a significant problem. If the Sand Village allies with an unknown entity, who will dare to cooperate with you in the future? The fourth Raikage, added, indeed. I believe the third Tsuchikage is correct. This matter requires careful deliberation. Do not act impulsively. Other village leaders began to voice their concerns in the chat. We cannot agree to this. His identity remains uncertain. What if he is a bandit? Furthermore, does he even possess the ability? Gaara is already dead. The Sand Village can simply select a new Wind Shadow. Why risk losing the entire village? The daimyo of the Wind Country urged, please, make a statement to prevent the Sand Village from acting rashly. This is a matter of paramount importance for the ninja world, not solely your village. Yes, this is unacceptable. If that individual turns out to be malevolent, the Sand Village could descend into chaos. They implored the villagers to reconsider their hasty decisions. I never realized the people of the Sand Village could be so reckless. Your Wind Shadow is willing to sacrifice his life for you. Yet you exhibit such childish impulsivity for someone who has not yet assumed the title. Ninjas from other villages expressed their opposition, analyzing the drawbacks of this course of action from various perspectives. Yet, the more dissent there was, the more Gaara seemed unwilling to accept his fate. He suddenly interjected in the chat. I, Gaara, pledge to follow this ninja, provided he can save me, Chiyo, and the esteemed Elder AI. As long as you can rescue us, I will take the lead and follow your commands. Upon hearing his declaration, a hush fell over the crowd. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, questioned, Gaara, are you truly dead? Completely, father. Are you happy now? You no longer need to send someone to kill me. Raza had intended to caution the Sand Village citizens and Gaara to reconsider this decision, but Gaara's words felt like a sentence passed upon him. In his heart, he recognized that the trust Gaara placed in him paled in comparison to that of a mere villager from the sand. If only the celestial display had appeared a day earlier, he might have had the opportunity to understand the future Gaara before his demise. The faith others had in him stemmed from that very display. They all bore witness to Gaara's self-sacrifice in defense of the village, transforming him from a monster in their eyes into the savior of their home. Without the tailed beasts, if they lost their Wind Shadow as well, what claim would they have to a place among the 5 great ninja villages? And that youth depicted in the celestial display, should he possess the power to vanquish the Red Sand Scorpion and restore Gaara to life, he could very well become the Sand Village's future safeguard. The only drawback remained. They were uncertain of his true nature. If he were virtuous, the Sand Village would have a promising future. If malevolent, it would plunge into despair. The rationale was simple. Within the borders of the Land of Rivers, Hikari chuckled upon hearing Gaara's declaration. His subsequent remark nearly incited a riot among the audience. Perhaps I cannot defeat him? He pointed toward the distant Red Sand Scorpion, his fingers slicing through the air. Elder AI nearly stumbled. You cannot defeat him, yet you ask us to pledge our loyalty? Chiyo tugged at her brother, urging him to temper his words. Meanwhile, the chat erupted in dismay. How could he say such a thing? We hold such high hopes for you. And you respond like this? I retract my previous statement. One Sand Village ninja exclaimed in frustration. Good heavens, are the people of the Sand Village being toyed with? How laughable. As the audience voiced their grievances, a sudden bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, unleashing a torrent of shuriken like rain from the opposing side. The Red Sand Scorpion's puppet, Hiryu, lunged toward Hikari, its weaponry poised for assault. Do you take me for air? Is this a declaration of loyalty? He shouted, summoning 2 puppets to his side. The world trembled as explosions, shuriken, and toxic gas engulfed the arena. With a leap, Hikari soared into the air, evading the toxins and projectiles, fingers weaving intricate seals. Would release erupted from the ground like a slumbering beast, encircling the red sand scorpion in a colossal arena of timber. Followed swiftly by the technique of wood clones, thorns erupted from the earth like blossoming, barbed flowers, one after another, undeterred by the gas and weapons below. Suddenly, Hiryu succumbed to the assault. The entire puppet shattered, revealing the scorpion's true form, a strikingly handsome youth, whose appearance belied the fact that he was, in truth, over 30 years of age. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. As the airborne youth descended, Hiryu lay in ruins below him. Hikari landed atop a tree resembling a castle wall, observing the encircled red sand scorpion with a smile, his eyes glinting with mischief. Beneath the celestial display, the onlookers gasped in awe. Such a vast wood release must require an immense amount of chakra, right? Someone inquired. Who is this individual? He is incredibly formidable. Senju Hashirama responded directly. Indeed, such wood release requires a chakra capacity at least comparable to my own. Furthermore, this individual exhibits remarkable speed in weaving seals. Though he has only utilized 2 wood release techniques thus far, it is evident he is a master. Young man, what is your name? Hashirama, ever the admirer of talent, inquired in the chat. Yet Hikari remained reticent, unwilling to reveal his identity before the Otsutsuki clan fully emerged. He continued to watch the scorpion below and casually remarked, I find your heart quite appealing, so I think I shall keep it. Upon concluding his words, he sprinted downwards. Chiyo and Chiyo's elder brother quickly hoisted Gaara's lifeless body onto their backs, and with a leap, they ascended to the treetops, anxiously gazing at the scene within. Yet, where was that young boy? Had he not just dashed down? Why was he nowhere to be found? This perplexity was not limited to the 2 of them. Everyone present was astonished by the sight. Just moments ago, that individual had charged down, yet in an instant, he had vanished without a trace. Chapter 68, Wood Release, Cutting Technique, Boom. Just as the crowd pondered this mystery, a sudden explosion reverberated, emanating from within the body of the scorpion of the red sand. His heart burst forth, and in that fleeting moment, an iron box materialized, swiftly enclosing the heart within. Ha ha ha. It was Yin Yi who appeared. It turned out that the one who charged in was merely a shadow clone. Upon descending, it had dissipated in a puff of smoke, serving to deliberately divert everyone's attention. Meanwhile, the true Yin Yi lurked in a thicket nearby. At that moment, as the shadow clone shouted and rushed out, he launched a cutting technique that shattered the scorpion's puppet shell and rapidly reclaimed the heart. It was over. The battle had concluded. All that remained was a vast circle of trees encircling the scene. A heart thumped rhythmically within the iron box marked with seals. Chiyo's eyes glistened with tears as she descended from the treetops to stand before Yin Yi. Thank you, she said, slightly bowing, her heart unable to articulate the multitude of feelings within. With Gaara's lifeless form cradled in his arms, Chiyo reached out. Allow me to take over. This is my duty. With that, she enveloped herself in chakra, preparing to employ the forbidden technique of rebirth. This forbidden art could exchange her life for that of the deceased, saving Gaara. In the entirety of Sunagakure, she was the sole practitioner. Yin Yi, witnessing this scene, stepped forward and placed a pill into Gaara's body, then rose and declared, Do not forget your promise, Sunagakure. With those words, he turned and vanished from sight. Beneath the celestial canopy, the onlookers were left in utter astonishment. In the chat group, confusion reigned, and just then, Gaara stirred slightly awake. He was alive. He scanned his surroundings, searching for Yin Yi, only to find him gone. He realized he had consumed the rebirth pill and understood that anyone resurrected by such a pill would henceforth be bound to obey the commands of the host of the celestial canopy. An inescapable fate. It dawned on him that the individual was indeed the host behind the celestial canopy. Gaara coughed softly, rose to his feet, and gazed into the distance. Then bowed deeply. Some sentiments need not be spoken. They penetrate the soul. Chiyo, overwhelmed with joy, rushed forward and embraced Gaara. One tale is lost, Gaara remarked. Let it be lost. As long as you live, that is what matters, Chiyo replied with a reassuring smile. The 3 set off back to the village. And beneath the live broadcast, Sunagakure erupted in cheers, as if Gaara's safe return constituted the greatest joy. Yet the chat group fell into silence for a long time. Uchiha Madara finally broke the silence. What transpired? Gaara has returned to life. What did that individual feed him? The forbidden technique of rebirth that Chio had not enacted remained unknown to him, yet the pill was clearly seen being placed into Gaara's mouth during the broadcast, and his subsequent revival piqued Madara's curiosity. This matter of resurrection had become his obsession, his focal point. Senju Hashirama interjected. Could it be the rebirth pill? A single remark awakened the crowd. Tsunade asked, is Naruto here? Did you witness the live broadcast? Was that individual using the rebirth pill? Since the Celestial Canopy had awarded the rebirth pill, only 2 individuals had ever possessed it. Naruto Uzumaki and the wandering ninja Yanyi, along with Hinata Hyuga, who had once received the pill and given it to Naruto. After Tsunade's inquiry, Naruto remained silent. He was preoccupied at that moment. Hinata responded on his behalf. To answer Lady Fifth Hokage, yes. Oh my, it is the precious rebirth pill. Did that individual truly use it on someone else? That is the rebirth pill. Such generosity. If it were me, I wouldn't part with that for an entire nation. That is a life-saving item. The group was in shock. The ninjas of Sunagakure suddenly comprehended the immense difficulty of reviving Gaara, explaining why the individual sought an entire village's allegiance in exchange. Uchiha Madara, filled with envy and resentment, declared, thus, that person must be the wandering ninja Yanyi. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Senju Hashirama sent a flurry of worshipful emojis. Madara, you truly are perceptive. How did you come to this conclusion? Senju Tobarama retorted, brother, mind your image. Such questions reveal your own ignorance, not his brilliance. Uzumaki Mito mused. I have always wondered, how did someone with Hashirama's intellect become friends with Madara? It's quite unfathomable. Uchiha Madara scoffed him. Is he really my friend? Isn't he? Are you denying it? Madara responded, no. The second Mizukage, Ao, chimed in. Yanyi, why did you give that rebirth pill to that little brat? Hand it over. I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. From the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the Watermelon Mountain Kagaya urged, give it to me. I will serve you loyally. Another member, the Shimon clan, pleaded, share it with me. After resurrection, I will brave any danger for you. Another added, do not fight over it. Give it to me. I will clear any obstacles for you. I shall obey your every command. Yet another insisted, revive me, and I shall dedicate myself to establishing a village for you. Yanyi. Members from the Watermelon Mountain and the Shimon clan exclaimed, though it may sound boastful, we could certainly do it. Not just a village, we could establish a nation. The second Mizukage quipped, you are aware of your exaggeration, are you not? Do be careful, the wind might twist your tongue. Mike Guy chimed in, revive me. And I shall open the 8 gates and defeat them all. Uft. That hit home. Silence ensued, with the lower ninjas feigning ignorance. Might Dai exclaimed, regardless. You have never faced my father. Might Guy responded, haha. Son, let's high-five. Might Dai replied, high-five. At that moment, the Celestial Canopy broadcast abruptly halted, drawing everyone's gaze once more. What is happening? What will be shown next? The previous broadcast posed no questions. Anticipation filled the air. The content aired over the past 2 days had truly shocked the ninja world and altered many aspects of it. As dusk approached, with half an hour until 8 o'clock, what more could the Celestial Canopy unveil? Were they to see events of the future or the present? All eyes were fixed on the Celestial Canopy. Suddenly, text flashed across the screen. The selection for the top 3 B-Kings of the ninja world has commenced. Please choose whom you deem the strongest B-King. The successful selections will be awarded between 500 to 2,000 points. Chapter 69. The selection for the A-King of the ninja world begins as the question presented itself. The screen transitioned, revealing 10 divided segments, each displaying a video. The first, the fourth Raikage, A, gritting his teeth as he unleashed a lightning release, showcasing the lightning blade. The second, the sixth Hokage, Kakashi Hitaki, carelessly battling alongside Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura while glancing at the romantic paradise. The third, the Scorpion of the Red Sand, with chakra threads bursting from his body, feigning sorrow while wearing a smile. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, landing on the scene with one arm raised, striking a deliberately staged pose. The fifth, Might Guy walking on his hands while shouting about his passionate youth. The sixth image, the scene of Haiden from the Akatsuki organization, grinning with a bloody scythe in his hands. The seventh image, Deidara boldly declaring the essence of art. The ninth image, Killer Bee casually walking while rapping. The 10th image, Sasuke Uchiha with a cold, piercing gaze fixed on the screen. The emergence of these 10 images ignited a commotion. Wow, I made the list. I told you, Deidara is the best. He laughed. At that moment, Deidara, who had been mysteriously absent, suddenly spoke up in the group chat. Anoki, noticing his presence, inquired, "Aren't you concerned about your partner being captured?" Deidara replied in the chat, "What is there to be concerned about? In the Akatsuki, only the strong remain. Those left are all formidable, like me. The weak have no voice, nor the right to demand rescue. So, Anoki, if you wish to join our Akatsuki, we have yet to see if we will accept you. But that fellow, Hikari, we might consider." Upon hearing this, Conan commented, "Yes, Hikari, I hope you see my invitation. I wish for you to join our Akatsuki and contribute to peace in the ninja world. We await your response." Hisame retorted, "Shameful. A group serving extraterrestrials dares to claim they seek peace, distorting the truth." The fourth Raikage, exclaimed, "Damn it, Conan, is it? Reveal the location. And let us have a showdown." Killer Bee chimed in, "Yigya, Senj, haha. Didn't he see that coming, brother? Both you and I have entered the preliminary rounds for the title of Bee King. Haha, when it comes to being Bee King, who is stronger than me? I've decided to hold a concert tonight. Everyone is welcome. Tickets are 500, 300 is fine, or even 10 if you must." Samui interjected, puffed. Omoi added, "Master, are you going to make us sell tickets again?" "We refuse." Karui remarked, "Master, it's no wonder you've made it to the top 10 contenders for Bee King. You do have a flair for showmanship." Killer Bee responded, "What do you mean? A flair? I'm wholeheartedly embracing the Bee role, alright? This time, the title of Bee King belongs solely to me." Naruto Uzumaki declared, "If we're talking about Bee King, I only acknowledge what S.K. Hayden asserted, the Bee King will undoubtedly be me. When it comes to showmanship, no one understands it better than I do. But honestly, I'm not just showing off. I possess true strength." Deidara countered, "You speak as if no one else has strength. Your little tricks would turn to mush beneath my explosions." Mike Guy proclaimed, "I believe the title of Bee King belongs to me. With the 8 gates, I am invincible." Rock Lee cheerfully added, "Haha, my master, Mike Guy, you are the strongest. Teacher, you shine the brightest, and that's how true passion should be." Toad Gigi exclaimed, "Croaking is our specialty. Are we to believe that we toads lack the quality to even make the top 10? Tion Xi and Shunji scoffed, "What Bee quality do you toads possess? All you do is croak. Our snake sage is so beautiful, yet no one knows of her. Clearly, this so-called Bee King is just that." Slug Clone remarked, "In terms of beauty, I believe slugs are the most attractive. As for Bee King, slugs are indifferent." Toad Gigi retorted, "Who cares if you like it? You're all cowards. Don't talk about showing off. Even when you come out to face others, you're cautious and timid. Slug, do you want to fight?" Toad Gigi, "Who is afraid of whom?" Tion Xi and Shinji, "I find that the young man from Paradise of Affection has quite the charm. Is it Kakashi? I await you in the Dragon Cave. Let us discuss fate." Kakashi Hitaki replied, "Shinobi, now is the time for the Bee King election, not matchmaking." Kakuzu retorted, "Then I choose you. You can show off the most." Kakashi responded, "Hashirama Senju. Actually, I'd like to nominate Madara Uchiha for Bee King because no one can outshine him in showmanship. But why isn't he on the top 10 preliminary list? Live broadcast, I nominate Madara Uchiha. Give him a chance to enter the top 10 Bee King list. I suggest removing Minato Namikaze. His presence is insufficient to merit a spot based solely on a staged image." Madara Uchiha chuckled, "Pata? Do you want to dance? Who cares about this so-called list?" Minato Namikaze, feeling embarrassed, finally had a chance to withdraw his image from the broadcast. "The first Hokage is correct. I do not wish to be Bee King. I am unworthy. Please remove me." At that moment, the screen seemed to respond to their conversation, promptly replacing Minato's image with that of Madara Uchiha. In the image, he wielded the Uchiha fan, with chains and scythes swirling behind him, his gaze disdainful and murderous. As he spoke, "Do you wish to dance?" Hashirama Senju gasped in awe. "I choose Madara as Bee King." "Madara Uchiha? Go to hell." Hashirama Senju, "I also choose Madara Uchiha." Mito Uzumaki, "I too choose Madara Uchiha." "No. The Bee King of the ninja world is undoubtedly me." Killer Bee insisted, refusing to back down. "It's me. You haven't seen my ultimate move, have you? If you had, you'd surely choose me." Hayden declared. Naruto Uzumaki stated, "I choose Sasuke Uchiha. Aside from what SK, I don't acknowledge anyone else." Niji Hyuga, "Same here." Kiba Inazuka, "Same here." Sakura Haruno, "Same here." Shikamaru Nara, "Though it's a bit troublesome, I agree." Tenten, "Same here." Rock Lee, "No. I believe my teacher, Mike Guy, is still the best. Tintin, it's not about being the best. It's about who can show off. This time, it's not about strength. Rock Lee, then I also choose Might Guy. Hashirama Senju remarked, the younger generation is formidable. They simply haven't witnessed Madara's showmanship. Otherwise, I believe they would surely choose him. The group erupted in chaos, each pondering the 10 images, engaging in discussions about who would be crowned be king by the live broadcast. Ding, ding, ding. Everyone pressed their buzzers, each selecting their favorites from the 10 images. Chapter 70. Striving for the top 3. Some had more supporters than others, yet the number of supporters could not sway the judgment of the live broadcast. Finally, the screen provided the answer. The third-place winner of this Be King competition is Killer B. Congratulations, Killer B, as the self-proclaimed Be King. You will receive a reward of 500 points. Yigya Senj. Wow, I'm the third Be King. Haha, I'm third. Did you all see my strength? I'm this excellent, this powerful. Yigya Senj. Killer B began to boast in the group chat. Though it was a group, everyone felt his joy as if he were about to soar into the sky. Meanwhile, the fourth Raikage, A, wore a troubled expression. Brother, is this really worth celebrating? Killer B replied, of course. In this moment, I feel inspired to write a song. Yigya Senj. Who would have thought I could become Be King? The world is so wondrous. Thank you. Live broadcast, Yigya Senj. Hashirama Senju chuckled. I thought I was quite impressive. I didn't expect that there are those in the ninja world even more impressive than I. Tobarama Senju added, the Yangtze River pushes the waves of the previous generation. Brother, this time, you've lost. Hashirama Senju. Indeed, I didn't even make the preliminary Be King list. It shows how thoroughly I've lost. At that moment, the live broadcast showcased numerous images of Killer B's showmanship, from battling while wielding 7 blades to rapping, to traveling with a notebook learning to rap, to hosting a concert with only 3 disciples present, dozens of images showcasing his flair. The crowd roared with laughter, as expected. Killer B laughed heartily at the images promoting him on the live broadcast. Finally, once all his images had played, the live broadcast interface transformed. Returning to the 10 selection images, a beam of light continuously circled the images. Now, the anticipation grew. Who would be the second-place Be King in the ninja world? This time, the live broadcast held its suspense. As the beams of light danced across the live broadcast, a voice emerged, imbued with urgency and tension, heightening the curiosity of the audience. The second contender, renowned as Uchiha Madara, was swiftly identified, with Senju Hashirama being the first to answer. The scene transitioned to showcase Uchiha Madara in various poses of grandeur, utilizing Susanoo, engaging in combat against multiple foes, and striking enigmatic stances while disregarding a girl presenting flowers. Madara could hardly contain his frustration. Is the broadcast so mundane? What is the point of this selection? If it were possible, he would gladly unleash his fury upon the heavens, yet he found himself powerless. I knew it was you. It had to be you. Hashirama exclaimed, laughing heartily, nearly shedding tears from amusement. Meanwhile, Tobarama nodded in agreement, as the elder ninjas who had passed away seemed to concur. Indeed, Uchiha Madara possesses that level of prowess. Congratulations, Madara. However, the subsequent announcement nearly drove Madara to despair. Congratulations to Senju Hashirama for answering correctly and earning 1,000 points. The broadcast revealed the reward for the second responder, leaving Madara seething. What? I, the second-place king, received nothing while the one who answered got 1,000 points? Unable to restrain himself, he resorted to employing multiple jutsu in a futile attempt to attack the broadcast, yet no matter his efforts, the display remained unaffected in the sky. Calm down, Madara, Hashirama advised. You ought to have faith in yourself. Answering promptly is the key. If only these points were transferable, I would gladly share them with you. But alas, that is not the case, haha. Get lost, Madara retorted. Very well, Hashirama replied. As the moment of anticipation arrived, who would be crowned the first Be King of the ninja world? The broadcast's voice resonated throughout. As the audience fixed their gaze upon the screen, where a kaleidoscope of colors swirled in the sky, Might Guy prayed fervently, it must be me. Haiden echoed his hopes. It must be me. While Deidara insisted, it has to be me. Suddenly, the vibrant lights came to a halt, settling upon a singular image. The selected individuals felt a wave of disappointment. It was not any of them, but rather someone else. The broadcast announced, congratulations to Uchiha Sasuke for being awarded the illustrious title of Be King. Additionally, Congratulations to the first responder, Uzumaki Naruto, for earning 2,000 points. Following this, a montage of Sasuke's impressive displays filled the screen, serving as undeniable evidence of his prowess. Who would have thought it would be him? Kushina marveled. Congratulations, Makoto. Your son has been named B-King. Makoto replied, Oh, how peculiar. Why hasn't Sasuke spoken in the group today? Fugaku reassured her, Do not fret. Sasuke is no longer a child. He must be preoccupied. Unbeknownst to them, they were unaware of Sasuke's departure from Konoha or that Naruto and others were in pursuit. Meanwhile, the Sound Four had been defeated, and Kagaya's Maru had also succumbed to the assistance of Rock Lee and Kakashi. At that moment, Naruto stood within the Valley of the End, gazing across at Sasuke. He called out, Did you see? Your parents do not wish for you to leave Konoha. Come back with me. Return to BB King? Sasuke scoffed. Regardless of what it entails, I will not allow you to depart. Then let us see what you are capable of. The two charged at one another, igniting the battle. In the broadcast group, the viewers remained unaware of the conflict unfolding in the Valley of the End, as the live feed did not cover it. I never expected Uchiha Sasuke to achieve the title of B-King at such a young age, Hashirama remarked. Anoki commented, It seems this title is derived not merely from current circumstances, but rather a synthesis of past, present, and future. Kurenai added, Indeed. It is evident that these younger generations are striving diligently. The fourth Raikage quipped, Aspiring to be B-King? I would rather engage in a fight for immediate satisfaction. Killer Bee chimed in, Yo, who among you is stronger? I am the third B-King. Hey, why are you hitting me again? As time passed, the broadcast concluded, and each village gleaned valuable information from the live stream. In the night, within the northern region of the Land of Fire, a torrential downpour continued. Amidst the rain, a figure hurried northward, none other than Jiraiya. On a nearby hill, a youth donned a straw hat, his eyes exhibiting the Sharingan, observing the figure traversing the rain-soaked path. Is it him? Is he heading to the Land of Rain? This route was the only passage to the Land of Rain, and Jiraiya's late-night journey suggested a sense of urgency. Following the emergence of the broadcast, the dynamics within the ninja world had shifted significantly, with some events unfolding ahead of schedule. The 5 great ninja villages, upon witnessing the capture of the One Tail, likely harbored their own thoughts, with their Umbu actively seeking clues regarding the Akatsuki to avoid being caught off guard. Jiraiya, familiar with Konan and the now pain Yahiko, surely harbored suspicions about Amigakure. Yet, would he truly return alive from such a perilous venture? Yakin did not hinder Jiraiya's journey. Instead, he turned away, seeking shelter from the rain. The journey was long, and even upon reaching the destination, it would still be morning. There was ample time for choices to be made, yet should Jiraiya choose a path of certain demise, Yakin could not intervene. After a restful night, dawn broke, and the villagers began their daily routines. Under the broadcast, many gazed skyward, awaiting the next video release. Some had grown accustomed to the broadcasts over the past 3 days. Life must continue. Those who worked returned to their duties, while students resumed their studies and shopkeepers continued their trade. On the surface, everything appeared tranquil, though beneath this calm, many matters were quietly unfolding. As the sky flickered, the broadcast reappeared. Concurrently, the chat group reopened. Haha, finally, I can speak. I was about to burst. The first to emerge was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been watching the broadcast intently the previous day, longing to express his thoughts, but unable due to being muted. Today, his silence was lifted. Tsunade, how are you managing matters in Konoha? Everything is well, I hope? I was shocked to learn that Danzo was an accomplice to Orochimaru. I cannot believe it. He must have fled, but I suppose I should have recognized his true nature. Still, I believe he contributed significantly to Konoha, after all. Did I take the blame for you? If you are Hokage, am I merely the scapegoat? Suddenly, Shimura Danzo interjected in the group. Hiruzen, wow, Danzo, is that you? Long time no see. Danzo, you seem different since your death. You have quite a bit to say now. Hiruzen, only those who have faced death truly understand this feeling. Danzo, Uchiha Makoto, Sasuke, where are you? You didn't say a word yesterday. Please, say something. Uchiha Fugaku, Makoto, do not worry. He will be fine. Our son is grown. Sasuke, yes. Father, mother, please do not fret. I have my own thoughts. Danzo, Itachi, one day, I will make you pay. Danzo, a mere child dares to speak boldly. I have prepared for our battles. I await your arrival, though I fear you may lack the courage to come. Uchiha Makoto, although he is just a child. Some should not forget how they were defeated by him. Danzo, one day, Sasuke will avenge us. Anoki, good morning, everyone. I didn't expect such a tense atmosphere so early in the day. Fourth Raikage, those who are dead remain dead, and those who are alive continue to live. Despite the chasm between the two realms, there are still those who shout bravely. If you have the courage, then act. Does all this idle chatter serve any purpose? Tsunade, good morning, everyone. Have you all had your meals? Tsunade, I just finished eating. It's another day as Hokage, filled with countless documents and endless materials to review. I don't want to be Hokage anymore. Jiraiya, this position should belong to you. Hurry back and take over. Jiraiya, hang in there, Tsunade. I'm quite busy at the moment. Tsunade, are you starting now? Have you arrived? Jiraiya, yes, I'm preparing to infiltrate shortly. Tobirama Senju, what are you two discussing? What little treasure in infiltration? Am I the only one who finds this nauseating? It's early in the morning to start such nonsense. Tsunade, Tobirama, have you been single for too long that you're having delusions? If so, please see a doctor and spare us your discomfort. Tobirama Senju, ugh, Tsunade. If you dare to speak recklessly again, be careful, I might summon Hashirama to deal with you. Tsunade, despicable. Kushina Uzumaki, who wants to be my Hashirama's third wheel? Step forward. Tobirama Senju. Oops, I made a typo. I meant Hashirama. Hashirama Senju. I'm here, May. After a moment of idle chatter, the sky suddenly shifted, and bold letters appeared on the screen. Jiraiya versus Pain of the Akatsuki. How Jiraiya met his end. This video was intentionally placed on the screen by Yin Yi, and for the past 3 days, the footage had been randomly played. However, today's presentation was deliberate, serving as a warning to Jiraiya. If he persisted in his reckless ways after viewing this video, there would be no turning back. As the ominous words flashed, Jiraiya, who was about to enter the Hidden Rain village, froze in place. He was no fool. He understood the implication. Could it be that I will meet my demise? He furrowed his brow and gazed at the screen. Being a ninja, he was aware of the need for caution, thus, he sought a hidden spot to observe what the screen would reveal before deciding on his next move. The live broadcast displayed a faint red hue, and everyone realized that if the video began with a red tint, it indicated a future event, while green signified something occurring in the present. The appearance of red before the broadcast confirmed that Jiraiya would indeed engage in battle with Pain of the Akatsuki in the future, and there was a possibility that he might perish in that confrontation. The scene grew dim, gradually becoming clearer as Jiraiya appeared on the screen, his expression grave as he looked upward, surrounded by iron pipes. Clearly, he was at some underground drainage outlet. Suddenly, a monstrous creature emerged from above, accompanied by a beastly roar, lunging toward him. The beast had a body with 3 heads, fierce like a hunting dog, with a black stick protruding from its head. It moved swiftly, charging at Jiraiya. Seeing this, Jiraiya shouted, "Frog Sage." Chapter 72. The perverted sage rises. A gigantic frog charged forward, declaring, "Though I may be clumsy, I shall strive to fight." With that, the frog sage leaped toward the 3-headed hellhound, wielding a harpoon with agility and speed, spinning and leaping, ultimately pinning the snarling beast against the wall. "Quite impressive, frog sage," Jiraiya exclaimed with joy. At that moment, the pinned hellhound suddenly split into 3, successfully freeing itself from the harpoon and quickly surrounding the frog sage from all sides. Their teeth were sharp, and each dog possessed a pair of Rinnegan eyes. As they battled, the enemy employed flanking tactics. Though the frog sage sustained injuries, it managed to defeat its opponents twice. However, with every strike, the hellhound multiplied, becoming 2, then 3, then 5 or 6, until the number of hellhounds before them grew overwhelming. Above their battle, there was an exit, with white light shining through. As they fought fiercely, after several exchanges, with a series of explosions, the frog sage and Jiraiya finally emerged above ground. Nearby, the buildings towered, and the sky drizzled incessantly. "How are you, frog sage? Are you all right? If possible, I hope you can take better care of yourself," Jiraiya inquired. The frog sage, covered in wounds and clutching a nearby iron pillar with bloodied hands, replied, "Because I am clumsy. Injuries are inevitable. Such monsters keep multiplying." Jiraiya lamented as he gazed at the multitude of hellhounds. They decided to change tactics and retreat to a confined area to eliminate the monsters one by one. The frog sage leaped, but Jiraiya felt a chill on his back, sensing several gazes upon him. Once in the cramped battle space, the hellhounds split again, and the fight reignited. After several rounds, Jiraiya charged forward, kicking several hellhounds away. However, when he turned back, the injured frog sage had already been surrounded by 7 or 8 hellhounds. Its expression pained. It murmured, "Indeed, I am still quite clumsy." Seeing the dire situation, Jiraiya released the summoning technique and attempted to reverse summon all the hellhounds into Mount Mayaboku, where the frog sages could surely handle them. To his surprise, the enemy seemed aware of his intentions, and with a series of popping sounds, all the hellhounds vanished. The scene quieted, and a chameleon appeared on the screen. "Nagato, you are still too inexperienced to leave such a gap behind you," Jiraiya shouted, charging at the creature below. But to his dismay, after successfully striking, he discovered it was merely a shadow clone, dissipating in a cloud of smoke. Not only was it a clone, but there was also summoning involved. Behind him, the creature spoke coldly as a massive 8-foot bird appeared, lunging at Jiraiya. The frog sage defended the rear, but was soon struck down, the bird penetrating its shield and leaving it gravely wounded. It turned out that the previous so-called release of summoning was merely an illusion. The frog sage had never departed. This time, however, it was gravely injured. The pursuing 8-foot bird dropped explosive devices resembling bird eggs, resulting in a series of massive explosions. Despite this chaos, Jiraiya kept his hands in the prayer position, refusing to break his stance. Utilizing the tactic of diversion, Jiraiya dispatched the 8-foot bird, but just as he was relieved, a summoned rhinoceros appeared. At long last, Jiraiya transformed into sage mode, opening his previously clasped hands, with 2 frogs, Fukasaku and Shima, perched on his shoulders. Simultaneously, the enormous rhinoceros charged forward, and Jiraiya quickly unleashed a brilliant light, obliterating the summoned rhinoceros with ease. "Wow, how impressive!" Naruto, still in the hospital, exclaimed as he gazed out the window at the scene. Last night, he had fought Sasuke Uchiha in the Valley of the End, and they had both sustained injuries. He had utilized the sage techniques bestowed upon him by the screen, believing that he could bring Sasuke back. However, to his astonishment, that same individual had also received rewards from the screen during the live broadcast, acquiring the Mangekyo Sharingan and enhanced abilities. Although he could not yet utilize Susanoo, their powers had become evenly matched, resulting in mutual destruction. Last night, the people of Konoha had brought him back to the hospital, where he was currently recuperating. One early morning, he tuned into the live broadcast, and as he witnessed Jiraiya fleeing from the summoned monsters, a wave of anxiety washed over him. It was only when Jiraiya successfully performed the sage technique that he finally felt at ease. "Go, perverted sage. Strive hard. You must defeat them." Naruto Uzumaki pondered why Jiraiya had chosen to battle Pain, yet he understood that Pain was a villain intent on capturing the Jinchuriki. He simply wished for Jiraiya to emerge victorious. Tsunade observed the scene with a heavy heart, uncertain if Jiraiya had entered the Hidden Rain village, and if so, whether he was in grave danger. Looking at the screen, she noted Pain's formidable strength. With just one summoning technique, Jiraiya found himself in such a passive position, which spoke volumes about their prowess. Clenching her fist slightly, she typed in the live chat, "Jiraiya, as long as you return alive, we shall marry." What is happening? Everyone was tense, fixated on the screen, when that unexpected message ignited a flurry of reactions in the chat, prompting an outburst of question marks from the audience. Hashirama Senju, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Granddaughter, what is this? Have you finally decided to marry? How old are you now?" Tsunade replied, "Grandpa, what do you mean?" Hashirama continued, "I must prepare your dowry. I've decided. 1 year equals 10 taels of gold. Your age in years multiplied by 10 taels. Kushina Uzumaki chimed in, "Me too. My granddaughter is getting married, and I will surely provide a dowry. How old are you now, dear? I need to consider what to give you." Tobarama Senju added, "Count me in." Tsunade quipped, "Is it my age multiplied by 10 taels of gold?" "Exactly." Hashirama confirmed. 39. Tsunade declared, "Oh no, you are 53 this year. We 3 are of similar age. Have you forgotten?" Tobarama pointed out. Tsunade chuckled. Hashirama and Tobarama joined in. Kushina remarked, "Oh, my granddaughter. Have you reached that age already?" Hashirama added, "Increase the dowry. 20 taels for each year, so 53 amounts to 1,060 taels of gold." Along with Tobarama's and Kushina's contributions, Jiraiya, this is quite substantial, don't you agree? The girl is being so proactive, and you still remain silent? Meanwhile, Jiraiya, hiding outside the Hidden Rain village, beamed with joy at the unfolding events. "I agree. I'll return immediately, Tsunade. You must not renege." Tsunade countered, I was merely joking. I haven't made up my mind. Hashirama insisted, if you hesitate, you'll be joining us in the grave. It's settled. Chapter 73. A funeral turns into a wedding. They truly did not anticipate that without their parental guidance, Tsunade would have transformed into a 50-something old maid. Being single was not the issue. The pressing concern was that she clearly had someone she favored and yet hesitated to act. What was she thinking? Meanwhile, the Senju clan had already arranged Tsunade's marriage, while on the screen, Jiraiya was still battling valiantly. Pain appeared, but this time, 3 figures emerged. The Azura Path, the Animal Path, and the Hungry Ghost Path. They stood on the bridge like deities descending from the heavens, gazing at Jiraiya before them. All 3 possessed the Rinnegan, had golden hair, and bore black markings and metal spikes on their faces. The audience below was astonished. Previously, only one figure had been identified as Pain in the Akatsuki's revealed images, yet now there were 3. Wow, these 3 look quite formidable, fitting my aesthetic. I like Pain. As the viewers watched with bated breath, Killer Bee was the first to speak. The scene was breathtaking, radiating an oppressive aura of impending doom. The battle resumed, with Jiraiya facing 2 adversaries, joined by Fukasaku and Shima, as they succeeded in vanquishing 2 summoned beasts. Oil, Wind Release, Sage Art, 5 right guards. Jiraiya unleashed his Sage technique, igniting a conflagration that surged towards his opponents. The flames roared like a tempest, only to halt before the trio. The Hungry Ghost Path extended its palm, enveloping the area in smoke. Jiraiya stared in disbelief. Did it work? As the smoke dissipated, not only did the flames fail to incinerate the 3, but the inferno that resembled a sea vanished entirely. What is happening? Jiraiya, Fukasaku, and Shima were all astonished. The common folk watching the live broadcast were equally bewildered, as the average citizen couldn't comprehend ninjutsu, merely acting as spectators. However, the ninja community understood the gravity of the situation. Kurenai Yuhi queried, 3rd Hokage, renowned for your mastery of ninjutsu. Have you ever witnessed such a technique? Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head slightly, never before. Not even Hashirama had encountered such a phenomenon. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara was visibly thrilled. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? It seems Pain is invincible. With him, the Akatsuki will surely achieve ultimate victory. The battle continued, escalating into close combat, as Jiraiya charged forward with a gigantic Rasengan in hand. Naruto Uzumaki jumped up and down, exclaiming, wow, what a massive Rasengan. Perverted Sage, teach me the giant Rasengan when you return. Please, it's incredible. Such an attack, even against a master, would be lethal if dodged. Yet, astonishingly, the Hungry Ghost Path began to absorb the entire Rasengan. Naruto gasped in disbelief. Everyone was incredulous. The previous flames had obscured their vision. Yet now they witnessed this phenomenon clearly. What ninjutsu is this? Is he truly absorbing it? The audience watched anxiously, realizing that if even Jiraiya's giant Rasengan could be absorbed, who could possibly stand against them? Everyone's hearts raced. No wonder this battle was titled, How Jiraiya Met His Demise. It was evidently a struggle against insurmountable odds, leading to his annihilation. Seizing the opportunity, the Hell Path appeared behind Jiraiya, preparing for a surprise attack. Fukasaku used smoke bombs to obscure their vision, allowing Jiraiya to pivot and land a punch on the Hell Path. Yet, the opponent seemed to possess eyes on the back of their head, blocking the attack effortlessly. Sage Art, Hair Needle 1000. Countless hair strands were launched. The summoned panda adeptly intercepted them. Toad Flame Bomb. A massive blaze erupted. Simultaneously, Jiraiya analyzed the battlefield, extracting valuable information. Meanwhile, beneath the screen, the intelligence divisions of the 5 great ninja villages meticulously analyzed Pain's combat capabilities through the live broadcast. That stockier individual could absorb ninjutsu, while the others could utilize summoning techniques. All possessed Rinnegan, even the summoned beasts. How could there be so many Rinnegan users? It was utterly bizarre. Fukasaku could employ Jinjutsu, and Jiraiya's Sage techniques were undeniably powerful, yet against Pain, he felt somewhat outmatched. The intelligence personnel from various ninja villages, including smaller clans, were compiling all battle data. The fight raged on, with Pain re-emerging, one of them stating, "Never leave your back exposed to the enemy. This is a lesson you taught me, Jiraiya-sensei." Indeed, they were the very children Jiraiya had once educated in the Hidden Rain village. Yet he could hardly fathom that after so many years, they had ascended to become leaders of the Akatsuki. Jiraiya was ambushed, losing an arm, when suddenly, a cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, and once again, 6 figures emerged. Jiraiya stared in astonishment at the 6 before him. What is this? The previous trio had already posed a significant challenge, and now 6 more pain figures appeared. As this scene unfolded, Nagato in the Hidden Rain village clenched his fists in anger. If only I could obliterate this live broadcast. It has unveiled all of his secrets. And from this moment forth, the Hidden Rain village shall face an even greater threat. Conan remained silent. They had attempted numerous strategies, yet the celestial screen persisted. After a considerable pause, she fixed her gaze on the live broadcast and inquired, "What shall we do?" "Fear not, for when soldiers arrive, we shall meet them head-on. When water comes, we shall use earth to conceal. We will employ guerrilla tactics. I intend to make the denizens of this world experience punishment. For only by knowing the taste of suffering will they cherish the hard-won peace. For the sake of peace, we shall eliminate any who stand in our way." "Indeed." Conan nodded. "I will continue to recruit. This time, regardless of their abilities, anyone who wishes to join our Akatsuki shall be welcomed. I must strengthen our village to protect the Hidden Rain. The celestial broadcast has exposed their trump cards. Thus, they must devise a response to confront the impending dangers. Nevertheless, nothing shall deter their advance. For the sake of the ninja world and the aspirations within their hearts, they shall not falter." The 6 paths of pain, Deva path, Asura path, human path, hell path, hungry ghost path, and animal path, made their grand entrance. A wave of astonishment swept over the crowd, with many children gazing enviously. There are 6 of them? Such a grand display. How impressive. Chapter 74. I am willing to disband my harem. Some looked upon them with awe. Even though they appeared villainous, their cries for peace resonated with many hearts. "Who are you truly?" Jiraiya exclaimed. It was evident that had the celestial screen not appeared, Jiraiya would remain oblivious to the specifics of the Akatsuki members in the future. Not only Jiraiya, but just 3 days prior, the majority were entirely unaware of the name Akatsuki. Only a select few, such as Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the upper echelons of Konoha, were privy to their existence, albeit in limited capacity. Now, the entire ninja world recognized Akatsuki and knew each of their names, all due to the revelations of the celestial broadcast. "We are gods," Deva Path Pain declared, and the 6 surged forward. 3 pains were already formidable. What hope did they have against 6? Deva Path Pain lunged at Jiraiya, casting him aside, while Asura Path unleashed a barrage of explosive projectiles, causing detonations to reverberate through the air. As the 6 attacked, Jiraiya was struck in the abdomen, blood spilling forth. Though he managed to slay one with Toad stomach acid, he could not escape unscathed. The 6 converged upon him, 6 black rods piercing his form. His consciousness began to fade, and in his final moments, he still yearned to relay information back to Konoha. But it was too late. He could only leave a secret mark on Fukasaku's back before losing his breath. "Mr. Jiraiya." Naruto, upon witnessing this scene, dashed out of the ninja hospital, racing towards the celestial screen. "Naruto." Sakura called out, but Naruto's eyes were filled with tears as he pointed at the still image on the screen, sobbing, "Pervy Sage, Pervy." Sakura delivered a swift blow to his head. "What are you talking about? That is a vision of the future. Mr. Jiraiya is still alive." "Huh? What did you say?" Naruto sniffled, his eyes brimming with tears. "I said Mr. Jiraiya is still alive. Look at the chat," Sakura exclaimed, gesturing to the chat content on the other side of the broadcast. At that moment, Naruto noticed that Mr. Jiraiya had indeed spoken in the chat. "Ha ha ha, Tsunade. You must not go back on your word. You said that if I returned alive, you would marry me. For you, I am willing to disband my harem." Tsunade replied, "I retract my previous statement. Do as you wish." Jiraiya responded, "Tsunade, this cannot be. Our grandparents have prepared a wedding gift for us. Ha! I am so happy. I am getting married." Naruto interjected, "What does this mean? Is the pervy sage getting married?" "Tsunade Baba, you must think carefully. He is not a good person. He spies on women in the bath, frequents taverns for drinks, and writes those kinds of books. Are you sure you want to marry him?" "Naruto, be quiet." Jiraiya retorted. Tsunade lamented, "I regret it. I will not marry." Hashirama exclaimed, "How can this be? Yet it seems Jiraiya is not that great." Hiruzen added, "Aside from being a pervert, he seems fine. My 3 disciples embody the vices of lust, gambling, and poison." Hashirama inquired, "Lust refers to Jiraiya. Poison is Orochimaru. But what about gambling?" Hiruzen replied, Your granddaughter. Hashirama chuckled. She has loved playing cards since childhood. Who would have thought she would grow up to be like this? Mito interjected. Cough. It's not growing up. It's becoming older and still behaving like this. Tobirama sighed. How exasperating. Jiraiya continued southward, laughing heartily. Now, he could glean news about Pain without risking his life. From the celestial screen, he could surmise the nature of Pain's situation. However, he remained uncertain about their abilities. Yet, he had an inkling that finding Nagato might unveil the truth. As he journeyed, he engaged with everyone in the chat, reveling in the joy of being alive. He felt that had the celestial screen not broadcast this segment today, the following year might have marked his death anniversary. Observing the screen, he had to concede that even if he were to battle those 6 again, he would likely be unable to prevail. One among them bore a striking resemblance to Yahiko. Aside from their physical prowess, they had yet to employ ninjutsu. I feel old, he lamented, yet a broad smile spread across his face. Regardless, he was alive, and life held infinite possibilities. Perhaps, in the future, he would encounter Pain again, and at that time, he would unveil his greater abilities, demonstrating that he was not merely a teacher in vain. The celestial screen froze, followed by a line of text appearing. The next question shall unveil the greatest secret of the ninja world, one that has remained unknown since the beginning. Who in Konoha do Pain and his associates fear the most? What is this person's relation to Pain? Upon the emergence of this question, everyone was left bewildered. Not only the denizens of the 5 great ninja villages, but even Nagato and Konan were perplexed. What does this mean? Konan questioned, astonished, pointing at the sky before glancing back at Devapath Pain. The 6 had just stood beneath the rain, observing the prior battle with Jiraiya, aware that certain secrets had undoubtedly been exposed. The 5 great ninja villages were astute. It was likely that their ninjutsu capabilities would soon be analyzed. Yet, they did not anticipate that the celestial screen would deviate from convention, for it should have posed questions regarding the recent battle. Instead, it took an unexpected turn, posing such a perplexing question. I do not know, Pain admitted. Do you have any relatives in Konoha? Is there something in our future that we are unaware of? Konan inquired, gazing at the celestial screen once more. Pain shook his head. He too was uncertain. Who did he fear in Konoha? This was something he had never considered. He had never heard anyone mention that he had acquaintances in Konoha. If it were Uchiha Madara, it would not be fear but respect, as they were merely collaborators. Then who could that person be? Pain pondered, equally bewildered as the others in the chat. Ding. Could it be Jiraiya? I just watched the video. One of those individuals is named Jiraiya-sensei. Could it be that this connection instills fear in them? Someone suggested, seizing upon this detail. Everyone admired the reasoning of the individual who responded, yet soon, others in the chat voiced their dissent. Could it really be Jiraiya? If so, how could he have been killed? Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. It was evident that the one who had hastily answered was not a ninja, for their reasoning was overly simplistic. Indeed, after the review by the celestial screen, a notification chimed. Someone answered incorrectly, resulting in a penalty of half their deposit. Alas, my money, the individual exclaimed in the group. Senju Hashirama consoled. Do not be disheartened. Do not shed tears. It is all in the spirit of the game. You possess great courage. Persevere. Chapter 75. Who is Pain's relative? Upon hearing this, the individual nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Lord Hashirama, for your encouragement. I truly appreciate it. Next time, I shall be more cautious. Alas, my money. The villagers of Konoha were equally curious about the question at hand. Who could possibly be related to Pain in the village? Moreover, this was one of the greatest secrets in the ninja world, unknown even to the members of the Akatsuki. Speculation ran rampant among the villagers. Could it be you? Sakura remarked with a hint of gossip in her expression. Look at your hair, it's yellow. Although Pain's 6 bodies have orange hair, yours is a lighter shade of yellow. It likely relates to family genetics. Perhaps you are indeed relatives. In fact, Sakura, you are the more plausible candidate, Ino retorted, unwilling to back down. Your broad forehead resembles that of the bald Shinra. Who knows, perhaps you two are kin. Mentioning the bald Shinra, whose forehead was indeed quite prominent, made Sakura grit her teeth in anger. Ino pig. Broad forehead. Ino shot back, as the two began to tussle. Enough of your bickering. Did you not notice what the question stated? Pain fears this individual and would not dare to engage with them. Do you truly believe that Pain, who even the lecherous sage fears, would be intimidated by you? Naruto Uzumaki, peering through the hospital window at the celestial screen, interjected. The two girls paused in their scuffle, contemplating. So, does that mean Pain has no connection to us? What a disappointment. I thought Pain was so handsome. I had hoped he might be a relative. Ino pondered about her father and shook her head slightly. Sakura also nodded in agreement. Indeed, my parents could not possibly be related to Pain. Upon hearing this, Naruto grinned and promptly typed in the group chat. Mom, Dad, could we possibly have any relation to Pain? Kushina Uzumaki replied. To my knowledge, absolutely not. However, that does not imply I am unaware of everything. Minato Namikaze added. Trust me, our family has no connection to them. At that moment, the entire Konoha seemed to engage in a familial search. Is Asuma related to Pain? Or is the third Hokage connected to him? Is there any connection between the Hyuga clan and Pain? Their Byakugan is also white. Could it possibly relate to the Sharingan? Does this have anything to do with the blacksmith's family in the west of the village? The iron nails on the 6 bodies of Pain resemble those produced by them. Perhaps he is responsible for them. No, absolutely not. Suddenly, the village's Umbu, the intelligence department, and all the residents began their quest to uncover Pain's fearful relatives. The live chat group buzzed with excitement. Uchiha Azuna asked, who does Pain fear? What is this person's relation to him? And is this the greatest secret in the ninja world? Who could it be? I'm so curious, brother, do you know? Uchiha Madara replied. Izuna, I do not know either. I find it quite puzzling. Senju Hashirama mused. Could it be me? I believe I hold the honor of instilling fear in Pain and his associates. Uchiha Madara retorted. You are deceased. Senju Tobarama chimed in. It might also be me. After all, I excel in inventing jutsu. And perhaps one day I shall devise a method to deal with Pain. Uchiha Izuna countered. You are already dead. How could Pain fear a corpse? Might Guy then asked. Kakashi, could it possibly be you? Kakashi replied. No. Might Guy exclaimed. Ding. I can't wait any longer. No one is answering. And I'm too eager to know the answer, so I'll buzz in. Could it be me? I am Pain's relative. And the one who frightens him the most is the passionate me. Haha. Regardless of whether his answer was correct, the mere thought of such a possibility thrilled Might Guy, sending his blood rushing with excitement. Rock Lee, witnessing this, beamed with enthusiasm. Teacher, I believe it is you. Who else could rival Pain? Might Guy replied. Haha, yes. With my determination, I am sure I could knock Pain to the ground. Uchiha Madara warned. You, a nameless youth from Konoha, should know that boasting comes with its own taxes. Besides, there are many formidable figures in this group. Do you truly dare to exalt yourself here? Might Guy laughed. Madara, you underestimate me. Ha, care to challenge me? Senju Hashirama reminded. Madara, do not forget, you are dead. Uchiha Madara, with a series of dark lines appearing on his forehead, ultimately fell silent. Indeed, he was deceased. How could he contend with anyone? A nameless youth dared to boast in the group. Had his reputation faded into obscurity? One day, he would ensure the entire ninja world recognized the might of Uchiha Madara. Ding. Might Guy answered incorrectly and was penalized 10 points. The celestial system concluded its assessment. Upon checking his score, Might Guy discovered he had less than 100 points remaining, and he cried out, My points! My points! Meanwhile, the previously penalized villager lamented. I answered incorrectly and was penalized half my savings, yet he was only penalized 10 points. How is that fair? I demand an explanation from the celestial screen. Why was I penalized half my savings while he faced only a 10-point penalty? I would trade my points for my savings. At that moment, a screenshot-like image suddenly appeared in the live group chat. A villager's points, 0. Savings after 30 years of life, 0. 56 yuan. Nara Shikamaru remarked. Why does that amount resemble mine? This is troublesome. After living for years, I have less than a yuan. How terrifying. I hope I won't end up like this by 30. Akimichi Choji added. That's better than my situation. I still owe my dad 300 yuan. All spent on food. By the way, I heard a new barbecue place opened. Who wants to join me and split the bill? Ino questioned. Why is that person so silent? Did he not contest the celestial screen's penalty? You need points for that, and his points are 0. He is worse off than I am. Sakura commented. Indeed. Living for 30 years with savings of just 56 cents. How wealthy. Naruto laughed. Haha. I found a yuan in a corner of the hospital. Chapter 76. Ding ding ding. The full answering session begins. Naruto, filled with joy, quickly shared his excitement in the group, including the money in my frog wallet. I now have more than those who have lived 30 years. Haha. I'm so happy. I'll treat myself to Ichiraku ramen. Meanwhile, The previously embarrassed individual was rendered speechless. He had dared to respond to the question, but now the celestial screen had exposed his meager savings. Not even he remembered having 56 cents, and now the entire ninja world was aware of his financial plight. What could he possibly say to defend himself? After a brief barrage of mockery in the live chat, the villagers forgot about his existence. Inoki commented, "This question, though the penalty is minimal, is indeed difficult to answer. Considering it is a secret unknown in the ninja world, I doubt even Pain of the Akatsuki is aware of it. Pain, do you know?" Inoki directly tagged Pain in the chat, hoping to glean more information. As expected, Pain responded, "I do not know. Who in Konoha do you recognize?" Jiraiya suddenly inquired. On the surface, this statement appears to be posed merely for the sake of inquiry, yet upon deeper contemplation, it becomes evident that Jiraiya is subtly investigating the connection between Pain and Konoha. "Pain you." Jiraiya, all right. At that moment, an announcement appeared in the sky. In light of the considerable difficulty of this question, the system has increased the rewards for correct answers. Initially, the reward for a correct answer was a ninjutsu, but from now on, answering incorrectly will result in a deduction of 10 points, while a correct answer will grant a resurrection elixir. With the introduction of the resurrection elixir, the entire ninja world erupted in excitement. This was the third elixir. The first had been used by Minato Namikaze, the second had been given by Haiden Tagara, and now this was the third. I want it. I want to subscribe. Suddenly, Konan from the Akatsuki pressed the buzzer, swiftly followed by a cacophony of others doing the same. After all, losing just 10 points for an incorrect answer was a small price to pay for the chance to obtain a resurrection elixir. My answer is from the Uchiha clan. Although I do not know who it is, I believe such a formidable clan would be a source of fear for Pain, Konan exclaimed with excitement. Nagato turned to her. Are you not being calm? If I could obtain the resurrection elixir, I would give it to Yahiko. I want him to come back and witness our plans, to create a future together. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Konan replied, tears glistening in her eyes, filled with hope. Nagato nodded slightly. If it meant reviving Yahiko, he was willing as well. As the number of participants buzzing in increased, the judgment time of the sky's announcement sped up. Ding. Incorrect answer, deducting 10 points. Ding. Uchiha Obito buzzed in second. I believe it should be the Sage of the Frogs. Although he resides in Mount Mayaboku, he protects Konoha and is a partner to its people. I think it must be the Sage of the Frogs. Ding. Incorrect answer, deducting 10 points. Ding. Tsunade buzzed in third. I believe it is I. My domineering medical ninjutsu is unparalleled. If Pain were to face me, he might just be sliced into pieces. So he fears me. Incorrect answer, deducting 10 points. It's me, Kiba. My dog is so formidable. If Pain shows up, my dog will bite his rear, leaving him nowhere to escape. Incorrect answer. The chat was once again lively, with waves of incorrect answers flooding in. Kakashi, Might Guy, Lee, Hinata, Naruto Uzumaki, the third Hokage, Choji, Ibiki, and Shikamaru. All conceivable ninjas had chimed in, and all were wrong. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki, running through the streets of Konoha, nearly jumped for joy. Ever since the appearance of this announcement, his popularity in the village had soared, and he had just found $1 in the hospital ward. Most importantly, someone had given him 2 discount coupons for Ichiraku ramen. With just $1 more, he could enjoy a bowl of his favorite ramen. This meant he could eat a bowl of ramen for free today. Huh? He was so elated he completely forgot he was a patient. My grandpa, my grandma, my dad, my mom. It can't be my newborn brother, can it? Even the children on the street began buzzing in with answers, recounting their ancestors, yet all were incorrect. The other ninja villages were not well acquainted with Konoha's circumstances. They were simply here for the spectacle. Ha. I can't believe that kid even mentioned his newborn brother. Can Pain really fear a baby? And that other person claiming Pain is afraid of his dog. It's laughable. Their dog isn't even enough to get stuck in Pain's teeth. How amusing. Others were enjoying the show, while the Konoha residents were tense, seeking answers. In Ichiraku Ramen, the owner was busy attending to customers. At that moment, Kakashi sat in the shop and waved at Naruto as he entered, then pointed at the sky. Haven't seen you answering questions? Naruto stepped inside, his eyes glazed over, inhaling the familiar aroma deeply, exclaiming, for me. Ramen is the most important thing. Ramen, ramen, ramen. He slapped the coupon on the table and eagerly awaited at his seat. Seeing this, Kakashi chuckled and turned to enjoy his meal. Ichiraku, why is your ramen so delicious? Every time I eat, I feel my chakra rejuvenating. Ichiraku ramen is the source of my life. Taking advantage of the moment, Naruto began flattering the owner. Ichiraku smiled wider, saying, with such sweet words, "I'll throw in a few extra fish balls for you." "Thank you, uncle," Naruto replied joyfully. Suddenly, he looked outside, then stepped out to gaze at the sky. At that moment, the chat group was still fervently buzzing in answers, mentioning spirits summoning birds, deceased husbands from 3 years ago, my girlfriend, and so on, all popping up. Some, due to excessive attempts, were silenced by the chat group for insufficient points. Even so, spirits remained high. After all, the reward for this round of questioning was the resurrection elixir, a valuable item that not only could save lives, but could also fetch a handsome price if sold. Now, nearly every ninja's name had been mentioned in Konoha, and many citizens' names appeared in the answers. Virtually every villager had been accounted for. Chapter 77. You didn't expect this, did you? Just then, Naruto pressed the buzzer, though a few others were ahead of him. He was not in a hurry, waiting for his turn. He decided to give it a try and wrote in the group, "I think it's Ichiraku uncle. His ramen is the best." In Ichiraku ramen. The owner was bustling about when Kakashi suddenly exclaimed behind him. The owner turned, asking what was the matter. Naruto buzzed in, claiming you are the person pain fears. But he didn't specify your relationship to pain. Moreover, the sky didn't immediately evaluate it? Could he be correct? Indeed, while others' responses were instantly deemed incorrect. Naruto's answer had not been immediately judged. Oh my, could it be? Naruto clenched his fists in nervous anticipation. Just then, Ichiraku, who had been busy, stepped out of the shop to look at the sky. His eyes narrowed slightly, then he shook his head. Impossible. He seemed unconcerned and returned to his work. Sure enough, after a few seconds, as the group held their breath awaiting the answer, the sky's announcement chimed. Congratulations to Naruto Uzumaki for answering correctly. This person is indeed Ichiraku uncle. Now, Naruto Uzumaki, please tell us what is his relation to pain. What relation? Naruto had not considered this. He rushed into the shop. Uncle, what is your relationship to pain? How would I know? I'm just a ramen chef. I don't know pain. Naruto scrutinized Ichiraku, unable to see any resemblance to pain's 6 paths. He casually replied, I think he must either be an uncle or a maternal uncle, something like that. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky chimed again. Congratulations to Naruto Uzumaki for providing the correct answer. He has received 1 resurrection elixir. Under the verification of numerous netizens, Ichiraku uncle is indeed Pain's maternal uncle. Pain coughs blood. Conan, who is Ichiraku? Ichiraku also rushed out, looking at the sky. I don't even have a sister. How could I be an uncle? This must be a joke from the sky. And this scene played out in the sky, witnessed by the entire ninja world. Kisame, is this the uncle who makes Pain tremble in fear? To my surprise, Konoha possesses such extraordinary talents? Tsunade, I just learned of this. In my memory, he was merely a ramen chef. Hashirama Senju, the ramen chef you speak of? Is he not from that wooden shack at the street corner, adorned with lanterns? The lanterns bear the name Ichiraku, correct? He appeared at Konoha's ramen shop during one of the great ninja wars. Tobarama Senju, now that you mention it, I seem to recall. He survived the second ninja war. Did he not? Minato Namikaze, during the third ninja war and the Nine Tails incident, Ichiraku ramen remained unscathed. Anoki, wow, this person is a hidden master. Koharu Udatain, this gentleman clearly possesses profound talents. Just look at his eyes, so wise and deep. He is undoubtedly a master amongst masters. Naruto Uzumaki, wise? Deep? Uncle Ichiraku, please open your eyes. Since I met you, I've yet to discover the color of your pupils. Uncle Ichiraku, you little brat, I'm off to make ramen. This question and answer is so dull. What uncle? What master? I know nothing. With that, a fleeting glimmer sparkled in his small eyes before he returned to his work in the shop. At that moment, it seemed nothing was more important than Uncle Ichiraku making ramen. Third Hokage, Naruto, for the sake of Konoha, why not hand over that resurrection elixir to me? I promise to manage Konoha well in my lifetime. Koharu Udatain, you shameless old man. Hashirama Senju, do not refer to him as the Hokage of Konoha. It is too embarrassing. Madara Uchiha. So, Naruto Uzumaki, have you considered defecting from Konoha? This place holds no future. Instead, join me as my disciple, and I assure you will become the strongest hero in the ninja world. What do you say? Hashirama Senju, Madara, you have changed. I scarcely recognize you now. Naruto Uzumaki. Mother, continue. As he spoke, Naruto tossed the resurrection elixir into the air, causing it to vanish into thin air. This scene was captured as he stood beside Uncle Ichiraku earlier and was broadcasted on the heavenly screen. The entirety of the ninja world witnessed it, and everyone's hearts raced. Hiruzen Sarutobi, what a pity. Madara Uchiha, how about giving it to me? Naruto, do you not wish to grow stronger? Second Mizukage, Yagura, I too wish to be revived. Second Tsuchikage, Inoki, you cannot be revived. He has already been resurrected. Many departed predecessors sighed in lament upon receiving the resurrection elixir. Kushina Uzumaki wasted no time and swallowed the elixir. Like Minato, she received a prompt asking if she was willing to obey the will of the heavenly host. Only those who agreed could gain the elixir's effects. Without hesitation, she agreed, solidifying her corporeal form and aligning her soul. Reappearing, she chose to manifest in Konoha. Upon seeing Naruto standing at the street corner, gazing at the sky with misty eyes, she dashed over and embraced him. My Naruto, my Naruto. Kakashi stood at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, astonished, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. Meanwhile, on the streets, everyone cast curious glances. Is that not the wife of the fourth Hokage, Kushina Uzumaki? Wow, she has truly been resurrected. Naruto was dumbfounded, held in her embrace, feeling dazed for what seemed like an eternity, until her call finally registered in his ears. He looked up at her. She was so beautiful. He had imagined 1,000,000 times what his mother might look like in his dreams, yet he had never envisioned her like this. Mother? He finally spoke. Tears fell from Kushina's eyes as she nodded vigorously. The moment I saw you, I knew you were Naruto. You look wonderful and healthy. Naruto, my Naruto. Thank heavens you are well. The heavenly screen continued to broadcast, and this scene spread throughout the ninja world, moving everyone. How wonderful. The fourth's wife and her son have finally reunited. Third Hokage, do you not feel thoroughly embarrassed? If I were Naruto, I would never give the resurrection elixir to you. Kohara did not miss the chance to add salt to the wound. Chapter 78. What does it all mean? Inoki, I shall not give it either. Such insincerity. Danzo Shimura, I will, for I have realized that your survival benefits me the most. So, Sarutobi, await my rescue. When you become Hokage again, you must clear my name. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I'll just lie low. Meanwhile, outside Orochimaru's base, Sasuke Uchiha clenched his fists. Did he truly resurrect his parents? He gazed at the sky, where his own parents resided. What had he done? Engrossed in revenge, yet unable to save his own parents? However, he could not forsake his vengeance. Staring at the heavenly screen day after day felt like squandering his life. Sasuke struck a nearby tree forcefully, causing leaves to cascade down. He shut his eyes, haunted by the memories of his family's massacre. That night would forever be etched in his mind. Itachi Uchiha, wait for me. I will avenge our family with your blood, so that all may witness my retribution. Simultaneously, in Amigakure, Pain and Konan were equally baffled. Who is this Ichiraku? How did he suddenly become their uncle? Konan looked at Nagato. Do you know him? Nagato shook his head. No. Is he perhaps Yahiko's uncle? He never mentioned it. This uncle seems quite ordinary, yet the heavenly screen claims he is formidable. Nagato, surely you do not hesitate to take action? In Konan's mind, Nagato was the strongest in the ninja world, capable of annihilating nations single-handedly. He could obtain whatever he desired and had grand ideals of creating a world free of war, which made Konan believe and admire him. Hearing this, Nagato murmured, I wouldn't spare my teacher. Do you think I would spare an unfamiliar uncle? What is Ichiraku to me? I shall set off to see who this person truly is. Plus, the Nine Tails is still in Konoha. How fortuitous. I shall also capture the Nine Tails. Konan nodded slightly. Very well, I will prepare. Just as they were about to depart, the rain suddenly poured, and an unfamiliar chakra manifested in Amigakure. Before Nagato could command the 6 paths of pain into action, the figure appeared before them. Clad in a white chef's uniform with a black apron embroidered with the words Ichiraku, he wielded an iron rod embedded with a bowl. His eyes were slitted, as if they had never fully opened. I hear you are seeking your uncle? Ichiraku squinted, surveying the 8 individuals, Nagato, Konan, and the 6 paths of pain. They surrounded him, and beads of cold sweat appeared on Konan's brow. Just a moment ago, he was still in Konoha. How could he have arrived here so swiftly? You? How did you get here? Even the yellow flash, Minato Namikaze, could not have arrived so quickly. He chuckled, knowing why you sought me. You wish to ascertain whether I meet the conditions that the heavenly screen claims you dare not challenge, correct? Uncle Ichiraku's eyes narrowed, a smile gracing his lips, exuding an overwhelming presence that made it hard to breathe. Allow me to tell you, this is a secret. With that, 6 iron balls appeared beside Uncle Ichiraku, hurtling towards Pain's 6 bodies. Your uncle, your other uncle, they are all my uncles. If you cannot spare me, do you think my uncles will spare you? Ha ha. Would you care for a bowl of ramen? No discounts for you, only surcharges. As he spoke, Uncle Yao suddenly vanished, leaving no trace behind, while the 6 iron spheres beside him seemed to possess a life of their own, launching attacks with remarkable precision, striking the arm of Deva Path and the abdomen of Human Path in rapid succession. Nagato's control over the 6 paths of pain was indeed extraordinary. Yet he could not discern the whereabouts of Uncle Yao. Only the 6 spheres continued their relentless assault. Strangely, these spheres appeared to be acutely aware of Nagato's secrets, persistently targeting him. Shinra-tensei, Deva Path shouted softly, and with him as the epicenter, all nearby attacks rebounded, sending the 6 black spheres flying. At that moment, the spheres abruptly changed their formation, disappearing into the rain. Where are the spheres? An uncle? Conan, anxiously glancing at the rain around her, turned to look at Nagato, only to find him wide-eyed. To his astonishment, standing behind him was Uncle Yao, still squinting with a habitual smirk, a black rod materializing in his hand, aimed squarely at Nagato's throat, resembling the very rod on Pain's face. Who are you? Conan asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. Please, call me Otsutsuki Yao. Uncle Yao replied coldly, articulating each syllable with precision. What? You are the ultimate boss? Conan's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The celestial broadcast had shown the Otsutsuki clan's battle against the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, in the future. Was this Yao truly an extraterrestrial being? Do not compare me to those emotionless creatures. I am not like them, nor are they like me. I cherish peace and have a fondness for ramen. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. Uncle Yao seemed reluctant to mention those others. However, Uncle, we have not wronged you. Nagato inquired nervously, realizing that even his 6 paths of pain could not track the movements of this formidable Otsutsuki. Moreover, he had yet to open his eyes. Should he do so, the situation would likely become even more dire. Upon hearing this, Uncle Yao's expression shifted slightly. He lowered his iron rod and asked, You have not sought trouble with me? Not at all. Uncle, I just remembered I once dined at your ramen shop, and Deva Path even smoked outside your establishment when Naruto was a child. At that time, I sensed you were no ordinary person, and thus I refrained from taking action. Capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would have been optimal then, but out of respect for you, I held back. Therefore, Uncle, please rest assured we will not trouble you, Nagato said, a hint of a smile emerging on his gaunt face. With the other 6 paths of pain nodding in agreement, nearly shaking the black studs on their faces loose. Uncle Yao, realizing the misunderstanding, replied, I see. It appears I misheard you. I thought you intended to attack me. Since it is all a misunderstanding, I shall not intrude further. Naruto is waiting for my ramen, and I must not keep him waiting. Chapter 79. What if we capture Pain alive? Uncle Yao released Nagato, then scrutinized the 2 before him, inquiring, The celestial broadcasts claim you are my nephews. Pray tell, how does this kinship arise? The 2 were taken aback, unsure of the answer, yet eager to dismiss him quickly. After a moment's thought, they suggested, could it be due to working for the Otsutsuki? Uncle Yao nodded. That makes sense. Then, you may carry on your business. Nagato and Conan both nodded rapidly. Yes. Uncle, you 2 should be busy. With that, Uncle Yao vanished, and the atmosphere instantly lightened. Conan turned back in astonishment, glancing at the 6 pain bodies and then at Nagato, who wore a look of despair. It seems we still have a long way to go. We cannot even defeat a ramen chef, let alone the others from Konoha. Nagato lamented. Conan nodded slightly. Then shall we start by capturing the tailed beasts? Indeed. In less than 10 minutes, Uncle Yao had traversed the Rain Village and returned to Konoha, where his daughter, Shobu, had prepared ramen for Naruto Uzumaki. He sat down at the entrance of his shop, enjoying his meal, while keeping an eye on the celestial broadcasts, once again becoming the unassuming ramen vendor, Uncle Yao. At that moment, the celestial live broadcast was on a break, yet the chat group buzzed with excitement. Jiraiya was en route back to Konoha, boasting in the chat about marrying Tsunade upon his return. Meanwhile, others chimed in, some cheering him on, while others expressed concerns regarding the Akatsuki. What shall we do about the Akatsuki? Their strength is formidable. The 6 Paths of Pain defeated Jiraiya with just 2 using ninjutsu. If all 6 unleashed their powers, it would be terrifying. A high-ranking official from the Mist Village expressed worry. Fourth Raikage interjected, "Why fret about them? We all watched the celestial broadcast. Regardless of the Otsutsuki's status, we must confront them." Pain, donning the Rain Village's headband, though marred, is still recognized as one of theirs. Therefore, why don't we? The 5 great shinobi villages unite and storm the Rain Village to capture Pain alive? What do you say? Suddenly, Fourth Raikage issued a fervent call to arms, as if his mere gesture would rally many supporters. Following the viewing of Jiraiya's battle against Pain, the various shinobi villages had indeed conducted a comprehensive analysis of the fight, including the geographical considerations for a potential assault. They were contemplating the feasibility of attacking that location, but had yet to reach a consensus. With Fourth Raikage speaking up, the other 4 shinobi villages took heed. Terumi May pondered. The Mist Village has only recently emerged from the blood mist policy of 4th Mizukage-gura, and I have just assumed my position. Is now the right time to instigate war? While a confrontation with the Akatsuki seems inevitable, it may not be wise for the Mist Village to initiate conflict at this juncture. Both Konoha and the Sand Village had their own reservations. Konoha had just weathered the collapse plan and was still in recovery, while the Sand Village had lost its strongest weapon, the One-Tail, with the 4th Kazekage deceased, and the 5th Kazekage Gaara's capabilities not as robust as before. If they acted without caution, would their village remain safe while ensuring victory in battle? As for Inoki of the Rock Village, he was a cautious man, aware that some matters could not be discussed in the group chat. But he felt compelled to support Fourth Raikage's reckless proposal for the sake of momentum. Very well, let us convene and deliberate this matter. It is merely the Rain Village. If we dispatch some shinobi, capturing Pain should be straightforward, Inoki stated in the chat. The leaders of Konoha, the Mist Village, and the Sand Village, each with their own considerations, remained silent. Observing this, Pain mused, "If I cannot defeat my uncle, how could I possibly falter against you?" He snorted disdainfully and wrote a single line. "All members of the Akatsuki, heed my command." Based on the information about Akatsuki members in the celestial broadcast, should the Rain Village come under attack, retaliate against the village that initiated it. Deidara, I recall you possess the shadow clone technique. Unleash devastation. Deidara replied. Akatsuki's Deidara here. Ha ha ha, explosions are art. Who will initiate the attack? Speak your name, and I shall reveal the beauty of explosions. Haiden added, Akatsuki's Haiden here. You may not know my abilities, but if anyone dares to assault the Rain Village, you will witness my prowess. Kisame echoed, Akatsuki's Kisame here. Akatsuki's Kakuzu here. Akatsuki's Setsu here. Immediately following this, other members of the Akatsuki organization also reported their names, while the previously vociferous Fourth Raikage fell silent. What could be the reason? Fourth Raikage, speak up. Let us start with your village. Are you sending someone? Suddenly, Deidara in the group exclaimed, eager to showcase his explosive artistry. The Fourth Raikage gritted his teeth in fury. Do you think I'm afraid? At my command, your hidden Rain Village will be obliterated. His female secretary, witnessing this, furrowed her brow and softly cautioned, My lord, please do not act impulsively. What do I have to fear? If they refuse to yield, then let us fight. The Fourth Raikage had lost his calm. Meanwhile, the spirits of the deceased Raikages could not voice words of caution, for they were hardened warriors. And the taunts from the Akatsuki were intolerable. The Fourth Raikage declared, I have already prepared my forces. What about you, Konoha? Inoki, what is the situation on your end? And the hidden mist, hidden sand? We will send our people as well. Inoki replied. The other 3 ninja villages, however, remained silent, for they understood that initiating war at this juncture would serve them no advantage. Just then, Deidara spoke up again in the group. Lord Pain, I am close to the Hidden Stone Village. Since Inoki has stated he will send people, how about I head there first? Rest assured, I will ensure my own safety. After the last encounter, I have devised several self-defense methods. Ha ha ha. Hidden Stone, prepare to enjoy my art. Chapter 80. Weak nations have no diplomacy. Haiden, Lord Pain. I am near the Hidden Cloud Village, Kankuro, and I will head there. Kisame, I am close to the Hidden Mist Village. I will go there. Zetsu, I will go to the Hidden Sand Village. The opposing side was also readying their strategies. Uchiha Obito, witnessing this scene, chuckled coldly. Indeed, they are all formidable opponents. It seems we shall soon witness your performances. I hope the celestial screen broadcasts these battles. In the current ninja world, the more chaotic it became, the more advantageous it was for the Akatsuki's plan to capture tailed beasts. The fate of the Hidden Rain village was of no concern to Uchiha Obito. Its destruction would only deepen Pain's hatred for the 5 great ninja villages, thus benefiting their future endeavors. Who will go to Konoha? Deidara inquired. Uchiha Itachi? He noticed that Itachi had yet to speak today. Itachi, upon seeing this, replied directly, "Some people should not forget our agreement." He had once made a pact with Obito that he would not act against Konoha during his lifetime, and as he still lived, they wished to strike. His statement served as a reminder to the Akatsuki that, when it came to a choice between Konoha and the Akatsuki, he would choose to protect Konoha, standing firm even as a rogue ninja. Uchiha Obito and Pain both sighed softly upon hearing this. Although Pain was extreme, he was a man of his word. He stated clearly, "Konoha has my most feared uncle. Therefore, abandon the attack on Konoha. Direct all forces towards the other 4 great ninja villages." Upon Pain's command, the others immediately complied. The members of the other 4 great ninja villages were astonished by this turn of events. 4th Kazekage Raza questioned, "What does this mean? Is Konoha safe? The Akatsuki will not attack Konoha? Just because Konoha has a relative of Pain? What about his uncle or his 3rd uncle?" Terumi Mei remarked, suddenly, "I think rather than attacking the Hidden Rain village, we should allocate forces to protect the Jinchuriki. Furthermore, the Akatsuki is elusive. Even if we were to destroy the entire Hidden Rain village, it may not compel them to reveal themselves, as they are rogue ninjas from the Hidden Rain. The forehead protectors of those Akatsuki members have already proven everything. They bear scratches denoting their status as rogue ninjas. If we put our village in danger due to rogue ninjas, it would be a loss without gain." 4th Kazekage, Raza, declared, "If that is the case, then our Hidden Sand village shall not participate." 4th Raikage, exclaimed, "What? You are all backing out? Cowards! We will go with Inoki. You will not falter at the last moment, will you? Together, our 2 villages will crush the Hidden Rain village." A young resident of the Hidden Rain village retorted, "Why do you great ninja villages presume to destroy our village? Just because we are small? You are the villains, waging war against us for your own interests. Look at the Akatsuki. They have never attacked our small nation. In comparison, you are the true cowards." The matron of the Hidden Rain village's bun shop added, "You 5 great ninja villages launch an attack against us due to rogue ninjas. This is unfair. The entire ninja world should see what the 5 great ninja villages have done. Waging war, utterly devoid of conscience, bullying the weak, they are the embodiments of evil." The owner of the grain shop in the Hidden Rain village remarked, "Today, it is our Hidden Rain village. Tomorrow, it will be the Hidden Grass village. And the day after that, the Hidden Falls village. All the small nation ninja villages should witness the true face of the 5 great ninja villages." In an instant, voices of dissent echoed throughout the ninja world. Except for those from the 5 great nations, all common folk opposed the war. The shock value within the celestial screen's backend and the number of participants in the chat group reached unprecedented heights. The celestial screen was remarkably fair, granting everyone the right to voice their opinions. The entire screen was flooded with the voices of the Hidden Rain village's citizens and the support from other small nations. "I act for the sake of the ninja world, to eliminate danger at its inception." The 4th Raikage repeated this phrase in the group incessantly, again and again. If he only stated it once, he would soon be overshadowed by the voices of the populace. He had to ensure his presence was felt throughout the ninja world. Are you eliminating the Hidden Rain village due to rogue ninjas? Is this truly for the people? Or is it for your own gain? The 4th Raikage is a brutish figure, a ruthless demon who slaughters without hesitation. Demon! Demon! Once again, the crowd surged with a wave of backlash. Terumi Mei, sensing the situation deteriorating, quickly declared, "Rest assured, we of the Water Country are very reasonable. Our Hidden Mist village will not participate in this action." Tsunade also hastily interjected, "We of Konoha will not partake in this action either." 4th Kazekage, Raza, affirmed, "Our Hidden Sand village will not participate in this action." Gaara, please state your position. Gaara, still recuperating, observed the scene and replied directly, "Our Hidden Sand village will not participate in this action." With the 3 great ninja villages expressing their positions, the burden was shifted squarely onto the Hidden Cloud village and the Hidden Stone village. Inoki genuinely did not wish to forfeit this opportunity, but it was undeniable that Pain and his associates were indeed rogue ninjas, a fact evident to all. Even if they threatened that whoever dared to wage war against the hidden rain village would be attacked in turn, that was not the best justification for initiating war. At this moment, they were caught in a predicament. The celestial screen was truly a double-edged sword. Having exposed the secrets of the Akatsuki while rendering the 5 great ninja villages extraordinarily passive. And that fourth rankage, A, was far too impulsive. How could he make such declarations in the group? Look what it has stirred up. It seems this matter requires long-term deliberation. Anoki stated, our Hidden Stone village will also withdraw from this action. Fourth rankage, A, declared, you may withdraw, but I shall persist. I, the fourth rankage, guarantee that no harm will come to any innocent civilians. We will only target Akatsuki members. This time, he was somewhat wise, clearly stating his position before the public eye rather than dragging it out to the bitter end. Anoki, witnessing this, chuckled. If it is solely against the Akatsuki, I, Anoki, would also be willing to support it. To all the citizens of the ninja world, do you have anything further to say? Do you wish to serve the Akatsuki? Do you wish to become fodder for the Otsutsuki clan? Those extraterrestrials care nothing for the safety of our ninja world. They only desire to turn you into nourishment to cultivate the divine tree, granting them immortality. This information about the celestial curtain is undeniably true. He believes that even ordinary citizens should comprehend these matters. The group fell silent. The previously vociferous citizens of the small nations were rendered mute. They had witnessed the true nature of the Akatsuki organization. They had grasped the intentions of Otsutsuki, and under these circumstances, should they continue to assist the Akatsuki, it would be sheer folly. Chapter 81. The operation commences. Pain, unfazed by the silence, reiterated his command. Members of the Akatsuki, heed my orders. Regardless of who you are, we shall launch an assault on the Rain Village and obliterate it. This declaration reignited the tension in the group chat, but this time, the ordinary citizens withdrew, recognizing that if a powerful nation were to wage war, they, the common folk, would be powerless to intervene. After all, the weak have no diplomacy, and the powerful control fate. Now, the remaining dialogue in the chat was solely among the elites. Dayamuki, fourth Reikiji, let us discuss this matter privately today. For now, let us focus on the celestial curtain. Conan, indeed, certain matters should remain unspoken in the group. Let us observe the celestial curtain. Suddenly, the fourth Reikiji sent a series of cryptic symbols in the chat, which left the others bewildered. Only the Umbu of the Cloud Village comprehended them. These were newly devised codes created by the Cloud Village in response to the celestial curtain's emergence. The symbols could be translated into secret messages. The moment EI exhibited his string of codes, the Umbu of the Cloud Village immediately understood it as a signal to prepare for action. The fourth Reikage EI's determination to annihilate the Rain Village had solidified after he had seen the photographs of Akatsuki members on the celestial curtain, particularly the forehead protector of the rogue ninja Pain. His gaze was now firmly fixed on the Rain Village. At that very moment, outside the Rain Village, several members of the Cloud Village's Umbu were concealed within the dense forest. They had set forth upon hearing the fourth Reikage EI's announcement to investigate the Rain Village the previous day. Their journey had been arduous, but they had finally arrived at the outskirts of the Rain Village. To their surprise, the surroundings were characterized by towering iron structures and a labyrinth of pipes, perpetually drenched in rain. Moreover, based on the Celestial Curtain's previous broadcasts, they knew that Pain was a formidable ninja within this village. They lay in wait just outside the village, prepared to rush in and capture Akatsuki members at the command of the fourth Reikage EI. Upon hearing his words, they understood that conflict was inevitable. The fourth Reikage EI surveyed the Celestial Curtain and proclaimed in the chat, the Akatsuki is merely a labor organization for Otsutsuki, a dark villainous entity. They have already obtained the One Tail. If we do not act swiftly, we will only find ourselves increasingly disadvantaged. Today, I shall rid the world of this menace, obliterate the Akatsuki, and prove that we, the Cloud Village, are the true champions of justice. With that, he raised his voice and inscribed 2 words in the chat. Action. Outside the Rain Village, the Cloud Village Umbu, upon witnessing this, signaled for an all-out assault. The Celestial Curtain chat buzzed with astonishment. What is happening? Is the Reikage really taking action? Did he have prior preparations? At that moment, a wave of yellow suddenly flickered across the Celestial Curtain, revealing a live broadcast. Beneath the rain, over 30 Umbu had begun their advance towards the Rain Village. The chat erupted in chaos. Fourth Reikage, what are you doing? Do you truly intend to attack the Rain Village? Uchiha Madara felt a surge of excitement, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The fourth Raikage EI responded with a series of laughter emojis. These cowards dare not strike. I shall take the lead. Today, you shall witness the might of the Cloud Village. As he spoke, he gazed at the celestial curtain, marveling at the convenience of the live broadcast, which allowed him to view the unfolding battle in real time. Indeed, the celestial curtain had commenced streaming live footage. The 30 Umbu, masked, traversed through the rain, swiftly vanishing into the Rain Village. Just then, a summoning hellhound appeared, identical to the one previously shown on the celestial curtain. It suddenly split into dozens of copies, disappearing into the downpour. The live broadcast transformed into multiple screens, segregated into left and right panels. The left displayed the battle within the Rain Village, where the hellhound assaulted the Cloud Umbu, while the right featured a large screen showcasing two figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. All eyes were drawn to these two individuals, Haiden and Kakuzu of the Akatsuki. Are they outside the Cloud Village? Someone exclaimed in the chat. The presence of Akatsuki members in the Rain Village became evident, and their swiftness astonished all. Anxiety gripped the hearts of the villagers, as they were unaware of Haiden and Kakuzu's true capabilities. Standing at the entrance of the Rain Village, Haiden's mouth split into a wide grin as he laughed heartily. Is this the village we are to annihilate? Kakuzu's expression remained cold. The celestial curtain is broadcasting our actions. People from all over the ninja world are watching us. Do not embarrass us. All right. Haiden laughed boisterously and charged towards the gate's defending ninja with incredible speed, wielding his bloodstained scythe. Before anyone could react, his weapon had cleaved through the bodies of two defenders, blood spraying forth. Haiden's laughter echoed. As if the more blood he spilled, the more exhilarated he became. Meanwhile, Kakuzu had leaped away, having initially followed Haiden to gain exposure on the celestial curtain. Now, however, he had vanished from sight. What happened? Where did he go? The Umbu, taken aback, questioned. Simultaneously, others in the chat were bewildered. What just occurred? How did Haiden escape? He was right there? Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a scream erupted as Haiden suddenly appeared behind one of the 5 Umbu, swiftly severing the person's head with his scythe. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Lightning release. Lightning strike. Suddenly, 5 Umbu emerged from the shadows, forming a lightning release formation. They collectively launched an assault against Haiden, who was currently brandishing his scythe against the ground. With a resounding crack, a flash of light descended, followed by a chilling laugh from the battlefield, and in an instant, Haiden was nowhere to be found among the 5. Chapter 82. The Immortal Duo. Haiden and Kakuzu, where is he? The Umbu exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, within the chat, astonishment reigned. What just happened? How did that Haiden slip away? He was right there. Before the crowd could process the events, a scream pierced the air as Haiden reappeared behind one of the 5 Umbu, decapitating him with a swift stroke of his scythe. Blood sprayed like a fountain. Lightning release. Wind/lightning. The remaining 4 Umbu, witnessing this, charged in a frenzy, accompanied by dozens of jonin rushing from the village. Some wielding lightning-infused weapons, others hurling shurikens, all aiming to take down Haiden. I will kill you. Suddenly, a voice cried out. It was Darui, who had stealthily launched an ambush from behind. He employed the technique of wind release, and the chakra-infused attack pierced through Haiden's body. In the midst of the chaos, Haiden arched his back, his expression contorted, yet astonishingly, a mask resembling a skull appeared on his face. He opened his mouth, and a beam of light erupted from within him as he slowly turned to face Darui, exclaiming, "It hurts. Oh, how it hurts." Again he opened his mouth, his countenance twisted in agony, as if he were suffering tremendous pain. In the live stream, someone exclaimed in confusion, "Why is he still standing? What is happening?" Everyone was captivated by the scene, bewildered by what had transpired. Indeed, why had he not perished? Such a wind release should have been fatal. At that moment, a shout erupted from within the village of Kumogakure. This is bad. There's trouble at the Raikage's office. Concurrently, a cacophony of explosions resonated throughout the village, as Kakuzu unleashed explosive tags, wreaking havoc upon the village. Darui glanced at Haiden at the village entrance, and then turned to see numerous shinobi rushing to rescue the 4th Raikage. Yet there stood Haiden, grinning eerily. His expression was grotesque and chilling, a visage of a black and white skull paired with a sinister smile that sent shivers down spines. He was not dead. Someone shouted loudly. and a bolt of lightning surged forth. A minute prior, such an attack would have surely struck Haiden down, but at this moment, he remained rooted in place, allowing the Jonin's lightning strike to land upon him. Ha! Haiden feigned a cry of agony, only to break into maniacal laughter, relishing the moment more and more. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, his face a mask of triumph. He then began to dance and shout, "Come on, let us hurt each other. Come and kill me." Something was amiss. Darui stared in disbelief at the scene before him, unable to comprehend that Haiden, after enduring 2 assaults, appeared entirely unscathed. Just then, an alarm blared throughout Kumogakure, a sound that had not been heard in years, now echoing incessantly. Darui waved his hand, and a dozen ninjas began hurling shuriken at Haiden. Yet Haiden stood there defiantly, shouting, "Let the storm rage on. Who among you has the strength to end this?" His voice pierced the heavens, and his expression was one of uncontainable excitement. Finally, the people of Kumogakure began to recognize the gravity of the situation. Darui quickly gestured for everyone to cease their attacks. Focusing on Haiden, now encircled. "Kill him! Kill him!" someone shouted. However, it was clear that these attacks were extraordinary, yet Haiden bore no wounds. Looking to the skies, within a mere 5 minutes, all 30 of Kumogakure's umbu had been obliterated, never even catching a glimpse of pain, felled instead by a few summoned beasts. Inside the Raikage's office, chaos reigned as everyone surrounded Raikage, anxiously watching him. Blood seeped from his chest, and he bore injuries to his shoulder and ribs. Despite donning lightning armor for protection, it had proven futile. "What is happening?" he bellowed, as these wounds seemed to appear without cause, leaving everyone baffled. Meanwhile, in the chat group, someone began to call out to him. "Anoki, where is the 4th Raikage? Why isn't he saying anything? Have your people failed? 4th Raikage? Where are you?" "Kuratsuchi, I am cowardly and dare not speak." "Raikage, the hero, come and say something." "Tsunade, indeed, in the eyes of the Raikage, we are all cowards. He is brave, recklessly charging ahead, yet what has come of it? He is the one who has fallen." "Gaara, surely, the 4th Raikage isn't in trouble? Given his nature, he would certainly speak up at a time like this." "Hashirama, I can only utter 2 words, fool." "1st Raikage, how can you describe people in such a manner? We are not fools. At the very least, we dared to take that step. Some matters require swift resolution. Rather than watching the Akatsuki grow stronger, we should eliminate them in their infancy." "2nd Raikage, exactly. Our village adheres to a style of iron-fisted governance. We detest indecisiveness. If you have the ability, act. If not, remain silent." "Do you all think we have lost?" "I assure you, Kumogakure is invincible." "3rd Raikage, my esteemed predecessors are correct. We are not fools. We are invincible. How lonely is invincibility." Suddenly, the 3rd Raikage began singing in the chat. The other 2 AS joined in the revelry. Boom, 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 as if in harmony with the lyrics. Brilliant flashes of light erupted on the live stream. Everyone turned to look, believing that the Kumogakure umbu had commenced their counterattack, only to discover that the explosions were indeed within Kumogakure. The village was filled with wails. Some cried out, while others fled, as Kumogakure shinobi searched for their enemy, but could find no trace of them. At the entrance, Haiden of the Akatsuki stood undaunted, while the others hesitated to attack, realizing they could not kill him. "What is happening? What on earth is going on?" The 1st Raikage shouted in the chat. "Hashirama, fool. Tobarama, fool too. Kuratsuchi, I am cowardly and dare not speak." "Fool indeed." "Tsunade, I am even more cowardly and reluctant to speak." "Fool 4. "Anoki, at a time like this, let's not speak in riddles. What has happened to Kumogakure? Why are the ninja at the entrance inactive while explosions rage inside? This does not align with Kumogakure's strength. Was it not just 2 members of the Akatsuki?" Chapter 83. The triumph of laughter. He was genuinely afraid, for previously, Deidara had mentioned his presence in the land of Earth. Should he arrive and unleash chaos, even a Wagakure would not withstand it. In this moment, he was grateful that his forces had yet to reach Amigakure. Otherwise, they would be in dire trouble today. In a scenario of mutual destruction, one could at least inflict damage upon the enemy. Better to suffer losses than to emerge empty-handed. Yet, observing the live stream, the situation was overwhelmingly tilted against them. The umbu sent to Amigakure had been annihilated, while Kumogakure was under siege by explosions, with Haiden at the entrance seemingly impervious to death. This conundrum haunted all viewers of the live stream. In the chat group, discussions swirled around this topic. Was that individual truly immortal? How terrifying. If he is indeed immortal, why does he not flee? Yes, why does he not escape or attack? And what is with that triumphant grin? It was as if each wound he sustained was a lottery win. A few prominent figures fell silent, while shinobi from other villages began conversing in the group. Each major ninja village had dedicated umbu and intelligence personnel monitoring the live stream. And at that moment, these observations reached the eyes of Kumogakure's intelligence department. Report. I believe I may have found the reason for the Raikage's inexplicable injuries. A ninja exclaimed, gazing at the chat. He immediately rushed towards the Raikage's office. For Kumogakure had established the intelligence department adjacent to the Raikage's office for the sake of swift information dissemination. A figure clad in a cloth garb hurried forward and inquired, "Do you know the reason?" The other nodded. "I suspect as much. I just watched the chat in the group, and I wish to examine the Raikage's wounds closely. If that is permissible." Mabuyi nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the peril that now enveloped the village. Although only 2 members of the Akatsuki had arrived, they possessed an unsettling aura. One seemed to vanish into thin air, while the other appeared impervious to harm, as if he could not be killed. Approaching the 4th Raikage, he scrutinized the wounds adorning his body before dashing to the window of the office, intently gazing at the live broadcast. What is going on? Surely, I am not appearing on the live feed? A thought, desperate to avoid such exposure. He could not allow himself to be seen on the broadcast. Especially in his current state, he was gravely injured, his voice strained and weak, yet still mindful of his reputation. It was he who hastily sought to annihilate the Hidden Rain village, who had slandered the other 4 great ninja villages as cowards while proclaiming their own heroism. And yet, here he was, wounded and unable to even see his adversary, suffering a humiliating defeat within the confines of his office. It was maddening. As he endeavored to uphold his dignity, the live feed abruptly shifted, delivering a stinging blow to his pride. The right side of the broadcast screen transformed into 2 videos. One depicting him in a state of distress. No, it can't be. I cannot be on the live feed. In disbelief, he covered his eyes. Blood flowed from his numerous wounds, with several medical ninjas attending to him, and had it not been for his formidable chakra and stamina, he would have likely succumbed to his injuries. This shocking scene was broadcasted on the large screen. Senju Hashirama. Good grief, Madara, look. The 4th Raikage is injured. Senju Tobarama. What transpired? The previous events were not aired. How did he sustain those injuries? Uchiha Madara. Did the war not just commence a mere 10 minutes ago? How could he be so severely injured? It seems the 4th Raikage is not as formidable as he claims. 4th Raikage, you all. If he were to perish today, it would undoubtedly be from sheer humiliation rather than death by blade. Terumi-me. Indeed, you're impressive. We are the weaklings, while you are brave. With that, a spat blood, knowing full well that the moment his predicament was broadcast, he would become the subject of mockery, as indeed he was. What he failed to realize was that prior to this live broadcast, he had already been ridiculed. In the realm of victors and vanquished, he had lost. And at the dire cost of his village's safety. One could declare righteous slogans and wave the banner of justice while seeking to destroy the Hidden Rain village. But victory was paramount. What was the reality? Not only had he lost, but his defeat was public knowledge. Ding. At that moment, the live broadcast posed an unexpected question. Why is the 4th Raikage, who did not participate in this battle and is in his office, injured? Please elaborate. What? He did not engage in battle? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed incredulously, gazing at the large screen in disbelief. The others in the group shared his curiosity. Terumi-me. He was not in combat, yet sustained such injuries? 4th Raikage, how brave of you. It seems you are so courageous that harm has befallen you while you sat comfortably at home. Anoki. Raikage, please clarify what transpired. 4th Raikage, Terumi-me. I apologize for my earlier remarks. Please refrain from mocking me. This time, my lack of foresight led to this predicament. And I am truly sorry to the citizens of the Cloud Village. His admission, though somewhat embarrassing, demonstrated accountability, reflecting the character of a true man. Terumi-me ceased her jibes, merely snorting in response, falling silent. Regardless, I believe it is imperative for the 5 great ninja villages to unite. The members of the Akatsuki are exceedingly sinister. The live broadcast currently only reveals that individual named Haiden, while the other, Kakuzu, has vanished. Could this be related to Kakuzu? Ding. At that moment, the ninja from the Cloud Village's information department activated the buzzer. I believe the injuries sustained by our Raikage are linked to Haiden at the village entrance. If Haiden is injured, then Raikage must also be wounded. This revelation astonished the audience. Senju Hashirama, in all my years, I have never witnessed such a technique. Sinister indeed. Uzumaki Mido, could it be a sealing technique? Perhaps he has sealed the Raikage's spirit within himself, inflicting harm upon his own body to cause injury to the Raikage? While the Uzumaki clan may not possess such sealing methods, it is plausible that later generations have developed them. Perhaps Haiden has created a sealing jutsu that injures the fourth Raikage. Senju Tobarama, my sister's analysis is quite astute, yet we remain unaware of the true answer. All eyes turned to the live broadcast, which had just completed its assessment. Please, Raikage A, provide a detailed explanation. The ninja named Raiden felt a surge of anxiety. The current circumstances indicated that his response was correct, yet he had only addressed half of the question, failing to provide the necessary detailed explanation. He was at a loss to explain how Haiden, stationed outside the village, managed to injure the Raikage within his office. Chapter 84, Haiden vs. Raikage. Perhaps it is as the first Hokage's wife suggested, a sealing technique. He has sealed the Raikage's spirit, thus causing him to sustain injuries. Raikage A protested. Soul? I feel as though my soul is intact. I have not lost my essence, fourth Raikage A countered. Saratobi Hiruzen, no one understands the concept of soul sealing better than I do. Without a soul, one is either dead or rendered a fool. Yet, I can clearly perceive that the fourth Raikage is coherent and articulate, indicating he is not devoid of spirit. Senju Tobarama. Indeed, the Raikage seems to possess his full faculties. He does not appear to be lacking in spirit. How dare anyone harm my brother? I step away for just a moment, and my brother is injured. I must return to the village. Suddenly, Killer Bee burst onto the scene, his fury evident in the group chat. At that moment, fourth Raikage truly felt the weight of his poor decision-making. He had not anticipated such a passive role in this scenario. He had even prepared to counter the explosive ninja, Deidara, with his lightning techniques. Yet here he was, beset by Haiden and Kaku, both of whom were far more sinister than he had imagined. Killer Bee, remain calm. Your elder brother is not dead yet. Have faith. I still wish to attend your concert. Fourth Raikage A reassured him in the group chat. What? You really want me to hold a concert? Huh, that is fantastic. I believe in you, brother. You will be fine. Killer Bee responded exuberantly, aside, covering his head in exasperation. Only he understood the depth of his pain. While his younger brother's excitement over a concert seemed utterly misplaced. Ding. Response incorrect, but partially correct, thus no penalties imposed. Reward, 300 points. The live broadcast announced its evaluation. At that moment, all of this transpired under Haiden's watchful gaze. Clenching his fists in anger, he was nonetheless prepared. After the broadcast revealed the identities of all Akatsuki members, he had taken certain precautions. For instance, he had gathered the blood of specific individuals and concealed a secret formation within a hidden scroll, among other preparations. This question can only be answered by me. And yet I choose not to respond. I shall let you all speculate. Haiden chuckled to himself as he gazed skyward. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he summoned a spear, brandishing it before him. Since some of you have guessed correctly, you must surely understand that whenever I am injured, the esteemed Raikage A, seated comfortably in his office, will also suffer. So, where shall I strike next? With a swift motion, he plunged the spear into his own heart. Raikage A, who stood at the window observing the live feed, turned in alarm, shouting, "Brother!" In the group, Kairabi was filled with fury. And had it not been for the Raikage preventing his return to the village, he would have raced back by now. Previously, everyone was unaware of this situation because the celestial screen had not broadcasted it. But now, through a single QA, everyone was informed that as long as Haiden, who was outside the village, was injured, the Raikage within the village would suffer the same fate. Suddenly, Haiden raised his spear, aiming it at his own heart, laughing maniacally. And in a moment of reckless abandon, it seemed he was about to take his own life. Wait, was he truly attempting suicide? No, he aimed to kill the Raikage instead. My heavens, I have never encountered someone so ruthless. Stop him. In an instant, both in the group and in reality, everyone was on edge. Although the Raikage possessed a bit of a foolish demeanor and was known for his brashness, he was also someone who dared to face the consequences of his actions. If he were to perish like this, the Yunin village might indeed face obliteration, particularly as the celestial screen continued to broadcast the chaos of the village's destruction. At the village entrance, several ninjas rushed forward, some wielded whips. Others attempted to grab him barehanded, and some approached from behind, all striving to prevent Haydn from inflicting harm upon himself. We cannot allow him to die. Capture him. They exerted every effort to restrain Haydn, who swung his spear with abandon, thrusting it left and right. If anyone attempted to counter him, he did not evade, allowing them to strike him with their weapons or ninjutsu. After all, it was not he who would be injured. Indeed, within a minute, casualties had already occurred outside Yunin village. Moreover, within the Raikage's office, the fourth Raikage sustained 2 minor injuries, yet none were grave. It was due to the collective efforts of the crowd that Haydn's suicide attempt failed, thus preserving the Raikage's life. He glanced at the celestial screen, dragging his wounded body, and with a sudden surge, he exited the office and appeared outside the village, shouting, "Mabui, gather a team to find that cuckoo. We cannot allow him to destroy the village. All villagers, except for the ninjas, must evacuate." As he walked, he noted the significant losses Yunin village had suffered. However, the mistakes had already been made, and he needed to minimize the damage. Understood. Mabui shot an angry glance at Haydn on the celestial screen before turning away from the scene, confident that given time, the Raikage would unravel Haydn's secret. Ha! Is the protagonist making an appearance? Haydn licked the spear in his hand, uttering softly, his face a mask of disdain. The fourth Raikage, standing at the village entrance, was seething with anger as he glowered at Haydn, clenching his fists. Lightning release, lightning blade. He shouted, charging forward. Everyone witnessing this scene cried out in unison, "Sir, no!" Such a collision would inflict severe injuries upon his opponent, possibly even shattering them to pieces. However, it was not Haydn who would be harmed but himself. Until the Raikage discovered Haydn's secret, he could not act impulsively. Yet the Raikage was infamous for his fiery temper, and he would heed none of their advice. He had already endured substantial humiliation in the office, and now that he had the chance for retribution, how could he possibly listen to reason? He barreled forward, his body enveloped in a pale blue chakra, veins protruding, brow furrowed. Although his impulsiveness caused his wounds to reopen, he did not slow down. The tremendous force surged forward like a rampaging beast. Haydn, witnessing this, erupted in laughter, swinging his scythe and shouting, "Come on, yak!" He was filled with confidence, flinging the scythe towards the Raikage in an attempt to strike him down. But to his surprise, upon contact with the Raikage's lightning release armor, the scythe shattered into pieces. Is this the lightning release armor? How formidable! He did not even flinch. Was this a display of chakra being hardened by his body? In the chat group, everyone was tense, acknowledging the Raikage's true strength. He charged forward with astonishing speed. Despite the fact that Haydn's scythe had shattered, he continued to laugh, his expression brimming with malevolent intent. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. A burst of pale blue chakra radiated, forming a massive halo. The fourth Raikage was also thrown back, blood spewing from his mouth. Looking across, Haydn had also been propelled backward, collapsing on the roadside, blood spilling forth as he glared at his opponent, fingers probing his chest, clearly indicating that several of his ribs had been broken. What was happening? Had he sustained injuries? Under the celestial screen's scrutiny, some keen observers noted this moment. Other members from the 4 major ninja villages deliberated over this revelation, with some from the Umbu and Intelligence Department discussing it, while others engaged in conversation among the populace. This seemed to be a breakthrough. Why had Haydn, after being struck by the lightning blade, sustained injuries while the fourth Raikage also suffered? Could it be that some seal had been lifted, allowing him to be killed from this moment onward? Someone dared to inquire. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, Nara Shikamaru, seated beneath a large tree, was playing shogi against himself when he noticed this and frowned slightly. He continued to observe the celestial screen as Haydn suddenly sprang up to flee. It seemed that in terms of ninjutsu, he was no match for the Raikage. However, at that moment, the Umbu of Yunin village pursued him, while the Raikage sought to follow. Yet another enemy remained within the village, Kakeu. The sound of explosions echoed continuously, and suddenly a sharp whistle pierced the air, clear and bright. It resembled an eagle's cry or a wailing specter. Haydn sprinted with incredible speed, soon vanishing amidst the stone forest. The unique terrain of Yunin village, shrouded in mist and filled with stone forests, rendered Haydn invisible, prompting numerous ninjas to initiate a wide search. Shortly, someone spotted Haydn on the celestial screen. From the terrain, it was evident he was heading west. and his toes appeared to be tracing something on the ground. The crowd gestured and set off toward the western part of the village. Haydn, witnessing this, clenched his fists in anger, pointing at the celestial screen, which had caused him significant trouble. If not for the celestial screen, he could quietly perform his curse, the blood sacrifice ritual. Nevertheless, it mattered little that they were coming. He did not believe anyone could wield the lightning blade. As long as the rampage did not arrive, he could slay him. Haydn smirked, the face of a skull re-emerging upon him. A blood-red curse mark appeared on the ground, a triangle inscribed within a circle, and he stood within the triangle, his expression frigid. Previously, the crowd outside of Yunin village had not witnessed such markings on the ground. What was he planning? Yunin ninjas surrounded him. Haydn, you cannot escape. Surrender to your fate. Oh, I shall await you here. Let us see who can bring about my demise. Haydn shouted, laughing maniacally. Everyone observed this scene, yet felt powerless, for no one knew whether their actions would harm this heinous Haydn or the rampage within Yunin village. Just then, a clear sound rang from above. Ding. Congratulations to Konoha Ninja Nara Shikamaru for successfully answering. My answer is that he is utilizing some sort of ritual. As for the specifics, I do not know, but I can affirm that the medium is not a soul. It must be blood. He must stand within the curse he inscribed with blood to complete this ritual, and the medium he is using at this moment is the rampage's blood. As long as he remains within the symbol, any injuries he sustains will transfer to the rampage. That is my answer. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in astonishment. Who is this Nara Shikamaru? Judging by his profile picture, he appears quite young. He is the son of Nara Shikaku, a remarkably intelligent individual. The members of the group were curious as to whether he had answered correctly. However, we did not observe any curse marks on the ground earlier, did we? Darui inquired in the chat group. Some things were covered with dust, which you did not see. However, I observed carefully, replied Shikamaru Nara. Upon hearing this, the ninjas from the hidden cloud village rushed out, checking the spot where Haydn had previously stood. Indeed, there lay a cursed seal drawn in blood, concealed beneath the dust. Upon viewing the screen, Haydn furrowed his brow after reading these words. Without uttering a single word, he pulled out his spear and thrust it directly into his own chest. In another scene, Rampage was commanding the ninjas in the village to capture Kakazu. Suddenly, a gash appeared in his chest, blood gushing forth. His eyes glazed over as he tilted his head skyward. Indeed, on the screen, Haydn was inflicting harm upon himself, exclaiming, "This feels so good." The fourth Rampage staggered, his vision growing increasingly blurry. "Brother, Lord Rampage." He heard the voices of Killer Bee and the ninjas in the live chat calling out to him, before slowly closing his eyes. Panic ensued as the ninjas from the hidden cloud village surged towards Haydn, crazed with the desire for revenge against the Rampage. They rushed forward, while Haydn leaped into the air, his three-bladed scythe and spear gleaming with a fierce light. Amidst the crackling thunder, he resembled a madman, killing all who crossed his path. Despite his wounds, he appeared undeterred, as though some primal instinct had been awakened within him, continuing to laugh maniacally. His arm was severed by a bolt of lightning. His leg was chopped off. Indeed, after leaving the cursed seal on the ground, it was he who suffered the injuries. At that moment, the screen revealed the results of the assessment. Shikamaru Nara from Konoha had provided the correct answer, earning him a reward of chakra, thrice his normal capacity. In the western stone forest outside the hidden cloud village, Haydn was in a pitiful state, yet still laughing. The skull mask on his face vanished, and he shouted at the screen, "Do you know who I am? I am Haydn, the strongest ninja of the Akatsuki." As soon as he finished speaking, Darui swiftly severed his head, leaving his body lifeless in the stone forest, the smile wiped from his face. The live broadcast concluded. Although the hidden cloud village was not annihilated, they failed to locate the other Akatsuki member, Kakazu. This battle ended with Haydn's decapitation and the Rampage's impending demise. Closing the chapter on the screen. For a long time, the live chat remained silent, until the fourth Rampage broke the quiet with a single statement, "I am still alive." The first Rampage exclaimed, "Phew, thank goodness." The second Rampage admonished, "Can't you think things through before acting? If I could, I would teach you a lesson." The third Rampage added, "Let us not dwell on that. At least Haydn is dead." Just then, a figure emerged from the crowd. It was Haydn from the Akatsuki. "Haha, let me tell you, I am still alive." "You're lying. I clearly saw you decapitated. How could you possibly still be alive?" Darui shouted angrily in the chat. "I know now. You must be dead, speaking from some so-called Pure Land. Just like the shadows from our village. No, someone like you could never enter the Pure Land. You belong in hell. Haydn retorted, not only am I alive, but I also bring you good news. Your village's two-tails Jinchuriki has been captured by us. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your gift. After saying this, Haydn fell silent, ignoring all inquiries. At that moment, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, could this be a scheme by the Akatsuki? The fourth Raikage, in the operating room of the Hidden Cloud Village, was about to enter a state of anesthesia when he heard this news and abruptly sat up. What? Haydn and his team captured the two tails? Inform the Umbu, quickly contact the two tails. He commanded. The medical ninjas, standing nearby, dismissed his protests and swiftly administered anesthesia, desiring to maintain his dignity, even at the expense of his life. He insisted on leaving the operating room to leave a message in the live chat that he was still alive. Was this truly the time to be concerned about the two tails when his own life was in jeopardy? The medical ninja, exasperated, called out to the unconscious Raikage. She exited the operating room, signaling the Umbu. Hurry and investigate whether this information is accurate. If necessary, utilize the live chat. Yes, the Umbu replied, departing. In the live chat, before the Umbu could speak, Killer Bee chimed in. Two Tails, speak. What is happening? Hurry up and respond. Have you really been captured by the Akatsuki? Are you okay? Killer Bee had only a casual acquaintance with the Two Tails, but as fellow Jinchuriki, he felt a sense of urgency upon hearing the news of her capture. Simultaneously, leaders from other ninja villages were also filled with anxiety. In the span of just 2 days, had both the One Tails and Two Tails been captured? The One Tails Jinchuriki, Gaara, still had the resurrection pills for Yagura, but what about the Two Tails? Surely she faced a dire fate. Despite Killer Bee's calls, the Two Tails remained silent in the chat. At that moment, the live broadcast suddenly shifted. The strongest Akatsuki battle arc, the indestructible duo. A bold headline appeared on the screen, followed by another. Kakuzu intercepts the Two Tails. Finally, everyone understood why Kakuzu had not appeared during the bombardment of the Hidden Cloud Village. He had never been there in the first place. The figure seen earlier was merely a clone. He had traveled south to locate the Two Tails Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki's objective was not the Hidden Cloud Village, but the Jinchuriki. The footage revealed that Haydn had deliberately drawn attention while the two worked together to capture the Jinchuriki, ultimately achieving success. Haydn had not lied. The Two Tails Jinchuriki had indeed been captured. At that moment, the higher-ups of the Hidden Cloud Village fell into deeper silence. They were not merely concerned for the village. It had suffered significant damage. If their intent had been to target the village, how much more devastating would the consequences have been? Meanwhile, the Raikage remained in surgery, and the Hidden Cloud Village was engaged in various rescue efforts. Yet their Jinchuriki had been captured. Did this outcome signify their defeat, a thorough and crushing one? Across the ninja world, panic spread as people realized the implications of the Akatsuki's actions, which had escalated from the land of wind to the land of thunder, resulting in numerous casualties. On the screen, the broadcast continued, revealing another headline. Haydn and Kakuzu's slaughter arc, the death of Asuma. The sudden announcement exploded in Konoha. While ninjas from other villages might not recognize Asuma, there was not a single person in Konoha who did not know him. He was the son of the third Hokage, a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, and the current teacher of Team 10. Asuma? Teacher? Ino and Shoji were taken aback, rushing to find their partner, Shikamaru Nara. Sarutobi Hiruzen was equally bewildered. Didn't they just capture the Two Tails? Why is the live broadcast suddenly focused on Asuma's death? Tsunade replied, Teacher, this is an event that will occur in the future. Look, the flashing part of the screen is red, indicating it is a future event. At that moment, Asuma himself was struck with shock as he watched the screen, lighting a cigarette. Memories flooded his mind. Once upon a time, he had opposed his father in a bid to prove his worth, until more lives were sacrificed, leading to death and betrayal. Everyone must meet their end eventually, right? He took a deep drag from his cigarette, then let out a self-deprecating chuckle. What is there to fear in death? In the distance, a flash of crimson caught his eye. She was enchanting and alluring, the most significant concern of his life. Upon seeing her, a smile crept upon his lips, slowly transforming his previously indifferent attitude towards life and death. As the sun dipped below the horizon, she rushed towards him, her gaze cast downward, her eyes flickering. With a trembling finger pointing at the sky, she uttered, Asuma? Asuma smiled and gently replied, It's nothing. Who can predict what the future holds? In her throat, a lump formed, 1,000 unspoken words hidden within her gaze as she looked towards the heavens. Indeed, wasn't it just this morning that they broadcast Jiraiya's death? Yet he survived. Now that the heavens have shown your fate, we are prepared. Therefore, I believe you will not perish. She clenched her fist tightly, her gaze fixed on the figures of Haiden and Kakuzu on the celestial screen. In the future, did they kill Asuma? She would ensure that such an event would never come to pass. Simultaneously, the members of Team 10, Ino, Shikamaru, and Shoji, shared the same resolve. At that moment, though they were initially separated, they quickly regrouped upon witnessing the scene. Shikamaru looked at his comrades and said, Ino, from now on, remember whatever I instruct you. Shoji, keep a vigilant eye on the screen, do not miss any detail. Should I overlook anything later, ensure you remind me, no matter what. Chapter 87. The first Hokage's sponsorship points. At the same time, Naruto Uzumaki arrived, though he was supposed to be recuperating in the hospital. Unable to remain idle, he indulged in a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku, where he obtained the resurrection elixir, saving his mother. After spending some time with her, he rushed over upon discovering the celestial screen broadcasting this title. Shikamaru, is there anything I can assist with? Naruto inquired, his heart heavy with the desire to prevent any further sacrifices. He believed that this celestial display could alter many outcomes, including the predicted fate of his demise at the hands of the Otsutsuki clan. Of course, they had only witnessed the scene of Kaguya using her powerful technique against him, and Naruto entering the Nine-Tails mode to counter, resulting in a massive explosion without glimpsing the future. Thus, they presumed Naruto would meet his end, unaware that it was merely a fragment of what was to come. However, the focus was not on whether Naruto might die in the future, but on the more pressing matter at hand, Asuma's death. I will not allow my teacher to be sacrificed, Shikamaru declared solemnly, his jagged hairline accentuating his resolve. Naruto, please inform Lord Hokage that we must safeguard the blood of everyone in the village. Haiden must not acquire it. Understood, Naruto responded, disappearing in a flash. Ino took out her pen and notebook, attentively watching the celestial broadcast, while Choji remained equally engrossed, fearing he might miss a crucial detail. On the celestial screen, Haiden and Kakuzu appeared, having first captured the Two Tails Jinchuriki. This scene differed from the earlier capture of the Two Tails, indicating that if the celestial display had not exposed it, their future attempt to seize the Jinchuriki would unfold in such a manner. The two headed westward towards the Land of Fire, slaying numerous shinobi along the way. They possessed a bounty list filled with names of various shinobi, which they intended to exchange for rewards after their kills. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama pondered aloud. I wonder if the Akatsuki is struggling financially? Pain responded, they are indeed in dire need. Can the first Hokage sponsor us? I'm broke. Hashirama replied. Kakuzu interjected, no, you have wealth. You gifted your granddaughter a bridal dowry of over 100 taels of gold at her wedding. Clearly, you possess riches. Furthermore, didn't she declare she wouldn't marry? If that is the case, why not support our Akatsuki? Hashirama retorted, you dare covet my granddaughter's dowry? If my granddaughter remains unmarried at 53, will you take responsibility? Kakuzu, smirking, replied, I'm of a similar age, would you mind? Naruto's mother, Kushina, interjected. Enough with the trivialities. Hashirama, eliminate him. Kakuzu quipped, it seems you care more than you let on. I'll leave her to Jiraiya. 53 is too young for me. Haiden laughed heartily. Who would want you, you freak? But that Two Tails Jinchuriki looks rather appealing. Too bad she's a Jinchuriki. The secretary, Mabui, declared, I will ensure you two pay for your blood debts. Kakuzu asked, who is this? Another one? Haiden replied, I don't recognize her. Mabui introduced herself. I am the secretary representing the fourth Raikage. Haiden questioned, where is the fourth Raikage? Is he undergoing surgery? By the way, I believe I still possess some of his blood. How about we conduct a curse ritual? Mabui abruptly disappeared, fearing Haiden would act on his words. Why is it that despite Haiden's relatively low combat prowess, he can still claim many lives? The answer lies in his Jashin religion, which thrives on blood. Regardless of one's skill, as long as he obtains your blood, he can extinguish your life. Moreover, this technique possesses a unique advantage. He can initiate an attack from any location, at any time, even from 1,000 miles away, provided he has the individual's blood. On the celestial screen, the two had continued their path of destruction into the Land of Fire. Suddenly, the broadcast halted. and a line of bold text appeared. Haiden and Kakuzu have viewed the celestial broadcast and made their battle preparations. May I ask, from where did Haiden acquire the blood he used? Incorrect answers incur no punishment, while correct ones will reward the right to exchange Haiden's blood. What? What? The right to exchange my blood? Who granted you the authority to barter my blood? Haiden shouted, visibly irate as he pointed at the screen. If you dare to eliminate me, let us see if I perish. In the midst of his outburst, he retrieved a scroll from his dark cloak, meticulously examining the various blood samples contained within. A gleeful smile spread across his face as he sealed and encrypted it, ensuring no one could pilfer its contents. He laughed heartily, brimming with self-satisfaction. Kakuzu shook his head slightly. Boring. Haiden, indignant, retorted, I'm boring? You're ecstatic at the sight of Hashirama. Yet you remain silent otherwise. You practically leap at the chance to approach him, even attempting to marry his granddaughter. How shameless. Kakuzu's green eyes gleamed with intensity. He was once my assassination target. Haiden scoffed, throwing shurikens from 800 miles away. I think he is your idol. Kakuzu growled. Are you seeking death? Let it come. Who fears whom? Haiden shouted back, and the two engaged in a heated quarrel. Kakuzu, a man of action and few words, discarded the two-tails Jinchuriki onto the ground and charged forward. Haiden, undeterred, pressed on. After all, he possessed the blood of his adversary, so fear was not in his repertoire. Curse ritual, Haiden exclaimed as he was wounded, blood spilling onto the ground. He immediately began drawing the seals, licking the blood from his hand, the very blood of Kakuzu. Today, you shall experience my might. This blood contains 5 different bloodlines from you, and I shall make you kneel in submission. Kakuzu regarded him as one would a clown, proclaiming, this time, after your death, I shall not stitch your body back together. I will leave you in pieces. With that, he raised his hands, preparing for battle. Upon hearing these words, Feiden's expression suddenly changed, as he recalled an hour ago when Jiao Du, disregarding his own decapitation, was stitching his own corpse. He burst into laughter. Chapter 88. Where did his blood come from? Ha ha ha, I was mistaken. I apologize to you. From now on, when you meet Hashirama, you can say whatever you wish. He is your idol. After all, one must feel a little thrill, right? Ha ha ha, let's go. I will carry this person. With that, he took a step forward, departing from the cursed ritual and heading towards the 2 wooden figures. Jiao Du snorted disdainfully, but chose not to argue, and the 2 continued onward. Above the sky, the question still lingered in the live broadcast. No one was aware of the minor incident between the immortal duo, as the broadcast had not captured that segment. Everyone was pondering the question posed by the heavens. This was particularly true for the high-ranking officials of the 5 great ninja villages, for it was known that Faden possessed even the blood of the 4th Raikage AI. If that were the case, perhaps their blood was also in his possession. But how had he acquired it? This was not just a question from the heavens, but also a conundrum in their minds. The broadcast mentioned that Faden had made preparations after realizing that his identity had been exposed. So how could he have interacted with individuals from various ninja villages in such a short span of time? The possibility of him personally seeking out high-ranking officials for their blood seemed zero, and from a temporal standpoint, it was implausible. What could be the reason behind this? Everyone was perplexed, yet the answer remained elusive. Senju Hashirama, Madara, do you think your blood could also be in Faden's possession? Uchiha Madara, impossible. My blood is not so easily obtained. Senju Hashirama, in any case, I have been dead for many years and no longer care about such matters. He cannot harm me anymore. Being dead truly is a liberation. Shimura Danzo, regarding this matter, it seems the first Hokage is unaware, in truth. You have suffered the most. What do you mean? I am thoroughly dead. Who could possibly harm me? Anyone who wishes to harm me can come to the Pure Land, and I shall battle them for 300 rounds. You will know soon enough. Meanwhile, the live broadcast had ceased, yet the question remained glaringly visible above. Ding! At that moment, someone pressed the buzzer. It was none other than Jiraiya. How is everyone? I am preparing to return to Konoha to get married, so everyone, please prepare your gifts. Tsunade, my dear, wait for me. Tsunade gritted her teeth in frustration. If he were before her now, she would truly want to punch him. I suspect that since Faden has Fei in his name, he must possess great speed. Therefore, I theorize that he utilized the body flicker technique to disguise himself as a ninja from various villages and infiltrated their hospitals to obtain blood. Jiraiya was elated. For weddings are radiant moments that happen only once in a lifetime. He felt as if the entire world was aglow at this very moment. Senju Hashirama, 4th Raikage AI. Are you still in surgery? Please respond. Have you stored any of your blood in the ninja hospitals prior to this? Medical ninja. No. The Raikage's blood is under strict protection. Our hospitals do not preemptively store it. Jiraiya. Surely there must be some blood information, right? Perhaps Faden used that information to create new blood? After all, this fellow is extraordinarily devious. Who knows what he is capable of? Upon hearing this, Faden erupted into laughter. Directly addressing the group, Jiraiya, you are nothing but a fool. Haha. This proved that his response had not earned Faden's approval. Indeed, with a ding. The system marked it as an incorrect answer. Jiraiya, however, remained unfazed and, turning a corner, asked, Faden, since your blood was not obtained from the hospital, did you employ some secret method to acquire it? Yes. Ha. I utilized the secret method of the evil god to obtain their blood. Are you scared by this news? Terrified? Even if I am 1,000 miles away, as long as I write a person's name in my palm, their blood will appear before me out of thin air. I can kill whoever I wish. So, who will be my next target? Everyone, feel free to answer. Ha. Those who answer correctly can be spared from death. Faden reveled in this sensation, with all eyes upon him as he spoke, feeling as though he was a god controlling the life and death of humanity. The evil god cult. I have heard of it before. Someone remarked in the group. Just then, Inoki pressed the buzzer. I know the answer. He uses the secret method of the evil god cult. By writing someone's name, he can obtain that person's blood. That is how he acquires the blood of numerous high-ranking officials. Inoki felt delighted. Finally, he had answered correctly. 4th Kazekage Raza. Inoki, you are not following the rules. You are simply repeating what others have said to answer. Don't you feel it's despicable? Terumi Mei, speechless. Tsunade, even if you think with your heel, it's still wrong. Faden, ha. Jiao Du, 2nd Tsuchikage. Inoki, have you considered something? If what this Faden says is true, why doesn't he answer for himself? 2nd Mizukage Hozuki Mangetsu. You've gone quiet. As expected, you're clever. But tell me, if this answer is correct, and Faden writes our names, wouldn't he acquire our blood? 2nd Tsuchikage. Your intelligence has been consumed by dogs. Akamaru. Woof woof, woof woof woof. Senju Hashirama, what is going on? How did a dog appear in the group? Inazuka Kiba, report to the 1st Hokage. My dog is my battle companion, so when the heavens were pulling people in, it was brought into the group as well. It has been watching the heavens these days and suddenly learned to ride in the group, but it can only bark. The group was nearly struck by lightning. What does it say? Senju Tobarama inquired. Inazuka Kiba. Akamaru says dogs don't take the fall. 2nd Tsuchikage. Well then, my point is simply that Hozuki Mangetsu has no intelligence. Hozuki Mangetsu. You have no intelligence. Your intelligence has been consumed by dogs. And your entire family's intelligence has been consumed by dogs. Akamaru. Woof woof, woof woof woof. Inazuka Kiba. My Akamaru says dogs don't eat intelligence, they eat waste. Just then, the heavens concluded their evaluation. Inoki answered incorrectly. Ha. Faden typed a series of ha and included several laughing emoji. At this moment, Inoki and Hozuki Mangetsu finally believed Tsunade and 2nd Tsuchikage. Faden was merely spouting nonsense. He could not possibly possess any secret arts that allowed him to obtain blood by writing names. Chapter 89. Does he have blood-sucking insects? Unfortunately, this round of questioning had no penalty mechanism. Otherwise, I could have made you forfeit all your ninjutsu. With your intelligence, you are only fit to serve as my shoe shine. Faden arrogantly wrote in the group. Inoki, frustrated beyond measure. Faden, you scoundrel. Faden laughed joyfully. Inoki, are you the one trying to take advantage and then blaming me? Even the dead can tell that my words are problematic. How can you not see it after living all these years? Upon hearing this, Inoki trembled with rage. Unable to utter a word for a long time. Ding. He stored it in advance for emergencies? Yuhi Kurenai replied. Incorrect answer. Ding. He purchased it through black market transactions. Perhaps no ninja village would store high-ranking blood, but high-ranking officials cannot avoid hospitals for life. It is possible that while visiting, someone secretly took their blood and sold it on the black market. Yuhi Kurenai interjected. Incorrect answer. Ding. He has insiders in every ninja village who help him acquire it. Yuhi Kurenai answered again. Ding. Incorrect answer. Why are all the answers wrong? Yuhi Kurenai had exhausted every conceivable answer, yet they were all incorrect. At this moment, beneath the celestial canopy, Asuma grasped Kurenai's hand firmly, exclaiming, "Enough! No need for further answers." Fortunately, this round of inquiries lacked a punitive mechanism. Otherwise, Kurenai's response would have incurred significant repercussions. "But please, help me understand. How did they acquire another's blood? There was no battle, no direct blood extraction, and certainly no visit to a hospital. How could they possibly have obtained it?" Kurenai clutched Asuma, her face awash with urgency. He enveloped her in his embrace, reassuringly stating, "It's all right. Nothing will happen. Trust me. I promise that if I encounter these two, I will flee without hesitation." A flicker of warmth crossed Asuma's stern visage, his gaze softening considerably. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kurenai shed tears. "But they possess forbidden techniques. That cursed ritual ensures that as long as they have your blood, escape is futile." This posed a very real dilemma. Asuma's expression grew serious once more. Indeed, if these two already possessed his blood, did it not imply that all his efforts would be in vain? In the chat group, spurred by Kurenai's fervor, the upper echelons of all major ninja villages began to respond eagerly. They recognized that this round of questions bore no penalties for incorrect answers, prompting them to ponder even the slightest possibility. If they answered correctly, they could potentially exchange the blood in Haiden's possession, thereby creating a chance for salvation. For no one knew whose blood he held. Is it a forbidden technique? Is it stolen? Does he have a summoning beast aiding him? Despite numerous guesses, no one answered correctly. Tobirama Senju could no longer restrain himself, nor could Madara Uchiha, both driven by curiosity. "Haiden, you must know the answer. Reveal to us how you acquired the blood." Haiden laughed heartily. "You can guess all you want, but you'll never figure it out. I assure you. No one in the entire ninja world could possibly guess. Enjoy your little game under this celestial dome until the end of time, while we in the Akatsuki complete our objectives and transform you all into acolytes of the evil deity." "Arrogant," roared Inoki. "Impudent," chimed in Meitarumi. "Hashirama, kill him," cried Mito Uzumaki. The leaders of the 5 great ninja villages seethed at Haiden's provocations. Meanwhile, within Konoha Park, Team Inoshikacho was intently monitoring the developments in the chat group. Shikamaru's eyes were deep in thought as he scrutinized Ino's notes. He picked up a pen and meticulously listed all known individuals associated with Haiden, examining the names with great care. Who among the Akatsuki could have stealthily obtained blood? He recalled the images from the celestial broadcast. Suddenly, a flash of insight lit up Shikamaru's mind. "Though I am uncertain if this answer is correct, I wish to take a chance." Ino clenched her fist and urged, "Go ahead. Even if you answer incorrectly, there is no punishment from the celestial dome, right?" Shikamaru nodded gravely, then resolutely pressed the buzzer. Ding! "I have an answer. Haiden acquired the blood from Orochimaru's base." "What?" At that moment, Orochimaru, closely watching the celestial changes, was nearly struck dumb with astonishment. "Kabuto, hurry to the lab. The blood bank." For the past few days, Orochimaru had been preoccupied with his own treatment while occasionally monitoring the celestial dome, but his condition had deteriorated, leaving him bedridden and neglectful of his precious blood samples. Had they been lost? Though Shikamaru's answer might not be accurate, the Nara clan was known for their intelligence, and his response must hold some potential truth. Hearing this, Kabuto dashed to the laboratory's blood bank, only to find himself nearly fainting upon inspection. All the years of blood Orochimaru had stored were mysteriously gone. He hurried back to report. Upon learning the news, Orochimaru was nearly overcome with rage, furiously tagging Haiden in the chat. "You scoundrel! You dared to steal from my blood bank, Haiden? Are you seeking death, you pervert?" Haiden, reveling in the chaos, laughed even more heartily. "As for perversion, you take the cake. Why do you hoard so much blood? By the way, I noticed you still had cells from Hashirama Senju, along with petri dishes. I've taken those too." "Ha ha. This infuriates me. My Hashirama cells, my blood. I will have my vengeance." Hashirama interjected, "What do you mean? I have been dead for years. How could my blood still linger in the ninja world?" Tobirama added, "Orochimaru, you scoundrel. Why did you take our blood?" Orochimaru retorted, "Second Hokage, don't flatter yourself. I didn't take yours. It holds no value." "How infuriating!" exclaimed Terumi Mei. "Tobirama, do not be disheartened. The pressing question is, why does Orochimaru possess the blood of high-ranking individuals from various ninja villages? He must provide an explanation." Chapter 90. "He is my son," Shimura Danzo remarked, "Lord First. Do you see now? This is why I say you have suffered the most. Just wait and see. One day, you will be driven to your end. Madara Uchiha scoffed. He is already dead. How can he die again? Will his spirit be scattered? Haha, you should take pride, for even after all these years, your cells remain alive, proving you live on in our hearts. Hashirama questioned, Madara, what are you implying? Ding. Congratulations to Shikamaru Nara for providing the correct answer. The Celestial Dome reveals the truth. Terumi May insisted, everyone, let us not stray from the topic. Orochimaru, why have you gathered so much blood? You must explain. Orochimaru replied dismissively, what is there to explain? The answers lie within your own hearts. Haiden, return my blood. As anticipated, the reason behind his collection of blood was for research and experimentation. With Hashirama's cells being his most prized possession, not to mention now stolen by Haiden. Haiden laughed maniacally, brimming with pride, return it? Not a chance. Meanwhile, within Konoha Park, Ino, Choji, and the recently returned Naruto Uzumaki surrounded Shikamaru, who had answered correctly, thus gaining the privilege to exchange blood. However, this privilege allowed access to Haiden's scroll only once, meaning he had a singular opportunity to swap the blood within. With so many names, whom should we choose? Ino anxiously inquired, eyeing the scroll in Shikamaru's grasp. Choji, gritting his teeth, suggested, what if we burn the scroll? That way, Haiden wouldn't obtain the blood. Shikamaru shook his head, no? This is an opportunity granted by the Celestial Dome. It possesses the knowledge of past, present, and future, and surely has a means to return the scroll to Haiden as per its rules. We must respect the celestial regulations. What is your decision for the exchange? Naruto asked. The other two turned their gazes towards Shikamaru, who contemplated the list. The Celestial Dome has yet to finish broadcasting this segment. However, if Asuma-sensei is indeed in peril, it must relate to these two. Our best course of action is to eliminate them during this blood exchange. Are you aiming for 2 birds with 1 stone? Yes. Shikamaru nodded earnestly. Thus, I wish to exchange Asuma-sensei's blood for Haiden's blood. After making his decision, he searched for Haiden's name, only to be struck with disbelief upon discovering there were 5 samples of blood. This cannot be possible. Is this scroll a deception? Shikamaru stared in astonishment at the list contained within the scroll, his mind momentarily blank. The other 3 scrutinized it closely, and indeed, there were 5 blood samples. What could this mean? Could there be 5 Kakuzu? Previously, the screen had broadcast the live attack on the hidden cloud village by Haiden and Kaku, focusing primarily on Haiden's combat, while Kakuzu had only appeared once at the beginning, and that was merely a clone. Subsequently, the destruction of the hidden cloud village, along with other events, remained shrouded in mystery, leaving them unaware of his actual methods of attack. This revelation could explain how Kakuzu managed to capture 2 Jinchuriki while assaulting the village. It turns out he was comprised of 5 individuals. Naruto Uzumaki spoke up. Nara Shikamaru appeared equally astonished. It seems we cannot simply exchange blood today? Curtain, may I inquire if I can retain this opportunity? Gaining more information about the 2 before we act could be immensely beneficial. Certainly. After providing a piece of information, the scroll in Shikamaru's hands vanished. Meanwhile, Haiden, the scroll's owner, remained oblivious to this development. Although he was aware that the curtain rewarded correct answers by exchanging blood, he had no inkling that they had already perused all the information contained within his scroll. As the curtain resolved the issue, the live broadcast continued. In the future, the 2 traversed a path of slaughter, arriving at the Fire Temple in the Land of Fire, where they clashed with the Akatsuki member, Guy. Following Guy's defeat, his body was exchanged for a bounty. This event rapidly spread throughout the ninja world, prompting Konoha to initiate an investigation. At that time, without the curtain, Konoha lacked accurate information about the Akatsuki and were even unaware of Haiden and Kakuzu's names, let alone their whereabouts. Asuma led a team to investigate the Fire Temple, which included Shikamaru, Ino, and Shino. Upon arriving at the temple, they discovered that all the inhabitants had been slaughtered, with only Guy's body missing. According to intelligence, they learned that Guy's remains had been sent to the bounty exchange. The group pursued the lead. A battle ensued outside the exchange. Under the curtain, Asuma watched the footage of his confrontation with the immortal duo and finally understood why he was willing to risk his life to eliminate them in the future. It was for Guy. He had once been one of the 12 Guardian Ninja, and they had been comrades, striving for a common goal. For his former partner, he was prepared to sacrifice everything. Of course, a significant part of this was due to a lack of information. At that time, They had been unaware of the immortal's secrets, the cursed ritual, or the methods Haydn employed to kill. Ultimately, Asuma was slain. His death was tragic and poignant. The footage played for over an hour, demonstrating the intensity of that future battle. Once all the scenes concluded, the reason for Haydn's killing of Asuma became clear. It was akin to his earlier plot against the fourth rampage outside the Hidden Cloud Village, utilizing the death god's blood ritual followed by a curse ceremony to take Asuma's life. Although now exposed under the curtain, everyone was aware of Haydn's secret. It was evident that prior to the curtain's appearance, they had been oblivious. The video concluded, and the curtain displayed a 15-minute break. The chat group remained eerily quiet. After a prolonged silence, Haydn suddenly appeared in the group, asking, "Is that Asuma particularly impressive? He died. So why does the entire scene seem so sorrowful? Did you not exhibit such sadness when killing the fourth rampage?" This statement ignited a wave of anger. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "You scoundrel, you will never comprehend what emotions are. Will you? You monstrosity. Orochimaru, summon me back with the impure world reincarnation. I shall eliminate this fiend." Orochimaru responded, "Let us make a deal. Release my hands, and I will resurrect you with the impure world reincarnation. Together, we will confront Haydn. From this moment on, I shall cease my attacks on Konoha, and you shall no longer be my enemy. I will reclaim my blood samples, and you can avenge your son. What say you?" Chapter 91. Let us die once more. Haydn retorted, "Orochimaru, should you continue to prattle, I will invoke the death god's blood ritual right now, as I have your cellular blood here." Under the curtain, Kurenai Yuhi wept loudly as she embraced Asuma, her sorrow contrasting sharply with her brave facade in the future footage, where she had remained strong despite Asuma's demise. Now, foreseeing his death, she could not hold back her tears. Asuma comforted her, saying, "Do not cry. Rest assured, with the curtain exposing everything, I will surely kill them. And I will not perish." Kurenai nodded vigorously. Just then, Nara Shikamaru spoke up in the chat. "You are Haydn, correct? I challenge you, no? I challenge both of the immortal duo. Do you dare accept our challenge?" This declaration left everyone astonished, especially those familiar with Shikamaru, who was merely 13 or 14 years old and not even a Chunin yet. Naturally, had the Chunin exams not been interrupted, he might have entered that rank. A mere nobody dares to challenge the immortal duo? Haydn scoffed. He recalled that this was the lad who had correctly answered the question and acquired the right to exchange his blood. Did he exchange his blood? Upon this thought, Haydn hastily opened his scroll, summoning all the blood samples and carefully checking the markings to ensure none had been tampered with before he could relax. It appeared that the curtain was not so formidable after all. He had assumed it possessed the capability to swap his blood. But now it seemed that as long as he maintained vigilance, the curtain could not seize his scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, "Orochimaru, are you frightened? A child dares to challenge Haydn, yet you do not?" Orochimaru replied, "They are known as the immortal duo, yet it seems they have no understanding of what immortality truly means. Haydn, do you not wish to kill me? I am waiting for you." Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "Haydn, do you dare accept the challenge? Orochimaru and I wish to confront you." Asuma added, "I, Asuma, also wish to challenge you." Choji Akimichi declared, "The 10th Squad's Choji Akimichi challenges you." Shikamaru Nara challenged, "Ino Yamanaka challenges you." At once, several individuals stepped forward, and the last two were even Genin. With Genin stepping up, Konoha is truly formidable. One ninja in the group could not help but comment, "Is there no one else in Konoha? It's only Genin or the deceased third Hokage challenging the Akatsuki. Are the others too afraid?" Sarutobi Hiruzen admonished, "What do you understand? These three are all students of Asuma's 10th Squad. They are bound by loyalty and honor, unlike Haydn, who is devoid of compassion and only knows how to kill. And as for me, in life, I never did much for my son, nor did I acknowledge him, and I deeply regret this in death. I am grateful to the curtain for allowing me the opportunity to speak with my family and do something for them. Asuma, I have always wanted to tell you that you are my good son." Upon witnessing this, Asuma's cigarette ash fell. After a long silence, he typed a few words in the group. "Father, you will forever be the best Hokage in my heart." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with joy. He resolved to research the death god's reverse summoning, releasing Orochimaru's hands, allowing him to reincarnate himself and eliminate Haydn. Haydn remarked, "Matters of the heart are most repugnant. This world holds no emotions. Only faith is reliable. Believing in the cult of the evil god ensures immortality. Yes, I revel in taking lives. I delight in destroying others' existence. So what? Even now, I kill whomever I wish. Why waste breath on such trivialities? I simply ask, will you accept the challenge from our 10th squad? Shikamaru inquired once more. I accept your challenge, Asuma, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino, is it? At this moment, I am preoccupied, but when I find the time, let us arrange a duel at a designated place, including myself and Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen appears. Upon witnessing this scene, Asuma exclaims loudly, Father, I do not require your assistance. I am capable of resolving my own matters. Please have faith in me. Furthermore, I shall never forgive Orochimaru for having killed you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, understanding the gravity of his son's words, realizes that while he may be able to let go of past grievances, his family cannot. Very well, I shall not intervene. But my son, you must ensure their demise. Indeed, uttering such arrogance, who will slay whom? Asuma, is it? I have etched your name in my memory. I shall make the heavens aware that even if the future's plot is revealed ahead of time, I can still bring about your demise. There are some things you can never alter. Hayden bursts into laughter. At that moment, a figure appears in the group chat. Damn it, I will kill you, Hayden. Just wait. The fourth Raikage, having just completed surgery, did not anticipate that his first act upon exiting the operating room would be to check the group chat. Whereupon he saw everyone seeking vengeance against Hayden. He eagerly joined their ranks. When Hayden remains silent, the fourth Raikage calls out again, Cowardly Hayden, if you have any courage, do not flee, release our village's ninjas. Await my capture, and I will ensure you are flayed and dismembered. This so-called immortal Hayden will know the might of our village. Although the fourth Raikage had just undergone heart surgery, he exhibited no signs of illness. Instead, spewing bravado in the chat, clearly vexed by this setback. He vented his frustrations for several minutes, yet Hayden remained unresponsive, just as he presumed the opponent was yielding. Hayden remarked in the group chat, Next, let the heavens broadcast my every action. I want the fourth Raikage to witness precisely how he meets his end. I assure you, even if you know all my secrets, you shall be powerless to stop me. With that declaration, he plunged a blade into his own heart once more, resulting in the fourth Raikage, who had been cursing Hayden in the chat, being rushed back into the operating room. Just as the heavens were about to close for the evening, unexpectedly, in the final moments, this dramatic turn transpired. Beneath the celestial canopy, all present were astounded. This is the world of ninjas, where life and death are but a breath apart, and one can be revived yet again. Senju Hashirama quipped, What did I say? The fourth Raikage is a fool. The first Raikage added, I was initially inclined to oppose, but in this moment, I concede. The third Raikage scolded, Fourth. Have you no shame? Can you not think for yourself? That secretary of yours, what is her name? Bind his hands so he doesn't embarrass us further. Chapter 92. Do you still wish to live? Yes, Lord Third. Thus, to prevent the fourth Raikage from causing further disturbances in the chat post-surgery, his hands and feet were bound. Why bind his feet? The explanation was simple. Having heard that Orochimaru could still communicate in the chat using his feet after losing the use of his hands, she took precautions and ensured the fourth Raikage's feet were restrained as well. Soon enough, a day passed, the heavenly broadcast ceased, and the chat group closed. Everyone returned home or resumed training. Uzumaki Naruto entered his home and was greeted by the sight of Kushina, who had prepared dinner and tidied the room. In the room, Kakashi and the fifth Hokage Tsunade were also present, seemingly engaged in conversation moments prior. Upon noticing Naruto's return, Kushina waved him over. Son, come here. Naruto blinked. Feeling as though he were in a dream, a sensation of trepidation washing over him, he could not resist pinching himself, and upon feeling genuine pain, he began to laugh. Okay-san, I wasn't sure what you like to eat, so I prepared a variety of dishes. I hope they suit your palate, Kushina inquired. Naruto nodded vigorously. While Kakashi and Tsunade rose to leave. We shall depart for now. When Jiraiya returns, let Naruto set out. With that, the two exited the room. Subsequently, Naruto learned that to avoid the Akatsuki capturing Jinchuriki, the higher-ups of Konoha had resolved that upon Jiraiya's return to the village, he would take Naruto on training journeys to evade the Akatsuki's pursuit. Kushina stroked Naruto's head and said, If only your father were here. We could devise a way to seal the tailed beast chakra within me, ensuring your safety. Naruto chuckled, Okay-san, I am destined to be the seventh Hokage. Do not underestimate me. Even with Kurama within me, I can protect it, as well as myself. Kushina smiled, nodding earnestly. But if I leave, will you be lonely? Naruto inquired. Kushina glanced around, ensuring no Umbu were eavesdropping, and whispered, Mother has a mission as well. I must depart tomorrow. I return to tell you to take care of yourself. I look forward to seeing you grow up and get married. Naruto nodded. That night, Jiraiya returned to the village, had a brief chat with Tsunade, and then took Naruto away. As for their wedding, they understood that now was not the time. Meanwhile, Kushina, obeying Hiyori's orders, set off towards the coastal region of the Land of Fire to seek an ancient artifact resembling a small turtle, known as the plow. She was unaware of its purpose, but since Hiyori had requested it, she must comply. Simultaneously, the members of Team 10, consisting of Asuma, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino, were also leaving Konoha. Their objective was simple, to intercept the immortal duo. Initially, they were unaware of the whereabouts of the two, but in the final moments of the heavenly broadcast, Hayden sought to retaliate against the fourth Raikage by demanding that the broadcast replay his previous use of the Death's Curse blood ritual. It was that very footage that enabled Nara Shikamaru to deduce their location with precision, allowing them to set off in search of the duo. After a night of silence, the following morning, many had grown accustomed to the existence of the heavenly broadcast, returning to their routines, unlike the previous days filled with excitement over the live show. However, this heavenly presence remained in the sky, visible from any outdoor location, ensuring that even while performing tasks, they could still catch glimpses of the broadcast. At 8 o'clock sharp, the show commenced, with the chat group opening 10 minutes early. The fourth Raikage was the first to rush in. Damn it, where is Hayden? At that moment, Marubi stood in front of the fourth Raikage. Sir, please calm down. You've been shouting all night. Thankfully, this chat group has designated rest periods. Otherwise, how many times would you have died? I fear not death. I seek vengeance. The fourth Raikage's temper surged. Sir, Hayden can stab his heart, and we can still perform surgery. What if he were to decapitate himself? Do you think we could still operate on you? Could we save you? Of course. These words were not spoken in the group, as the fourth Raikage valued his dignity, but Marubi was truly exhausted. Being his secretary was a daunting task. What? He could even sever my head. The fourth Raikage looked incredulously at Marubi, inquiring. Certainly, you did not witness the latter part of yesterday's live broadcast. After he inflicted harm upon himself, you were taken to the hospital, while he fled and was intercepted by the ninjas of our village, suffering the loss of an arm and a leg, even beheaded, yet he still did not perish. You challenged him. Was he not present in the live broadcast? At that moment, he pierced his own heart with a spear, and you were once again taken into surgery. The figure clad in a cloth recounted the events of the previous day's broadcast. Thus, if you provoke him further, and he chooses to sever his own head, the consequences are best left to his imagination. The fourth Raikage regained his composure, gazing at the screen before turning to those beside him, with Darui standing close by, nodding heavily. Indeed, my lord, it was I who personally beheaded Hayden, yet he remains alive. He reported on the situation at that time. After absorbing all the information, the fourth Raikage found it hard to believe and sighed heavily. I merely refused to yield. Rest assured, I am quite astute. Though I may be impulsive at times, I can discern priorities. No sooner had he spoken these words than 5 or 6 individuals emerged in the chat group. Kagami-me. Ah, the fourth Raikage has recovered? Is your health well? Have you begun to boast once more? Senju Tobarama. Good morning, Mei. My health is splendid. Shall we meet and converse after my revival? Killer Bee. Yagura, this is surprising. Who would have thought the second Hokage was a rap master? Impressive. Tsunade, white eyes. To be frank, second grandpa, my esteem for you has grown immensely. What happened to the aloof second Hokage? Why does he change upon seeing Kagami-me? Uchiha Madara, regardless. I have always looked down upon Senju Tobarama. His current behavior only serves to disgust me. Chapter 93. The reason for annihilation. Kagami-me. Uchiha, are you still single? Do you not permit others to find companionship? Uchiha Madara. Who are you insulting? Uchiha Azuna. Who are you insulting? Uchiha Shursui. Who are you insulting? Uchiha Obito. Who are you insulting? Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha. I finally understand. The Uchiha clan did not perish due to annihilation, but rather because of their unwillingness to marry too many single dogs. Senju Hashirama suddenly interjected. In the chat group, the prominent figures were engaged in humor when suddenly the screen shifted, revealing a live broadcast with over 50 divided screens, each showcasing a principal character. The appearance of this image evoked thoughts of a quiz. Indeed, once the screens appeared, a line of text emerged, the top 10 IQ rankings in the ninja world unveiled. In this round of questioning, any ninja ranked within the top 10, whether a respondent or a ranked individual, would receive rewards based on their answers. Incorrect answers would incur penalty points. Upon the announcement, many were extraordinarily excited, as they could see their own figures among the 50-plus screens. For instance, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi, Inoki, Kagami Mei, Tsunade, Killer Bee, Pain, Deidara, Kurizetsu, Shirazetsu, Narashikaku, and others. Wait, why is my figure absent? Suddenly, the fourth rankage, exclaimed in the chat group. The figures of the 5 great ninja village leaders were all present. Even some deceased individuals were listed, including Killer Bee. How could he not appear? His question was met with silence from many. It was not that they did not wish to respond, but rather they were too apathetic to engage. Standing beside him, the figure clad in cloth sighed heavily, placing the documents she held upon the rake's desk. Exhausted, she declared, "My lord, I can no longer endure this. I am returning to rest." With that, she turned to leave, indifferent to what he might choose to do next. The division of their thoughts was no longer her concern. In recent days, he had been brimming with energy, thriving in life and death, while she could not continue to find amusement in the unfolding events. "What is the matter, cloth-clad figure? Why are you leaving?" The fourth rankage looked bewildered. As she reached the door, she glanced back slightly. "My lord, do you know why your name is absent from the top 56 on the IQ rankings? Because you have an injury." She pointed to her head. The fourth rankage blinked in confusion, asking, "What injury?" "I do not recall injuring my head." The cloth-clad figure replied, "Your IQ is a hard injury." With that, she flicked her hair and swiftly exited, even breaking into a run. Only after she left the jurisdiction of the rake's office did she let out a small sigh of relief, fearing that he might react and strike her down with a lightning-infused blade. In the live broadcast group, the fourth rankage fell silent. Although his reaction time was somewhat prolonged and he could be rather impulsive, it seemed he began to understand. Why was his figure absent from the live broadcast? Because his IQ simply could not compare to those above. In that moment, he began to doubt his abilities as Raikage. Not only him, but the entire populace of the Cloud Village appeared to be questioning. Is the Raikage not on the rankings? How curious. What is so strange about this? Can you not see the actions of your own Cloud Village? What is wrong with us? We are one of the 5 great ninja villages and dare to challenge the Akatsuki, which proves our strength is considerable. Why do you not dare? The ability to act does not equate to high intelligence. This time, the ranking assessed IQ, not ninjutsu prowess. Upon hearing this, the people of the Cloud Village fell into a collective silence. At that moment, the screen announced a new message. The following is the selection for the 10th position in the IQ rankings. Please begin your responses. The 10th position is quite challenging. Sakura glanced at the messages in the group, then looked at the 56 ninja images on the screen, scratching her head slightly. Of course, if I were to name the one with the highest IQ, I would say it is Narashikamaru, but for the 10th, it becomes a bit complex, remarked Rock Lee. Ding. Mizukage Chojuro answered successfully. I answered without much thought. If I have offended anyone here, please forgive me. I believe the 10th place should be Kakashi Hitaki, as he is quite renowned throughout the ninja world, and in the future, he will be the 6th Hokage, whom I admire greatly. Thus I deem him to be the 10th. Kagami Mei, you little brat, why did you not choose me? I am also on the list. Chojuro, 4th Mizukage. Your IQ is certainly above Kakashi's, hence I did not select you. Naruto Uzumaki. No. I oppose this. I believe Kakashi-sensei should be in first place. Sakura, Naruto, is your IQ a hard injury as well? It is already impressive that our teacher can make it to the top 10. The first and second Hokages are still ahead. Naruto Uzumaki. Well, that is true. My dad's IQ is also quite high. Kakashi Hitaki. Naruto. Did you not just claim I was first? Why the sudden betrayal? Naruto Uzumaki. Haha, sensei, my IQ is a hard injury. The fourth Raikage, observed the repeated mention of hard injury within the group, feeling increasingly wounded. In that moment, each appearance of the phrase seemed to echo personally. Regarding the 10th position, it seemed everyone was hesitant to commit. Even Chojuro's response was made with a trial-and-error attitude. Ding. Correct answer. Reward. Chojuro receives 2 chakra enhancement pills. And Kakashi Hitaki receives 5 free outdoor mixed hot spring bathing vouchers. Seeing the rewards in his hands, Kakashi's jaw nearly hit the floor. This scream truly understands me. Providing 5 hot spring vouchers? Male mixed hot springs? At that moment, Jiraiya, who had been traveling and training with Naruto, exclaimed in astonishment. Male mixed hot springs? Oh, those free vouchers are mine. Kakashi, how about I give you my new book for free in exchange for those vouchers? I need them. Tsunade, Uzumaki Mido, granddaughter, you should consider this person. He is not dependable. Tsunade, we will not be getting married. Rest assured, Grandma. Jiraiya, never mind, Tsunade. You can be sure that I will become a good man. Naruto Uzumaki, perverted sage, what are you doing? Why are you touching that girl? Oh no. I'm going to get hit again. Quick, run. As Naruto fled, he exposed Jiraiya on the screen above. Infuriated, Jiraiya reached out to strike him. Such matters should not be discussed in the group. Tsunade is watching. Chapter 94. The IQ ranking there s no helping it. Speaking earns points, especially remarks that capture everyone's attention yield even more. Naruto had discovered that simply speaking in the group would grant him points. And even answering questions incorrectly would yield 5 points. A correct answer would not only reward him, but also grant an additional 20 points. However, if one uttered something astonishing that captured everyone's notice, they might earn 50 points. Really? Points can be earned that way? If so, can I acquire a beauty and health elixir to gift to Tsunade? I shall strive to earn points. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Now, let the selection for the 9th place in the Ninja World IQ ranking commence. Please begin your responses. The screen reminded once more. Ding. I feel it's the 3rd Tsuchikage. Anoki. Someone from Awagakure responded. Ding. Incorrect. Penalty of 10 points. Ding. I feel it's the beautiful Mei Terumi, the 4th Mizukage. Wrong answer. Penalty of 10 points. Ding. Could it be the 3rd Hokage? Ding. Incorrect. Penalty of 10 points. In any case, the screen displayed 56 participants, with Kakashi Hitaki already in 10th place. Now, for each incorrect response, there was one less competitor. Finally, someone guessed correctly, albeit by sheer luck. This individual was merely an ordinary citizen, not even a ninja. Ding. My answer is Jiraiya-sensei. I have witnessed his battles. He possesses great intellect, and I believe his IQ is quite high. Moreover, he can write novels, particularly those of a certain genre. I think he might earn the 9th place in the Ninja World IQ ranking. This answer was merely a shot in the dark. Yet unexpectedly, the screen chimed. Congratulations to Aquan from the Land of Earth for answering correctly, rewarded with 10 gold bars. Additionally, the 9th place winner, Jiraiya, receives the lightning release technique. Raikiri. What? 10 gold bars. Am I seeing this correctly? In an instant, the reward of Jiraiya's lightning technique failed to evoke envy, while the 10 gold bars that the respondent received sent the group into a frenzy. How many grams are in 10 gold bars? My goodness, that person struck it rich. Currently, a single gold bar weighs at least 10 grams, so 10 bars equal 100 grams. Truly a fortune. Envy, I am so envious. I want gold bars too. I want to answer questions. I want to respond. Suddenly, the number of speakers in the group reached its peak. Never before had so many conversed since the screen began its live broadcast. The astonishment value behind the scenes was constantly refreshing. At that moment, Yinyi, situated in the capital of the Land of Fire, observed this scene with curiosity. The rewards from the screen were tailored to individual needs. Previously, the rewards of wood release techniques had not caused such astonishment, yet the 10 gold bars made the eyes of ordinary citizens throughout the ninja world gleam with desire. What is going on? What is everyone so riled up? Hashirama Senju could not help but inquire. Tobarama Senju replied, it appears that there are still many ordinary people in the ninja world. They lack chakra and cannot perform ninjutsu. They watch the screen merely for entertainment. Previously, there was little chance for them to win in the rapid-fire responses, yet this time, an ordinary person has received 10 gold bars. This represents wealth for them and offers a glimmer of hope. Hence, it has caused such a significant stir. The individual who received the gold bars, Aquan, once again spoke in the group. I really got them, huh? His words drew a wave of envy from the crowd. Everyone expressed their determination to strive for answers and contribute to the discussions in the upcoming rapid-fire round. Now, please respond for the 8th place in the Ninja World IQ ranking. Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Mei Terumi, Anoki, how dare you call me that? Uchiha Madara, seething with rage. gritted his teeth. Who dares call me that? Aside from that wretched woman, I will slay their entire family. Upon hearing this, the person who had spoken his name fell silent. In comparison to wealth, life is far more precious. However, as the subsequent names appeared one after another, they were all incorrect. Some were penalized points, while those commoners who rarely spoke and had 0 points found themselves in the negative after penalties, leading to their ban from the group. Ding. My answer is Shikamaru Nara. The one who made this statement was none other than Tenten, one of the 12 ninja warriors. Congratulations to Konoha's Tenten for the correct answer, rewarded with chakra exceeding twice her physical capacity, along with the secret technique, shadow imitation technique of Shikamaru Nara. Wow, it's him. The one who answered correctly on 2 questions yesterday, Shikamaru Nara. Someone recognized the name. No way, in my heart, Shikamaru's IQ is considered the highest in the ninja world. Rock Lee exclaimed once again. Kakashi Hatake nodded slightly. If Shikamaru is ahead of me, I will concede. Jiraiya, is Shikamaru that clever? I refuse to accept this. I want to challenge Shikamaru. Killer Bee, looks like I want to rank in the top 5 of the ninja world IQ rankings, but I must ask, what does challenge mean? Jiraiya, you still engage in rap and don't know this? Battle, challenge means a contest of strength. Killer Bee, 8 gates of hell, you are truly incredible, Jiraiya. You even know that term. I see now that you are the true master of the rap world. Jiraiya laughed heartily. You flatter me. When there's time, I shall challenge you in rap, but for now, I refuse to accept why my IQ is below Shikamaru's. I am a man who has lived over 50 years. Can I truly be outsmarted by a child? Shikamaru, I challenge you. At this moment, Asuma's team, consisting of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, was in pursuit of the immortal duo. They had received news that the pair had lingered for several hours in the southern part of the land of soup after leaving 2 Jinchuriki behind before heading to the land of grass. Reluctantly, the 4 were making their way northward. Meanwhile, the 2 tails Jinchuriki had been 90% extracted, and the wooden man had likely perished as well. The 4 were hastening their pace, and upon seeing the words appearing in the sky, Shikamaru frowned slightly, muttering, "This is troublesome." He never expected to be ranked 8th in the ninja world IQ rankings. While he was elated to receive the secret technique, Jiraiya's continual clamoring for a duel was becoming a nuisance. Let us take a break. We haven't rested since last night. Asuma halted, and the others followed suit, taking a moment to rest. Indeed, it had been over 10 hours since last night, and aside from gathering information on the immortal duo, they had not stopped their journey. The 4 paused, and Ino produced military rations to share. Choji shook his head, preferring his snacks and refusing to eat such food. Chapter 95, Shikamaru vs. Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya was again calling out in the group, "Shikamaru?" Asuma chuckled. "Ever since you 3 learned I might perish at the hands of the immortal duo. You've been on edge, it's good to relax. Shikamaru, compare with him." "Teacher, I don't wish to provoke him." Shikamaru frowned, secretly more interested in studying the ninjutsu he had just received, the shadow imitation technique. "Your reward should wait. First, let us compare. Have you not noticed that the screen is awaiting your response? If it were before, the screen would have asked who the 7th-ranked individual in the Ninja World IQ rankings was. Now, it hasn't spoken, which means it is waiting for your answer." To refuse again would seem pretentious. Reluctantly, Shikamaru sighed and asked in the group, "Jiraiya-sensei, what do you wish to compare?" "Let us compare IQ. All right. Shall we pose questions to one another? Each of us will present one, granting the other 10 seconds to respond. Should anyone falter or be unable to answer, they shall be deemed the loser. Tianmu, I kindly request you to act as the judge. If I emerge victorious, I shall claim the 8th position on the intelligence ranking of the ninja world and be rewarded with Nara Shikamaru's shadow impersonation technique. And my right on, Raikiri, shall be bestowed upon him. Naruto Uzumaki, perverted sage, you seem rather idle. Shikamaru is quite busy. I do not concern myself with such matters. I am eager for a challenge. Killer Bee, let us battle, let us battle. Shikamaru frowned, secretly appreciating the reward of the shadow impersonation technique, which suited him perfectly, and he was reluctant to share it with anyone else. Let us commence. In this moment, Nara Shikamaru, despite his usual reluctance, was willing to invest some time for the sake of acquiring a new jutsu. Pray tell, there is 1 monkey on the ground and 7 monkeys in the tree. How many monkeys are there in total? Jiraiya inquired excitedly. That depends on the context of 7. If it refers to the number 7, then there are 8. If one is pregnant, that makes 9. If 2 are pregnant with twins, it amounts to 10. Should 3 monkeys be pregnant, it totals 12. And if all were expecting twins, we would arrive at 15. Shikamaru calculated meticulously, itemizing each scenario. Ultimately, if it is not 7 as in the numeral, but rather the writing in 7 writing in a tree, then it would be 8. Now, if I may pose a question, wintermelon, pumpkin, and watermelon are all edible. What then is not edible? 19, 18, 17, 16. The answer is north melon. Incorrect, fool. Now consider this. A frog possesses 4 legs, 2 eyes, and 1 mouth. 2 frogs have 8 legs, 3 eyes, and 2 mouths. Therefore, if 29 frogs are accompanied by 381 tadpoles, how many legs do they possess? Shikamaru continued. Jiraiya, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, stammered, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Altogether, there are more than 116, but fewer than 640 legs, as tadpoles have varying numbers of legs. Some possess 1, others 3, and some will eventually transform into frogs with 4 legs. Thus, the answer lies within this range. As Jiraiya observed this spectacle, he quickly interjected, "Now it is my turn to ask. Pray tell, what is 99,984 multiplied by 5841? 10, 9, 8, 7. This is quite challenging." He surely cannot respond within 10 seconds. The answer is 4628, 609, 3040. Shikamaru answered in barely 3 seconds. Jiraiya's mouth fell agape. That was impressively swift. Naruto laughed heartily. Ha! The perverted sage has been defeated. Thus, my 8th position is rightfully earned, is it not? Shikamaru inquired. Jiraiya coughed and eventually nodded. I concede. My intellect does not match yours. Suddenly, the 4th Raikage, who had remained silent for 2 to 3 hours, emerged. Nara Shikamaru. I wish to contest the 8th position on the intelligence ranking of the ninja world. Upon realizing it was the 4th Raikage, Shikamaru swiftly submerged himself, pondering the inconvenience. Subsequently, Shikamaru utilized his respite to study the reward of the shadow impersonation technique, having no time to spare for trivial matters. He aimed to master this jutsu before catching up to the immortal duo, as it might prove advantageous. In the Tianmu chat group, no one engaged with the 4th Raikage, who soon fell silent. Ding. Who is the 7th ranked individual on the intelligence ranking of the ninja world? Please respond quickly. Tianmu prompted. Ding. My father, Nara Shikaku. Shikamaru replied without hesitation. Correct. You are rewarded with 3 times your chakra capacity, and additionally, your father, Nara Shikaku, receives chakra equivalent to 4 times his capacity. Previous rewards had been double, yet with each ascending rank, the chakra rewards increased significantly. Senju Hashirama remarked, truly deserving of the 8th rank. The sage answered the 7th rank correctly in an instant. A father-son connection, no DNA test required. Senju Tobarama added, Brother, I now question your intelligence. Uchiha Madara interjected, No need for doubt. I typically refer to him as Foolish Pillar. The selection for the 6th rank followed, yet many guesses yielded no correct answers. Among 56 individuals in the live broadcast, excluding 4 others, 52 remained, and despite numerous attempts, no one had guessed correctly. Ding. Could it be me, Yakushi Kabuto? Suddenly, an unfamiliar name emerged. Tianmu concluded, Congratulations, Yakushi Kabuto. You are indeed the 6th ranked individual on the Ninja World Intelligence ranking. You are awarded the secret medical ninjutsu and the forbidden technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Tianmu granted Yakushi Kabuto both rewards. The chat group erupted in astonishment. Who is Yakushi Kabuto? And how did he attain the 6th position? Is his intelligence superior to Kakashi Hitaki and Jiraiya? I do not recognize this individual. Neither do I. I've never heard of him. Shimura Danzo exclaimed. Can an obscure figure truly enter the ranking? In response to the crowd's skepticism, Tianmu clarified. Yakushi Kabuto, a master spy, has held multiple double-agent roles, is proficient in medical ninjutsu, and is a favored disciple of Orochimaru. He possesses an irreplaceable identity in the upcoming Great War and has self-taught the art of immortality, thus earning the 6th rank on the Ninja World Intelligence ranking. Upon hearing this, everyone was left in awe, realizing that this previously obscure character would wield such immense power in the future. While the prominent figures of the ninja world expressed some dissent regarding this ranking, it remained officially recognized by Tianmu, leaving them powerless to dispute it. Who is the 5th ranked individual on the Ninja World Intelligence ranking? Please respond. The live broadcast displayed a prominent message once more. The atmosphere remained reminiscent of prior events. Yet this time, far fewer individuals participated in answering questions. In previous rounds, the chat interface had been scrolling with answers as many commoners endeavored to respond for the generous rewards. However, after 5 rounds, numerous incorrect answers resulted in negative scores, leading to bans from the group. Now, only the ninjas from various villages remained active. Ding. I suspect it is the 4th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. I believe it is Inoki. No, I am certain it must be Lord Hashirama Senju. Yakushi Kabuto remarked. I believe it is Orochimaru. His abilities surely surpass mine. Ding. Correct. You are rewarded with chakra exceeding 5 times your capacity, and Orochimaru receives 5 beauty enhancement pills. Orochimaru protested. What would I do with beauty pills? I am a man. I require reincarnation pills, I seek evolutionary pills, and I want my hands back. Jiraiya chuckled. Orochimaru, believe in yourself. You will surely find a use for them. Haha. Who is the 4th-ranked individual on the Ninja World Intelligence ranking? Please respond. In the blink of an eye, the selection for the 4th rank arrived. Yet many prominent figures had yet to be ranked. The participants grew anxious. It is I. I believe I rightfully claim the 4th rank. Inoki proclaimed. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I am known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu. This rank should belong to me. If Tianmu could reward me with a reincarnation pill, it would be even better. Then, Tsunade could step down, and I could return to being Hokage. Danzo added. I once thought myself unrivaled in shamelessness, but Hiruzen, I concede you surpass me. Hiruzen replied. Danzo, have you opposed me since leaving Konoha? Do not forget, we were classmates. Danzo retorted. In the past, I regarded you as a friend, a classmate, a family member. How did you perceive me? I too aspire to be Hokage. Did you ever grant me that opportunity? Why can Minato become the 4th Hokage, and Tsunade the 5th? The 3rd is you. The 4th has passed away, yet you still seek Tianmu's reward for a reincarnation pill, hoping to take the position? Do you have no shame? Hashirama interjected. Shameless. Tobirama agreed. Indeed, rather shameless. Hiruzen grumbled. You all can be quiet. Unable to contend with others, he could only remain silent. Otherwise, public outrage would ensue, and no one understands this situation better than he does. Ding. My answer is Senju Tobirama. He has developed numerous ninjutsu. I have always admired the usually reticent Minato Namikaze, who suddenly interjected. Senju Tobirama. Thank you, Minato. I believe you will also make an excellent Hokage. Ding. Congratulations, Minato Namikaze. Your answer is correct. Uda-san, where are you now? I have reunited with Mom. Did you see that? Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed joyfully in the group upon seeing Minato's answer. Minato was deeply touched. It was Naruto's response that had earned him the resurrection elixir, allowing him to revive Kushina Uzumaki. And now their family finally had a chance to reunite. But it is still not the right time. I am currently occupied with a mission, Naruto. Make sure to train well. I love you, Minato kindly said. Naruto sent a flurry of nodding emojis followed by a series of smiling faces. He felt that this moment was truly beautiful. His parents were alive. Although they were not together, their bond remained unbroken. Mom and Dad, I love you too, Naruto Uzumaki said. His face flushed with excitement. Jiraiya raised his brows and turned to him, saying, You've never said you love me. I've treated you so well. Can't you regard me as family too? Naruto Uzumaki, pervy sage? You must be in love with my transformation jutsu, right? Suddenly, a stunning blonde beauty clad in revealing attire appeared before Jiraiya, causing him to gasp and nosebleed. It must be said, he was defenseless against Naruto's tactics. The 4th position in the Ninja World Intelligence ranking has been claimed by Senju Tobirama, and now it's time for the 3rd position. Kagami Mei Ding. Based on my calculations, if Tobirama is 4th, then the 3rd must surely be me. I possess 2 bloodline limits, and, as the 5th Mizukage, I believe the 3rd position is rightfully mine. Inoki. No. The 3rd should be me. I possess the bloodline elimination and have governed a Wagakure for decades. Under my leadership, the will of the stone has grown ever stronger, and I am deserving of the 3rd position in the intelligence ranking, without a doubt. 2nd Tsuchikage, Inoki. If you say that, then I must be 2nd. 2nd Mizukage. If you say that, then I shall be 1st. 2nd Tsuchikage, Little Beard, are you my shadow? You always appear when I do. If I don't show up, you remain silent. I suspect you bear a grudge against me. Mizukage, of course. You've forgotten how we both perished? We died together. Our lives were intertwined, and in death, I shall not let you off. Konohamaru, I feel like these two grandfathers are truly in love, destined to be together for eternity. Puff. Whose child dares to cause a ruckus here? The second Tsuchikage immediately spotted Konohamaru's avatar and recognized him as a child. Sarutobi Hiruzen, my grandson, what's up? Sarutobi Bawako, my grandson, what's wrong? Is it not allowed? Ding. My answer is Minato Namikaze. Suddenly, Konohamaru pressed the buzzer. Everyone was left speechless at this sight. They had been so engrossed in their argument that they forgot to answer. Hiruzen, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but ask, Konohamaru, why didn't you say your grandfather? Your grandfather is quite clever, and I am also on the list of 56 nominees. Konohamaru, Grandpa, I don't think you're that clever. The fourth Hokage is quiet yet managed to raise such a smart child as Naruto, so I believe he must be quite intelligent, hence I chose him. Kushina Uzumaki, haha. Look at this child, so adorable. He is clearly destined for greatness. Haha. Don't think that while praising Minato, he is not also praising our entire family. You child, do you imply that my child is not clever? Your selection method is rather peculiar. Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to further educate his grandson. But before he could, a chime sounded. Congratulations, Konohamaru, your answer is correct. The third position in the Ninja World Intelligence ranking is indeed Minato Namikaze. The reason is simple, his exceptional ability to learn and develop ninjutsu, and in the later battles. It was his strategic intelligence that enabled the Ninja Alliance to breach the defenses of the Sage of Six Paths. Konohamaru gained a 5-fold increase in his chakra strength, while Minato received 10 beautifying elixirs. The crowd gazed upon this reward with envy. Chapter 97, Madara Strong, Hashirama Strong. Minato Namikaze, seeing the rewards in his hands, immediately thought of Kushina Uzumaki, deciding to share half with her and the other half with Naruto, instructing him to give it to Hinata, for she would be his future daughter-in-law. Family is family. The good fortune should not flow to outsiders. Next up is the second position in the Ninja World Intelligence ranking. Please buzz in. Me. It must be me. I didn't get B rank, so this time it's definitely my turn. In the group, the various leaders began to contend for the second position, knowing that only 2 slots remained. The higher the rank, the more substantial the rewards. Just moments ago, Minato received beautifying elixirs that are worth 100,000 each in the market, and he just acquired 10, which could be converted into a fortune. This time, even members of the Akatsuki, Haiden, and Kakuzu joined the fray for the response. Ding. I choose Uchiha Madara. Haiden declared. Ding. I choose Senju Hashirama. Kakuzu replied. Haiden, Madara is stronger. Kakuzu. Hashirama is stronger. Madara is strong. Hashirama is strong. Asuma. Please, gentlemen, this is the Ninja World Intelligence ranking, not the strength ranking. Kindly pay attention. Haiden and Kakuzu. Only after they realized did they let out heavy sighs. Haiden, you are Asuma? Ha ha ha, you've come to us. And you dare to challenge us? If it weren't for the rewards, who would buzz in for this? Kakuzu, kill him. Nara Shikamaru, do you think you can kill my teacher? Despite having 3 teenagers in our class and only 1 teacher, I assure you, you will certainly die? What evil deity? I see nothing but a dog. Damn. Nara Shikamaru, you little brat, do you seek death? I'll fulfill that wish right now, just wait. Even if I have no blood, I can still kill you. I will dismember you into pieces and ensure you never reincarnate. Haiden exploded at those words. In his mind, the evil deity was his faith, his everything, and anyone who dared to slander it would face his wrath. Meanwhile, Team 10 from Konoha, pursuing the immortal duo, anxiously kept an eye on the screen while on the move. Yamanaka Ino turned back to Shikamaru. Do you think he'll take the bait? Why is he just cursing instead of challenging? This is Nara Shikamaru's provocation. Don't worry, just wait. Haiden, aren't you going to kill me? Come on. I'm waiting. The evil deity is a puff. Once again, Shikamaru sent a derogatory message in the group. Haiden could no longer contain himself. He had been on the verge of exploding, but he had no blood from Asuma or Nara Shikamaru in his reserves, making it impossible for him to take immediate action against them. Where are you? Where? I will kill you. They had originally headed north to capture the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Fu. But before reaching the land of waterfalls, they witnessed this enraging scene. That Nara Shikamaru is courting death. If he does not defend his Z-cult, he is unworthy of using the death god's blood. We are at a small town called Laughing Horse Town, located at the border of the land of fire and the land of ice. Do you dare to come? Evil cult? Oh. As he hurried along, Haiden made a swift turn, heading south. You wait for me. I will surely kill you. Upon witnessing the scene, Kakazu spoke up. You've been duped. He ranks 8th on the intelligence leaderboard. I am aware, came the reply, but I cannot endure this. How can I allow such a person to insult my beliefs, especially in front of the entire world? This is something I shall never permit. I must eliminate Nara Shikamaru. Kakuzu, will you join me? Kakuzu paused, retrieving the bounty note from his hand, opening it to inspect Asuma's bounty of 35 million ryo. For the money. Let us go, he declared, turning around to follow. At this moment, nothing mattered to him more than earning money. He could afford to let the Seven Tails host, Fu, be for a while. Sooner or later, he would capture her. The two factions were on their way to clash, but it would take a while. Soon, word of this matter spread like wildfire in the group chat. What is happening? Are Konoha's Asuma and others searching for the immortal duo? It's known that even the fourth Raikage couldn't defeat them, can they? I sensed that once the two sides converged, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle. My heart raced with excitement. Finally, I would witness the immortal duo in combat. How exhilarating. At that moment, Tsunade noticed the conversation in the chat and frowned slightly. When did they leave Konoha? Why was no one informed? Only then did Shizune tell Tsunade that last night, the Inoshikacho trio and Asuma had departed from Konoha. They believed it better to take the initiative than to wait for events to unfold, so they set out to find the immortal duo. Quickly notify Hatake Kakashi to head to the chat location for support, Tsunade ordered, fearing for Team 10's safety. Shizune nodded and went to deliver the message. In the group chat, after a moment of chaos, everyone remembered the quiz event, the election for the second highest intelligence in the ninja world. If one answered correctly, who knows what rewards might follow? Ding. My answer is Uzumaki Naruto. I feel he has the potential to become the 7th Hokage, so his intelligence must be commendable, replied Gaara from Sunagakure. After 2 days of recuperation, his health had improved significantly, and he was replenishing his chakra, thus joining the quiz, hoping for a life-enhancing elixir or a significant boost in chakra. Ding. Incorrect answer. Uchiha Sasuke. He tried again. Incorrect answer. After yet another wrong response, Gaara found himself down 20 points. His score had already been low, and now it was even lower. He glanced at the screen. Several high-ranking individuals had all given incorrect responses. Who could it possibly be? Suddenly, he spotted someone in the farthest corner of the screen, his eyes brightening. With the remaining points he had, he decided to give it another shot. Ding. It must be Uchiha Itachi. Ding. Correct, it is Uchiha Itachi. At the same time, the late Uchiha Shursui answered in unison with him. This was an unprecedented occurrence since the quiz's inception. The group displayed that both had answered simultaneously. How can that be? Shimura Danzo questioned. He was the one who slaughtered his entire clan. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He repeatedly asserted this in the chat. Ding. The evaluation concludes. Congratulations, Gaara and Uchiha Shursui, for correctly identifying the second place on the Ninja Intelligence Leaderboard. Uchiha Itachi. What will the reward for the first place be? The group fell silent for a brief moment. A resurrection elixir? Truly, the greater the rank, the more substantial the reward. If the second place receives a resurrection elixir, what might the first place earn? The crowd gasped in astonishment, with Uchiha Madara feeling envious to the point of dizziness. He desperately wished for resurrection. Though I have reservations about the results, I believe the evaluation must consider the entire history, present, and future of the ninja world, stated Inoki, dissatisfied. If this is already second place, I can only assume I am not first. At this moment, Senju Hashirama also voiced his displeasure. Why am I not second? If my brother Tobarama is fourth, I should at least be third or second. How can this be? Brother, why not aim for first? Senju Tobarama quipped. Do you acknowledge your own foolishness? First place. I will only concede to Uchiha Madara. Hashirama proclaimed. Haha, rest assured, first place is undoubtedly mine. In the grand scope of the ninja world, whether past, present, or future, I, Madara, possess the highest intelligence. One day, you shall comprehend how intelligent I am for the sake of the ninja world. My wisdom can end the bloodshed and wars, transforming this world into one where all may live in happiness. If the second place earns a resurrection elixir, surely I shall too. Madara, are you plotting something? Hashirama inquired. Evil Uchiha, reveal your scheme. Is it related to the Akatsuki? Speak. Tobarama demanded. You, I hold in utter disdain. Should we cross paths again, I will ensure your demise. I sense a direct connection between the Uchiha clan's extermination and you, Madara retorted. What connection do I have? Did you not see the images displayed? Danzo stated it was he who forced Uchiha Itachi to annihilate his clan. Do not forget, I was already dead when those events transpired. Madara scoffed. You may have been dead, but the narrative that the Uchiha clan is evil surely originated from your lips. As a Hokage and teacher, if you spew such words daily, what do you think your disciples and villagers will think? I can imagine the trials the Uchiha clan faced in Konoha after my departure. I can also envision how you led Itachi into your trap step by step. Hashirama, I have long maintained that we must view the world with a forgiving heart. But you refused to heed my counsel, resulting in this error, Hashirama interjected. Danzo, you are not mistaken. The Uchiha clan is indeed malevolent. They sought to rebel. Had they succeeded, Konoha would have perished. Thus, we acted out of necessity. Danzo, I will eventually kill you, and Itachi too. Uchiha Sasuke declared. Danzo, do you deny my words? Will your Uchiha clan attempt to rebel? Uchiha Fugaku replied, you forced our hand. You gradually diminished our clan's power and compelled us to reside on the outskirts of the village, looking down upon us. Had it been so, we could have left the village and established our own, but you chose to rebel. Had you succeeded, Konoha would surely have fallen. The Uchiha clan's rebellious nature has been evident throughout history. Thus, I do not regret my initial decision. Danzo reiterated. Fugaku fell silent, and the other Uchiha clan members also refrained from speaking. Even Uchiha Itachi sighed slightly as he observed the large screen. Indeed, at that time, there was no choice. The clan's rebellion was already a foregone conclusion, and he could not alter it. Only slaughter remained. Perhaps everything was wrong, perhaps everything was right. But regardless of right or wrong, it occurred. He looked at the resurrection elixir in his hand and tucked it into his pocket, deciding it would be reserved for Sasuke. Perhaps he would find use for it in the future. After a moment of silence in the group, Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. It matters not. The rise and fall of the Uchiha clan are of no concern to me. What I care about is the entire ninja world. Now, let us proceed to the final query. Who shall be declared the first on the ninja intelligence leaderboard? Come now, grant me the resurrection rebirth elixir. Below lies the selection of the foremost intellect in the ninja world rankings, a final opportunity. Only those with over 500 points are permitted to respond. This time, those who answer correctly will be rewarded with the bloodline limit and magnetic release ninjutsu. The individual crowned as the first will not only receive the resurrection rebirth elixir, but also the chakra of tailed beasts. As this reward was unveiled, the entire chat group erupted in excitement. Whether it be the chakra of tailed beasts, the resurrection rebirth elixir, or the magnetic release bloodline limit. All of these treasures are beyond reach. Everyone gazed at the celestial rewards, yearning to possess 500 points at that very moment as they checked their scores, resulting in a mix of jubilation and despair. Those lacking sufficient points were entirely deprived of the right to speak in this round of rapid responses. The participants from the Akatsuki organization, save for Kisame Hashigaki and Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, were all present. The high-ranking officials from the other 5 great ninja villages had also amassed their points, alongside those who had actively participated and received celestial rewards in recent days. Ding. My response is Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama eagerly awaited this moment, his eyes fixed on the celestial screen, as if he were on the brink of a triumphant answer. Alas, the first Hokage beat him to it. How I wish to answer Madara as well. I pressed the buzzer first. How could it be that the first Hokage answered before me? What a pity to lose such a splendid opportunity. In the eyes of the crowd, the title of the highest intellect in the ninja world rankings undoubtedly belonged to Uchiha Madara. Furthermore, with Uchiha Itachi already in second place, Madara's position as first could be easily justified. Madara himself was filled with anticipation, his gaze locked onto the celestial broadcast, his mind consumed with thoughts of the resurrection rebirth elixir. He was on the verge of resurrection. The entire ninja world would soon be his. Let the infinite Tsukuyomi commence. He was a bundle of excitement and anxiety, and though the wait was brief, it felt as if he had endured a century. Chapter 99. I ask you, what is that black mass? Ding. At last, the celestial evaluation concluded. Incorrect answer, a penalty of 50 points for Senju Hashirama. What? Impossible. What happened? In an instant, the entire live chat group collapsed in disbelief. Hashirama sent a flurry of tearful emojis, while other ninjas who supported Madara's claim to the top were equally incredulous. Most disheartened of all was Madara himself. Why? Why am I not the first? I should be first. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his ninjutsu upon the celestial screen. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could inflict no damage upon it. Ding! Could it be me, Senju Hashirama? Instantly, the previously tearful Hashirama buzzed in. It was either Madara or him. This was his unwavering belief. Ah, what a surprise to discover such a side of you. Madara felt a surge of betrayal. Ding! Incorrect answer. Ugh! Hashirama resolved to retreat into silence. Could it be that they had truly aged? With the new generation pushing forward while the old perished on the shore? He felt a deep sense of sorrow and helplessness. Above on the celestial screen, there were a total of 56 candidates. Removing the previous 9 leaves 47 remaining. Excluding Madara and Hashirama, there were still 45 left. Inoki, Terumi Mei, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Once more, the participants began to buzz in. Yet, error, error, error. A continuous stream of 20 incorrect responses. On screen, nearly everyone recognizable had attempted an answer. Who could it be? I only have one chance left. If I answer incorrectly again, I will fall below 500 points and be silenced for this round. Might Guy spoke anxiously. Teacher, do not be disheartened. The vigor of youth is defined by relentless effort. Go for it, teacher. Rock Lee chimed in supportively. Indeed. Keep it up, teacher. Tintin cheerfully encouraged. Just as Team Kakashi rallied around Might Guy, 5 more individuals buzzed in the chat. Still incorrect. This meant that nearly all 56 candidates had been answered, and yet no one had provided the right response. Ding, the students are correct. I must continue to buzz in. The fervor of youth is characterized by unwavering effort. The least likely could very well be the most probable. Could it be that figure cloaked in black in the corner? What was his name? Let me examine closely. Black Zetsu? Could it be him? Might Guy casually selected an image and named the character depicted. What is Black Zetsu? Why does he look so peculiar? Terumi Mei frowned, scrutinizing the celestial screen. In the entire celestial live chat group, aside from the avatar of Hikari, which was not his own but a little deer, no one else appeared on screen in a hood. This character can't possibly be unwell, right? Hashirama couldn't help but laugh heartily. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, Indeed, had it not been for Might Guy revealing his name, I would have failed to notice this entirely dark figure among the 56 images. Might Guy, if you answer incorrectly this time, this character looks inherently suspicious. How could he be the highest intellect? Ha ha ha, precisely. How could such a being claim the title of the highest intellect? He clearly appears to be a peculiar creature raised in a bizarre environment. Upon reading the comments in the celestial chat group, Black Zetsu clenched his fists in anger. He wished to protest, but was unable to speak. The rules dictated that only individuals with over 500 points could engage in this round. At that moment, his other half, White Zetsu, stood beside him, and upon witnessing the scene, nearly laughed his teeth out. They are correct. You are indeed a peculiar creature. A being so strange you don't even know how to relieve yourself. Ha ha. Black Zetsu frowned, as if you possessed the knowledge. Of course, Obito once told me. It is said to be quite pleasurable. Ha. In the celestial live chat group, everyone continued to devise curious notions about Black Zetsu's appearance. At this juncture, the celestial dinged. Congratulations to Might Guy for responding correctly, awarding him 10,000 points, along with the bloodline limit of magnetic release and all ninjutsu. In addition to the resurrection rebirth elixir and a small amount of Nine-Tails chakra for the first prize winner, Black Zetsu, a radiant light emerged. And all the Nine-Tails chakra previously obtained within the bodies of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn appeared within Black Zetsu. His eyes gleamed with excitement as a resurrection rebirth elixir materialized in his hand. I shall resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki, he exclaimed joyfully upon receiving the rebirth elixir. Yet, at this moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki was non-existent in the ninja world. She was as fragmented as the 10 tails. Her body and chakra not only separated but also divided into 9 parts. Black Zetsu's aspirations fell short. Holding the resurrection rebirth elixir, his heart filled with sorrow. Conversely, Uchiha Madara was immensely thrilled. He sensed that Black Zetsu would undoubtedly revive him. Perhaps not at this very moment, but soon, very soon. However, one matter perplexed him. Why could his own consciousness attain the title of the highest intellect in the ninja world rankings, yet he himself could not? I have doubts. I question the fairness of this celestial selection. I suspect the celestial intelligence is lacking. Why is the first place awarded to Black Zetsu? I implore the Celestial to elucidate. Uchiha Madara voiced his inquiry in the live chat. His concerns mirrored those of many others. We too harbor doubts. Please explain, Celestial. I am also curious about the origins of this Black Zetsu. How could such a dark figure attain the title of highest intellect? Let Black Zetsu remove his hood. Let us behold his appearance. Remove the hood. Remove the hood. In an instant, as the Celestial lifted the ban on everyone, many began to shout. How could this individual possibly be first? Everyone was filled with curiosity. The highest intellect in the ninja world rankings. I can only acknowledge the name of the one who insults, so whatever this Black Zetsu is, I refuse to believe he possesses high intelligence. Hashirama declared. Konoha's Tobirama Senju wore a curious expression. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara found it most perplexing that Kurizetsu, clearly a manifestation of his own consciousness, managed to secure the top position, while he himself failed to even rank within the top 10. Was his intelligence truly so lacking? As if sensing the collective anticipation of the crowd, the celestial screen flickered to life, announcing the host, Yin Yi. At that moment, Yin Yi was luxuriating in a hot spring within Konoha village, taking the opportunity to relish the renowned thermal baths of this realm. With his eyes gently closed, he observed the unfolding events on the celestial screen and nodded slightly, urging, make it public. Let Madara witness just how foolish he truly is. Chapter 100. A new question emerges. If this matter is disclosed, it will impact the entire narrative of the ninja world. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The celestial screen cautioned. We are here to influence the entirety of the ninja world, are we not? What is there to fear? Make it public. Yin Yi smiled, eagerly anticipating the moment Madara would be struck by the revelation. Upon uttering these words, the celestial screen outside trembled, the scene shifting to reveal a line of text. In the future, who is it that kills Uchiha Madara upon his resurrection? What is this? Why hasn't the celestial screen disclosed why Kurizetsu ranks first in the ninja world's intelligence chart? Why has a new question arisen? Terumi, Mei, and the others awaited an answer, only to find that the celestial screen had not provided one. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama Senju, Uchiha Madara, and the members of Akatsuki were instantly captivated by this new query. What does this mean? Will Madara indeed be resurrected in the future? Will he die again? Who possesses the ability to slay him? Could it be the reanimated Hashirama? Someone wondered aloud. At that moment, Madara was still grappling with the implications, repeating the text on the celestial screen. In the future, who is it that kills me upon my resurrection? How could this be? Who could possibly kill me? I refuse to believe that anyone could extinguish my existence. Infinite Tsukuyami will surely come to fruition. For my grand ideals and aspirations, I cannot be casually slain. Madara could hardly accept this notion, convinced that even death was merely a fleeting moment, just as he had perished now, only to be resurrected in the future. This belief was unwavering within him. At that instant, the celestial screen revealed a line of text. The answer to this question rewards 3,000 points. Only 3,000 points? Is killing me such a trivial matter? Madara exclaimed in discontent. He was not among the top 10 in the ninja world's intelligence ranking, and as the second-ranked ninja, he could not answer correctly. His Uchiha fan and scythe had been stripped away as punishment. Although he had amassed many points through his constant participation in discussions, the end result was his demise. And to make matters worse, if someone answered this question correctly, they would receive a mere 3,000 points. That was less than what he had earned through his contributions in the past few days. Ding. My answer is Senju Hashirama. In this ninja world, who possesses the capability to contend with Uchiha Madara, I will only acknowledge Senju Hashirama. Tobirama had answered, even valuing the 3,000 points offered. Ding. Incorrect answer. Penalty, 10 points. There are points to be earned, and anyone can answer this question, prompting everyone to compete for the correct response. In an instant, the group buzzed with excitement as they sought to earn points, answer correctly, and gain rewards. Answer incorrectly, and face a penalty of 10 points. Who wouldn't be tempted? My answer is Tobirama Senju. Terumi Mei responded. I hold Tobirama in utter disdain. He could never kill me, Madara exclaimed, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. Ding. Incorrect answer. Penalty. 10 points for Terumi Mei. Could it be me? My strength is quite renowned. Ding. My answer is the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Tsunade boldly responded. Uft. You think you could stand against me? Madara shouted again. Incorrect answer. Kakashi Hatake. The copy ninja is hardly my match. Naruto Uzumaki. That little brat. I could defeat him in an instant. Minato Namikaze. He is no match for me. I am Uchiha Madara. Pain from Akatsuki. Who answered that? Have you lost your mind? This is infuriating. Hiden from Akatsuki. Orochimaru. The group erupted in lively banter, the sounds of incorrect answers cascading one after another. Madara, rendered speechless, wondered if these people truly believed anyone could defeat him. Should he be given a second chance at life, he would undoubtedly become the strongest in the ninja world. Showcasing his true power to all, the Rinnegan belongs to him. 10 minutes passed, then 20, yet no one could provide the correct answer. Some even suggested the name of Sarutobi Hiruzen's grandson, the little ninja Konohamaru. Madara was on the verge of bloodshed. Have you all lost your minds? Could a child possibly kill me? Who am I? I am Uchiha Madara. The group had nearly exhausted every known figure in the ninja world, including Akatsuki members Deidara and Itachi, yet all answers remained incorrect. Who could possibly kill Madara? Just then, the celestial screen shifted dramatically. Now, the immortal duo from Akatsuki has 10 minutes until their rendezvous with Team 10 of Konoha. A live broadcast of Team 10 versus the immortal duo will commence shortly. To expedite the conclusion of this round of answers, the system has decided to call on individuals to answer. Before that, is there anyone else who wishes to answer? The group fell silent, as all potential respondents had already answered, and nearly everyone who could think of a name had been wrong. They truly could not conceive of anyone capable of killing the illustrious Uchiha Madara. In that moment, the celestial screen changed suddenly. A beam of light illuminating the scene as countless names scrolled across the display. The celestial system began selecting individuals to answer the question. Ding. Please, Konoha's Jinin Tenten. Provide your answer. At that moment, Tenten was strolling along the streets of Konoha, examining a concealed weapon in her hand, when she was startled by the sudden call. Ever since participating in the intelligence ranking quiz, she had scarcely paid attention to the celestial screen. Now, being summoned, she felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. Who killed Uchiha Madara? She pondered, considering the penalties for answering incorrectly. If it were merely a 10-point penalty, she wouldn't mind, but this was a summoned question. What if the consequence was her life? Just as her nerves reached a peak, a man emerged from a nearby hot spring, and in her heightened state of tension, she stumbled, losing her balance and careening toward him. Ah! She cried out in alarm, holding a concealed weapon that could potentially harm him. Yet unexpectedly, Yanni spun around, deftly catching her waist with one hand, while simultaneously disarming her other hand of the weapon. Careful there, miss. Yanni had just exited the hot spring when he encountered this scene. The young lady before him was none other than Tenten, one of Konoha's famed 12. With her hair styled in 2 buns and wide, astonished eyes, she gazed at him, her expression one of disbelief. Oh, I'm so sorry. I truly apologize. Tenten, still nestled in Yen Ye's embrace, found herself cradled in his arms.